Dedication and Preface of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Dedication and Preface. The first words of this work were written in New York, July, 1897, and consisted of its dedication, "To Ellen Dana Conway. In response to your desire, my wife, I undertake to record the more salient recollections of my life. It is a life you have made happy, and never unhappy save by the failure of your health. Its experiences during 40 years have been yours also, and on the counsel and judgment which have never been wanting at my side, I can happily still rely in living over again, in our joint memory, the events deemed worthy of record. Let me obey my own heart, and secure the favor of many hearts that have known your friendship and witnessed your life, in America and Europe, by writing your name on a work as yet unwritten, to which, because it is an enterprise near your heart, I now dedicate myself. This dedication is now to a memory. My wife died on Christmas Day, 1897. But the joint memory on which I had depended has not been altogether wanting. Among her papers I found a sort of journal, and in this and her letters to relatives she has continued to help me. Many valued friends in America and Europe, and even several journals, have also called for my reminiscences, and I have felt it a fair demand on the closing years of a surviving witness to developments and events which have made momentous chapters of history. The wisdom or unwisdom of a new generation must largely depend on its knowledge and interpretation of the facts and forces that operated in the generations preceding, from which are bequeathed influences that become increasingly potent when shaped in accepted history. The eventualities of life brought me into close connection with some large movements of my time, and also with incidents little noticed when they occurred, which time has proved of more far-reaching effect than the immediately imposing events. I have been brought into personal relations with leading minds and characters which already are becoming quasi-classic figures to the youth around me, and already show the usual tendency of such figures to invest themselves with mythology. But, as the psalmist asks, who can understand his own errors? Perhaps none of us completely. But when, as life draws to a close, a man reviews closely the road he has traveled, he can understand many of his errors. And if they were not due to any bias of official position, or of any ambition for such, his impressions of events and of men, however erroneous, become part of his testimony, if given with the same independence and sincerity. I might, perhaps, have sufficiently met the general interest in a narrative of this kind by writing a history of my own times, instead of an autobiography. This would have saved me from the distress of using the personal pronoun I so much, and the implication of quorum magna pars fui. But a public teacher who understands his errors must try and correct them as far as he can. In my ministry of a half-century I have placed myself, or been placed, on record in advocacy of contrarious beliefs and ideas. A pilgrimage from pro-slavery to anti-slavery enthusiasm, from Methodism to free thought, implies a career of contradictions. One who starts out at 20 to think for himself and pursue truth is likely to discover at 70 that 1/3 of his life was given to error, another third to exchanging it for other error, and the last third to efforts to unsay the errors and undo the mistakes of the other 2/3. One's opinions may indeed be of interest or importance to only a small circle, but out of this circle may arise one or another whose influence may become large. If one has published works that may be quoted on opposite sides of serious issues, he is under obligation to point out the steps by which he was led from one to the other, even though he may know of none that his silence would mislead. I know well that my work is unsatisfactory. It could not possibly be either chronological or complete. To master thoroughly and report rightly the memories distributed in thousands of papers accumulated in 2 eventful generations by a participant in their storm and stress would require another lifetime. Among innumerable statements, some inaccuracies can hardly be escaped, especially when most of those whose scrutiny was needed are in their graves. Nevertheless, I have through nearly 4 years assiduously sat at my desk, sparing no pains to be exact and just, and I now send forth my work with the solemn feeling natural to an old author uttering his last word to mankind. End of dedication and preface.
Chapter 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The lonely corner of the world where I was born, 17 March 1832, is in Stafford County, Virginia, about 15 miles from Falmouth. My parents were Walker Peyton Conway and Margaret Eleanor Daniel, married in 1829. He being then 24, she 22. I was their second child. The name of my birth house, long gone to decay, was Middleton, chosen, no doubt, by my mother, whose great-grandfather, Dr. Gustavus Brown, so named his American residence in Maryland, after the family homestead near Dalkeith, Scotland. This physician, Laird of Mainside, settled in Charles County, Maryland in 1708, and by his second wife, the widow Margaret Boyd, née Fowke, of Staffordshire, had 2 children, Dr. Gustavus Brown of Rosehill, and Margaret, who married the Honorable Thomas Stone of Maryland, signer of the Declaration of Independence. Thomas and Margaret Stone resided near Port Tobacco in a mansion called Havre de Venture, and had 2 daughters, one of whom, Mildred, married Travers Daniel, Jr., of the Virginia legislature, the other, Margaret, his brother, Dr. John Moncure Daniel, U.S.A., my mother's father. The father of these brothers, Travers Daniel of Crow's Nest, had married Frances Moncure, daughter of Reverend John Moncure, whose wife was Frances Brown, daughter of Dr. Gustavus Brown of Rosehill. The Moncures were of French origin, the family, according to tradition, having been swept into Great Britain by the troubles following the Reformation, with which they sympathized. My great-great-grandfather, John Moncure, went to Virginia, 1733, from County Kincardine, Scotland. The name in Scotland is Moncure, and supposed to be from Moncure, the coat of arms being 3 hearts. I suspect the name of having been bestowed symbolically by some assembly of French Protestants on their warm-hearted pastor. One of John's daughters, Anne, married my great-grandfather, Walker Conway, whose first name was borne by my father. I am thus descended from 2 of the old rector's daughters, and whenever I enter France, feel the heraldic hearts bounding in me. The Daniel family, connected by Haydon with the Daniels of Wigan, County Lancaster, England, first appear in Virginia in 1634. They had large grants of land, were generally professional men, and active in the affairs of the colony. My great-great-grandfather, Peter Daniel, when presiding justice of Stafford County, announced to the governor of Virginia that he would resign his office rather than administer the Stamp Act, a step rendered unnecessary by its repeal. His wife was daughter of Raylaw Travers, by his wife Hannah Ball, half-sister of Washington's mother. The founder of our Conway race in Virginia was Edwin, who, with his wife, née Martha Eltonhead, came from England in 1640 and settled in Lancaster County. He was a kinsman of Viscount Edward Conway of Conway Castle and Killeltah, and used the arms sable on a band argent coaticed ermine, a rose gules between two annulets of the last, crest, a Moor's head side-faced proper, banded round the temples argent and azure, motto Fide et Amore. The Virginia race is extensive and has intermarried with most of the historic families of Virginia. Virginia democracy forbade us to derive from our ancestors any dignity. But now and then a few fruits fell from the forbidden family tree in the shape of anecdotes or traditions, which I picked up. Several of these related to the precious stones of Maryland, as my mother fondly called them. The first of that family in America, William Stone, had come to Virginia and was induced by Lord Baltimore to become the governor of Maryland, where he arrived in 1649. This selection was made because the Catholic proprietary desired a Protestant governor free from prejudice against Catholics. Governor Stone's task was to open the doors of Maryland to all religions. The Puritans flocked to Maryland, but Cromwell's commissioners, sent to Virginia, claimed Maryland, and in trying to defend the charter of the proprietary, 1655, Governor Stone was wounded and thrown into prison, and would have been executed, but, quote, was after saved by the enemy's own soldiers. Close quote. Such is the account of his wife, Verlinda Stone, whose narrative of these events in Maryland, addressed to Lord Baltimore in England, is not only a document of historical importance, but written with notable literary ability. The error of the governor and council was that they went to parley with the invaders, accompanied by a small party of soldiers. The messengers they sent were held. The Protector's commission ought simply to have been asked for their authority by the governor himself, unarmed. His descendants became leading men in Maryland. Thomas Stone, signer of the Declaration of Independence, was Maryland's darling statesman. In his home at Port Tobacco, Havre de Venture, still in the family, 1903, he drafted a Republican Constitution for Maryland. Thomas Stone was elected to the Constitutional Convention of 1787, but never took his seat. Just then his fair sky was fatally overcast. His young wife died from the sequels of inoculation. He sank into melancholy, and his physician persuaded him to visit Europe. For that purpose he engaged passage on a packet at Alexandria, but on the eve of sailing died of a broken heart. Trumbull, in painting the signing of the Declaration of Independence, has engraved on the American mind a scene that never occurred, the Congress never having signed in a body, but in a straggling way through 7 or 8 months. Trumbull has also included the portrait of a Livingston, who did not sign, and omitted that of Thomas Stone, who did sign. The artist excused this by saying that he could not find Stone's portrait, but he could have found it by inquiring for the signer's heirs. The portraits of Thomas Stone and his wife were carried by their daughter, Margaret, to Virginia, when she married my grandfather, and by my mother's gift they now belong to my sister Mildred, the wife of Dr. F. A. March of Lafayette College, Easton, Pennsylvania. My grandfather, Dr. John Moncure Daniel, while studying medicine and surgery in Edinburgh, made the acquaintance there of a boarding-school girl, Miss Niven, daughter of an English naval officer. The youth called on her several times in the free Virginian fashion, but discovered that this young lady's name had been compromised by his visits. Thereon he promptly proposed to marry her, and as she was already enamored, and her lover's social credentials were excellent, no difficulty arose in Edinburgh. but Crow's Nest, Virginia, was in distress. Travers Daniel, shocked that his son should marry before entering on his profession, or even reaching his majority, insisted on a postponement. The son gave a score of reasons why that could not be. The father became stern, and wrote that the lady would wed a penniless man. The young man answered that where honor was involved, money weighed nothing. So the young surgeon came to Virginia with his bride, and when his father saw the beautiful little lady, his heart went out to her. He set his son well up with house and office at Dumfries, Virginia. But the lady died within a year, and her name only remained in our family, being that of her husband's eldest daughter by his second wife, Margaret Stone. The last time I ever saw this beloved aunt, Jean Niven Crane, we sat together reading the letters that passed between father and son in that affair at Edinburgh. The second Dr. Gustavus Brown in Maryland, brother of Mrs. Thomas Stone, resided at Rose Hill, nearby, and established there a medical school. He was a devoted friend of General Washington, and there is a tradition that the general occasionally escaped from the throng at Mount Vernon by going down the river to Rose Hill. My mother told me of her granduncle's night ride, when a messenger from Mount Vernon summoned him to attend Washington in his last illness. 2 horses were broken down in that gallop to the landing opposite Mount Vernon, where he arrived 7 hours before Washington's death. The general, who had escaped guns and swords in a 7 years' war, succumbed to the lancet. So Dr. Gustavus Brown believed and wrote, January 2, 1800, to Dr. Craik, Washington's family physician, that he thought their bleeding the sufferer was a fatal mistake. Thenceforth he discarded the lancet altogether. My paternal great-grandparents, Dr. Valentine Peyton and Mary Butler Washington, his wife, resided at Tusculum, several miles from Stafford Courthouse, and their home was famous for its luxurious hospitalities and festivities. The history of the Peyton family, both in England and Virginia, is told in the work of Mr. Chester Waters, The Chesters of Chicheley. Dr. Peyton was a brilliant man intellectually, a man of the world, a fine flute player, and his wife distinguished for her wit and her elegance of dress and manners. She was the sister of Colonel William Washington, who, during the Revolution, declined the title of general, saying, quote, "There can be but one General Washington." Close quote. Their father was Bailey Washington, son of Henry, who was son of John, the brother of General Washington's grandfather, Lawrence. George Washington's great-grandfather was thus Mrs. Peyton's great-great-grandfather. General Washington appointed Colonel William Washington commander of the entire South when war with France was expected. Sir Francis Galton's work on heredity put before me in a new form the catechetical question, "Who made you?" Only when I was beginning to turn gray was any curiosity awakened in me to know how it was that I should carry the names of 3 large families into association with religious and political heresies unknown to my contemporary Virginians, except as distant horrors. Who, then, made me? When my unorthodoxy began to be conscious, I reflected on an incident that occurred when I was about 12. I was at the house of John Wheatley of Wheatleyville, Culpeper County, Virginia, whose wife was Grandmother Conway's sister, when my grandparents came on a visit. To my grandfather, John Moncure Conway, everybody looked up. He was a scholar, graduate of William and Mary, 1800, and a serious man. While reading on the veranda, my ear caught these words spoken by grandfather to his brother-in-law. "I cannot believe that the Father of mankind would send any human being into this world knowing that he would be damned. I could hardly appreciate the remark, but it was marked in my memory, and also the silence of devout Uncle Wheatley. From this time I knew that in some way Grandfather Conway had a religion different from that of others. He and Grandmother never talked to me about religion, nor about keeping the Sabbath and saying my prayers. Although a vestryman of Aquia Church, unused during his latter years, he attended no church, nor were he and Grandmother ever confirmed. There was Methodist preaching in the courthouse every Sunday, but Grandfather never attended, and generally passed the morning in his office. In 1751, Dennis Conway, deputy sheriff of Northumberland County, Virginia, was fined several £1,000s of tobacco for non-attendance at church. He gave no explanation for his abstention. Probably he was one of those broad churchmen who preferred getting their Sunday instruction from the free-thinking prelates Tillotson and Jeremy Taylor. Although Dean Swift was the only survivor into the 18th century of that grand race of clergymen in England, it found a nest in William and Mary College, Virginia. The rationalists were known as the Illuminati, and although, after the Revolution, their light was hid under the Democratic bushel even in my time, alas had I known it, there remained some representatives of the Illuminati, such as Grandfather Conway. I have found, too, that my maternal forebears, the Daniels, were not all orthodox. My mother's uncle, Walter Daniel, left a Bible in which there is in his writing a marginal note to Judges chapter 1, verse 19. The Lord was with Judah, and he drave out the inhabitants of the hill country. For he could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley, because they had chariots of iron. Uncle Walter adds, not omnipotent after all. My great-great-grandfather, John Moncure, for 26 years rector of our parish, Overwharton, died in 1765, but left his legend, which lasted over 100 years. Descended, according to a tradition, from a Huguenot, whose conscience led him from joyous France to the bleak hills of Calvinism and Scotland, he migrated to Virginia in youth as a teacher, and though he was persuaded by an aged parson, Alexander Scott, to return to England for holy orders and help him in Overwharton parish, John could never make himself other than a merry fox-hunting gentleman, assiduous cultivator of literature, flowers, and of gay young people. He was a famous whist-player. One Saturday evening, when his game was interrupted by a deputation of farmers requesting that he would next day pray for rain, he promptly said, "Yes, I'll read the prayer, but it isn't going to rain till the moon changes." Can I not pick my skeptical soul out of these old people? I came also by my anti-slavery principles fairly. My great-grandfather, Travers Daniel of Crow's Nest, presiding justice of Stafford County, was an ardent emancipationist, and had not the laws of Virginia hampered the manumission of Negroes in various ways, he would have liberated his slaves. He imported from England in his ship the Crow, whence Crow's Nest, name of his house, window curtains representing Granville Sharp striking chains from Negroes, and displayed them around his house. Neighbors warned him that his slaves would be excited by the curtains and leave him, but he simply replied that it would be a relief. He died in 1824. My mother remembered the curtains. Travers Daniel and General Wood married daughters of Reverend John Moncure, who no doubt had the sympathy of their father-in-law in anti-slavery work. General Wood was an eminent governor of Virginia, and from 1798 president of the Virginia Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery and Protecting Those Illegally Held in Bondage. This society was affiliated with the original society formed in Philadelphia under the presidency of Franklin just after publication, March 8, 1775, of Thomas Paine's plea for immediate emancipation. Such was my prenatal constitution. I was born of people opposed to slavery, and when, in my 22nd year, my role seemed to many Virginians that of a prodigal son, it was the new pro-slavery Virginian who was the prodigal, while my part was that of the father at home mourning for the wanderer. Our patriarchal Peter Humstead, who had belonged to my mother's father, was never weary of telling me of the frightful blizzard on my birthnight, when between midnight and morning he rode the 15 miles to Falmouth and the same distance back with the doctor. My mother told me that it was for a time doubtful whether I would live. There was not one Catholic in the county to ascribe my preservation to birth on the day of St. Patrick. But probably no Catholic country witnessed, in the same year, 1832, a wilder outbreak of popular superstition than that which throughout our county responded to the memorable display of shooting stars. The ignorant people leaped with notable unanimity to the belief that Judgment Day was at hand, and crowded to the door of every discoverable preacher, imploring intercession and prayers. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. In my second year, my father purchased a large farm and homestead 2 miles out of Falmouth called Inglewood, and it is there that my remembrance begins. Through life it has remained with me as a lost bower, and the only house I ever built, Bedford Park, London, bore that name. Inglewood, Virginia, was a 2-storied frame house with a long veranda, opening on 2 acres of sward and flowers, enclosed by an evergreen hedge. Beyond the hedge, on one side, was an orchard of white heath peaches, on the other many varieties of apples. In our fields grew melons, in the woods huckleberries, chinquapins, hickory nuts, and indeed I can think of no charm wanting to our little Avalon. My brother Peyton, 2 years my senior, and myself had the freedom of the adjacent farms, Sherborne, residence of a spinster cousin, Sarah Daniel, and Glencairn, home of a beloved uncle and aunt, Richard Moncure, whose wife was my father's sister, their many children being our constant playmates. But before all the playmates, I remember the comely coffee-colored face of my nurse, Maria Humstead, nearly always laughing as if I were a joke. Her affection was boundless, and her notions of discipline undeveloped. "Come, Mon, fess your faults," and an outbreak of laughter were all that met my infant mischief. My father and Uncle Richard Moncure united in providing a teacher for us, Miss Elizabeth Gaskins, a niece of Grandfather Conway. To this gracious lady, who instructed me 5 years, I owe much. Her school was held for a time in my father's office in our garden. The earliest incident in my memory is of my father and Uncle Richard visiting my school. I was lifted to a table and read sentences from a primer. The praise they gave me and our teacher's kiss planted a new fruit in our paradise. I was then probably in my 5th year. Then a log schoolhouse was built halfway between Inglewood and Glencairn. My next remembrance is seeing my newborn sister Mildred, who was born January 25, 1837. My more consecutive memories begin with a tragical day in 1838, when, from the schoolhouse window, we saw Inglewood wrapped in flames. My parents were at the house of a neighbor. The only member of our family in the house was my year-old sister, whom our nurse Maria deposited in a field remote from danger. The house was reduced to ashes. We then moved into Falmouth, where my father bought the residence afterwards known as Conway House. It is a brick house fronting the Rappahannock, the largest residence in Falmouth. It was built by a Mr. Voss, of Dutch family, and the wallpaper in the drawing-room was a continuous scene of Rotterdam, with a canal in which women were washing clothes, children playing beside it, and barges plying on it. This decoration lasted until the house was used as a war hospital, 1862 through 1865. At the back, the house opened through porches on a flower garden, embowered with aspens and fig trees, there being also a superb Judas tree. Beyond the outhouse, the vegetable garden, bordered with box and myrtle, extended to a succession of steep terraces, with midway an arbor of roses, morning-glories, and honeysuckle, the haunt of hummingbirds. These terraces were relics of fortifications built in 1675 against the aborigines, this being the origin of Falmouth. The military heritage of this little town was displayed 100 years after its foundation. It was the first place in Virginia to raise a company against Great Britain. 70 years later, the colonial belligerency survived only in parades of little boys in blue and white with wooden guns on the hill above our terraces. Alas, how many of them reached manhood only to be laid in the Confederate cemetery. A sister was born and named Catherine Washington. She lived only 10 days. My mother sent for me to come to her bedside and tried to explain the mysterious event. I remember vividly her pale face on the pillow, her tears, and her effort to make me comprehend. My father did not part with Inglewood Farm. We continued to go out there to school, walking the 2 miles each way daily. We were accompanied by a mulatto youth, Charles Humstead, handsome, brilliant, merry, with an inexhaustible store of stories and songs. This colored genius was the most romantic figure of our little world. Along the pathway through the woods, his snares and hair-gums were set, and rarely failed of their prey. A meadow we had to cross was the haunt of moccasin snakes, and his skill in slaying these dragons guarding our tree of knowledge was wonderful. That, indeed, was his main function. Advancing ahead of us, stick in hand, treading warily with his bare feet, his eye could not be cheated by the deadly reptile's mimicry of clay, nor did he fail to strike the point on its back that left it helpless. Charles knew all serpent lore. The tail would not die until sunset or until it thundered. If rain was needed, he hung the snake on a tree. In studying the myths of Indra, thunderer and rain-giver, and of the drought serpent Ahi, I have often remembered those bits of the Oriental fable rehearsed by our colored comrade in the woods of Virginia. But, alas, we had to part from Charles. He found our little town dull, and the devil tempted him in the form of a rusty fire engine which had remained in its dismantled shanty many years. It occurred to Charles, aged 17, that it would be fun to see the engine work, and he set fire to a dilapidated outhouse nearby. Although this small house was not in use, nor near any other, it was claimed that sparks from it might have reached dwellings, and the alternatives for Charles were a severe, possibly capital punishment. Much to the sorrow of our household, Charles was carried away, this being the only instance of my father's selling a servant. After the war, I made inquiries for Charles without result, and believe he would have returned to Falmouth had he been living. Falmouth is a picturesque town, seated amid heights crowned with pretty homesteads, and contained then about 1,000 people. It may be a survival of local pride that prevents my calling it a village. About 20 families might have been described 50 years ago as belonging to the old gentry. Their houses, though not grand, were pretty, with tasteful interiors and beautiful gardens. Several families were wealthy, the Croesus being Basil Gordon, who came from Scotland a poor boy and became the richest man in Virginia. This Basil Gordon, who resided next door to us, was the most picturesque figure of that region. To the end of his life he wore the powdered wig and queue, ruffled shirt, flowing white cravat, dress coat, knee breeches, shoe buckles. He had, in youth, set up a small store for the sale of various articles, and earned enough money to purchase wheat brought in long bonneted wagons from the rich Piedmont region. He had made it into flour in the Falmouth mill, and shipped it on the Rappahannock for England. When a fortune was thus made, his family wished him to give up the tiny shop, but he kept it in order to give enjoyment to his many young relatives who had to be started in business. It was a practical joke among the wags to watch the hour when the old gentleman visited the store, and the clerks were off at his large warehouses, to go in and call for some trifle, such as a half-pound of sugar or coffee, which the venerable millionaire would weigh out with gravity and dignity. His only daughter, Anne, was a famous beauty, and married Dr. John Hanson Thomas of Baltimore. The greater part of Basil Gordon's fortune was inherited by his eldest son, Douglas, an intellectual man, who was friendly to me in my boyhood. Basil Gordon was well acquainted with Mary Washington, and I was told that he had been a pallbearer at her funeral. Also, that when her monument was to be erected at Fredericksburg, he identified the spot where she was buried. Recently, however, when the quaint and pretty monument of 1832, the most interesting in Virginia, was destroyed by sentimental vandals from other states to make way for an ugly obelisk, the grave was dug into and no trace of any burial or remains found, so that the exact grave of Washington's mother remains unknown. Falmouth had a rough corner, owing to a superabundance of whiskey. On Saturdays, when it was congested by country folk, we were not permitted to go into that part. Many of the country folk had to depend on the sobriety of their horses or mules to carry them home. My father, presiding justice of Stafford County, was a total abstainer and a prohibitionist long before the Maine law was heard of. He made an impressive appeal to his fellow magistrates in court to stop the sale of strong liquors, just after a drunken man, trying to draw water from a well, fell in and was drowned. But the era of paternal legislation had not arrived. Our region swarmed with these so-called poor whites, largely descended, I always believe, from the convict and contract laborers imported from Great Britain in colonial times. Gradually supplanted by slaves, left without occupation, they squatted where they could and lived as they could. They became expert in fishing and hunting, and their skill in shooting made them good soldiers in the Confederate War. As concerned their means, they were more benefited by defeat than they could have been by triumph, much more benefited than were the poor Negroes. With the abolition of unpaid labor, their opportunity for employment returned. Moreover, many of the gentry became poor whites also, and that phrase is heard no more. It was always a phrase forbidden in genteel families, for these poor whites had votes, and I remember a campaign in which my father's candidate, Democratic, for the legislature was nearly defeated because he, my father, had said, "The masses will follow their leaders." Party spirit ran high in Stafford County, where the majority of well-to-do gentlemen were Whigs, the majority of voters Democrats. I remember exciting scenes in Falmouth during the presidential campaign of 1840, which resulted in defeat of the Democrats. The Democratic candidate was Martin Van Buren, an aristocratic Knickerbocker, while the Whigs had this time the advantage of a candidate, William Henry Harrison, who, though of the old Virginia gentry, had migrated in early life to the West, and there resided in a log cabin. That log cabin was the ace with which the Whigs trumped the Democracy in our county. The cabin was blazoned everywhere. When the grandson of that Whig president, the late Benjamin Harrison, was a candidate, nothing was said of his grandfather's cabin, but much of the Harrison pedigree. The party contests were accompanied by bonfires, mass meetings, and barbecues. The children were warm partisans of their parental preferences, and many a faggot did I add to the Polk and Dallas bonfire of 1844. James Knox Polk thus became president, though we Democratic boys of Falmouth frankly admitted that in securing this victory we received aid from adjacent parts of the nation. The defeated candidate was the famous Henry Clay. I remember soon afterwards observing on Grandfather Conway's wall a framed letter written to him by Henry Clay, whom he esteemed above all other statesmen. It was a momentous discovery that the two men I honored most, father and grandfather, were antagonistic in a great issue. However, they were both lukewarm in politics. My father had once been the party leader and represented Stafford in the Virginia legislature. But one such experience was enough. He declined a second candidature and contented himself with insisting on the nomination of competent men. He was offered in youth a place at West Point, but declined it, and in later life declined an offer at high office in Washington. My father, a tall and handsome man, was universally esteemed, and singularly free from ambition. His integrity and prudence caused him to be burdened by the estates bequeathed to his administration and the families left to his guardianship. In youth he had been gay, much in demand at card parties and dances. He was particularly beloved by his Peyton grandparents, and mingled in the festivities of Tusculum. But there was, among the pious Negroes, a story which indicated that his grandmother Peyton could not rest quiet in her grave because of the gaiety of P, as she called him, which she had encouraged. Once, so our oldest Negro told me, when he, Mars Peyton, was returning in the night from a frolic, and riding past the graveyard, his grandmother came out and walked beside him some distance, entreating him to become religious. The old lady herself was not confirmed until she was 60, and her children were never confirmed at all. Of course, I never mentioned this tale to my father, who scorned every superstition not found in the Bible. That a gay and handsome youth of high social position should all at once unite himself to the poor and ignorant Methodists, of course implied a miracle, but I have a notion that the ghost story had been gradually transferred and developed from an incident Grandfather Conway related to us of himself. While studying law with Judge James Henry of Fleets Bay, he was sent on a horseback journey to Stafford Courthouse. His journey was broken at an inn, where in the early morning, before he had risen, he saw a young lady pass through his room and vanish. At the courthouse, he was invited by Dr. Peyton to meet the judge and lawyers at his house in the evening. When he entered, there stood the lady of his vision, daughter of his host. I knew at once that she was to be my wife, and there, he would add, pointing to grandmother, there she sits. Grandmother was apt to add some playful explanation. If any lady was influential in my father's conversion, she was not from a graveyard, but was Miss Margaret Eleanor Daniel, who became his wife. Her father died while serving as army surgeon in the War of 1812, leaving her to the care of her stepmother, an amiable lady whom I well remember, who placed her under the care of John Lewis of Llangollen, my mother's uncle by marriage, who trained young men for college. He supervised her education with care, but his wife, my mother's aunt, was a tyrannous Calvinist. My mother told me that she was kept in a sort of hothouse by Presbyterianism, and when her precocious soul revolted against the dogma of predestination, it was decided that she was ill and must be bled. Calvin was thus surviving in Virginia, and still demanded the blood of all gainsayers. It may readily be understood that she would not be suffered to wed a gay and worldly youth, and also that falling in love with a pious young lady would naturally sober such a youth. At the time of my parents' marriage, May 28, 1829, the Episcopal Church was nearly defunct in our Overwharton parish. Of its 3 churches, Potomac, Achaia, and Cedar Church in Falmouth, the former had fallen into ruin. Achaia was without regular services, and Cedar Church turned into a grain storehouse, ultimately swept away by a freshet. The Methodists occupied the county, and preachers were sent by the Baltimore Conference. At these camp meetings, eloquent preachers from the cities assisted, and under one of these orators, my father was converted. His father was so shocked that a son should be carried away by what he regarded as vulgar fanaticism, that a stormy scene ensued, and my father, who had barely reached his majority, left the paternal house. Grandfather speedily repented of his anger, but this touch of martyrdom brought to my father's side 3 of his sisters and 2 of his brothers. Thus it was that our family became Methodist, the first of good social position in our region belonging to that sect. My mother gladly embraced the Arminian faith of the Methodists, and used to quote with merry approval the Negro hymn, "I never found no peace nor rest till I joined the Methodists." My grandfather, John Moncure Conway, was for 47 years clerk of Stafford County. He had in advanced years abandoned the queue, but always wore a blue dress coat with brass buttons, a ruffled shirt front, and an ample white cravat, with ends flowing through a large gold ring. His house, Airlessly, at Stafford Courthouse, had a carefully kept flower garden in front, and a mile beyond it was his large, well-stocked farm, where he liked to stroll before breakfast. On it was a wonderful dog that recognized any alien hog or sheep strayed into his herds, and drove it off. He was glad to take me with him on his early walks, and his talk was always instructive. In his office was framed a fine engraving of Conway Castle, Wales, an heirloom brought from England by his American ancestors. He was a perfect domestic character, and regarded with boundless affection by his children and grandchildren. My grandparents had 13 children, of whom 8 had families. My grandmother, née Catherine Stork Peyton, was to her numerous grandchildren the queen of the whole world. When any school holiday came, the joy of it was that they were to go to Erleslie, and how so many children were packed away at night is inexplicable. On one side of the house was a playground. We had our supper in summer under the apple trees, griddle cake and molasses, bonny clabber, preserves. Our aunts attended us, and nearby sat Grandma, tall, stately, eyes sparkling with humor, her head crowned with a snowy turban, clasped with a ruby and a rose. My grandfather's first love was for Agnes Conway Moncure, but these lovers were double first cousins, and their elders regarded the consanguinity as too close for marriage. Agnes married John Robinson, clerk of the Circuit Court of Richmond. Affectionate relations between the Robinsons and my Conway grandparents continued to their death, and I was told by a relative that whenever Mrs. Robinson visited her Moncure relatives in Stafford County, my grandmother used to find some pretext for sending her husband over to the place of her sojourn without accompanying him. He must stay away a day or two while she got the house ready for Mrs. Robinson's visit. The Honorable Henry Clay was in youth a deputy clerk under John Robinson. The school taught by cousin Betty Gaskins became large, various neighbors being permitted to send their children. I could not mingle quite freely with either boys or girls. My brother Peyton and I were the only Methodist children, and even in my 8th year I was precocious enough to feel that I had a soul. This poor little soul shrank from the careless frolic of my playmates, who no doubt regarded me as a milksop. But I had the compensation of the special friendship of my aunt, Harriet Eustace Conway, only 4 years my senior, to whom the whole school looked up. She died early, and is enshrined in my memory as a perfectly beautiful being. My parents, well read in Methodist theology, held strong views against fatalism. But there is a fatality also in the free will faith. It involves being constantly looked after. The Presbyterian children, whose conduct and destiny were already fixed, enjoyed more freedom than we who were every moment determining our eternal weal and woe. We were under a rigid regime, 2 sermons every Sunday besides Sunday school, and only strictly religious reading permitted on that day, even the 4th page of the Christian Advocate being prohibited because it was literary and scientific. Our small affairs, actions, words were ascribed everlasting importance, and we lived under the suspended sword of Judgment Day. The basement of my father's house in Falmouth was fitted up for evening prayer meetings, which were held there twice every week. They were usually conducted by the town tailor and local preacher, James Petty. I find the scene engraved in my memory, this fine intellectual father of mine, accustomed to preside over courts, and the refined, elegantly dressed lady beside him, surrounded by poor, dusty, patched people of whom some could hardly read. My father had no interests to subserve by this devotion to an humble faith, no clients to gain, no votes to seek. His office was not elective. His interests were all the other way, for the preachers were supported and the meeting-houses built mainly out of his purse. Some of those gathered in the basement he had picked up out of the ditch. They looked up to him with reverence, but in humility he surpassed them all. Somehow, I to this day think of my handsome father's appearance as noblest when seated among those dingy and illiterate people. My mother was musical and had a fine soprano voice. I too developed early a taste and some voice for singing. It was through the beautiful Methodist hymns that religious feeling reached me. As I sang in the basement second treble to my mother, I dreamed of the distant beauties of Palestine, though the cedars of Lebanon were thick on our Falmouth hills, and no rose of Sharon ever equaled those of our garden. The wondrous Judas tree at our door, and our fig trees, myrtles, fireflies, meadows, crystal streams, all the materials of a paradise were around me while I sang of things far off and never to be attained. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 3. The rod was spared in our home, as well for servants as for the white children. My parents regarded colored people as immortal souls, and we were trained to treat them with kindness. Every Sunday an hour was found for us, white and black children together, to be taught by my mother the catechism and listen to careful selections from the Bible. In some way this equal treatment of slaves got out, and some officious men came with a report that my mother was teaching Negroes to read, which was illegal. It was not true, but it was prudent to avoid even the suspicion of such an offense in the house of a magistrate, so the mixed teaching ceased. But the cause was kept from me, and about that time I taught one of our slaves, Peter Humstead, about 20, to read. Why he asked to have his lessons in the wood cellar, I did not understand. I might add that my lessons were not given gratuitously. Peter knew my weakness for fine clothes, and contracted to give me a splendid necktie, duly paid and by me displayed, the first mannish thing I ever wore. I have a dim remembrance that this finery brought some ridicule on me and was not enjoyed long, but Peter Humstead learned to read. My mother's prayers were earnest and even eloquent. In the prayer meetings in our basement, she was always called on after my father to pray, and in his absence she conducted family prayers. Her voice was sympathetic, and her command of language wonderful. Had she been born a Quaker, she would probably have been a famous minister in that society. In the Methodist love feasts, where the experiences uttered were usually cant, my mother opened her heart with almost passionate fervor. A large room was set apart in our house as the preacher's room, and it was rarely unoccupied. The solemn black garb, white cravats, and broad brims of these guests impressed me. Two of the most pious were discovered to be impostors, but the majority were honest, hell-fearing men. Once there stopped with us for a day or two a preacher dressed in extremely coarse homespun and without any buttons, John Hersey by name. Some of us could not help laughing at his appearance, but he told my father that in early life he had run into debt, which he was endeavoring to pay. He was determined to limit himself to the barest necessities of life, both as to food and clothing, until he repaid every cent. In later years I heard him, still in homespun garb, preach an eloquent sermon in Georgetown. The Reverend Jesse White had the look and reputation of a saint. One day, when he was seated with my father in our front hall, a man rushed up the steps and said to Mr. White, "I am grievously tormented by the devil. I beseech you, cast him out of me." The meek minister said, "My friend, I have no such power." "Oh, yes, you have," said the possessed one. "You have only to order him. He will obey." The preacher, by an impulse, cried, "I charge you, come out of him." "Thank you," said the man, "the devil has quite left me," and with a bow went off smiling. Our Falmouth folklore was mostly of the familiar kind. One or two houses haunted, an occasional ghost reported, but the serpent lore impressed me because of my firm faith that the devil was a serpent. A horsehair left in a tub of rainwater would turn to a snake. A snake could charm a bird into his mouth. Any deficiency of milk in a cow was ascribed to the cow-sucker, or black snake. At Tappahannock, lower down on the river, an approaching defeat of the Democratic Party at an election was heralded by a phantom scow floating on the river with Negroes singing and dancing on it. Iron rings were worn to cure fits. George Washington mentions without comment the use of an iron ring at Mount Vernon to cure Patsy Custis. Various herbs were used to cure warts, the herb after application being always buried. Once the 17-year locusts swarmed in our woods, devouring the green tissue on every leaf. On each wing was the letter W, betokening war, and their united cry of Pharaoh prophesied the plagues of Egypt. The locusts came near enough to the Mexican War and to the deadly spotted tongue plague that scourged our county to appear prophetic. But the greatest sensation was caused by the comet of 1843. There was a widespread panic, similar, it was said, to that caused by the meteors of 1832. Apprehending the approach of Judgment Day, crowds besieged the shop of Mr. Petty, our preaching tailor, invoking his prayers. Methodism reaped a harvest from the comet. The Negroes, however, were not disturbed. They were, I believe, always hoping to hear Gabriel's trump. Footnote: my cousin Augusta Daniel told me of one woman who declared in meeting that she had heard Gabriel's trump. There were murmurs of incredulity, and she began to weep at having her word doubted. But the preacher said, "After all, brethren, perhaps Gabriel did give the poor sister a toot or two." End footnote. Belief in witchcraft prevailed among the poor whites and Negroes, but I never heard of a colored witch or wizard. Our Falmouth witch was one Nancy Calamise, who lived alone in a small shanty just outside the town. I remember her as a small, thin woman of 60, her sharp features and a hunted look in her large gray eyes. She could hardly appear in the village without being shunned, and at length the suspicion that she had bewitched several persons caused her to be railed at and stoned on the street. Nancy had a sharp tongue for her pursuers. She drank pretty deeply, but she was never charged with any crime, and her means of subsistence were unknown. No one could tell whence she came, and there was about her a distinction of some kind, as compared with the poor whites, which seemed to the latter uncanny. The persecutions of this woman excited the sympathy of my mother, who now and then visited her, and told me that she found everything neat in Nancy's shanty, a pretty flower bed behind it, and the woman herself fairly intelligent. Finally, however, life became intolerable for poor Nancy Calamese. One afternoon, on my return from school, I saw a crowd gazing out on the Rappahannock River, where Nancy was steadily wading on, and presently perished. Her history was never known.
My parents were impatient with contemporary superstitions. There was a large house, long, uninhabited, on a hill across the river, where our servants said they had seen lights in the night. I mentioned this to my father, and he said, "Jack-o'-lantern, probably," and went on with his papers, leaving me to wonder who Jack was and what kind of lantern he had. That night I suffered the nightmare of being seized by a goblin, shut up in a lantern, and hurried through the air to the lonely house. It was too terrible to be forgotten, but I was ashamed to admit it. We were taught that belief in ghosts and witches was vulgar, and I sometimes wonder what my parents thought of biblical ghost lore and the Witch of Endor. An instance occurred of a young lady's belief that she had committed the unpardonable sin, and it was spoken of by my parents as insanity. A very pious Methodist sister was said to have attained entire sanctification, an experience recognized by Methodism. But my parents, much as they esteemed her, were silent, and I feel certain that they regarded it as morbid. Watch night was kept in the basement of our house. A minute before midnight of the departing year, we all knelt, the servants with us, and, kneeling until after midnight, sang the New Year's hymn, whose opening verses are, "Come let us anew our journey pursue, roll round with the year, and never stand still till the Master appear. His adorable will let us gladly fulfill, and our talents improve by the patience of hope and the labor of love." Some years later we kept watch night in the church, but the occasion and the hymn never affected me so much as when we knelt and sang in our basement. Although my father took his Methodism so seriously, he had a fine sense of humor, and many a hearty laugh did he give us by his descriptions of droll incidents at meetings. At one of the revivals, he saw a man stagger a little as he went up to the mourner's bench to be prayed for. Beckoning Mr. Petty, my father said, "Take that man away, he's drunk." Petty replied, "Indeed, Brother Conway, if we don't get some of these people when they're drunk, we'll not get them at all." Another story related to a little place called White Oak, in which it was said not one sober man or woman could be found, and where all sins were considered customary. At length, however, the Methodist preachers, assisted perhaps by the Comet, got up a revival at White Oak, after which a congregation was organized. But there was difficulty about appointing officers. Every convert proposed had been notorious as a drunkard, rogue, or wife-beater. After several had been set aside, a man arose and said, "Brethren, it 'pears to me that if the Lord wants a church at White Oak, he's got to take the materials to be found at White Oak." This suggestion prevailed, and White Oak began a reformation that ultimately improved it off the earth. But while my parents were amused by its grotesque side, it was, I am certain, mainly the work of Methodism among these humble and often laughable people that they valued. Methodism was a temperance organization, and the only one in our county. It was the only active society for charity and humanitarian effort. It had little or nothing to do with dogmas, but a great deal to do with morality.
and in Stafford County it mainly rested on my parents and my 3 Methodist aunts. None of these realized the way in which I was taking these things to heart, nor the extent to which I was burdened by the otherworldliness of our Negroes. I was encouraged to take healthy recreations, swimming, fishing, skating, shooting, and restrained only from cards and dancing, but I was sadly serious. I clung to the preachers, to my elders, and sang hymns about the vileness of a world I had not entered, and about death. The world is all a fleeting show for man's delusion given. It smiles of joy, it tears of woe, deceitful shine, deceitful flow. There's nothing true but heaven. I'm a pilgrim, and I'm a stranger. I can tarry but a night. Our life is a dream. Our time as a stream glides swiftly away. Oh, tell me no more of this world's vain store. The time for such trifles with me now is o'er. Hark from the tomb a doleful sound, my ears attend the cry. Ye living men, come view the ground, where you must shortly lie. The great function of the year was the Methodist camp meeting. My father always had the largest tent in the selected forest, and for over a week there was a grand barbaric picnic. The tents were pitched around a large amphitheater, where there were benches for several thousand, under arches of small lamps stretched between the trees. Immediately in front of the platform, on which sat a score of preachers, there was a large enclosure for the mourners. There were 3 sermons daily, each followed by a prayer meeting. But the great scene was at night, when there occurred a pitched battle with Satan to rescue souls. The loud, excited singing of the throng was thrilling. The preachers walked about the platform crying, "Now is the accepted time. Call upon him while he is near," etc. Brethren went up the forest aisles, watching for any sign of emotion, any bowed head, and one after another, under conviction, was led up to the throne of grace to be welcomed by shouts of "Glory! Hallelujah!" Every now and again, amid the loud pleadings of prayer, there was a scream out of some terrified heart, some pale face falling back in swoon or trance. The crowd of curious gazers pressed forward to see. My own curiosity often led me to go behind the platform. There the Negroes received such crumbs of grace as fell from the white penitent's table. Nevertheless, with these crumbs they had a paradise unknown to white Dives. They had few or no mourners, all of them being long ago converted, and all now in ecstasy. Their spiritual clock always struck noon. But Dives came to dislike these camp meetings. They involved the demoralization of farm service for the week, and religious people remarked another kind of demoralization among the whites. There was a large flow of whiskey on the outskirts, a good deal of horse trading, and the increase of piety was said to be purchased by an increase of immorality. I have my doubts about this, and on the whole have rather regretted the gradual extinction of the happy festival. It has always remained with me a pleasant reflection that the simple-hearted Negroes escaped the dogmatic discords of our region. As we were remote from all heresies, Catholic or Protestant, the only burning issues were sprinkling versus immersion, and free will versus predestination. The Baptists were predestinarian. The Methodists represented free will, but the Negroes were both Baptist and Methodist. They clung to immersion and clung to the Methodist hymns and ecstasy. Thus did each colored brother and sister
easily reconcile the irreconcilable. The immersion of the colored people was always a picturesque and affecting scene. Dressed in white cotton, fabric of which their chain was made, they moved under the Sunday morning sunshine across the sands opposite our house to the river, and there sang gently and sweetly. There was no noise or shouting. The rite was performed by a white minister. After immersion, each was embraced by his or her relatives. There was more singing, and the procession moved slowly away. White converts were immersed separately from the Negroes, but they were few, and the performance was by no means so impressive. No cruelty to Negroes occurred in the houses or on the farms of any families in which we were intimate. Servants were sometimes flogged, but with no more severity and with less frequency than white children. A certain man who dishonored the name of a reputable family by lashing his slave so severely that he soon after died, so shocked the county that the tradition of that manslaughter remains to this day. I remember well my father's efforts to bring the manslayer to justice, unavailing because only slaves witnessed the tragedy. Fury rarely overbore the slave owner's need to keep his property in good condition. The only instance of brutality that I personally witnessed was at Stafford Courthouse, where a coarse man had charged 4 female slaves with an attempt to poison him. There was no real evidence, and some believed that it was an effort to obtain for the elderly and unremarkable women the payment the county must make if they were executed. When the women were acquitted, their owner took them out to his cart, bound them by their wrists to the back of it, ordered the driver to go on, tore down the dresses from their backs, and lashed them with a rawhide until the cart disappeared on the road. A crowd witnessed this scene, and though there were mutterings, none could interfere. The horror made an ineffaceable impression on me, though I was too young to generalize on it. Deeply engraved also on my memory is a small prison-like building in the center of Falmouth known as Captain Pickett's, where Negroes were sent to be flogged. The captain was the town constable, and one of his functions was to whip Negroes when their owners so ordered. Although warned by my parents against loitering about Captain Pickett's, this whetted my curiosity, and with other boys I heard the imploring tones of the sufferers. I remember the captain silently walking up and down in front of his grim house, with his iron-gray hair and beard, never smiling, never uttering a word from his compressed lips. When I had left Falmouth, and thought of him as the local figurehead of an evil system, I heard of his suicide. It was many years before I could do the poor captain justice. As a matter of fact, the old constable was simply presiding at the last relic of the whipping post. The long dilapidated stocks were still visible near the churchyard, where they had stood at the door of the cedar church. The whipping post had hid itself in the constable's office. But I now have reason to believe that in that very den many a stripe fell gently, and that Captain Pickett hung himself simply because the shame of being an official Negro whipper became intolerable. The whipping post ended with Captain Pickett. The last tidings I had of his building was that it was used as a storehouse of federal bombs. Footnote: a man belonging to a wealthy citizen, Murray Forbes, had to be flogged on some complaint of a neighbor. Mr. Forbes intimated to Captain Pickett his hope that he would be merciful. Pickett said, "Mr. Forbes, there is not a more tender-hearted man in Falmouth than I am." The Negro told his master, "Captain Pickett told me to holler, and I hollered, but the cowhide fell on the post." End footnote. Although the slave dealers gathered their harvests in our region, it was in large part surreptitiously. It was socially disreputable for a man to sell slaves to them, or indeed to part the members of families on his estate further than by hiring them to neighbors. Hiring day in Falmouth was not often marked by unhappy scenes, as the increase of slaves in every homestead made it more comfortable for many of them to find new homes. The troubles arose when the death of some gentleman in debt necessitated the sale of his property. The word slave was not used. We spoke of free Negroes and servants. Those were the happy days of inconsistency. Our 4th of July orators talked grandly of the enormity of taxation without representation, and the right of every man to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But the bondage of millions of dusky human beings was never thought of as a thing even to be explained in those days. For myself, I did not know our servants were slaves, and dare say I repeated in the kitchen my favorite school declamation ending, "Give me liberty or give me death." Also, I have a vague remembrance of envying the little blacks their greater freedom. Most of them had nothing to do but roam and play. My brother Peyton and I were on affectionate terms with the servants. They helped us in all our little projects, such as raising poultry and pigeons. Considerable patches of ground were given us on the Inglewood farm, where we competed as to which could raise the finest melons. We had varieties of watermelons and muskmelons, which we sold at high prices to our father, and at table showed our high appreciation of their excellence. The only particular pet I ever had was an ugly duckling. It was wounded by a rat and had to be killed, and I was so heartbroken that I never ventured to have another animal pet. My affections were lavished on my little sister Mildred, 5 years younger than myself, and our tender relation to each other remains unbroken by the eventualities of life. I won some distinction among Falmouth boys for skill in making willow whistles and playing on them, and for plumping marbles. I also had several other fair accomplishments, especially in making tiny mill wheels in imitation of that which turned my father's cotton factory. But I was not popular among my comrades. I was homely, was not spirited, and was a poor creature besides my handsome and dashing brother Peyton, always ready to wrestle or fight, things I hated. I worshipped rather precociously the beautiful ladies of Falmouth, and numerous aunts and cousins from the country, of whom some were always visiting us. I did their errands and attended on them with eagerness, and they were so gracious to me that I cared little for the boys. Moreover, I was beginning to form friendships with people met in storybooks. Much as I disliked playground squabbles, I found it pleasant to assist at the slaughter of dragons. It was an era in my childish life when I journeyed with Christian to the celestial city, past Apollyon and other foes not yet belonging to fairyland. By fairy tales in The Child's Own Book, by the Arabian Nights, by the Pilgrim's Progress, dreams were built on the stuff of me. I was surrounded with a sleep, a source of dreams, and my little life was rounded out thereby. If I could have found the Bible, as I did the Arabian Nights, among the old volumes, mainly medical, shelved in our bedroom, they had belonged to Grandfather Daniel's library, as an unknown book, perhaps I should have found equal delight in it. But the sanctity attached to it, the duty of getting it by heart,
the daily impressed belief that it concerned my salvation made it a sealed book. Joseph and his brethren, Moses and the bulrushes, Solomon and the Queen of Sheba were all pale beside Aladdin, Ali Baba, and the rest, amid whom fancy could roam with free wing. The Bible was associated with blue and red tickets convertible into other religious books. At Sunday school, a certain number of scripture verses recited from memory were rewarded with a blue ticket. A certain number of blue tickets secured a red one. A certain number of the red, if I recall the colors correctly, enabled the holder to acquire any volume he might select from prize shelves prettily supplied by the Methodist book concern. I began with Genesis and memorized straight on, omitting nothing, except perhaps long genealogies, and this was continued for years. I do not remember having been prevented by any teacher from reciting the obscene passages, and I was too Arcadian to discover anything indecent in the Bible. The Hindus say, "He that has no wound may touch poison." There was a little book in our house entitled Keeper in Search of His Master, the story of a lost dog's suffering from hunger and maltreatment, over which I shed burning tears. From it I gained some sense of the feelings of animals, and from the tales of Maria Edgeworth I learned more about the value of kindliness and generosity than I got from the Bible. I think the first thing that impressed me in the Bible was the snake in Eden. My horror of snakes was indiscriminate. The first duty of man on seeing that crawling devil was to kill it. Dr. Adam Clark, in his commentary, a favorite book with my father, suggested that before it sentenced to crawl, the serpent was a kind of ape. My father told the anecdote of a preacher who cried, "If you don't repent, Dr. Clark's ape will catch you." He was amused, but I was shocked by the theory and the laughter. Levity was out of place in such a grave matter. Traveling circuses sometimes visited Fredericksburg, and once only, I was permitted to go. What was my horror on seeing a young woman handle a huge serpent affectionately? Here were Eve and the devil. I knew what was meant by my father's dislike of sinful amusements. My consciousness took his side, and I never petitioned to go to another circus. Another time my father startled me. He was conversing with some preacher and said, "I do not think Solomon's song ought to be in the Bible at all." What my feeling was I cannot of course remember, but the incident stands in my memory after 60 years. Cousin Elizabeth Daniel, daughter of United States Justice Daniel, sometimes came to us from Richmond for a visit. She was distinguished for her intelligence and culture. No doubt she remarked the interest with which I listened to her conversations with my mother, which were chiefly on authors, Dickens, Scott, Byron, Southey, Moore, and others, and took notice of me. When I was about 10, this cousin, after one of her visits, requested me to write to her. So began a correspondence which continued several years. I developed some thoughts by the effort to express them, and exactness of statement by the extreme pains I took in writing to the accomplished lady who honored me with her attention. Above all, some faith in my homely and shy self was engendered in me by her extended letters. These were not condescending nor patronizing, but written as to a friend. Being herself an Episcopalian, she never wrote on doctrinal topics, but generally about books.
probably I was just a little secularized by this interchange of thoughts unconnected with religion. Also, I found the Methodist regime sufficiently elastic to admit not only the luxuries of our table, but beautiful moonlit evenings on the Rappahannock. The ladies carried their guitars, the gentlemen their flutes. There, silently crouched beside some affectionate aunt or cousin, I learned Moore's melodies by heart, and old Scotch songs, never to be thought of thenceforth as mere poetry, but as my heart's honey-dew. Late in life, in printing something about Virginia, I spoke of the crystal Rappahannock. I learned that some aged people there regarded the river as normally muddy, and that indeed might be expected of a stream coming from the mountains, and at Falmouth dashing over falls. All I can say is that in early boyhood I used to see sweet faces and pure skies in its waters, and feel certain that it was then the crystal Rappahannock. The great and sensational events of our boyhood, Brother Peyton and myself, were 2 visits to Richmond. What splendor! On the first visit we stayed at the house of Justice Daniel, who was at home, and he and his wife — she was a daughter of Edmund Randolph, first Attorney General of the United States — and their daughters, Elizabeth and Anne, and their brother Peter, were gracious and charming to us. Our cousin John Moncure Daniel, then studying law in Richmond, took us about to show us the Capitol and other notable things. Richmond was thenceforth the city called Beautiful, and it remained so after a subsequent visit to our young cousins in the home of Uncle Travers and Aunt Susan Daniel. There was a soupçon of worldliness there, too, refreshing to our little Methodist souls, for they taught us a card game, 7-up. We had never seen a pack of cards before, and it was many a year before I saw another. Public amusements were unknown to Falmouth. Once, when a band of buy-a-broom girls in picturesque costumes went from door to door with their little white brooms, it was as exciting as an opera. I can see them now with their strange faces, their graceful gestures, and hear their song, "Buy a broom, buy a broom, buy a broom, buy a broom, oh buy of the wandering Bavarian a broom." They carried off our pocket money and left a lot of worthless sticks terminating with shavings, but also left a melody that I can sing today. Once we had in Fredericksburg astronomic lectures with magic lantern from Dr. Lardner. Another course was from Dr. Goldby of London on zoology. In one of these he made a statement about rats that I never forgot. He said the rat had human-like tastes. If 2 jars of preserves, one sweetened with loaf sugar, the other with brown, were left near rats, they would consume the loaf sugar preserves before touching the brown sugar jar. My idea of the rat was revolutionized. I should not myself be so particular. Now and then a famous singer stopped for 1 or 2 evenings and sang in Fredericksburg Town Hall. Henry Bishop was long remembered, and I almost shudder now in recalling his dramatic rendering of "The Maniac," and 1 or 2 other thrilling compositions of his. The tournament was still an institution in our neighborhood. It took place annually in a long lane on the Spotsylvania side of the river. The young men from various counties, mounted on their decorated steeds, tilted at the suspended ring, and the victor received his wreath, kneeling, from the Queen of Love and Beauty, surrounded by her maids of honor on a splendid platform. These were the beautiful and refined ladies of Northern Virginia.
It was an important social event, and the chief relic of the ancient fair and horse race for which our region was once famous, but on which the killjoy preachers had frowned. The puritanical spirit steadily blighting the gaieties of old Virginia did not long spare the tournament and the annual ball. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 4. In my 10th year, I was sent to the Fredericksburg Classical and Mathematical Academy, the principal educational institution in Northern Virginia. The academy grew out of the school founded by the admirable clergyman of French descent, James Marall, to which George Washington went just 100 years before. Our principal, Thomas Hanson, taught Greek and Latin in the central building, other studies being in the wings under 2 assistants. The scholars were of many counties, and most of the historic families of Virginia were represented, though probably few of the youths knew or cared about their ancestors. I believe I was the youngest pupil, the ages ranging mostly between 12 and 17. The academy was under the auspices of St. George's Church, whose venerable rector, Dr. Edward C. McGuire, occasionally visited us. The Falmouth contingent was large, and there was some chafing between them and the Fredericksburg scholars. These called our village Hogtown, alleging that hogs were seen in the streets, and we retorted with Sheeptown, with what connotation I cannot remember. But this exchange of epithets caused no fights, albeit among us, about 200, there was a normal proportion of bullies, and fisticuffs were not uncommon in the acre lot behind the school. Our recess games were chiefly chermany and bandy, or hockey. An accidental blow from a bandy stick on my right eye laid me up in darkness with leeches. Though there was no visible sequel at the time, the eye became dim in after years, and finally became nearsighted. Most of us were preparing for some college, and the keys to every college were Latin and Greek. To these our time was mainly given, our readings being in Greca Majora and in school editions of Latin classics. I liked these studies, but hated mathematics. I found delight in The Scholar's Companion, from which we learned the Greek and Latin origin of many English words. My distinction was in penmanship. It was agreed that no rival could equal my pen-printing of German and other ornamental lettering. Once Grandfather Conway asked me to show him some of my penmanship. I prepared with pains imitations of the signatures of himself, of my father and uncles. "Wonderful indeed," he said. Then patting me on the head, he added, with a smile, "Yes, it is perfect, and I hope you'll never do it again." I wondered, but his word was law, and my facsimiles ended. Mr. Hanson, old Tommy, was an excellent teacher. He kept a switch beside him, but rarely used it, and his assistants were not permitted to inflict corporal punishment. He often made occasion to stimulate our sense of humor and instruct us in conduct and kindness. There was no religious teaching beyond the daily opening with Scripture and a scarce audible prayer. Equality prevailed among us. No one had any advantage in belonging to any wealthy or historic family. The ancestral cult which arose with the national centenaries was unknown. Never did I hear George Washington, or any other American celebrity held up as an exemplar. And this was the case not only in our school, but in the community, with the exception that Mary, the mother of Washington, was held up as a model of piety, and a place pointed out near her monument where she was said to have retired for prayer. I got high marks in Latin and Greek, but had no enjoyment in the books read. Later, I found among the old books of Grandfather Daniel English translations of Virgil's Aeneid and Ovid's Metamorphoses, and read them with delight, though I had gone through both in the original without much interest save in the mark I was to get. Mr. Hanson, who had enthusiasm for classical literature, fancied, I think, that he had in me a 10-year-old appreciator of the same. Sometimes, on returning to the school after recess, he might have observed me at my desk, and supposed that the playground was left for the charms of Caesar or Horace. But it was for pastimes with Oliver Twist, Little Nell, or other creations of my Prospero, whose mask filled our prosaic streets. Charles Dickens came like one of our Rappahannock freshets, which once or twice rose high enough to float logs in our wood cellar. Methodist prejudices against novel reading were in this case floated, and I remember my parents laughing and weeping over the books of Boz, while I was only old enough to build infant romances out of Cruikshank's illustrations. Dickens supplied our homes with new fables, phrases, types. Our neighbor, Douglas Gordon, broke a small blood vessel laughing over Pickwick, and we pitied him not for the lesion, but because his doctor forbade him to read Dickens. My baby brother Richard acquired by his infant excitability the sobriquet Tim Lincolnwater. In 1842, news came that Charles Dickens had arrived in America, and presently it was announced that on a certain day he was to pass through Fredericksburg on his way to Richmond. He was to come by steamboat from Washington to Aquia Landing, thence by stage to Fredericksburg, alighting only for lunch at Farmer's Hotel. The prospect of setting eyes on the greatest man in the world filled me with such emotion that my parents agreed that I might, in their name, ask Mr. Hanson for the necessary permission to leave school a little before the midday recess. The usage when we wished to leave the schoolroom temporarily was to stand silently before the master. This I did, but he happened to be irritated by someone in the class he was hearing, and motioned me off. On my endeavoring to say I had permission of my parents, he ordered me to my seat. Thither I returned, jumped out of an open window 7 or 8 feet from the ground, and reached the inn just as the author was alighting. On my return to school just after recess, there was a dead silence. My leap had been observed by many, and none knew the reason for it. Mr. Hanson stood pale and agitated, for I had been hitherto obedient. My brother Peyton was absent, and I was too much dazed by the situation to arrest by any plea the impending switch. It was the only flogging I ever received in school, and feeling that it was unmerited, I bore it without a word or a tear. But tu comprendre, c'est tu pardonner. The dear old master, when he learned the whole story, was more troubled than I was, for I had got a good look of Dickens. During my remaining 5 years in the school, he treated me with a sort of affection, and when I left and entered college, in my 16th year, he announced the fact in school and uttered a eulogy on my conduct and diligence. My most lasting education in all those years was in the law courts, and in listening to discussions of cases in our house. My opportunities were of the best. 2 of my father's brothers were prominent lawyers, John Moncure and Eustace, and the latter became an eminent judge. My grandfather Conway, clerk of the county, had been educated for the bar. His eldest daughter married Richard Moncure, afterwards the Chief Justice of Virginia. On my mother's side, her uncle, Peter Daniel, was a justice of the United States Supreme Court, and her brother, Travers Daniel, long Attorney General of Virginia, had a wide reputation for learning and eloquence. My father's position as presiding magistrate of the county brought many lawyers to our house for consultation. When some great case was to be argued in Fredericksburg, especially when one of my uncles was to speak, I was permitted to go to the courthouse at cost of a brief absence from school. My vacations were mostly passed at Airlessly, and in the courthouse I found my theater, and witnessed many a comedy and tragedy. I can still hear the ringing laughter attending the efforts of lawyers to trip each other or the witnesses. Face after face of the prisoners rise before me. Opposite the courthouse was the jail, a whited sepulchre to my eyes, from whose small grated apertures looked murderous phantoms. I see them brought out, handcuffed, and follow them to the courtroom, and feel the awe of a fellow man dragged prematurely before the bar of God, where the balances are produced, and all the deeds of his life cast into their scale. It was, of course, the murder cases that made the deepest impression. The juries consisted of men whom I was accustomed to see in their commonplace work, but after I had seen them in court, with faces intent for hours in trying to get at the fact and the truth, these neighbors were never common again. In murder cases, it was necessary that Uncle Richard Moncure, the prosecuting attorney, should be confronted with a powerful advocate, and when one had to be appointed by the court, the defense was often entrusted to the elder John L. Marya of Fredericksburg. He was, in appearance, as French as his great-grandfather James Marya, who came from Europe to preach to the Huguenots in Virginia and founded St. George's Church in Fredericksburg and the first school there. From Marya's interestingly homely countenance there was unsheathed in pleading a spirit which often filled me with wonder. When he appeared in the Stafford courtroom, everybody knew that some prisoner's case was hard to defend. It was said that before entering on his final speech in defense, Marya slipped over to the inn and drank 2 cups of a tear-producing tea. The pathos and the tears invariably came. I remember a speech by Marya in which a question of interpreting a person's compromising utterance was raised. The advocate warned the jury against taking words at foot of the letter, and claimed that the prosecutor, Uncle Richard, good churchman that he was, would not venture to take literally the words of Jesus, "If a man smite thee on one cheek, turn to him the other." He added, "And if a thief were to steal my honored friend's cloak, would he give the rogue his coat also?" Uncle Richard made no special reply to these words, and they sank deep into my mind. While at the bar, Uncle Richard steadily refused to advocate any case, whatever the fee offered, in which he detected any injustice. This was so well known that when he did undertake any case, it was generally equivalent to a judicial decision. The lawyers were said to be much relieved when he was transferred to the bench. Again and again, as prosecuting attorney, did he take some criminal, unable to procure competent counsel, under his protection and see that in the face of public prejudice, justice did not swerve. I remember vividly a scene of this kind. A very brutal rogue, notorious for his violence, had killed a man, and there was general satisfaction that the county was now to get rid of him by the gallows. He was a criminal of very repulsive appearance, and his defiant glare around the courtroom excited horror and wrath. The crowd already saw the noose round his bull-like neck. Uncle Richard arose and calmly said, "May it please your honor, I mean to prosecute this man for murder in the 2nd degree." Murmurs of surprise and anger were heard. During this manifestation, the prosecutor said not a word, but seemed to be absorbed in arranging his papers. When he began his speech, it was with sublime sentences concerning justice. Then he proceeded to show that it was a case of homicide which, albeit guilty, was committed without any deadly weapon, and that there was no evidence of deliberation. In my novel Pine and Palm, I have disguised in Judge Sterling traits of this beloved uncle, whose greatness of mind and character raised above me a standard to which I have always paid homage. There was such intimacy between him and my father and their families that this uncle's house, Glencairn, was another home to me. No word of unkindness, thoughtlessness, or of depreciation ever came from him. Affectionate, simple, full of sympathy and humor, we could always approach him, and occasionally, when on his way to his office in a separate building, he would pause a few moments to join in our outdoor sport. There was a wide impression in the county that Chief Justice Moncure was a child outside his profession, and among the illustrations of this it was told that on seeing his negroes removing a cider press, he undertook to help them by supporting a crossbeam with his shoulder, in order that it might not be broken by a fall. In this effort he struggled until his face was red, and at last cried, "I can support it no longer. It must fall. Get out of the way." His shoulder was withdrawn, but the beam remained fixed in the air, and it took the workmen some time to get it down. On one occasion, a deputation of jurists journeyed from Richmond to Glencairn to consult him on some important matter, and found him in his front garden, green bag in hand, playing puss in the corner with the children, among these being a little negro boy who was just calling out, "Now run, Mars Dick." Among the many legends concerning the later life of this Chief Justice, one tells that when he was very ill at Staunton, where the court was sitting, and felt his end near, he reminded his wife that their pecuniary circumstances had been much reduced since the war, and begged her not to carry his body to Glencairn for burial. The state, he said, would defray the expenses of his burial wherever he died, and the cost of the removal of his body to Stafford would be heavy. His wife, overwhelmed with grief, said that she must refuse what might be his last request. In vain he entreated, and at length exclaimed, "Then I'll not die here at all." And sure enough he arose and lived several years after. He died in 1882, and was buried in the family graveyard at Glencairn. Uncle Richard perceived my fondness for reading, and sometimes took me to his office and sat me in a corner with a book. One afternoon I was absorbed in an old law book on medical jurisprudence, which contained examples of mental and moral delusion. Optical and other spectres were raised and laid, ghosts legally analyzed, and the problems of responsibility dealt with in a lucid way, which enabled me to take some steps in real thinking. Sometimes Uncle Richard talked to me about our academy, my favorite studies, my schoolmates, of whose parents or ancestors he related pleasant anecdotes. Of religion he never spoke to me.
He was the most eminent layman of the Episcopal Church in Northern Virginia, and represented St. George's Parish in the great church conventions, but he rarely conversed about doctrines. He hated all intolerance. When someone spoke sharply of a clergyman's leaning towards Mariolatry, Uncle Richard said, "If we reverence Jesus, we would naturally reverence his mother." When I first met him after becoming a Unitarian, he treated me with the wonted affection, and made no allusion to my change of faith. One judicial action of Chief Justice Moncure is of historical interest in connection with slavery. Our neighbor, Mrs. Coulter, bequeathed freedom to her numerous slaves. But after the clause of liberation, the will said that if her Negroes preferred to remain in slavery, they might select their masters. The husband of the heir contended that the clause giving the slaves this choice, not legal in Virginia, invalidated the liberating clause. The case reached the Court of Appeals, and a majority of the court sustained the heir's contention. The Negroes, to whom Mrs. Coulter, as was proved, had long promised freedom, remained in slavery until liberated by the war. Chief Justice Moncure vehemently pronounced the decision contrary to both law and equity. His minority opinion is now supported by every jurist in Virginia. The case was decided not long before the secession, when the Southern people were infuriated, and to this feeling the injustice is generally ascribed. The outrageous wrong was reported in the Northern papers, and it is the more important that I should record here this protest of the Chief Justice. The only church in Falmouth was, and is, a Union house. Catholics and Unitarians were unknown in our region, and I remember no Episcopalian service in Falmouth, but between Methodists, Baptists, and Presbyterians, the village had 2 and sometimes 3 sermons every Sunday. Now and then some peripatetic propagandist appeared. I remember the impression made on me by a female preacher, the only one I ever heard in Virginia. A good-looking man sat beside her in the pulpit, but uttered no word. The lady, middle-aged, refined, comely, arose without hymn or prayer, laid aside her gray poke-bonnet, and gave her sermon, of which I remember the sweet voice and engaging simplicity. I also remember that a hypercritical uncle, Dr. J. H. Daniel, praised the sermon. The walls in the vestibule of Falmouth Church were thickly covered with caricatures of various preachers and leading citizens, penciled by irreverent youth while waiting to escort the ladies home. Probably the contrarious dogmas set forth from a Union pulpit may have had a tendency to keep clever youths from taking any of them seriously. Among our elders there was a keen interest in the controversies, for which I think must have usually characterized the sermons, for I do not recall one that contained anything for a child. The discussions in our house about Calvinism piqued my curiosity. My parents were once much amused by a narrative given them by learned John Minor on one of his calls, of which I managed to get in after years an exact version. A Presbyterian preacher visited him, John Minor, to remonstrate against his abstention from church, alleging the unhappy influence of his indifference to religion. "But how am I to acquire interest in religion?" said I. "Through the influence of the Holy Ghost," said he. "How am I to obtain that influence?" "By prayer." "What? Can my lips move the Holy Ghost?" "The Holy Ghost moves you to pray."
It appears that I cannot get religion till I pray for it, and I cannot pray for it till I've got it. The congregations in Falmouth included the elite, but it was different in the Methodist conventicle in Fredericksburg. I do not suppose that anyone attending the present neat Methodist church there remembers the room where their predecessors assembled. It was a low-roofed shanty built of planks by John Cobbler. Father Cobbler had been a carpenter and a local preacher to the town in 1789, but having married a widow possessing slaves, it was decided that he must not preach. He manumitted the slaves, but did not resume preaching. I remember his benign look, serene face, and bald head. I recall but one preacher, a square-jawed man with grating voice. With the exception of our family and Uncle Eustace Conway and John Cobbler, the congregation were mostly poor and ignorant. The women generally wore drab gowns and Quakerized bonnets. There was no choir and no organ. The hymns, led by a good man with a cracked voice and a tuning fork, were crooned in unison. It was pleasant to drive over in our big round coach and back, but I saw my cousins and playmates on their way to the fine churches, and in my 10th year going to the meeting-house began to be a half-conscious martyrdom. I have a vague remembrance of humiliation by some boys' jesting references to Methodists. Several times I had been taken by relatives to the Episcopal Church, and it was a family joke that I declared myself an organ Christian. I was painfully precocious, and old enough to be troubled by the contrast between our Methodist and our social environment. I was not happy in this double life. I envied my playmates, their sparkling worldliness, and their indifference about their souls. In fair weather I walked over to the meeting and past the doors of the two handsome churches, St. George's and the Presbyterian, to the poor quarter called Liberty Town, to kneel amid ugliness and dream of beauty. However, towards the close of 1841, the Methodists completed their new church, and Cobbler's was turned over to the Negroes. But still there was no organ. Happily, there was no Christmas service in the Methodist church, and on that day I went to St. George's. The ancient church, which had stood for 100 years, and which the Washingtons and other historic families had attended, possessed an antique dignity not discoverable in the present edifice. I remember vividly my first Christmas in St. George's, perhaps my 11th year. How beautiful it all was! I sat in the cushioned pew with beloved relatives near the rector's wife, granddaughter of Betty Lewis, Washington's sister, and surrounded by elegant people. The church was festooned with evergreen, which seemed to find voice in the Gloria, with its soft and tender duet, "Thou that takest away the sins of the world." My heart was at peace, and I was prepared to listen to the gospel of peace as it came from the lips of the childlike old rector. Dr. McGuire, with his noble countenance, with charming simplicity, without heat or gesture, read a poetic discourse, picturing a world at peace, when a new star was kindled in the sky. Then from the choir broke forth the Christmas hymn, "While shepherds watched their flocks by night." That carol came to me as if from the very angels on the first Christmas day. Just above the red screen was visible the lovely face of the chief singer, whose tender voice carried the song into the depths of my heart. Often had I read the story in the New Testament. I could repeat every word of it from memory, but then and there
the glad tidings first reached me. I had never before seen the young singer who led the choir. I afterwards learned that her name was Ella Rothrock, and am told that she married and is living in Philadelphia as of 1903. She is not likely ever to know that her voice first raised for a boy she never saw the star of a love for all mankind. Shepherds, angels, star, long ago turned to a fairy tale. The happy tears unsealed by glad tidings of joy for mankind have changed to tears of grief at tidings of war and woe for mankind. Yet, when past 70 I listen to the melodies that then moved me, above them all comes the voice of the singer of St. George's Church, repeating with new meaning the burden of the carol. "Fear not," the angel cried, for dread had seized their troubled mind. "Glad tidings of great joy I bring to you and all mankind." To this song my heart responded in boyhood. My reason responds today. Religion, whose end and aim is not human happiness on earth, is a cruel superstition. After this memorable Christmas experience, I observed that the Methodist meeting ended sooner than at St. George's, and that by enterprise I could reach the gallery there and hear the last hymn. My parents were too wise to object to my device. I was indeed allowed now and then to attend the whole service, and was trained by that choir, above all by Ella Rothrock's singing, to a passionate love of sacred music. To our great delight, my sister Mildred developed musical taste and a sweet voice. There was a good music teacher in Fredericksburg, and my father bought a fine piano. So fast as sister learned her notes, I also learned enough to play hymn tunes. I got the St. George tune book, and found the tunes that charmed me, first of all the Gloria in Excelsis and Nativity, then old Hotham, Olympia, Bethlehem, Mornington, Dundee, one that had delighted me being actually named Conway. I learned to play them all. I set my mother, sister, aunts to singing them, joining in myself with a fervent second. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 5. I was sent to college too soon. My elder brother had gone to Dickinson College at Carlisle, and so desired to have me with him that I was taken from the academy. I had barely turned 15 when I became a sophomore, and 4 months later was advanced to the junior class. I was the youngest in these classes. The college faculty was not surpassed in ability by any in America. One chair, indeed, was inadequately filled, that of mathematics. Its professor, Sudler, was learned, but had not the art of teaching. Although it was a Methodist college, best teachers had been secured without regard to doctrinal views, 2 of them, I believe, not being members of any church. One of these was William Allen, professor of chemistry, afterwards president of Girard College. Footnote: while president of Girard College, Allen married a Unitarian lady of Boston. This was after I had become a Unitarian minister, and before the marriage I was consulted by the lady's pastor concerning my old professor's character. Happily, I was able to give the man, of whom I once stood in awe, a good recommendation, and especially felt sure that he had not enough orthodoxy to trouble a Unitarian wife. End footnote. Spencer F. Baird, afterwards chief of the Smithsonian Institution, Washington, was never a Methodist, and his wife was a Unitarian. He was our professor of zoology. The classical department was represented by Dr. John McClintock and Dr. George R. Crooks, afterwards of Drew Seminary, who were Broad Church Methodists and original thinkers. The professor of mental and moral philosophy and of English composition and rhetoric was Caldwell, who might have been a great man had he not died early. At the head of these brilliant men was Robert Emory, who to every student was an ideal college president. In personal presence, in his manners, at once gracious and dignified, in his simplicity and the sweetness of his voice, he had every quality that could excite young enthusiasm. Robert Emory's biography of his father, Bishop Emory, is a scholarly work, but it can convey no idea of the engaging personality of our president. When he called on my brother and myself, I cannot remember what he said, but after we left, we were ready to die for him. Professor Caldwell used to impress on us the importance of weighed words, exact statement, and tones sympathetic with the sense. His criticism of our compositions, or of our accentuation in reading, was uttered with such sweetness that the effect was always encouragement. We last met Professor Caldwell on February 28, 1848. He told us there would be no more Monday recitations, as he was going away. Soon after, we heard of his death. So ended the work to which many congregations have been indebted that never heard his name. It was fortunate for us that there was in the faculty a man of such versatility as Allen, who, in addition to his own chair, chemistry and physics, undertook the principal part of the subjects Caldwell had to give up. Memorable were Allen's instructions in rhetoric and logic. The textbook was Whately's, but Allen was an abler man than Whately, and often took us on excursions away from the books. His fundamental principle was that the object of all eloquence is to carry one's point. The finest writing or speaking that doesn't help to carry one's point is no eloquence at all, but the reverse of it, distracting attention from the one purpose. I remember also an admirable talk he gave us on imaginative literature, especially fiction. He knew the kind of fiction that told the truth. Quote, "And, gentlemen, whatever people may say against novels, such a work is always worth reading." Close quote. We called Professor Allen vulgarly Bully Allen, classically Corpus, on account of his rotund dimensions, and his large ruddy countenance, suggestive of the typical John Bull. His faults as a professor were that he occasionally experimented on students, and did not always keep his temper. In a recitation on rhetoric, he once asked me a question about debating societies. Though it was apparently from the Whately open before him, I had found there nothing on the subject, and shook my head. He then propounded the question to another of the class, who answered fluently. Allen then dryly said, "The subject is not alluded to in the edition used by the class." And the poor student's erroneous reply revealed that he had not studied the lesson assigned. Allen tried a galvanic trick on one of our class, Auchmuty, inviting him to take hold of the handles of a battery. The shock caused Auchmuty to yell and jerk, the battery being smashed, causing fun to the class and visible anger in the professor. I wrote a description of this scene
in magniloquent Homeric measure, which amused some fellow students, and I suspect was heard of by Allen, who seemed cross with me for a week. Baird, the youngest of the faculty, was the beloved professor and the ideal student. He was beautiful and also manly. All that was finest in the forms he explained to us seemed to be represented in the man. He possessed the art of getting knowledge into the dullest pupil. So fine was his spirit that his explanations of all the organs and functions of the various species were an instruction also in refinement of mind. Nothing unclean could approach him. One main charm of spring's approach was that then would begin our weekly rambles in field, meadow, wood, where Baird introduced us to his intimates. About some of these, especially snakes, most of us had indiscriminate superstitions. Occasionally he would capture some pretty and harmless snakes, and show us with pencilings their difference from the poisonous ones. He even persuaded the bolder among us to handle them. He kept a small barrel of these pretty reptiles in his house, and his little daughter used to play with them, till once some lady entering the room gave a scream. After that, so ran the story, the child had the usual horror of snakes. After Professor Baird went to reside in Washington, I had opportunities of seeing him and his family often. Mrs. Baird was a lady of fine culture and much wit. Baird was very lovable in his home, and to the end of life he remained a man in whom I never discovered a fault of mind or heart. He awakened in me a love of science, to which I had previously given little thought. Dr. McClintock made Greek studies interesting, and Professor Crooks had much skill in teaching Latin. We studied in manuals compiled by them jointly, and it used to be said that to enter the kingdom of heaven one must study his Bible carefully and his McClintock and Crooks prayerfully. Among the assistant teachers was Otis Henry Tiffany, afterwards widely known as an attractive pulpit speaker in Baltimore and New York. Another, Devinay, had a reserved manner, and the students thought him icy, but his young wife died, and Devinay sank into melancholy and did not long survive her. It was rumored that he took his own life. Professor McClintock was a much occupied man. His scholarship and literary accomplishments brought his pen into much demand for the Methodist Quarterly, of which he became editor later, and other publications. He kept abreast of theological and philosophical inquiries in Europe and America. We were all proud of his reputation and careful not to encroach on his time. He was the last man one might expect to see mixed up in any disturbance, and there was wild excitement when, on a bright June afternoon, 1847, rumors spread of a fatal riot led by this same professor. One Kennedy of Maryland had discovered his 3 fugitive slaves in Carlisle, and in an attempt to rescue them when led out of the courtroom, he was mortally wounded. My friend Emory McClintock, F.R.S., son of the professor, possesses the documents in this once famous case. On June 2nd, Professor McClintock, casually passing the courthouse, was told of the trial of the fugitives and entered. Finding, by speaking to the judge, that he, that is, the judge, was not acquainted with a law just passed, McClintock went home and brought a copy of it. On his way out of the courtroom, he saw a white man raise his stick over the head of a Negro, to whom he said, "If you are struck, apply to me, and I will see justice done you." When McClintock returned with the new law, the case was already decided, and the fugitives were being led out to a carriage. Then occurred the riot. McClintock kept entirely out of it, and started homewards, stopping a moment to ask the doctor if Kennedy was badly hurt, and to express regret, and another moment to protect a woman. Near the courthouse corner, he states, I saw 2 men holding and apparently abusing an old Negro woman. I asked if they had authority. The woman jumped towards me and threw her left arm round me. I released myself and then told the officer that if he arrested the woman wrongfully, he did it on his own responsibility, and I should see justice done to her. The woman said that she had done nothing wrong, but only attempted to get her old man out of the melee, for fear he should be hurt. The officer said he saw her strike. I then asked, "Did you see her strike?" He said hesitatingly, "At least I saw her raise her hand to her head." And then I think he let her go. In a short time after, I returned home. There was probably not an abolitionist among the students, and most of us, perhaps, were from slave states. My brother and I, like others, packed our trunks to leave college. A meeting of all the students was held in the evening in the college chapel, at which President Emory spoke a few reassuring words, but we Southerners, wildly excited, appointed a meeting for next morning. At this meeting, June 3rd, we were all stormy under the door opened, and the face of McClintock was seen, serene as if about to take his usual seat in his recitation room. There was a sudden hush. Without excitement or gesture, without any accent of apology or appeal, he related the simple facts, then descended from the pulpit and moved quickly along the aisle and out of the door. When McClintock had disappeared, there were consultations between those sitting side by side, and 2 or 3 seniors drew up resolutions of entire confidence in the professor, which were signed by everyone present, 90, and sent to leading papers for publication. Being then little over 15, I could not appreciate all the reasons why thenceforth McClintock was to me the most interesting figure in Carlisle. The calm moral force of that address in the chapel, the perfect repose of the man resting on simple truth, I appreciated. To this day, whenever I think of him, there arises that scene in the chapel. It was to be some years yet before I could recognize the picturesqueness of the scene, and see shining above his head the testimony in court of his enemy, Edward Hutt. McClintock was the only white man by the Negroes. One white gentleman, at least, in the Carlisle of 1847, was capable of concern about the Negroes. It would not have been easy at that date to find a professor in any American college willing to shield Negro slaves. It was fortunate that the celebrated trial of Dr. McClintock took place during vacation. When we returned after summer, it was to find our professor triumphant over a conspiracy of politicians, all pro-slavery, to get him into prison or drive him out of town. Witness after witness, perjurer after perjurer, came forward to testify that McClintock was with those who struck down Kennedy, had said to the fallen man that he was served right, etc. Those acquainted with McClintock knew this testimony to be false. But how could it be disproved? A well-known citizen, Jacob Ream, testified that he was told by a man that he had overheard 2 men say they were resolved to drive McClintock out of Carlisle. The overheard conversation indicated a conspiracy, but Ream could not remember the name or locality of his informant. McClintock's lawyer, Hon. William Meredith, tried in vain to get some clue, but when all seemed hopeless, Ream sprang forward and pointed to a man just entering the courtroom, and cried, "There's the man." The stranger, called to the stand, fully corroborated Rheem. This new witness lived miles out of Carlisle, and his entrance at that moment, without knowing that his testimony was wanted, extended that testimony to Providence also. The countryman's exposure of the conspiracy against McClintock greatly impressed the students and the community, but was not needed to clear him. Several lawyers not anti-slavery testified that at the time when he was alleged to be in the riot, he was some distance off talking with themselves. The trial only bequeathed a heavy case against slavery. It was the doom of that institution that every step it took outside its habitat left a track of blood. One slaveholder, seizing Negroes seeking liberty, outweighed the benevolence of 10,000 kind masters whose servants clung fondly to them. We had a college infidel, a junior named Willard. I do not remember any spirit of propagandism against him, but he was regarded as a curiosity, and students sometimes grouped themselves around him and plied him with questions. I was several times a silent listener, but cannot recall any of the questions or answers. I remember the grave look and calm voice of Willard, and also a certain wondering respect manifested by the questioners and listeners. I was as yet without any inner ear to appreciate such discussions. But I find in a little skit of mine, Dura Studentis, autumn of 1847, read in the Bouquet, a college periodical read in the chapel but not printed, sentences which probably referred to him. Quote, "The Mahometan system of forcing into the mortal corpuses of bored students the principles of natural and revealed religion, virtue and all, is got in vogue. Though he, that is the junior, be an infidel here, he is forced to give utterance to the clearest and most conclusive arguments in favor of Christianity, and, though unwilling, is forced to become either a convert or a hypocrite." Close quote. When those words were written, I was a new junior, in my 16th year, and not consciously skeptical. I can account for the sentences only by supposing that some incident had occurred in connection with Willard's recitations in Paley's Evidences and Butler's Analogy. I would naturally have been attracted by his independence. A few months later I was myself a convert, and joined the church January 16, 1848, and I find in my diary, February 16, 1848, quote, "took a walk with Willard." Close quote. This is my only mention of his name. I do not believe that religion was ever discussed between us, for I find myself without knowledge of this type of unbelief. The aim of our professors was not to make us preachers, but to make us leaders of men, whatever our avocation. We were trained to write and speak with care, and to avoid anything like the heat and rant which so easily beset the preacher. When Dr. McClintock or Dr. Crooks preached in our chapel, it was the impact of mind upon mind, and of heart upon heart, not different in this respect from the manner of Emerson and Martineau. A former president of the college, Rev. John P. Durbin, was the most eminent orator known in the history of Methodism. He continued to preach occasionally at Carlisle, and no one who had ever been under the charm of his eloquence could ever repair to the rhetorical tricks of the popular pulpiteer. Durbin left his stamp on the mind of the college. many of the students were preparing for the ministry. They were trained to the ideal of Durban, to conceive their theme perfectly, study it, and bring it to bear on the listener's reason, to make it realistic with life and beauty, or even with intellectual passion. But there must be no thumping or loudness. The sermon that made the deepest impression on me at college was one by Professor Crooks on charity. His text was the whole of 1 Corinthians chapter 13, after reading which he exclaimed, "What a coronet of brilliance around the brow of charity!" He then proceeded to explain that the word translated charity is agape, love, and proceeded to give love a beautiful coronet of his own. Whether then or before or afterward, a great love for Crooks sprang in my breast. I presently had him for my patron, and I never knew a better man. Our friendship continued through life, and his death bereaved me of one from whose affection no doctrinal differences could ever alienate me. There was a keen competition between the Belles Lettres and the Union Philosophical Societies for newcomers. The place of bribery was an ice-cream saloon. If there is still such Elysian ice-cream in Carlisle, the most virtuous of our successors will not judge us severely for long hesitation before selecting our society. The Union Philosophical, which I joined 6 weeks after entering college, was charming, and I shall never forget my elation when— but the societies are secret. There were too many sprees among the students, but I remember none supposed to be habitual tippers. There were advantages on the side of sobriety and gentlemanly conduct, notably the prospect of reception at the soirees of Miss Payne's seminary for young ladies. They were of course all beautiful, and perhaps even of sharing their occasional rambles. And indeed, the society of Carlisle generally was very attractive and accessible to gentlemanly students. The few sports we had were such as would be regarded as puerile in these days of college athletics. We even played hopscotch. The prizes of a college career in those days were not only scholastic, but also intellectual, and many types of individual mind and character were developed. These were chiefly displayed at the Saturday declamation, when the chapel was crowded with ladies. To me it was indeed a revelation to find so many great men and refined ladies belonging to a sect which in Fredericksburg was in dismal contrast with the Episcopalian and Presbyterian churches. To hear such learned and polite people talking about conversion led me to think seriously about it. I knew that my parents were anxious that I should be converted, and that nothing could cause greater joy in our household than the tidings that I had experienced religion. So I went to the mourner's bench, under no fear or excitement, having determined on the step in my own room. After my graduation, 1849, I wrote some notes about Carlisle, among them the following. Quote, "About the first of the year, 1848, they were holding prayer meetings down at Mr. Nadall's church, and after a few nights had one mourner. As soon as I heard that there was some prospect of a revival, I got my lessons well early in the afternoon, and went down there with the full determination to go up to the altar to be prayed for. As soon as the invitation was given, I went forward. My going up shocked a great many people, and soon that night there were many other students, among them my brother Peyton. I myself had very little feeling or conviction of anything, but I was resolved never to stop from that moment until I enjoyed religion in my heart, if there was such enjoyment to be had. My feelings were aroused full soon enough, and I had little cause to complain of apathy. In my own room, in the afternoon of the 9th day of January, I first felt peaceful, and professed religion 2 Sundays after by joining the Methodist Episcopal Church." The immediate fruits were that I took a class in the Sunday school, sang in the choir, and became active in the College Temperance Society. Then my health broke down, and my 16th birthday found me in bed with chill and fever. My father came on and took me home. On our way he was visited in Baltimore by Rev. Dr. Bond, for whose son he had sent for medical advice. The elder Bond was then famous as the leading writer in the Christian Advocate and Journal, the great organ of Methodism. Beside my father, the doctor appeared small, but his stature seemed to grow as his clear voice sounded and his dark eyes flashed fine lightnings. It was worth an illness to see this intellectual leader of the church and listen to the conversations between him and my father. Their talk was on church politics, which were then assuming a very serious character. Slavery had already divided the Methodist Church. The Great Baltimore Conference extended through northern Virginia, and was making Herculean efforts to maintain its hold there in the face of the rising pro-slavery agitation. Everything, as Bond well knew, depended on my father, and by that long conversation I learned the whole situation, and by what efforts he was holding the churches in our region loyal after the secession of the Methodist Church South. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Politics in Virginia, Rev. S. S. Rozelle, Rev. Norval Wilson, John Moncure Daniel, editor of the Examiner, my first appearance in print. Although after reaching home I recovered from illness, it was decided that I should not return to college until after summer vacation. Thus I had early in my 17th year 5 months in which to study things not taught in academy or college. Good opportunities came. My father's partner in the cotton factory, Warren Slaughter, a very intelligent gentleman, invited me to go with him in his buggy on a tour through several counties, Fauquier, Culpeper, Loudoun. We visited villages and homesteads, in all of which Mr. Slaughter had relatives or friends, and I made many pleasant acquaintances. Another tour was with my uncle Eustace Conway, afterwards judge, in his buggy, to attend courts in Stafford, Prince William, Brentsville, and Fairfax. The presidential contest between Lewis Cass, Democrat, and General Zachary Taylor, Whig, was in full blast, and at Brentsville I heard speeches from several political orators of Virginia. After its morning session the court adjourned till next day. At 2 a bell was rung, and a crowd assembled in the grove, where arrangements had been made to give a hearing to Congressman Pendleton. But the Democrats would not let their opponents have it all their own way, and had secured the attendance of Hon. John S. Barber, Sr., the most famous orator in Virginia. The debate was opened by 2 able Warrenton lawyers, Payne, Democrat, and Chilton, Whig. Chilton was the Virginia nobleman who volunteered to act 11 years later as counsel for John Brown after the raid at Harper's Ferry. My father had been a delegate in the National Convention that nominated Lewis Cass. My uncle Eustace was an ardent Democrat. So was I, of course, but a note in my diary shows that bias did not quite blind me. Mr. Pendleton is certainly one of the finest political speakers I have ever heard. He possesses great fluency, much ingenuity, and ready wit. His speech was delivered beautifully, declamation unexceptionable, but his arguments specious. Of course. He was followed by Mr. J. S. Barber, and decidedly the ablest speech I ever heard. Barber is a perfect orator. He has vast stores of information, and cannot be beaten at argument. His reply was the most scathing thing I ever heard. I regret, though, that he was so personally severe on Mr. Pendleton. Next day, Uncle Eustace took me to call on Barber at his inn. We found him in a dressing-gown, his gouty foot swathed on a chair. His talk, well, the shining sword of yesterday had gone back into its scabbard. When the new Methodist church was being erected in Fredericksburg, the desire of some to make it elegant frightened several old-fashioned members, one of whom said of a proposed ornament, "That will shock the old ladies." "But," said Landon Huffman, "the old ladies will be dead by the time we get into the church." The prediction was nearly fulfilled. I cannot remember seeing an old Methodist bonnet in the new edifice. The congregation became larger and more intelligent, the conference sent abler preachers, and persons belonging to society were attracted. One preacher, Samuel Stephen Roselle, was very brilliant, and the church was crowded every Sunday. He was the younger brother of Stephen Asbury Roselle, the preacher most celebrated for eloquence in the Baltimore Conference, whom, however, he nowise resembled. Asbury Roselle was a dreamer who painted his vision and was then caught in a rapture with it which enraptured his listeners. Samuel Roselle, though at times poetic, was mainly notable for vigorous thinking, for humor, sometimes satirical, and epigrammatic expression. He was a native of Loudoun County, Virginia, where Methodism was genteel. He had the look of an aristocrat, was the handsomest minister in Fredericksburg, and unmarried. But for his bushy hair and strong brow, his beardless beauty might have been thought feminine, and it was wonderful how such arrows could issue from that delicate mouth. "You ought to get more religion, if only to have more brains. You believe this in the abstract, but of what importance is the abstract? Hell in the abstract is only a magnificent display of fireworks." There were suggestions that Roselle elicited more smiles than tears, but such was the man. For me it was a grand thing that an accomplished, cultured, and eccentric thinker could find fields in the Methodist Church. Footnote: the fact that the brothers Roselle were both named Stephen gave rise to a legend. It was said that their father, and a famous preacher, was warned in a dream to give that name to every son born to him. In one case only he disregarded his dream, and it was said the boy became idiotic. End of footnote. The whirligig of itinerancy brought to our pulpit in 1848 a minister very different from any previous preacher, Norval Wilson. He was a well-bred man of 50 years. Although intellectual power looked out of his light gray eyes, it was from a somewhat caricaturish body. Small-headed, thin-visaged, beardless, with beak-like nose and receding chin, tall, lank, his movements awkward yet withal refined, Norval Wilson was a figure to excite curiosity. But never did preacher speak to my inmost soul like this man. He was almost inaudible when beginning his sermon, and his voice never rose to a high pitch, but as he proceeded his eyes kindled with a strange fire, his tremulous tones came as if from aeolian chords in his breast, and my heart lay like a charmed bird in his hand. There was no rhetorical trick, no sensational phrase, none of the stock stories of the pulpit, but convictions personally and profoundly thought out and uttered with few gestures and self-forgetting simplicity. His mission was to the individual heart. His word came from the depth of his heart, and deep answered unto deep. Our eyes at times filled with happy tears. When the enchantment ceased, I longed to clasp his knees. Footnote: Dr. Alpheus Wilson, son of Norval, is now, 1903, an eminent bishop of the Methodist Church South, and is said to be a very able preacher. I had the pleasure of seeing him in the South Place Chapel when he attended an ecumenical Methodist Congress in London, and of renewing my acquaintance with him. Unfortunately, I could not hear him preach, but good judges who remember his father assure me that the bishop, while quite different in style, possesses the like simplicity and impressiveness. End of footnote. But during my 5 months of vacation in Virginia, 1848, I came under another influence not favorable to my religious emotions, that of my cousin John Moncure Daniel. His father of the same name, my mother's eldest brother, a physician in Stafford, was a classical scholar. His mother, née Mitchell, whose marvelous beauty I remember, had some Spanish blood. Dr. Daniel had recognized the genius of his eldest son and personally attended to his education. But both parents died prematurely, and their children found homes with their relatives. John had already found welcome in the Richmond home of Justice Daniel, his father's uncle, with whom he studied law. But he had such a capacity for study that, without in the least neglecting legal studies, he mastered Uncle Peter's excellent library, which included the best Old English literature, also many French classics. In this cultured home John gained his rare equipment for a literary career. Had he been born in Old or New England, he would no doubt have become eminent as a man of letters. He had a fine imagination, a critical appreciation of music, and a style of writing equal to that of the best French writers, simple, lucid, artistic. My cousin gave up the law because of his passion for literature, and was appointed librarian in one of the Richmond libraries. He wrote articles on literary and political affairs, and was invited to assist in editing the Richmond Examiner, Democratic. It was not long before this journal was known as John M. Daniel's paper, and he became its owner and sole editor. It was the most famous journal ever published in the Southern States. It represented a new and formidable personality in politics. Slavery was harmonized by a theory that Africans were not strictly human beings, with the most radical democratic equality. Scientific essays were cited, and Carlyle's latter-day pamphlet, The Nigger Question, omitted from the American edition, appeared in the Examiner. The Examiner was always full of brilliant literature. It was the first Southern paper to review and applaud Emerson, Hawthorne, and other Northern writers, and now and then extracts were given from the anti-slavery writers, especially Theodore Parker. Daniel gave employment to Edgar A. Poe, some of whose poems first appeared in the Examiner. There was, however, a sinister side to the Examiner. It was as relentless as brilliant in its partisan attacks, and its frequent vivisection of politicians brought my cousin into many duels. I think he fought 9 pistol duels, although no hurt resulted to any antagonist. He had no skill with any weapon. It is my belief that he lost his prospect of domestic happiness by the reputation thus acquired. He was attached to a very lovely lady, Miss Eliza Barber, daughter of the orator already described. I knew her well and have always believed that his suit might have succeeded had not her brother, afterwards senator, been frightened by the personalities and duels. He never married. In the summer of 1848, the Richmond Examiner was filling our whole state with talk. Its press could hardly supply the demand. At every table, at every street corner, the subject was Daniel's last article. His wit, his brilliancy, admitted by friend and foe, fascinated me. I was 7 years his junior, not without causing uneasiness to my father, who recognized in his brilliant nephew a seductive cynicism. I had for some time been fond of writing, but had never ventured to offer anything to a journal. The first piece of mine ever printed was an obituary with some verses on the death of Eustace, age 4 years, son of my uncle Eustace Conway. It appeared in the Fredericksburg paper, the Democratic Recorder, April 21, 1848. The obituary was anonymous, but I was identified as the writer. I find in my diary that I felt ashamed of it, but the afflicted hearts were grateful. But presently I was tempted to try something in the John Daniel vein. Uncle Richard Moncure was induced to accept nomination for the legislature in order that he might act on a committee to revise the Virginia Code. He had no desire for legislative life, and to go even for a session must involve sacrifices in his profession. A good deal of indignation was therefore excited by the exceptional efforts of the Whigs to defeat him. His opponent was Charles Francis Suttle, 6 years later famous as the owner of the fugitive slave Anthony Burns. The chief precinct in Stafford County was Falmouth, and Uncle Richard requested me to act as clerk at the election, which occurred April 27, 1848. The $2 paid me for it was the first money I ever earned. Uncle Richard was elected, but the Whigs were sore, and I should have done better to let the matter rest. But the comedy of the election scene moved me to write a squib for the Fredericksburg paper in which Mr. Suttle's corpulence was alluded to, his name punned on, and one of his supporters, not named, made fun of. This supporter was a worthy neighbor, a bachelor, I believe, whose vote was challenged on the ground that he was not a householder. His claim to be a householder rested mainly on the circumstance that he kept a cat. The discussion of this cat, the demand for authorities, all went on in the most serious and even stormy way, for the contest was critical, and this gravity made the scene so comic that an impish desire to describe it got hold of me. My little piece, Richard is Himself Again, signed Stafford, appeared in the Fredericksburg paper, and the first echo I heard was that young Falmouth Whigs were going about horsewhip in hand to discover Stafford. Falmouth was seething about the skit, all the more because it was copied in the Richmond Examiner and pronounced lively. That did not compensate me for my father's ridicule of it, richly merited, and his discovery by my burning face that I was the culprit. This, my second venture in print, brought me chill and fever for my May Day. The Fredericksburg paper, the Democratic Recorder, was edited by our relative Samuel Greenhow Daniel, who had given up his profession, law, but I did not let him know the authorship of the skit just referred to, nor of others which I began to send in. My only confidant was my sister in her 12th year, to whom every piece was read. She invariably approved, and I cautiously dropped my manuscript in the paper's door box. I wrote versifications signed Cleophas II, and tales signed Alfonso III. One of these, Scholarship, presents a senior invited by a freshman, a beau, to visit some pretty young ladies. The freshman, in conversation with the ladies, airs some bad Latin. The senior corrects him, but only to be himself put to confusion and apologized for before the ladies by the impudent freshman. I mention this because 20 years later I witnessed at Stockholm, Sweden, a play with the same motif. Another of my stories was Odalisky's Revenge, and opens with a tribute to the picturesque ruins of Potomac Church. Of this church not one stone is now left upon another, but I can remember 2 walls with fine arches and windows. In my tale, the merciless master builder, Hughes, has under him in building the church Odalisky and his son, last of the aborigines in Stafford, compelled by poverty to labor under some contract. Odalisky's son, forced while ill to do work heavier than he could, is struck by Hughes, falls and dies. Odalisky continues his work, but when he and Hughes are together on the finished tower, the red man hurls the white tyrant to the earth, then slays himself on his son's grave. The first solemnity in the Potomac Church was the funeral of Hughes, the second that of Odalisky. This was reprinted in the New York Herald as a veritable old legend, but it had no foundation at all. But now the presidential campaign, as we rightly call it, for it is a war-born quadrennial revolution, reached an acute stage. I became much enlisted in the contest and wrote a number of pseudonymous articles in a satirical vein. Such partisanship was not favorable to the piety of a young convert, but this was not the worst of it. It was the main part of our Democratic case against the Whig nominee, Zachary Taylor, that he refused to pronounce himself adverse to the rising schemes in the North for restrictive legislation against slavery. For the sake of one party victory, which we did not obtain, we must needs fire the Southern heart, irritate it against the North, and sow tares like the devil. End of chapter 6. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Chapter 7, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. College life, President Peck, a practical joke, reading, a winter adventure, editing the Collegian, first love, orations at graduation, my secretaryship of a Southern Rights Society, my public lecture in Fredericksburg, law student and deputy clerk in Fauquier, writing for the press, crisis wrought by Emerson, visiting Washington, listening to the great senators, my first pamphlet, Free Schools in Virginia, a camp meeting in Loudon, a banquet at Warrenton to our senators. In September 1848, I returned to Carlisle alone, my brother's health having failed. I was the youngest of the seniors. Our speeches at Saturday declamation were original compositions. I straightway made a partisan speech in the humorous vein, which was answered by Whig students. There was no ill temper among us, but to politics were due many recitation-room failures. We were a miniature of the whole country. Culture and presidential elections are not so harmonious. For myself, I had returned to college somewhat demoralized by the political campaign, and especially by an engendered anti-Northern feeling. John Daniel had asked me to write for the Richmond Examiner, and I went about Carlisle searching out something to ridicule or assail. The low condition of the free Negroes made one letter, and tipsiness of students at Christmas another. I wrote only 2 of these crudities, I am glad to say, and there was truth in both, albeit exaggerated by my inflated Southernism. Unfortunately, the college was also demoralized that autumn. The institution, bereaved of President Emory, had gone on smoothly enough while the presidential functions were entrusted to our beloved McClintock, but on an evil day Rev. Dr. Jesse T. Peck was elected. Our immature minds could not appreciate his good qualities, while his large paunch, fat face, baby-like baldness, and pompous air impressed the college as a caricature. He had been a school teacher and called us boys, and we thought him inclined to discipline us like boys. Several incidents occurred, one involving my chum, Henry Smith, another myself, which stirred my dislike of Peck into wrath. I tried a practical joke on him which brought me remorse, and is mentioned here only because it has become a college tradition. Several erroneous versions of this incident have appeared, and others besides myself have been connected with it. I am, however, the only culprit. A Methodist conference was to gather at Staunton, Virginia, and President Peck was to read there a report on the college. Staunton was famous for its lunatic asylum, whose physician was Dr. Stribling. under an assumed name, I wrote to Dr. Stribling that a harmless lunatic had gone off to Staunton, who imagined himself president of Dickinson College, and fancied he had a report to make to the conference. Dr. Peck's appearance was described minutely, and Dr. Stribling was requested to detain him in comfort until his friends could attend. As Dr. Peck was travelling with other Methodist ministers, I could not suppose that the missive would have any result beyond raising a laugh on him, but Dr. Peck was met by Dr. Stribling in his carriage, and supposed that such was the arrangement of the conference for his entertainment. Of course, the deception was soon discovered at the asylum. I perceived that Dr. Peck was convinced that I was the guilty one, and it must have been through him that my name became connected with the affair. This was my first and last attempt at a practical joke. More than 40 years later, when honored at Dickinson College with a literary degree, I entered our venerable Union Philosophical Society, and the proceedings were suspended in order that I might be asked to give an exact account of the Staunton Peck story. It was to me like being called up at Judgment Day, and after telling the story, I remarked that though my eschatology might be unorthodox with regard to eternal punishment, the perpetuity of that affair was enough to show that in the world there is a sort of endless punishment. I found out, somewhat to my dismay, that the legend was the thing by which I stood best in college traditions. For Dr. Peck appears to have gone on accumulating the students' ill will until at length he was removed, and later made a bishop. After the November election, 1848, I returned to literary studies, reading especially the old English novelists. The new school of writers, Goethe, Emerson, Channing, George Sand, Hawthorne, were not in our libraries. At Dickinson College, American literature consisted of Poe, Longfellow, Bryant, Irving, Paulding, Cooper, Prescott, R. H. Dana, Bancroft, Sparks, N. P. Willis, Mrs. Sigourney, Carolyn Lee Hentz, and a few others, chiefly women, whose verses were widely read. Byron had been forbidden me in my boyhood, for I was a precocious reader, and the phase of life when I might have enjoyed him passed. In later life my mother was distressed to find that I felt no interest in Byron. I was not much attracted by Walter Scott's novels or poetry, though I eagerly read his criticisms on other writers. John Daniel was an enthusiast about Shakespeare, but by the slowness of my appreciation of him, I can recognize how much of the child was in me along with precocity in one or two directions. I cannot remember that my religion had much to do with either theology or the Bible. Within 4 months after my conversion, I wrote a piece for the Fredericksburg paper entitled Curiosity, and find in it such levity as this: "You may talk about Eve's curiosity entailing death and misery on the human race, and such like, but don't tell me. Is not desire for knowledge praiseworthy? Was not Eve assured, on the authority of Monsieur le Devil, that if she would eat the apple she would be a more sensible woman than she was then? What else?" This was written when I was about 16, and I cannot discover in my notes anything leading to such a tone. I had never seen an unorthodox book. In childhood we were forbidden to go barefoot after September for fear of catching cold, but one year I went off to a lonely place and disported my bare feet in the snow. No ill effects resulted, and I had taken a step toward independence. But at college I had a serious encounter with nature. A classmate of ability, John Henry Waters, afterwards scientific professor in Missouri, invited me to go home with him, Hartford County, Maryland, for the Christmas holidays, 1848. We had to make the 2 days' journey in a half-covered buggy. Numb with cold, we stopped for the night at a country inn and were warmed by whiskey punch. This was my first taste of anything alcoholic, and after that I took my first cigar, without a qualm, moral or physical. I once published my belief that a true history of tobacco would be a history of constitutional freedom, and perhaps I might have added that in each American's first cigar there is a personal declaration of independence. By the blessing of tobacco we defied zero and passed a happy week in Maryland. But in returning we were overtaken by a fearful blizzard. The snow piled itself in great drifts, our wheels became clogged, and our horse began to give out. Half frozen as we were, it is probable that we were saved serious results by the necessity of pushing the buggy. At length the traces broke. We both mounted the one horse, and, leaving the buggy, struggled on about 2 miles before we saw a house. There we found shelter and help in afterwards recovering our buggy. We had an extremely hard time of it, says my diary, but I know it has done me good, made me more self-reliant. Early in 1849, I persuaded the students to start a monthly periodical. The Collegian lasted until vacation. I do not know whether there exists any file of the 5 numbers except that in my possession. I was the editor, but had a good staff. Several of the assistant professors contributed to it, and Professor Allen gave me a metrical translation of Cleanthes's Hymn to Jupiter. I have a personal reason to congratulate myself that the articles were anonymous, mine being mostly trash, for the task of critical selection from the contributions of others allowed little time for taking pains with my own. Also, I fell in love. I was just 17, and this love was the second of my births. Catherine, sister of President Emory, though born on the same day as myself, was more mature in mind. She consented to an occasional correspondence after my departure, but not to a betrothal. At the anniversary of our Union Philosophical Society, I was appointed to deliver the comic speech. My piece, The Philosophy of Language, was a tissue of bad puns, the puerility of which was perhaps less than the solemnity of my oration at the college commencement. This subject was old age, and the Carlisle Herald said it was a badly chosen subject, as the orator is a very young man. All his theory is so, and no more. He has not an atom of experience of the pleasures and pains of old age. Had I been old enough to take that criticism to heart, I should not now have to look back upon so many early years in which I impressed congregations with error, and was praised for eloquence, the eloquence of inexperience. My graduating oration was suggested by an anecdote told me by my friend Charles C. Tiffany, that Channing, when 60, was asked what he had found the happiest period of his life, and replied, 60. Tiffany, now an eminent clergyman in New York, was a junior when I was a senior, but to him I looked up, for in general literary culture he was the most accomplished student in college. Besides work on the Collegian, I wrote in the spring of 1849 5 articles for the Fredericksburg paper on old writers of fiction, those selected being Fielding, Smollett, Sterne, Anne Radcliffe, Horace Walpole. There is nothing original in these articles. I refer and defer a good deal to Scott, Ferrier, and Hazlitt. I do not know how I realized what I said incidentally in the last article, 1849, of Maria Edgeworth. She has done more in inculcating principles of morality, humanity, aye, of religion, though no direct mention of this latter is made in any of her works, than any authoress in the 19th century. The breaking up of college life was sorrowful. On my last night there I did not go to bed at all, but hovered around the home of my beloved. Living so long in London, I have been unable to follow the careers of most of my fellow students. An exciting competition for honors in the class of 1848 occurred between J. J. Cresswell of Maryland and J. W. Marshall of Virginia, by whom in the end the honors were shared. Marshall became a professor of Latin in the college, and later was consul at Sheffield, England. Cresswell filled several important positions, and was postmaster general under President Grant. George de Bonneville Keim, with whom my intimacy continued until his death, was an eminent railroad president in Pennsylvania. E. Barrett Prettyman, for a time my chum, used to be called a lazy genius at college. He became an eminent educator in Baltimore. Henry Bascom Ridgway became a distinguished pulpit orator and was afterward president of the Methodist College at Evanston. He wrote an interesting life of Rev. Alfred Cookman, the famous revivalist who perished at sea. Daniel Bonbright succeeded Ridgway in the Evanston presidency. John Jeremiah Jacob was a governor of West Virginia, Harmon a professor at Carlisle, and John Wilson a college president at Staunton, Virginia. Nathaniel Lupton gained distinction as a professor in Vanderbilt University. But there were a good many brilliant youths at college of whom I expected to hear more in afterlife. Some rest in Confederate or Union graves. Others, I trust, enjoy the happiness of having no history. My selection of old age as the theme of my graduating oration strikes me now as pathetic. I graduated when about 3 months past my 17th birthday, or just at the time when I should have entered the college. I felt the burden of my youth. My only enthusiasm was for literature, but what channel was there in Virginia for that? None. Although my father was in good pecuniary circumstances, he had a right to expect that I would select some profession, and I troubled him by continuing to write small pieces for the Fredericksburg paper and the Richmond Examiner, and 1 or 2 tales published in the Southern Literary Messenger. John Daniel paid for what I wrote in the Examiner, more than the articles were worth, but there was no prospect of finding in the South any support from unpolitical and untheological literature. It was a time when a young Virginia was rising up to promulgate the philosophical, sociological, and ethnical excellence of slavery. In this direction, able pamphlets were written by Beverly Welford of Fredericksburg, now an eminent judge in Richmond, and George Fitzhugh of Port Royal, while a religious propaganda was carried on by the Reverend Mr. Stringfellow of the Episcopal Church and the Reverend Dr. William Smith, president of Randolph-Macon College, Methodist. My father's moderation and his theoretically anti-slavery principles were rapidly becoming old-fashioned. He was troubled by the efforts of the younger generation to capture me, as I had by this time acquired some local reputation as a writer. My uncle Judge Eustace Conway was the personal friend of the South Carolina Senator John C. Calhoun, then the high priest of Southern rights, a statesman whose intellectual face, which I remember, and whose character comported little with the belligerent secessionism for which his constitutional principles were unconsciously preparing the way. John Daniel, extreme as he was, opposed Calhoun's demand for a constitutional amendment guaranteeing to the slave states an equilibrium with the free states, a demand which, he said, gives color to the charge of desiring disunion. 9 years later, this kind of radicalism receded into reactionism under the rage excited by John Brown's raid at Harper's Ferry. My father and his younger brother Eustace had taken up opposite positions in the Methodist dispute about slavery, and a Southern Methodist church was built in Fredericksburg, Uncle Eustace supplying the means. It stood on ground now occupied by the residence of my brother Peter. Personally, the brothers were never estranged, and if they could have agreed on church politics, the history of Methodism in Virginia might have been different, for Fredericksburg was the chief battlefield of the wings, and my father and his brother were the lay leaders. Uncle Eustace was a favorite speaker in the presidential campaign of 1848. I remember some politician saying to him, "I never carry my pew into politics, nor politics into the pew." "I carry both into both," replied my uncle. But I was not yet up to that. I stood by my father in pew politics, with my uncle in party politics. A few months after my graduation, I was invited to attend a meeting in the law office of Thomas B. Barton, whose son William, afterwards judge, was the chief mover in the matter. The object of the gathering was the formation of a Southern Rights Association. Only about a dozen were present, but they were persons of large influence. Some asserted the right of secession, though no immediate action of the kind was advocated. I was flattered by being appointed secretary of the meeting, but cannot find my notes of the proceedings. Extreme pro-Southern resolutions were passed. My father heard of this meeting, and a few days later, when we were riding together to Stafford Court House, asked me about it. I told him all that had occurred. He went on in silence for some moments, then said quietly, "Don't be the fool of those people. Slavery is a doomed institution." How often have I remembered those words? Yet at the time they only mystified me. Slavery seemed to be a permanent a fact as the Rappahannock River. Neither my father nor any of the Methodists were proposing to abolish slavery, and I was inclining to the view that the opposition to it was merely traditional. In the September following I visited Carlisle again, and on my way called on Professor Baird at the Smithsonian Institution at Washington. He gave me a cordial welcome, and when I said I was about to revisit my alma mater, added, "And your alma somebody else." He showed me the plates and sheets of the German iconographic encyclopedia, a translation of which he was editing. I took careful notes and wrote for the Fredericksburg paper an article about the work, which received acknowledgment from the professor. My pen assumed a new dignity. I had written something that Professor Baird regarded as serviceable to an important work. In the following year, 1850, Fredericksburg Society began to take notice of me. Certain writings were recognized as mine and were discussed. Meanwhile I was beginning to feel restless and eager to enter upon some kind of occupation. My parents did not understand this, and one day I disappeared from home, much to their consternation. I went to Richmond in order to see John Daniel and find whether he could employ me on the Examiner. When I entered the office, Edgar A. Poe was just leaving it. John Daniel said that if I had finally broken away from home and made up my mind to devote myself to journalism, he would give me work, but he would not seek to influence me in the matter. He would continue to pay me for what I might write. My uncle Eustace Conway was in the legislature. He and his family made my brief sojourn pleasant, but he persuaded me to return home. An incident in Richmond made a deep impression on me. On Sunday morning I accompanied Uncle Eustace's wife and her sister Fanny Tomlin to the old Episcopal Church on Shockoe Hill, and after the benediction my aunt stopped to speak to the clergyman and his family, with whom she was acquainted. We were in the vestry, and there the clergyman invited us to enjoy the remainder of the bread and wine he had just been using in the communion service. I was shocked by the swiftness with which the bread and wine had lost their sacredness. Immediately after leaving home, I had sent a note to my father saying where I had gone, and that I did not mention it to him beforehand because I was afraid he would prevent my going. I stayed away only a few days, and on my return found him angry. Nevertheless, he recognized that a crisis was reached. He had really been hoping that I would adopt the ministerial profession, but now suggested studying law. I agreed to that, and soon afterwards he heard that Colonel William Fowke Phillips, clerk of the Fauquier County and a learned lawyer, was in want of a deputy clerk. For my services Colonel Phillips offered me residence in his home and supervision of my law studies. While these arrangements were going on privately, I was honored by a number of gentlemen in Fredericksburg with a request to deliver a lecture in the town hall. This lecture was given in the evening of March 1, 1850. Alas, still under the burden of youth, I selected for my theme Pantheism. The large hall was crowded with the finest people of our region, among whom, however, only the clergymen know the meaning of Pantheism. Not even they saw danger in my respectful sentiments towards Pantheism, and Pope gained applause for his couplet, "All are but parts of one stupendous whole, whose body nature is, and God the soul." Orthodoxy was delighted with my illustration of the Trinity by the three primary colors blended in light. On the whole I appeared to get through fairly well, and received congratulations, but 2 days later W. H. Fitzhugh, a sagacious lawyer, said, "You will make yourself unpopular by speaking above the vulgar comprehension." Unpopular? I had no desire for popularity, no dreams of anything beyond writing what would please certain intellectual people in Virginia and Carlisle. On March 3rd I received from our Fredericksburg preacher, Norval Wilson, a certificate of church membership. In giving it to me he said, "St. Paul, before he preached, tarried 3 years in Arabia. Now Warrenton may be your Arabia." The next day I went to Alexandria, and from there traveled to Warrenton on a stagecoach. I find in my journal this entry: "Read in the coach, from the Richmond Examiner, The Great Stone Face." The writer of it, Nathaniel Hawthorne, is a striking writer, man of great reflection. I had previously read The Celestial Railroad, and supposed Nathaniel a nom de plume. On March 9th, James Duncan, a handsome young Methodist preacher, staying at the house of Colonel Phillips, read to us Daniel Webster's famous 7th of March speech. The reader's voice was musical, and the impression made upon me by the speech is thus recorded: "Heavens, what a Titan is Webster! I should like to see his dust subjected to chemical analysis after he's dead." While I was writing this, the best Northern men were mourning for that same speech. Emerson was saying of his former idol, "Every drop of his blood has eyes that look downward." John Daniel printed in the Examiner Theodore Parker's scathing discourse upon Webster's speech, and pronounced Webster an elephantine coward. The home of Colonel Phillips was a pleasant, old-fashioned house in a pretty garden. The family consisted of his 2 daughters and widowed sister. The ladies were Methodists, but Colonel Phillips ignored all churches. No efforts were spared by these ladies to make my new home happy. The colonel was a superb old gentleman in appearance, and a radical Democrat. He was exact in his office, and my work there was an instruction in precision. The change of a word might involve much. I studied law with much interest, and closely followed the pleadings and trials in the courthouse. The lawyers were able: Robert Eden Scott, James Marshall, kinsman of the famous Chief Justice, Inman Horner, Samuel Chilton, William Payne, kept up the high traditions of the Virginia bar. The Honorable Robert E. Scott charmed me by his fine personality and manners, but he was the leading Whig, and Young Virginia being politically infallible, I listened to his public speeches mainly to describe their fallacies in the Examiner. Alas, what a poison is partisanship! My uncle Eustace, who was a lawyer first and a politician after, and my father, who was above all a magistrate, were able to honor such jurists as Judge Scott and his son Robert, but in my new zeal I resented the course of the latter in the Virginia legislature, 1848, on the slavery question. My uncle Eustace had introduced into the legislature resolutions hostile to the Wilmot Proviso, then before Congress. These resolutions affirmed that any such restriction on the equality of Southern institutions would justify secession of the slave states from the Union. Robert Eden Scott led the opposition to these Conway resolutions, as they were called, but the gallant statesman was defeated. Though he and Uncle Eustace remained good friends, Scott was vehemently attacked by the Southern fire-eaters and defeated at the election that followed. In 1850 he was again a candidate, and on March 25th addressed the people in the courthouse at Warrenton. I have in my scrapbook of crudities my report of this address in the Richmond Examiner, interlarded with flings at the speaker, to whose great and brave thought I was blind. He began by a noble depreciation of party spirit, which he declared a more potent influence than that of religion or morality, and warned the people that any attempt to erect a Southern Confederacy would end in their ruin. Here, then, in Robert E. Scott was a real nobleman, representative of the best traditions of Virginia, and I knew it not. His tall, dignified figure, his fine, blond head and face, his charming candor and simplicity are visible to me across the more than half-century elapsed since I last saw him. This admirable man went on suffering political defeat and humiliation for his independence and fidelity to his principles, and was one of the many honorable Virginians who carried their state against secession after the election of Lincoln, but were forced to succumb by the President's calling on Virginia for troops to fight South Carolina. Robert E. Scott did not take up arms in the Civil War, but was killed by a company of Northern soldiers because he remonstrated with them for exploiting his homestead. At Warrenton there was a small Episcopalian church with a good preacher, Mr. Norton, and the Methodist church there being hostile to our Baltimore conference, I often attended Mr. Norton's and taught a class in his Sunday school. On Sunday afternoon it was my chief happiness on that day to sit in the gallery playing on the little organ, alone except for the old Negro sexton who blew the bellows for me and found delight in the music. I read the law books rapidly and copied carefully, but there were sometimes 2 or 3 days in the week when there was nothing for me to do. Now and then I rode over to the Fauquier Springs to see Miss Rebecca Green, afterwards Mrs. Shackelford, who played finely on the piano and introduced me to Beethoven, Mozart, and Weber. One piece, Musero de Nina, wild, dreamy, pathetic, inspired me to write a romance. I called it Confessions of a Composer. Oh, my poor dead self! Aimless, morbid, passionately longing for it knew not what, pass to thy tardy cremation! For I cannot recognize myself in this spirit's blank misgivings as it moves about in worlds unreal. End of Chapter 7, Section 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An illness in April was followed by a return to Falmouth for a few weeks, and there I entered upon a spiritual crisis of whose import I was long unconscious. One bright morning I took up my old flintlock gun and wandered down the left bank of the Rappahannock. In earlier years I had been fond of shooting, but had not touched a gun for nearly 2 years, and perhaps took it on this occasion to try and revive in myself some of the boyish spirit that had left me. For I was listless and unhappy. I had begun to feel a repugnance to the idea of being a county lawyer, and was interested only in literature. With my flintlock I took along an old volume of Blackwood's Magazine. At the top of the first hill below Falmouth, and about halfway to the old mansion called Chatham, there is near the road a pretty spring from which I drank, with a folded leaf for my cup, and sat down to look at the scenery. The road was little used, and I was rather startled by some rustling in the bushes. 2 mulatto children had come to get water in their cans, a boy and a girl of 7 or 8 years, and as befitted the warm day and their Arcadian age, both entirely naked. Adam and Eve could not have been more unconscious than these pretty statuettes of yellow bronze. I talked with them a little, found them rather bright, and when they had disappeared, meditated more deeply than ever before on the condition of their race in America. I then turned to my Blackwood. In the number for December 1847, the first article was entitled Emerson, a name previously unknown to me. The very first extract, it was from Emerson's essay on history, fixed itself in me like an arrow. It is remarkable that involuntarily we always read as superior beings. Universal history, the poets, the romancers, do not in their stateliest pictures, in the sacerdotal, the imperial palaces, in the triumphs of will or of genius, anywhere lose our ear, anywhere make us feel that we intrude, that this is for better men. But rather it is true that in their grandest strokes we feel most at home. All that Shakespeare says of the king, yonder slip of a boy that reads in the corner, feels to be true of himself. Precisely what there was in these words to influence my life I cannot say. I have a vague remembrance of sitting there beside the spring a long time meditating on Emerson's use of the phrase, true of himself. What self was this? Clearly not the same as soul with which I was so familiar. Whatever may have been the questionings, some revelation there was. A spiritual crisis, as I have said, though it concerned only myself. Through a little rift I caught a glimpse of a vault beyond the familiar sky, from which flowed a spirit that was subtly inbreeding discontent in me, bereaving me of faith in myself, rendering me a mere source of anxiety to those around me. And what was I doing out there with a gun, trying to kill happy little creatures of earth and sky? Was it for this I was born? There is a legend that old Governor Spotswood, wishing to introduce the English skylark into Virginia, brought over a shipload of them and set them free in our meadows. I had heard it talked of in my childhood, and one day felt sure that I heard the notes of a marvelous bird and saw it ascending toward the sky. My story raised a smile when I told it at home, and I had to agree that no skylark survived from those brought over nearly 150 years before. But it was no fancy that now in my maturer life Emerson had set free in my heart a winged thought that sang a new song and soared whither? I went home and laid aside my gun, never again to be touched. I thought again and again of those naked little mulattoes at the spring, whose minds were no doubt as pretty as their bodies, but without a stitch of knowledge. I remembered how my mother had been warned not to teach colored folk to read. I recognized on the streets debased faces of white people, their poverty of mind and body. They appeared worse off than the colored people. Above them all my inner skylark sang, "Glad tidings of joy I bring to you and all mankind." But who more powerless than I to bring glad tidings to anybody? Straightway I went to Chester White's bookstore, Fredericksburg. Emerson's arithmetic was in stock, but Emerson's essays unknown. However, the bookseller procured a copy of the first series, and I was deep in it when John Daniel passed a few days in Fredericksburg. I had remarked that since I had come upon the track of Emerson, Cousin John had been writing about him in the Richmond Examiner. What I never knew until lately was that John had made an effort to found a liberal church at Richmond, and had actually delivered a sermon to a small company in the long-closed Universalist church there. In our talk in Fredericksburg, he urged me to go into journalism. "Whatever you do," he said, "don't be a preacher. It is a wretched profession. Its dependence is on absurd dogmas. The Trinity is a theological invention, and hellfire simply ridiculous." He wrote for me a list of books that I ought to read, and among them were Emerson's works. I told him that I had got hold of Emerson. I find notes of that conversation, spring of 1850. We got to talking of Emerson. He asked me which of his writings I liked best. I said I had read few, but of those I had been most fascinated by the essay on love. He said he liked that better than any other. It should not, he said, be called an essay nor a treatise, nor anything of that sort. There is no name for so divine a thing, not even a poem. It is more like a fine, glorious strain of music. The heavens are opened in it, and you see everything. He asked me how I was agreeing with Poe. I said I had read him, and was growing, I feared, in love with Eureka, but I was surprised that in an article in the Southern Literary Messenger he had called Eureka the Parthenon of reason. "So it is," he answered, "with the assumption of intuition he makes." We conversed on Poe's poetry. "The Raven," says John, "is as one of Beethoven's sublime overtures." I have noticed that in his comparisons John finds nothing that he thinks so high as comparing a thing to music. This shows his great soul. It reminds me of Plato calling all the grandeur of nature music. When this talk occurred, I was just beyond my 18th year, and had not really entered on any theological inquiry. This, I suppose, may account for the fact that what my cousin said about the Trinity and other dogmas made no serious impression on me at the time. There was a cynicism in his contempt for the clerical profession with which I could not sympathize, while the problems that absorbed me were more fundamental than any creeds, or so it seemed to me. But I was filled with wonder by John's conversational power and his vast information. I was too young to realize the loneliness in Virginia of a young man — he was in his 25th year — of such genius and scholarship. I considered him, with his famous examiner, able to say what he thought and make himself heard, the most enviable man in Virginia. What I could not see until too late was that here was a heart full of love, a mind akin to Emerson, bound fast to the role of fighting politicians with pen and pistol. John Daniel's cynicism was largely the result of his spiritual loneliness. Before returning to Warrenton, I passed nearly a week in Washington. It was an exciting week in Congress, the so-called Omnibus Bill being before the Senate, a bill made up of compromises on all points relating to slavery. I heard speeches from Daniel Webster, Henry Clay, also Senators Foote, Soule, Berrien, Clemens, Yulee, and would have heard Cass if he had spoken loud enough. As it was, there was nothing to relieve my disappointment at finding only greatness of paunch in that man whom my father had nominated for the presidency, and for whom I had hurrahed myself hoarse. A year later, I recognized a certain massiveness of head and strength of countenance in Senator Cass. It was on May 21, 1850, that I first heard Webster. It was in answer to the Southern Senator Yulee, who arraigned President Taylor for sending an armed cruiser to the coast of Cuba. The President, he declared, had no constitutional right to perform any warlike act without the consent of Congress. Webster came down on Yulee as softly and as crushingly as a trip hammer. The ship was really sent to watch the filibusters preparing on the coast of Florida to seize Cuba. Webster did not pronounce the word filibuster at all. He declared that the United States was friendly with Spain, and so long as that country did not transfer Cuba to any other country, it was the duty of our government to see that no movements hostile to Spain were fitted out on our coasts. He spoke for about 20 minutes, sonorously but without heat, and the Senate listened breathlessly. He stood there like some time-darkened minster tower. He was an institution. I do not remember any reply. 2 days later, May 23rd, I witnessed the skirmish between Henry Clay and Senator Soule of Louisiana. Soule was the finest product of the old French elements in his state. He was handsome, free from mannerism, and his French accent rather agreeable. He spoke for more than an hour, and commanded the closest attention, justly, for his was almost the only speech against the omnibus that rested the case simply on argument. His arguments were sometimes original, and he was interrupted by Foote and Downs, Southerners who knew their section was getting the lion's share by the pretended compromise, but he was never confused. Henry Clay was visibly agitated, as he well might be, for his darling measure was brought into the presence of the new pro-slavery spirit of the young South, to which the Union was not an end but a means. When Soule had finished, Clay sprang to his feet and charged him with expressing disunion sentiments. Several voices cried "No," and Soule quietly and modestly said that it was perhaps due to his imperfect English that Clay had so misunderstood him. Clay had not misunderstood, but succeeded in what he aimed at, namely, to secure a repudiation of disunionism from the much applauded orator. He then apologized. Daniel Webster I remarked listening closely to Clay, and once he made a suggestion to him. Clay said that if Soule desired, he would agree to modify a clause so as to declare that a territorial legislature should pass no laws either to admit or exclude slavery. Webster interpolated, respecting the establishment or exclusion of slavery. "Certainly," cried Clay, deferentially repeating Webster's phrase. As the secretary of the first Southern Rights Association formed in Northern Virginia, I was delighted with Soule, and wrote a note about him to the Richmond Examiner. From my seat in the gallery I searched out the historic figures in the Senate, most of them victims on the altar of the great idol, the Union. Clay, Cass, Webster had offered their souls on that altar, and their bodies were fast following their perished hopes of presidency. Two of the ablest senators present were soon to lose their senatorial lives, Benton and Corwin. They had perceived that it was not the small band of abolitionists demanding peaceful disunion, but militant and aggressive slavery that was besieging the Union. The seat of Calhoun was conspicuously vacant. I had seen that aged senator when on his way from South Carolina, never to return. He was welcomed at our Fredericksburg station with an address of homage by my uncle Eustace Conway in behalf of the town. It no doubt consoled his last days that Benton had lost his election to the Senate, but there was this great man from Missouri still making his sparkling speeches. I thought him the grandest man in the body, speaking with a clearness, dignity, and simplicity that quite charmed me. Eubank's Patent Office Report, a volume of essays by Horace Greeley, and Horace Mann's Report on the Schools of Massachusetts were acquisitions made in Washington that week. On my way to Warrenton, I sat perched on the stage with these great companions, becoming aware at the existence of a great world where people were cultured, well-to-do, and engaged with manifold schemes for the improvement and happiness of mankind. Horace Greeley wrote in warm sympathy with socialism, and his Tribune made me acquainted with all the theories and enterprises of Robert Owen and Fanny Wright which were then filling the Northern air. I discussed these subjects with the young men of Warrenton, and with Richard Smith, a teacher and able editor of the town paper, The Flag of '98, and soon felt that I was an object of misgivings. I was studying Emerson too, and remember a long and heated discussion in Judge Tyler's house with his son Randolph and the others, on Berkeley's idealism, in which I maintained the non-existence of matter against all their ridicule. August 11, 1850, Sunday. A lovely day without, but quiet Sabbath thoughts are keen to me. Took a very long walk from town alone, and out toward the house of the late Judge Scott. Thought much, and took the idea of writing an allegory on the subject of a mind voyaging the unsafe boundless ocean of speculations. Came back and read Hawthorne's delightful Twice-Told Tales till church time. On the following day, having heard that my dear friends Professor Marshall and his wife from Carlisle had arrived at Paris, Virginia, I rode 20 miles to see them. Alas, they brought me tidings that my beloved at Carlisle was in decline from consumption, and that our marriage must no more be thought of. The only comment in my journal is, O God, what a cloud." In my various rides through this part of Virginia, I had seen a beautiful country, fertile, healthy, abounding with game, also with birds of song and of brilliant plumage. But everywhere swarmed the indigent white people, displaced, reduced to idleness by the slaves who supplanted them in farm and household, their wretched cabins crowded with children growing up in ignorance, vice, and hopelessness. Many of these children, I sometimes stopped to talk with them, were comely, as if there lingered with them traits of well-bred ancestry. For many of them there was not even a Sunday school within reach, and they could not read. Horace Mann's Massachusetts report on free schools had given me eyes to see the deplorable condition of Virginia educationally, and the purpose arose in me to begin a propaganda for free schools in our state. I find a note of September 16, 1850. Was taken sick while writing a pamphlet on education. In 1850, a convention assembled in Virginia to revise the Constitution. I had been for some time enthusiastic on the subject of free schools and compulsory education. I was convinced that Virginia was falling behind the great states of which she was once a leader, and worried over some letters written from Virginia by Horace Greeley to his paper. I wrote a letter to the Tribune, which answered me editorially, and declared, September 7, 1850, "Never will Virginia's white children be generally schooled until her black ones shall cease to be sold. Our friend may be sure of this." I gave in my pamphlet a table of 11 counties in Virginia which had adopted school systems exempting the poor children from payment. These reported fair success, but the Tribune's paragraph was quoted to stimulate Virginia pride. The pamphlet bore the following inscription: "Free schools for poor whites. To the State Convention of 1850. Gentlemen, trustful that you will hear me for my cause, which is that of our state and our humanity according to my earnest conviction, I dedicate these pages to you, with whom is all our hope." The writer, Warrenton, Virginia, October 1850. Although Uncle Greenhow Daniel, editor and owner of the Recorder, reduced the charges for printing my pamphlet to the lowest figure, $50, it was the heaviest expenditure I had ever made out of my own savings. About 500 copies were printed, and not one was put on sale. I sent them to every newspaper, public man, professor, preacher in Virginia whose address I could learn. The personal response to my pamphlet was gratifying enough, but the scheme was entirely ignored. Of course, those it was intended to benefit, the poor whites, could not read, and never heard of it. I had written in a painstaking way, and invested my subject with facts and items about our state of general interest, and in later life I have learned from one and another that the essay did produce some effect on influential men. But the social, physical, and financial conditions of Virginia at the time were little comprehended by me in my 19th year. There was little or no longing for education among the poor whites, probably more among the Negroes. I was expecting echoes where there were no hills. But this I did not admit at once. I had used a medium which might be very good to teach the taught, but not to awaken and move the uninstructed and the indolent. The people could be reached only by the living voice. In the August of this year I had attended a very large Methodist camp meeting in Loudoun County, and passed several days there. Here I had been surrounded by Methodists who were the gentry of that region, wealthy, refined, educated, and saw what a tremendous force Methodism was in Virginia. I also witnessed the effect on large assemblies by sermons. I was deeply moved by all this. I felt that I had a message for those masses of people, and how could it be delivered unless from the pulpit? The Star and Stripe cult was not known in the mid-years of the 19th century. I felt some pride in Virginia as the mother of states and statesmen, but found it difficult to credit Webster, Everett, and other compromisers with any real sentiment about the Union. After the Omnibus Bill was passed, a banquet was given at Warrenton to our U.S. Senators, Mason and Hunter, to which I subscribed because they were our senators. I felt esteem for R.M.T. Hunter, a modest and learned gentleman, but Mason was a hard, arrogant man. He was the hero of the fire-eating Southerners because he had cracked the whip of King Cotton over the North, and brought them to their knees in uttermost abjectness. He had framed the fugitive slave law, and the Northerners had consented to become slave hounds, to hunt down men and women escaping from bondage. Not many recoveries of slaves were anticipated, but Mason was hailed as the victor. This was the tone of the banquet at Warrenton. Mason had brought with him to Warrenton the renegade Quaker, Elwood Fisher, who was going about speaking and writing in defense of slavery as the true foundation of society. Colonel Phillips brought those two to his house, where I had some conversation with them. I do not remember anything of the conversation except that I disgusted Mason by expressing sympathy with Senator Dodge's homestead law, by which it was proposed to give homesteads in the territories to families that would reside on and cultivate them, also by trying to interest him in free schools. He disclaimed interest in such schemes, and I, on my part, was not interested in the petty politics and politicians of our region which he discussed with Colonel Phillips. I was interested in humanity, in the education and salvation of the people. I was interested too in the Negro race as a race, and not as merely a number of pawns on the board where politicians were playing a game of South versus North. Although I had reached a theory of the inferiority of that race to the white race, I was dealing with the subject seriously, was searching for principles, and I had not enough sectionalism to admire the proud provincialism of Mason. Soon after General Zachary Taylor was inaugurated in the presidency, he passed through Fredericksburg. I saw him and wrote in the paper some ridicule of him. When he died, I was in Warrenton. He had given indications that his administration would not be altogether favorable to slavery, and I heard a good many pro-slavery radicals express their satisfaction with his removal by Providence. It was also whispered about that Providence might have employed a poisoner. These things shocked me a good deal. I had not liked the president, but the spirit that rejoiced in his death belonged to an atmosphere of enmity that I had never breathed. End of Chapter 7, Part 2.
Chapter 8 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 8. Education and Slavery, A Mob Murder, The Agassiz Theory of Races, My Essay on the Negro Race, My Real Conversion, Transcendental Methodism, Preparations for the Methodist Ministry, A Disappointment in Love, The Shadrach Case in Congress, A Slave's Vision, Rockville Circuit, My First Sermons. My pamphlet on free schools excited no discussion in Virginia. My only important sympathizers were Law Professor Minor of the University of Virginia and Samuel M. Janney, Quaker preacher of Loudon. My father was pleased, though he did not express agreement. I looked eagerly into my New York Tribune to see what Greeley would say about it. His paragraph, editorial, was friendly, but I only remember the closing words: Virginia's white children will never be educated till its colored children are free. This shaft went very deep into me, for I found that pro-slavery philosophers considered the free school system a dangerous Northern ism. My mere Virginianism had received a number of blows during my residence in Warrenton, notably by the mob murder of a free Negro named Grayson at Culpeper Court House. The man had been sentenced for murdering a Mr. Miller, but the evidence against him was weak, while the local demand for a victim was furious. The Court of Appeals had ordered a new trial to take place at Warrenton. Grayson was taken from jail by a mob of several hundred who, as their victim was nobody's property, met but feeble resistance, and hanged, protesting his innocence to the last. On this I wrote in the Warrenton paper, July 20, 1850, quote, "The whole affair would read better among the records of the Spanish Inquisition, or of the feudal age of Britain, than by the light of the full noon of the 19th century." End quote. The innocence of Grayson was afterwards established, as no doubt the innocence of many of the victims of the bloodhounds, euphemistically called lynchers, would be by fair trial. This was the only case of the Negro murder called lynching that I ever heard of before the Union War, and the indignation throughout the South prevented its being made a count against slavery. I never up to that time had heard any person say a word against the rectitude of slavery. The nearest to it was what my father had said, "It is a doomed institution." It was too close to my eyes to be seen. That it would ever end was not even prophesied by its Northern antagonists. Now, however, when a moral cause, universal education, had taken possession of me, slavery barred my way in every direction. Before my radical Jeffersonianism, the Negro stood demanding recognition as a man and a brother, else he must be treated as an inferior animal. At this moment the new theory of Agassiz appeared, that the races of mankind are not from a single pair. I had conversed with Professor Baird of the Smithsonian Institution on the subject, and found that he agreed with Agassiz. In June 1850, Agassiz delivered a lecture on the subject in Cambridge, Massachusetts, which was expanded into a long article in the Christian Examiner for July. In this manifesto, the professor argued only by implication against the unity of human species, but where he feared to tread, my crudity rushed in. It was not the vanity of a youth under 19, but a spirit struggling for existence amid fatal conditions, which led me to announce in the Franklin Lyceum, Warrenton, of which I was a secretary, a theory that the Negro was not a man within the meaning of the Declaration of Independence. All of the other members, though not anti-slavery, exclaimed against the infidelity of the theory, though none answered my argument that Negroes, if human, were entitled to liberty. My eccentric views were talked about, and I found myself the center of a religious tempest in Little Warrenton. If the Negro was not descended from Adam, he had not, like us whites, inherited depravity. And wherefore our missions to the many non-Caucasian races? I sat down as wrangler of the new theory, surrounded myself with books on races, mental philosophy, and biblical criticism, and achieved 15 closely written letter pages to prove that mankind are not derived from one pair, that the Caucasian race is the highest species, and that this supreme race has the same right of dominion over the lower species of his genus that he has over quadrupeds, the same right in kind, but not in degree. This elaborate essay was not printed, and I had forgotten that it was ever written until 50 years later it came forth from other wrappings of my dead self. It is dated Warrenton, Virginia, December 1850. It vaguely recalls to me the moral crisis in my life, whether it was the dumb answers of the colored servants moving about the house, cheerfully yielding me unrequited services, or whether my eyes recognized in the completed essay a fallacy in the assumption of a standard of humanity not warranted by the facts, the paper was thrown aside. This so-called conversion of my college days had been a boyish delusion. The real conversion came now at the end of 1850. I had caught a vision of my superficiality, casuistry, perhaps also of the ease with which I could consign a whole race to degradation. I do not remember whether or not my theory of Negro inferiority was consciously altered, but an overwhelming sense of my own inferiority came upon me. The last words of my Warrenton diary are, "Had a violent fever that night." The fever was mental and spiritual more than physical. When it passed away, it left me with a determination to devote my life to the elevation and welfare of my fellow beings, white and black. The man of Nazareth had drawn near and said, "What thou dost to the least of these my brothers, thou art doing to me." In December 1850, a note to my father told him that I had abandoned all idea of practicing at the bar, that I should be home at Christmas, and should apply for admission to the Baltimore Methodist Conference as a minister. Parents, relatives, friends were amazed. By my writings in the Virginia journals and in the Southern Literary Messenger, I had acquired sufficient reputation to gain me a good position in Richmond journalism. I had studied enough law to take my place at the bar, and having eminent relatives in that profession, my success in it seemed to be assured. I was not in poverty, and was moving in the best social circles. Why, then, this sudden resolution to become a Methodist preacher? It was long a mystery to myself, but Emerson was at the bottom of it. I knew by my experience to what depth a teacher's word might strike in an open heart. Oh, that I could be even in a small way able to uplift fainting hearts, and guide the groping as that great Spirit had uplifted me and was now opening a fair horizon before me. Had I got hold of Emerson's address to the Cambridge Divinity graduates, I might have discovered the inconsistency of his philosophy with any form of orthodoxy. But I had only his first and second series of essays. These did away with the bounds between sacred and secular by making both sacred. So free from theological negations are these essays that they leavened my Methodism imperceptibly by idealizing the whole of life as Methodism over-sanctified it. His transcendentalism corresponded with Methodist transcendentalism at various points. The personal character of spiritual life, soul finding the divine in the solitude of the individual life, the mission ordained for every human being, these are interpretations of the Methodist doctrines of miraculous conversion, the inward witness of the Spirit, progressive sanctification, and the divine call to the ministry. I believe that my study of Emerson's essays raised Methodism in my eyes, for this religious organization was, in Virginia, alive, earnest, and not much interested in dogmas. I cannot remember ever hearing a Methodist sermon about the Trinity. Just after I had resolved to enter the ministry, a letter came from Kate Emory, giving a cheerful account of visits to her friends in Maryland, and with no intimation of ill health. But she said our correspondence must cease. I had just begun to study Hebrew with Rev. Dr. McPhail, Presbyterian, and the works of Wesley, Adam Clark, Watson, but all books were dropped, and I went off to Carlisle to learn my fate. She who was to decide it was thin and pale, but no considerations of health affected me in the least. She had been teased about me. My letters had become warm enough to frighten her. She cared for no other man so much, but she could as yet only offer me her friendship. So I went off to hope, but with a dull feeling of hopelessness wrote in my journal, quote, "Man was never made, I believe, to go or look backward." End quote. On my homeward way I passed a week in Washington. Senator Hunter smuggled me into the Senate lobby so that I heard the great debate on the Boston riot. This was on February 18, 1851. 3 days before, when the fugitive slave Shadrach was on trial in Boston, the case was postponed till next day, and at that moment about 40 colored men swarmed into the courtroom. Shadrach became undistinguishable among them, and was spirited away to Canada. Not a blow was struck. Nobody injured, nobody wronged, but simply a chattel transformed into a man, wrote Garrison in the Liberator. But the incident caused excitement in Congress, and was described as a riot. The new fugitive slave law was beginning to bear its fatal fruits. Only a few months before, I had been assisting at the banquet given at Warrenton to its author, Senator Mason, but now for the first time discovered that the new law was of serious importance. I shall never forget the wrath that shriveled up the already wrinkled face of Henry Clay, nor his sharp voice as he leaped forward and cried, quote, "This outrage is the greater because it was by people not of our race, but persons who possess no part in our political system, and the question arises whether we shall have a government of white men or of blacks." End quote. I was not anti-slavery, and did not doubt at the time that it was a murderous attack on the court, but Clay's speech and manner grated on me, and I was more pleased with the speech of Jefferson Davis. The Massachusetts Senator Davis had tried to soothe the wrath of the compromisers who had predicted the reign of peace to follow their omnibus bill. But when he alluded to the common sentiment in Massachusetts against the rendition of fugitives, a voice, that of Hale, I think, cried universal sentiment. Whereupon Jefferson Davis said calmly, quote, "If that be so, the law is dead in that state. Wherever mobs can rule and law is silenced beneath tumult, this is a wholly impracticable government. It was not organized as one of force. Its strength is moral, and moral only. I for one will never give my vote to extend a single arm of the federal power for the coercion of Massachusetts." End quote. This was in reply to Foote, who said he had private knowledge that the President, Fillmore, had ordered Commodore Reed at Philadelphia to use all of his marine force, if necessary, to sustain this law, and cited the action of President Washington in marching into Pennsylvania to crush the Whiskey Rebellion. The debate gave me much to think of. I have said that I went to college too soon, barely turned 16, but what must be said of my first entrance on the ministry? It was on March 17, 1851, my 19th birthday, that I was appointed to Rockville Circuit, Maryland, one of the most important in the Baltimore Conference. There was excitement among our emotionally pious servants at my entering the ministry. On the eve of my departure, one of these, Eliza Gwynn, came late in the evening and desired me to go out to her husband, Dunmore. He met me in the little porch and said, quote, "Mars Monk," but I will omit his dialect, "I have had a vision. I saw you standing on a hill, and one came and blew a trumpet, and there came many people from the south, and another came and blew a trumpet, and a great number came from the north. And one sounded a third trumpet, and many came from the east, and a fourth trumpet, and a multitude from the west. And a host was around you, and to them all you spoke the word of the Lord." End quote. I had no such ambition for myself as Dunmore had for me, and had misgivings as to even a fair success. The vision made on me only an impression of the love our servants bore me. Out there under the stars these humble people, whom I had been pronouncing not quite human scientifically, pressed my hand, and invoked blessings on my head. I went off to my room, deeply moved. It was midnight. I so entered on my Methodist ministry. The black man gave me the only consecration I ever received. Early next morning our hostler brought to the door the handsome chestnut horse which my father had purchased for me, with fine new saddle, and the indispensable saddle-bags, well stocked with what might be needed on my 2 days' journey to Rockville. The only advice my father gave me was against relapse into politics. Let the potsherds of the earth strive with the potsherds of the earth. Seek higher things, my son. My road lay past the homes of my near relatives, Glencairn, Carmora, Erleslie, and I little dreamed that it was the beginning of a journey that would take me so far away from them all. At Stafford Courthouse I received an ovation from my Methodist uncle, Valentine, and aunts, my grandparents being too gracious to reveal any regrets they may have felt at my adopting such a profession. At Aquia Church, weird in its solitude and dilapidation, I paused for a time, and tried to picture my great-great-grandfather, Parson Moncure, perched in the little black pulpit high up a column, and his congregation as they gathered there 100 years before. He was the only clergyman in our family line, and of all his sermons, written during a long ministry, Not one sentence is left. But the spiritual bequest may be all the more important for being unwritten. I passed the night in a rickety tavern at Occoquan, and rode on through the dead town of Dumfries. Nothing remained of it but tottering chimneys, yet it was once so prosperous that my grandfather, Dr. John Moncure Daniel, settled here for medical practice. It was here that he brought his girlish bride from Edinburgh, and here she died in giving birth to her first and stillborn child. I stopped at Old Pohick Church, to which the Washingtons occasionally came from Mount Vernon, and where Reverend Mason Weems, who called himself rector of Mount Vernon, sometimes preached. First biographer of George Washington, originator of the cherry tree fable, laughed at now, Weems was yet a striking figure in his time. Bishop Meade, whose preaching I remember, and others whom I knew, had kindly memories of Weems. The road I was traveling was more lonely than in Weems' time. There was no railway to Washington. And there was in my boyhood a legend that robbers had their quarters in Aquia Church. If so, they must have long before sought some more frequented highway. I was startled at meeting one wayfarer between Pohick Church and Alexandria, a poor Corsican with hand organ, to whose tunes I listened. Rockville Circuit was flourishing and arduous. At that time it contained most of the present Gaithersburg Circuit, and required hard work for two preachers. My senior was the Reverend William Prettyman, father of Barrett, once my college chum. Mr. Prettyman and his wife, their daughter Margaretta, and Barrett were educated and excellent people, and welcomed me to the home they had already formed at Rockville. Methodist itinerancy usually required that the junior, unmarried, minister on a circuit should have no fixed abode. He was supposed to live on horseback, with his wardrobe and library in his saddlebags, and otherwise to be entertained in the houses of the brethren near each meeting house. But a room was provided for the junior in the cottage of the widow Wilson, a mile out of Rockville. Thither I could always repair when I desired not to be a guest. Sister Wilson was a motherly hostess, the cottage and garden pleasant, and I was always glad to get back to their freedom and pretty walks. But I could rarely stay anywhere more than a day, as there were about 10 appointments to be filled each week, and these meeting-houses were distant from each other 5, 10, 15 miles. My first sermon was given in a small private house, Brother English's, at 3 p.m. Saturday, April 6. Text, Genesis 49:18. I have waited for thy salvation, O Lord. My first sermon in a church was the next morning, April 7, at Goshen, on Genesis 4:9. Am I my brother's keeper? How plain before me now is that scene at Goshen. The junior preacher is an annual, and his first appearance an important event. Goshen was far away in the woods, but the region was populous, and when I rode up that Sunday morning I was appalled by the number of vehicles. And when I looked down on the crowded seats and felt every eye fixed on me, I had a sort of pulpit fright. I felt that there would be a disappointment. Had a written sermon been admissible, I might have had confidence, but one small page held all my notes. I knew nothing whatever of anyone before me. Were they educated? Were they fond of rhetoric? They were apparently well-to-do people, and some impression was on me that a good many belonged to fashionable churches. Not one of them knew that I was about to give my first sermon in a church. I had taken pains with the sermon, and suppose there may have been some response, for I find that I selected it to give on my first appearance in Washington. Foundry, August 19. Among my old papers I have now and then come upon mouldy skeletons of my earliest sermons. I cannot think what flesh and blood clothed them, but find that I was in morbid reaction against the worldliness my boyhood envied. On one occasion, hearing that some Methodist young ladies had danced at a ball, I preached so severely against such pleasures that the family resented it and joined another church. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 9. My uncle, Dr. John Henry Daniel, said to me when I was leaving home, "So, you are going to be a journeyman soul-saver." I did not begin life with that burden on me, and when it came was too young to question whether it was part of me, my hunch, or a pack of outside things like that strapped on Bunyan's Pilgrim. My pack was symbolized in my saddlebags, where the Bible, Emerson's Essays, Watson's Theology, Carlyle's Latter-day Pamphlets, Jeremy Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, the Methodist Discipline, and Coleridge's Aids to Reflection got on harmoniously for a time. Dr. Daniel's label, a journeyman soul-saver, told true in a sense. It was really my own enmeshed soul I had to save. I was struggling at the center of an invisible web of outer influences and hereditary forces. I was without wisdom. How many blunders I made in my sermons, with which I took so much pains, I know not. But I remember a friendly hint from the wife of the Honorable Bowie Davis that a sermon was too agrarian. In another case the recoil was more serious. It came through my presiding elder, who said, "From what I hear, a sermon of yours on the new birth was too profound." This troubled me deeply. I had supposed that Jesus meant to be profound, and put much study into the sermon, the only favorable response to which was from an aged Negro woman who, long after I had left Methodism, laid her hand on my head and said, "I never knew what the Lord meant by our being born again until I heard you preach about it, and bless the Lord, it's been plain ever since." My early training in law courts determined my method of preaching. In preparing a sermon, I fixed on some main point which I considered of vital importance, and dealt with it as if I were pleading before judge and jury. This method was not Methodism. I was in continual danger of being too profound, and though congregations were interested in my sermons, they brought me more reputation for eccentricity than for eloquence. This, however, was not a matter of concern to me. Ambition for fame and popularity was not among my faults. My real mission was personal, to individuals. In each neighborhood on my circuit there were some whom I came to know with a certain intimacy, aspiring souls whose confidences were given me. However far away I might be, they rose before me when I was preparing for that appointment. They inspired messages in the sermon. No general applause could give me the happiness felt when these guests of my heart met me with smiles of recognition or clasped my hand with gratitude. It was an agricultural region in which crime and even vices were rare. Slavery existed only in its mildest form, and there was no pauper population to excite my reformatory zeal. Nor was there even any sectarian prejudice to combat. The county was divided up between denominations friendly to each other and hospitable to me. My personal influence was thus necessarily humanized. I could not carry on any propaganda of Methodism in the homes of non-Methodist gentlemen and ladies who entertained me, even had I felt so inclined, without showing my church inferior to theirs. My belief is that I gradually preached myself out of the creeds by trying to prove them by my lawyer-like method. Moreover, I had the habit of cross-examining the sermons of leading preachers, finding statements that in a law court would have told against their case. At a camp meeting in 1851, I learned that our presiding elder was about to preach on the resurrection of the body. I slipped into his hand the following query: a soldier fallen in the field remains unburied. His body mingles with the sod, springs up in the grass. Cattle graze there, and atoms of the soldier's body become beef. The beef is eaten by a man who suddenly dies, while in him are particles of the soldier's body conveyed to him by the grass-fed beef. Thus 2 men die with the same material substance in them. How can there be an exact resurrection of both of those bodies as they were at the moment of death? The preacher read out the query and said, "All things are possible with God, nothing more." It made a profound impression on me that a divine should take refuge in a phrase. The doctrine in question involved the verbal inspiration of Scripture and the Apostles' Creed. I made a note of another thing at this camp meeting. The Reverend Littleton Morgan, an accomplished preacher, declared that in his passion and crucifixion Christ suffered all that the whole human race must have suffered in hell to all eternity. But for that sacrifice, at dinner, some ministers demurred at this doctrine. I maintained that it appeared to be a logical deduction from our theory of the atonement. But I soon recognized that it was a reductio ad absurdum. Rockville Circuit being near Washington, I was able at times to pass a few days in the capital, where I had relatives and acquaintances. I attended the debates in Congress and in the Supreme Court, where I heard Daniel Webster's speech in the famous Gaines case. It was a powerful speech, impressively delivered, but I had sufficient experience in courts to recognize several passages meant for the fashionable audience with which the room was crowded. He was against the appellant, Mrs. Gaines, who was pleading for her legitimacy as well as property, and described his client persistently besieged by litigation as a rock beaten by ocean waves. He drew all eyes on pleasant Myra Gaines, and I remember thinking the metaphor infectious. My sympathies were with the lady, and the rock might symbolize the stony heart of the man holding on to her property. But I was so interested in Webster's look and manner that in my ignorance of the evidence my attention to what he said was fitful, and the speech was obliterated by the thrilling romance rehearsed by the judges in their decisions. For it was in 2 volumes the minority opinion of Justice Wayne and Justice Daniel, my grand-uncle, in favor of Mrs. Gaines, being especially thrilling. No American novelist would venture on which a tale of intrigue, adultery, bigamy, disguises, betrayal, as those justices searched through unshrinkingly, ignoring the company present. On one of my visits to Washington I heard a sermon from the famous Asbury Roselle, which lifted the vast audience to exaltation and joy. His subject was the kingdom of God and triumphs of the cross, and he began by declaring that it was universally agreed that ideal government was the rule of one supreme and competent individual head. This Carlian sentiment, uttered in the capital of the so-called republic, gave me some food for thought at the time, and I remembered it when I awakened to the anomaly of disowning as a Republican the paraphernalia of royalty, while as a preacher I was using texts and hymns about the thrones and crowns and scepters and worshiping a king. My interest in party politics had declined. I began to study large human issues. One matter that I entered into in 1851 was international copyright. On this subject I wrote an article which appeared in the National Intelligencer. I took the manuscript to the office, and there saw the venerable Joseph Gales, who founded the paper, and W. W. Seaton, the editor. Mr. Seaton remarked that I was a very young man to be in holy orders, and after glancing at the article said he was entirely in sympathy with it. In that article I appealed to Senator Sumner to take up the matter, and thenceforth he sent me his speeches. I little imagined how much personal interest I was to have some years later in Gales and Seaton, who were among the founders of the Unitarian Church in Washington. I used sometimes to saunter into the bookshop of Frank Taylor, or that of his brother Hudson Taylor, afterwards intimate Unitarian friends, before I knew that there was a Unitarian church in Washington. From one of them I bought a book that deeply moved me, The Soul, Her Sorrows and Her Aspirations, by Francis William Newman. I took this book to heart before I was conscious of my unorthodoxy, nothing in it then suggesting to me that the author was an unbeliever in supernaturalism. The setting given by Newman's book to Charles Wesley's hymn, "Come, O thou traveler unknown," made that hymn my inspiration, and it has been my song in many a night wherein I have wrestled with phantoms. But my phantoms were not phantasm, and brought no horrors into those beautiful woods and roads of Montgomery County. These were my study. I was wont to start off to my appointments early, in order that I might have no need to ride fast, and when clear of a village, take from my saddle-bags an Emerson or Coleridge or Newman, and throwing the reins on my horse's neck, read and read, or pause to think on some point. I remember that in reading Emerson repeatedly, I seemed never to read the same essay as before, whether it was the new morning or that I had mentally traveled to a new point of view. There was always something I had not previously entered into. His thoughts were mother thoughts, to use Balzac's words. Over the ideas were shining ideals that made the world beautiful to me. The woods and flowers and birds amid which I passed made a continuous chorus for all this poetry and wit and wisdom. And science also. From Emerson I derived facts about nature that filled me with wonder. On one of my visits to Professor Baird at the Smithsonian Institution, I talked of these statements. He was startled that I should be reading Emerson, with whose writings he was acquainted. At the end of our talk, Baird said, "Whatever may be thought of Emerson's particular views of nature, there can be no question about the nature in him and in his writings that is true and beautiful." A college mate, Newman Hank, was the preacher on Stafford Circuit, Virginia, and it was arranged that for one round of appointments he and I should exchange circuits. I thus preached for a month among those who had known me from childhood. Though few of them were Methodists, they all came to hear me, and I suppose many were disappointed. I had formerly spoken in their debating societies with the facility of inexperience, but was no longer so fluent. At Fredericksburg, June 19, I preached to a very large congregation and was invited to the houses of my old friends, none of them Methodists. But the culminating event was my sermon in our own town, Falmouth, 3 days later. How often had I sat in that building listening to sermons, Methodist, Baptist, Presbyterian, occasionally falling under the spell of some orator who made me think its pulpit the summit of the world. How large that church in my childhood, and how grand its assemblage of all the beauty and wealth of the neighborhood, when I stood in the pulpit and realized how small the room was, and could recognize every face and observe every changing expression, and when I saw before me my parents, my sister, and brothers with almost painful anxiety in their loving eyes, strange emotions came to me. The first of my phantoms drew near and whispered, "Are you sure, perfectly sure, that the seeds you are about to sow in these hearts that cherish you are the simple truth of your own heart and thought?" My text was, "Thou wilt show me the path of life." My theme, that every human being is on earth for a purpose. The ideal life was that whose first words were, "I must be about my Father's business," and the last, "It is finished." When we reached home, my uncle, Dr. John Henry Daniels, said, "There was a vein of Calvinism running all through that sermon." "I hate Calvinism," cried I. "No matter, the idea of individual predestination was in your sermon, and it may be true." My father was, I believe, gratified by the sermon, but he said with a laugh, "One thing is certain, Mon, should the devil ever aim at a Methodist preacher, you'll be safe." In this sermon, which ignored hell and heaven and dealt with religion as the guide and consecration of life on earth, I had unconsciously taken the first steps in my earthward pilgrimage. When I returned to my own circuit, a burden was on me that could not roll off before the cross. Our most cultured congregation was at Brookville, a village named after the race of which Roger Brooke was at this time the chief. Our pretty Methodist church there was attended by some Episcopalian families, Halls, Magruders, Donalds, Coulters, who adopted me personally. The finest mansion was that of John Hall, who insisted on my staying at his house when I was in the neighborhood. He was an admirable gentleman, and so friendly with the Methodists that they were pleased at the hospitality shown their minister. Mrs. Hall, a grand woman intellectually and physically, was a daughter of Roger Brooke. She had been disowned by the Quakers for marrying out of meeting, but it was a mere formality. They all loved her just as much. Her liberalism had leavened the families around her. She was not interested in theology, and never went to any church, but encouraged her lovely little daughters of 10 and 12 years to enjoy Sunday like any other day. After some months she discovered that some of my views resembled those of her father, and desired me to visit him. There was a flourishing settlement of Hicksite Quakers at Sandy Spring near Brookville, but I never met one of them, nor knew anything about them. Hicksite was a meaningless word to me. Uncle Roger, their preacher, was spoken of throughout Montgomery County as the best and wisest of men, and I desired to meet him. When I afterwards learned that Hicksite was equivalent to unorthodox, it was easy to understand why none of them should seek the acquaintance of a Methodist minister. The Quakers assembled twice a week, and happening one Wednesday to pass their meeting house, I entered. Impelled by curiosity, most of those present were in Quaker dress, which I did not find unbecoming for the ladies, perhaps because the wearers were refined, and some of them pretty. After a half-hour's silence, a venerable man, of very striking appearance, over 6 feet in height, and his long head full of force, arose, laid aside his hat, and in a low voice, in strange contrast with his great figure, uttered these words: "Walk in the light while ye are children of the light, lest darkness come upon you." Not a word more. He resumed his seat and hat, and after a few moments' silence shook hands with the person next to him. Then all shook hands and the meeting ended. I rode briskly to my appointment and went on with my usual duties, but this, my first Quaker experience, had to be digested. The old gentleman with his Solomonic face, it was Roger Brooke, who had broken the silence with but one text, had given that text by its very insultation and modification a mystical suggestiveness. After I had attended the Quaker meeting several times, it was heard of by my Methodist friends. One of these, a worthy mechanic, told me that Samuel Jenney had preached in the Quaker meeting, and once said that the blood of Jesus could no more save man than the blood of a bullock. This brother's eyes were searching, though kindly. Roger Brooke belonged to the same family as that of Roger Brooke Taney, then Chief Justice of the United States. His advice, opinion, arbitration were sought for in all that region. Despite anti-slavery and rationalistic convictions, he leavened all Montgomery County with tolerance. One morning, as I was riding off from the Quaker meeting, a youth overtook me and said Uncle Roger wished to speak to me. I turned and approached the old gentleman's carryall. He said, "I have seen thee at one or two of our meetings. If thee can find it convenient to go home with us to dinner, we shall be glad to have thee." The faces of his wife and daughter-in-law beamed their welcome, and I accepted the invitation. The old mansion, Brook Grove, contained antique furniture and the neatness bespoke good housekeeping. So also did the dinner, for these Maryland Quakers knew the importance of good living to high thinking. There was nothing sanctimonious about this home of the leading Quaker. Uncle Roger had a delicate humor. When I left the Baltimore Conference, the Quakers were, given by many Methodists, the discredit of having undermined my faith. But their only contribution to my new faith was in enabling me to judge the unorthodox tree by its fruits of culture and character. If theology were ever discussed by them, it was I who introduced the subject. They had no proselyting spirit. I thought of joining the Quaker Society, but Roger Brooke advised me not to do so. "Thee will find among us," he said, "a good many prejudices, for instance, against music, of which thou art fond. And while thou art mentally growing, would it be well to commit thyself to any organized society?" How often have I had to ponder those words of Jesus, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Men do not forsake their God, he forsakes them. It is the God of the creeds that first forsakes us. More and more the dogmas come into collision with plain truth. Every child's clear eyes contradict the guilty fantasy of inherited depravity. Every compassionate sentiment abhors the notion of hell and salvation by human sacrifice. Yet our tender associations, our affections are intertwined with these falsities, and we cling to them till they forsake us. For more than a year I was like one flung from a foundered ship, holding on to a raft till it went to pieces, then to a floating log till it buffeted off. To every stick, every straw, one after another, the gods forsake us, forsake our common sense, our reason, our justice, our humanity. In the autumn of my first ministerial year, I had to take stock of what was left me that could honestly be preached in Methodist pulpits. About the Trinity I was not much concerned. The morally repulsive dogmas and atrocities ascribed to the deity in the Bible became impossible. What then was salvation? I heard from Roger Brooke this sermon: "He shall save the people from their sins, not in them." It is the briefest sermon I ever heard, but it gave me a Christianity for 1 year, for it was sustained by my affections. They were keen, and the thought of turning my old home in Falmouth into a house of mourning and grieving the hearts of my friends in Carlisle and congregations that so trusted me appeared worse than death. My affections were at times rack and thumbscrew. I had no friend who could help me on the intellectual, moral, and philosophical points involved. Roger Brooke and William Henry Farquhar were rationalists by birthright. They had never had any dogma to unlearn, nor had they to suffer the pain of being sundered from relatives and friends. In my loneliness I stretched appealing hands to Emerson. After his death, my friend Edward Emerson sent me my letters to his father, and the first is dated at Rockville, November 4, 1851. Without any conventional opening, how could I call my prophet "Dear Sir"? My poor trembling letter begins with a request to know where the Dial can be purchased, and proceeds: "I will here take the liberty of saying what nothing but a concern as deep as eternity should make me say. I am a minister of the Christian religion. The only way for the world to re-enter paradise, in my earnest belief, I have just commenced that office at the call of the Holy Ghost. Now in my 20th year, about a year ago, I commenced reading your writings. I have read them all and studied them sentence by sentence. I have shed many burning tears over them, because you gain my assent to laws, which, when I see how they would act on the affairs of life, I have not courage to practice. By the law, sin revives and I die. I sometimes feel as if you made for me a second fall, from which there is no redemption by any atonement. To this there came a gracious response. Concord, Massachusetts, 13th September, 1851. Dear Sir, I fear you will not be able, except at some chance auction, to obtain any set of the Dial. In fact, smaller editions were printed of the later and latest numbers, which increases the difficulty. I am interested by your kind interest in my writings, but you have not let me sufficiently into your own habit of thought to enable me to speak to it with much precision. But I believe what interests both you and me most of all things, and whether we know it or not, is the morals of intellect. In other words, that no man is worth his room in the world who is not commanded by a legitimate object of thought. The earth is full of frivolous people who are bending their whole force and the force of nations on trifles, and these are baptized with every grand and holy name, remaining, of course, totally inadequate to occupy any mind, and so skeptics are made. A true soul will disdain to be moved except by what natively commands it, though it should go sad and solitary in search of its master 1,000 years. The few superior persons in each community are so by their steadiness to reality and their neglect of appearances. This is the euphrasy and rue that purge the intellect and ensure sight. Its full rewards are slow but sure, and yet I think it has its reward on the instant, inasmuch as simplicity and grandeur are always better than dapperness. But I will not spin out these saws farther, but hasten to thank you for your frank and friendly letter, and to wish you the best deliverance in that contest to which every soul must go alone. Yours, in all good hope, R. W. Emerson. This letter I acknowledged with a longer one, December 12, 1851, in which I say, I have very many correspondents, but I might almost say yours is the only letter that was ever written to me. Early in 1852, Kossuth visited Washington. An enthusiasm for him and his cause carried me there. The Washington pulpits had not yet said anything about slaves at our own doors, but it was easy to be enthusiastic for liberty as far away as Hungary. And so the preachers all paid homage to Kossuth. I stopped at the house of Reverend Littleton Morgan, whose wife was an authoress, and her sister, Carrie Dallum, the most attractive friend I had in Washington. With her I went to the New Year's levee at the White House, and also to call on the widow of President John Quincy Adams, a handsome and entertaining old lady. I also think it was then and by her that I was taken to see the widow of Alexander Hamilton. Mayor Seaton entered, and in courtly style took her hand in both of his and kissed it. Bending low, she was still her 95th year. A cheerful and handsome lady, gracious and dignified. Her narratives of society in that city, as she remembered it, sounded like ancient legends. I remember particularly her account of a president's drawing-room in the time of President Jackson. Mrs. Hamilton was, I believe, the first to introduce ices into the country. At any rate, she told me that President Jackson, having tasted ices at her house, resolved to have some at his next reception. For in those days, so simple and small were the receptions that refreshments were provided. Mrs. Hamilton related that at the next reception the guests were seen melting each spoonful of ice cream with their breath, preparatory to swallowing it. The reception itself was, she said, more like a large tea party than anything else. Kossuth was a rather small man with a pale face, a soft eye, a poetic and pathetic expression, and a winning voice. He spoke English well, and his accent added to his eloquence by reminding us of his country, for which he was pleading. I followed him about Washington, to the Capitol, the White House, the State Department, etc., listening with rapt heart to his speeches and weeping for Hungary. I find this note undated. Kossuth received today a large number of gentlemen and ladies to whom he discoursed eloquently of the wrongs of Hungary. Many were moved to tears, and some ladies presented their rings and others trinkets for the cause of the oppressed. A large slave auction took place at Alexandria, just across the river, on the same day. But alas, I presently had a tragedy of my own to weep for, the death of my elder brother Peyton. He had long suffered from the sequel of scarlatina, but nevertheless had studied law and begun practice. During the summer of 1851 he visited me on my circuit, Rockville, and accompanied me to St. James camp meeting. He was deeply affected on hearing me preach, and approached the mourner's bench. No conversion occurred, and he returned home Falmouth in a sad mood. Then there arose in him the abhorrence of dogmas, and the ideal of a church of pure reason, absolutely creedless and unecclesiastical, uniting all mankind. Alas, little did he know that his brother, even myself, was at that moment in mortal inward struggle with a creed. But this I learned only after his death, for at that critical moment he died of typhoid fever, March 13, 1852, 14 days after his 22nd birthday. There was bequeathed to my later years the miserable reflection that possibly he might have survived the attack but for the lowering of his strength by agitation under my preaching at the camp meeting. End of chapter 9. Recording by Simon Wainwright.
Chapter 10, Part 11 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experience, Volume 1 by Moncure Conway, Chapter 10, Part 11. The New Baltimore Conference, February 1852, gave me Frederick Circuit, now Liberty Circuit, in Frederick County, Maryland. Heavy-hearted for the loss of my brother, I started from home March 26th for my new field. On the Potomac boat, I met Reverend Dr. William Smith, Methodist, president of Randolph-Macon College, Virginia, distinguished by his propaganda of a new pro-slavery sociology. We had some conversation, and he asked me, "What is the principle of slavery?" I answered, "It has no principle." He said, "The principle of slavery clearly is the submission of one will to another, and government is inconceivable without it." "Then," said I, "government is inconceivably wrong." He said, "You ought to marry Fanny Wright. The best government is where the two elements of slavery and freedom balance. I only wish I had you in my senior class, to which I lecture on this subject every week. Thus were the winds sown, from which whirlwinds were presently reaped." Footnote: a quarter of a century later there came to my house in London a lady from Virginia who had fads that would have astonished Fanny Wright, among others, a belief that by a certain moral and mental and physical regime death might be entirely escaped. My wife became rather fond of her. She wrote a little book on the subject which she wished to sell, and we bought copies to aid her. She was a daughter of the Dr. William Smith, the pro-slavery apostle. I was not much interested in the territorial restriction of slavery, but I called at the house of Dr. Gamaliel Bailey, editor of the National Era, to see Grace Greenwood, afterwards Mrs. Lippincott, who was writing for the paper. In the course of our conversation I told her that the Negroes in our Virginia county and on my Maryland circuit were not suffering. She advised me to read a story in the course of publication in the National Era by a Mrs. Stowe entitled Uncle Tom's Cabin. It was long before any noise was made about the novel, and only then that I read it. It may appear to my reader that the degree of skepticism in my mind was sufficient to prevent my continuing in the ministry, but there were enough relics of Methodism in me to render it a duty to contest every doubt. That indeed was the tradition of Methodism, some of whose foremost men had struggled through Doubting Castle. How could I at 20 be absolutely certain that my doubts were not temptations? Moreover, I had to work out alone the newest and most complex of ethical problems, the obligation of self-truthfulness. Never had I heard from teacher or preacher any exhortation to be true to myself, for the truth, God's truth, the gospel truth. I must suffer any martyrdom, but truth, that is my own inner conviction. Unless it confirmed the truth, was defiance of Almighty God, and fealty to it mere infidelity of a sinful nature. It was hard as yet to say just what I was rejecting, and whether with further study and experience I might not, like Coleridge, discover that my abhorrence of the dogma of eternal punishment, human depravity, etc., might not be mere misinterpretation of them. I retained some kind of Satan in my faith, so that my love of the Father was ardent, tender, and my abhorrence of evil as yet without any philosophical apology for it as if permitted by God. My new circuit was large and laborious. Near a pretty village, Jefferson, was a cottage home for the junior preacher, the owner being aged Mother Rice. The only other person in the cottage beside Mother Rice was a black but comely young African, Becky. She was the blackest person I ever saw, but had no other negroid characteristics, her features being almost classic. We depended on Becky for everything. A more perfect cook, a neater washerwoman never lived, and a happier heart never beat. Across all the years I can see her sunshiny ebony face and hear her happy hymns while hanging out clothes or weeding the garden. The garden! Eden had not sweeter roses. Every flower was there. It was the haunt of hummingbirds. My rooms were on the ground floor and opened into this garden. I used to manage so as to get a good deal of time in my seclusional, as I called it, and there I read beautiful books that brought heaven into harmony with the roses and the hummingbirds. Carlyle's French Revolution suggested this note. How strangely, grandly it reads out here amid sunshine, flowers, birds, simple-hearted country folk. Nothing so wondrous as war viewed from peace. This inspired a sermon on the Prince of Peace. Having occasion to preach for Reverend Henry Slicer in Frederick, I gave them the Prince of Peace, whereon this note, several committees came to ask if I meant General Scott or General Pierce, rivals for the presidency. When saying I hope to see the day when we would vote for a man for something better than having general added to his name, I took the Quaker ground, which excited discussion in those that heard, as it must for a while. Yes, for a while, but some of those questioning friends had sad reason to remember my plea for peace, urged to the extent of non-resistance, preached throughout the country. 10 years later, their whole country was a camp, and their churches hospitals. As dogmas became dim, while pastoral exigencies remained, I was driven to the deeper study of the human heart, to the real soul in myself and in others, to the conditions and sorrows of life. I made nearer friendships, received confidences, and once christened a child with my own name. An Episcopalian clergyman, I fear even now to name him, discovered that I was not orthodox and visited me. He was in a similar state of mind. The only literary man I met in Frederick was Samuel Tyler, who had written a book on Robert Burns, another on the philosophy of Lord Bacon. I could not get either, but felt sure that they were interesting because of a work on the beautiful he was writing, of which he showed me portions in manuscript. The basis of his philosophy of the beautiful was that beauty is the feminine principle of the universe. He found endless illustrations of this in the feminine personifications of natural beauty, the dawn, the moon, spring, nature herself, all original, neatly expressed, and pointed with classical quotations. In my garden were youth and hope expanded with the morning glories, and no fruits of knowledge were forbidden. The harmless little garden snake seemed a symbol of my nascent optimism. In my 18th year, I came upon The Celestial Railroad by one Nathaniel Hawthorne, and was delighted with the travesty of my beloved Bunyan, little thinking then that I should myself ever be filling up the slough of despond with volumes of philosophy, or regarding Apollyon as a useful engineer. After that, the same magician had beguiled me with twice-told tales, but now he came into my garden with a volume which made the morning glories languish, and the pretty Eutoenia optimistica darken into a viper. This volume was The Scarlet Letter, but it requires a chapter to describe the effect of that incomparable work in me, and it cannot be attempted. On the portal of the greater world I was entering, Emerson had long been set as Michelangelo's morning, and now Hawthorne took the place of night. But it was night frescoed with galaxies and with wondrous dreams. Heroic Hester Prynne, feeling that what the world called her sin had a consecration of its own, and gradually hallowed by her sorrows, insomuch that the weary and heavy-laden women especially brought to her their perplexities and burdens to find comfort and counsel, was framed in my soul as a picture, and there it is to this day, surrounded with evergreen. Greatly in need of counsel as to my continuance in the ministry, I confided my doubts to Professor McClintock. He agreed with my optimism. It was faith, not skepticism, to believe that all is for the best. With reference to redemption, he thought no particular theory of it was essential. No theological statement had ever satisfied him, so much as the voice of Jenny Lind singing, I know that my Redeemer liveth. With the heart man believeth unto righteousness. But it was my heart that was rebelling against the dogmas. They were not believed because they were not beloved. I was encouraged to hold on in my circuit for a time by finding that some highly intelligent Methodists, like Dr. McClintock, thought not themselves skeptical, considered mental doubts about doctrines of small importance, and for that attitude these had the authority of John Wesley himself, who, when reproached for publishing the life of Thomas Berman, the Unitarian philanthropist, said, "I am sick of opinions. Give me the man's life." Dr. Burnap, Unitarian minister in Baltimore, addressed the Union Philosophical Society of Dickinson College in 1852. In that year, the members of our class of 1849 received their M.A. degree. At the close of June, my father, a trustee of the college, met me there, and he was troubled about the selection of Burnap, though the address was not heretical. His subject, Philosophical Tendencies of the American Mind, was ably treated, but I was vexed because he made fun of transcendentalism. Among the visitors at Carlisle was Dr. Durbin, and at the table of Professor O. H. Tiffany, he, Durbin, and Burnap drifted into a discussion to which my father and the other guests were attentive. The question between them was of course not doctrinal, but related to the general tendencies of religious thought, which Burnap held to be in the direction of larger liberality. Durbin pointed to the Tractarian movement, to the increasing strength of the Church of Rome, and made a vigorous argument against Burnap's view. On July 4th, I preached in the Carlisle Church, where 5 years before I joined the church. The distinguished people who had come for the commencement and the college faculty were present. My subject was the cloud no larger than a man's hand. My father and friends praised me, but one was present who probably felt the passionate feeling in my sermon was partly due to the cloud no larger than a woman's hand. The turmoils in my mind, the increasing probability that I could not remain in the Methodist Church, and the inconceivableness of a free thinker's marriage with the daughter of a bishop and sister of President Emory had kept me silent for a year. Also, I had felt during all that time that if I were betrothed to Catherine Emory, a hostage beyond redemption would be given to orthodoxy. She had with fairness concluded that the affair between us was at an end, and her engagement with my friend Osbury Morgan had just been announced. There was a subtle lightning in that cloud which struck something in me deeper than the dogmas with which I had been concerned. From some such experience came the motto of our family, Fide et Amor. My old faith and first love crumpled together. The happier love came with a new temple, but Jehovah was not in it. And already the foundation of the new temple was laid. That same sermon at Carlisle, then and there, composed in my anguish, gave the first expression to a vision risen above all my own negotiations and the system they denied. The small cloud was to prove its divine origin, not by theologies and sectarian triumphs, but by feeding hearts athirst and anhungered for love and righteousness. And like the cloud that came from a manger in Bethlehem, diffusing the spirit of peace and goodwill on earth, how many of those who responded to my sermon recognized all its implications? I knew not, but I returned to my circuit with new hope and strength. Why should I not raise my little cloud, assert the claims of a pure spiritual religion above all dogmas, and trust to its welcome by other famished hearts like mine? I went back eagerly to my garden at Jefferson, my Selucival, and began writing out a work long sketched on Jesuitism. It was published in the Christian Advocate and Journal in 7 installments, and the historical studies led up to a charge that the evil principle of Jesuitism survived in Protestantism. There was needed a revival of the Protestant spirit. The right of private judgment must be insisted on all intolerance of differences of opinion repudiated, and the most poisonous fruits of Jesuitism be recognized equally in Protestantism, when it forbids free thought and free culture among the people. Such latitudinarianism may lead to infidelity, but history shows that more evil and crime result from the suppression than from the recognition of reason, the eye of the soul. No man was ever injured by truth, said Jerome, and so on, with an extended plea which the Methodist organ printed without alteration or comment. I opened, says my journal, a correspondence with my parents on my scruples concerning the church and my remaining in it. It will every way be sad for them and me. But what is that to thee? Follow thou me. On one occasion I was in extreme distress of mind, having to preach at a camp meeting in the evening. Many distinguished preachers were present, and among them my venerated friend Norval Wilson. I remember my long solitary walk in the woods, trying to think what Christ was left me to preach about in the evening. I felt that Jesus was alive, that he was near me, and that he said, "Poor youth, there is but one thing for you to do. Give up all you have, even your loving friends, and follow your truth, as I tried to follow mine, into loneliness and suffering, even unto death. But you are not strong enough for that. You can lament over a figure of romance, the minister without courage to suffer shame beside the woman he loves, branded with a scarlet letter, but you have not the strength even to take the hand of truth, which involves no infamy. Like a young man I met in Palestine, you will go away sorrowful. Alas, so it was. I said some bold things, but not boldly. They could all turn in their ears of my hearers to affirmations of their commonplace beliefs. During that sermon, I, for the first time, quite broke down, and my tears prevented me from proceeding for a minute. Encouraging and sympathetic exclamations came from those around me, and after it was all over, I walked off into the woods. Norval Wilson overtook me, folded me in his arms, and said, "Mono, I didn't know how much I loved you till you said I feel so weak." Alas, weak indeed. I felt as if I had in my left hand the fabled sword that cleaved iron bars. When I needed that sword, which passed through a floating veil, I had to pierce hearts that really loved me. I felt Norval Wilson's embrace deeply, but no further words were spoken. He wept with me, then returned into the camp, and I remained where my place lay to the end, without the camp. My parents were much agitated by my avowal of doubts and my determination not to continue my ministry beyond the next Baltimore conference. Early in 1853, at the close of October, my mental troubles and the distress of my parents began to break down my health, and I arranged for my appointments so as to pass a week with relatives in Baltimore. My mother's sister Jean was the wife of a merchant there, William Crane, a leading member of the Church Baptist of the famous Dr. Fuller. There I was always affectionately welcome. My many cousins were musical, merry, cultured, and one of them, Anne, afterwards Mrs. C. Muller, reached literary distinction. To my surprise and delight, both Hicksite Friends and Unitarians were holding their annual meetings in Baltimore at the time of my arrival. I never was more moved than by a sermon from a Quaker woman. She was a handsome woman, and the sermon was truly inspired. My journal does not give her name, but I remember that her first name was Violet. In the conference of the Unitarian Association, the speaker who most impressed me was the Reverend Sylvester Judd of Augusta, M.E. He was the apostle of a new idea among Unitarians, the birthright church. My intimacy with the Quakers had made this idea familiar, and my ideal church was already one to which every child belonged. It was a joy to listen to Judd's pleading for the general adoption by ministers of the principle that children should be members of their congregations without need of christening, and their faith associated in every child's mind with its innocent gaieties. Sylvester Judd's face was of exceeding beauty. He had a light, clear complexion, blue eyes, and flaxen hair. Intellect and kindly feeling were blended in his expression. His cheeks were mirrors to the glow of his enthusiasm, his voice sympathetic with his thought, and there was about his mouth and eyes an infantine expression that rendered the great brow almost a surprise. Judd was an incarnation of the benediction on little children. At one of the Unitarian meetings, I spoke to Dr. Burnap, who remembered our talk at Carlisle and invited me to the collation usual on such occasions. I was then introduced to Mr. and Mrs. Morrison, and sat beside this lady at the table. I have never met her since, but she threw a charm on the whole Unitarian Church for me. She was, I was told, from Boston, and I felt that Boston had a heart, and Unitarianism its Morrisons, as well as Quakerism its Brookes and Farquhars. Dr. Dewey was the guest of Dr. and Mrs. Burnap, and they invited me to dine with him. Dr. Burnap called for champagne in my honor. Intellectual and kind, Mrs. Burnap continued the Unitarian work of grace in me, begun by her friend Mrs. Morrison. They were all cordial, and the two ministers arranged for an interview next day, when they advised me to enter the Harvard Divinity School. When I returned to my circuit, grievous tidings met me. Becky was at the point of death. This dusky Lydia, who devoted her life to the comfort of the preachers, and while legally property owned us all. Alas, she was prostrated by some fatal malady. Becky was to me an ideal. She seemed to be there to let me and other teachers know what the pure African is capable of. Her quick intelligence, her humor, her humility and simplicity, candor, unselfishness, her perennial happiness, and indefinable qualities that I never knew in any white person, had made her to me a revelation. I was overwhelmed with grief. Becky had to console me. I do not know whether she suffered much or not, for she smiled and conversed brightly, as I sat weeping beside her and talking to her of heaven. Heaven? So long as Becky was well and in her beautiful garden, she was sufficiently in heaven. Her death was the end of a little paradise. Mother Rice was taken off to her children, and the cottage closed. Probably I was the last minister that dwelt there. I walked about the garden. It was all desolation. Had the pretty little harmless snake that taught me optimism relapsed into the old dragon? A terrible confrontation was there. Once was this death that struck down a happy and useful young woman and wrought us all such misery. After all, my optimism was academic. It had not included the death of Becky. The awfulness of the event was universally felt in the neighborhood. On Sunday, November 15th, when I preached the funeral sermon, the church was filled with mourners, and I could hardly get through my sermon. In pouring out my heart at Becky's funeral, I for the first time startled any congregation by heretical thought. My brethren, says my diary, many of them were astonished at my preaching at Becky's funeral. That death was not the result of sin. I had not dreamed of the unusualness of the thought with them. I was sorry I had said it. I maintained my point, albeit they were astonished at my doctrine. Various incidents determined me to delay no longer my resignation. I remember one particularly. I had preached at Urbana, my most cultured congregation, and as I was leaving, a lady whispered gently, "Brother, you seem to be speaking to us from the moon." I might have suffered less had I confided to that dear friend the trouble I was in, but the pangs of my new birth were too severe. I could not think. Persons and incidences dominated heart and mind. How I dreaded to lose the affection of those sweet women and children. My final month's round of appointments was a succession of heartbreaks. My last sermon was preached on December 4th at Jefferson, where lay Becky in her garden. My theme being eternal joy, so says my diary. Perhaps it was of joy seen through tears. Next day I passed at Urbana with the Simmons and Murdoch families, homes full of lovely young people. Exchanges of gifts, singing of favorite ballads, evening company, made my last day on Frederick's Circuit, and on my diary inscribed, "What would I think of myself if these little girls ceased to love me? Farewell. Oh, how sad to go off." I bade them all good-bye, gave Annie a kiss, left. I shall not soon forget you all. My horse almost knocked my head off by nearly falling. I was thrown. My homeward journey lay through Rockville Circuit, where I passed a day with my Quaker friends, who did not quite like my plan of going to the divinity school. They feared my creed would be made up. Uncle Roger feared I was going to assist in the building of a sort of Babel, but could not refrain from a joke on the fiery names of their leading preachers: Bellows, Furnace, Sparks, and Burnap. My diary notes a difference of opinion with W.H. Farquhar on the subject of supernatural Christianity. I cannot yet give it up. It is too grave a thing to give up quickly and immodestly. I must study it. I alluded to this subject in a conversation with Roger Brooke, who said that a member of Congress visited the neighborhood many years before and placed in his hand a copy of Paine's Age of Reason, saying, "See if you can answer that." I read it, said Uncle Roger, and told him that Paine had simply attacked the abuses of Christianity, and I was not concerned to answer him. I do not remember the name of the member of Congress. I had never seen the Age of Reason, and could not then appreciate the incident. When the paper announced my withdrawal from the Methodist Church, it may be that some of those dear people thought of me as having aspired to something grander than life in their loving homes and teaching in their humble villages. Ah, how mistaken! Life with you, sweet friends, if you were living, how was beautiful! I left you with unspeakable grief, and could you have recalled me in conformity with your loyalty and mine, could you have said, "Come back and tell us freely all that is in your heart," no tidings could have given me more happiness. End of Chapter 10, Part 11. Recorded by Lyle Wilson, Haymarket, Virginia, October 2011.
Chapter 11 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 11. On leaving Washington for Falmouth, I again had a narrow escape. On the Potomac Bridge, my horse was frightened by an approaching steamer and tried to leap into the river, getting almost over. From December 15, 1852, when I reached the old home at Falmouth, to February 14, 1853, when I left for Cambridge, my old journal is a sort of herbarium of the thorns that pierced father, mother, and myself. A cruel side of the situation was that my new steps had the appearance of being merely metaphysical. I was breaking my parents' hearts, so it seemed, on abstract and abstruse issues, while really I was aiming at a new world. But this new world was of such a serious character, the abolition of slavery to begin with, that any intimation of it only made the doctrinal heresies more painful. Once more on Christmas Day I heard the angel singing in Old St. George's, "Glad tidings of great joy I bring to you and all mankind." Once more I knelt with my parents on watch night and sang the covenant hymn, "Come let us anew our journey pursue," and once more went out on New Year's Day, hiring day, and wrote in my journal, "I feel tonight somewhat sad. I find how little sympathy I have with the existing state of things. As I saw the slave hiring today, I found out how much hatred I had of the institution, and how much contempt for the persons engaged in it. 'You look,' said a friend, 'as if you were not in the world.' I am not. My dear relatives and friends cannot sympathize with and encourage the deepest faith and reverence in my soul. O my Father, do thou love me in this time of fire." The most notable figure in Fredericksburg was still John Minor. A bachelor past middle age, he devoted himself to his aged and blind mother and to studies. Having occasion to call on him, he proposed a walk. We crossed the bridge of Stafford, strolled on the Washington farm, and talked on philosophy. He smiled at the phrase "dark ages," and thought that in the centuries so labeled there were some of the best heads that ever lived. For himself, minor, Hobbes was final. Here was heresy more sweeping than I had then dreamed of. My father thought John Minor as good a man as any in Virginia, though his "infidelity" was well known. Why, then, his distress about my heresy? My father said it was due to his great affection for me, and I made that a count in my charge against dogmas. Why should a heavenly Father exact dogmas that cause discord between father and son on earth? My new ideas of slavery, which I did not proclaim nor conceal, caused my father embarrassment. Holding really the old-fashioned views against slavery in the abstract, he was by my abolitionism not only involved personally, but as the leading layman in the Baltimore Conference in Virginia, then in a struggle with the Methodist Church South involving property. But my uncle, George Eustace Conway, leader of the Southern sect, was too sore personally to use my eccentric position as an argument against the Church North. So excited was he that for once he spoke to me with anger. The presidential campaign between Franklin Pierce and General Winfield Scott, then just ended, had particularly enlisted two of my uncles. Judge Eustace Conway, who nominated Pierce in the Democratic Convention, had encountered in debate Commonwealth's attorney Travers Daniel, the two being warm personal friends. Hawthorne, being the biographer of Pierce, played a leading part in the campaign. Uncle Travers declared that biography the most complete romance ever invented by Hawthorne, while Uncle Eustace could not unreservedly endorse a biographer who admitted that slavery was an evil which Providence in its own good time would cause to vanish like a dream. I found it painful that Hawthorne should descend into the arena of contending parties, but he believed that Pierce would make a good president. During the campaign the pro-slavery philosophy made rapid advance. Beverly Wellford, now judge, a leading scholar and writer who 3 years before held aloof from our Southern Rights Association, had become an extremist in advocacy of slavery and Southernism. The Wellfords were a historic and conservative family, and this change in Beverly denoted a new era in Northern Virginia. Alas, that a burden should be on me to become an antagonist of these beloved companions of my early youth. But ah, what sustaining visions shone beyond the portal so painfully entered! There lay America freed from chains, slavery, strife. There mankind enlightened, woman emancipated, superstition no more sundering heart from heart, war ended, peace and brotherhood universal. O morning and night, serene on my portal, is not the time at hand when world soul shall harmonize with oversoul? There beside the Rappahannock, where 2 years before Emerson had awakened me and set my face to the sunrise, now came Hawthorne with The Blithedale Romance, sequel of The Scarlet Letter. The 17th-century Puritan, torturing finest hearts to establish the kingdom of heaven, has slipped into the 19th-century philanthropist sacrificing human hearts to establish his earthly utopia. What loving hearts will bleed on my own new altar and prove it built of stone unhewn as any dogma I am abandoning? Hawthorne's Hollingsworth became my type of the reformer I would not be. Fictitious hells faded, the actual hells appear, and on my knees I swear that it shall remain my supreme end to save hearts suffering not in eternity but in time, and in flesh and blood. Once I was surprised by the sympathy of a lady distinguished for her wit and beauty, the young wife of cousin John Conway Moncure. Their home was Inglewood, where my childhood was passed, and it was while calling there that I was, as my notebook says, laughed at and persecuted about my radicalisms and skepticisms, etc., insomuch that I am often tempted to renounce all opinions but those of the company I am in." The sympathy came from this admired cousin, née Fanny Dulnay Tomlin, who confessed that she could not see the justice of slavery. On a previous occasion she had taken my side against the dogma of endless punishment, supporting her view on the saying of Jesus concerning liberation after the uttermost farthing was paid. I portrayed this lady as Gisela Stirling in my Pine and Palm. I mingled a good deal with young men, and participated in the debates of the Young Men's Society in Fredericksburg on general subjects. My most serious trouble was in having to preach once more. The minister, Krebs, being summoned away suddenly, his wife entreated me to take his place for one morning. The sermon was one on charity, in which I tried to unite the serpent's wisdom with the dove's harmlessness for a congregation unaware of my heresy. My father was conspicuously absent. So ended my Methodist ministry. As the time approached for my going to Cambridge, my father, pointing to a volume, said to me with emotion, "These books that you read and are now about to multiply affect my feeling as if you were giving yourself up to excessive brandy. I have considered my duty and reached this conclusion. I cannot conscientiously support you at Cambridge. So long as you stay in this house you are welcome to all I have, but I cannot assist what appears to me grievous error." These are nearly my father's words, and I replied that his position was just. On February 14, 1853, before leaving home, I ordered my horse, took a short ride, then hitched him to a poplar in front of our house. I then carried from the house my empty saddlebags and laid them on the saddle. This fine horse and the accoutrements, presented by my father for my circuit, I thus returned. Had he been at home he would have asked me to keep them, but it was characteristic of him, as of his father, to escape from partings. My mother watched all the proceedings of my leaving home with burning cheeks, and my parting from her and my sister, aged 16, and my 2 little brothers, was very painful. It also affected me to part with our servants. They were not aware of my new views on slavery, but one, Aunt Nancy, had divined enough to tell me that her husband, Benjamin Williams, had fled to Boston. He did not belong to my father, from whom no servant ever fled. Aunt Nancy had arranged a means by which I could communicate with her. Several relatives awaited me at the station and bade me affectionate farewell. Ladies only. That evening, February 14, I heard Thackeray lecture in Baltimore on the English humorists. He was the first great literary man to whom I had listened, and his noble presence, his simplicity, his felicities of thought and expression, so impressed me that in after years, when I occasionally saw him in London, he still appeared to me as if framed in that hall with all the beauty and intelligence of Baltimore before him. My relatives, the Cranes, with whom I now passed a week, were as affectionate as ever, and I found my many Methodist friends unexpectedly cordial. My diary says, "Saw many friends, talked much about Unitarianism and Trinitarianism. I was much pleased at the absence of all bitterness among my Trinitarian brethren about this matter of mine. Some of them I found were not inwardly what they were apparently. They wished me, too, to bridge the matter over with Arianism." In Philadelphia I called first on my dear Professor Crooks, then a minister in that city. "He told me that if I would go to Harvard, study faithfully, and call no man master, then bring my creed back there, he would subscribe it." I passed that evening with the Rev. Dr. William Henry Furness, with whom I had exchanged letters. It was an ideal home. Mrs. Furness was beautiful and gracious, and took an almost maternal interest in me on account of my entrance on a pilgrimage that required parting with relatives and associations. It was a household consecrated to truth, humanity, literature, and art, and no one who enjoyed intimacy in it can wonder that the daughter, Mrs. Wister, has attained eminence in literature, that of the sons, William became an accomplished painter, Frank an eminent architect, while Horace is the foremost Shakespearean scholar. Horace was about to enter Harvard College, and I thus had one young friend there to begin with. On February 25 I started for Boston. Our train suffered a collision, and had not my superstition been limited to the Gospels, I might have taken note of this third accident befallen me since I left my Maryland circuit. On my way I heard that the Marlborough, in Washington Street, Boston, was a good hotel with moderate prices. My diary describes it as "a very orderly, pleasant, and orthodox place. They have prayers morning and night, at which a piano with Aeolian addition is used. The first thing that strikes me hereabouts is the extreme culture of music. After prayers there is singing till bedtime." On the 26th I took Dr. Burnap's note of introduction to the historian, Rev. Dr. Alexander Young. He was cordial, kept me till the afternoon, then guided me to historic places, his conversation being a much-needed instruction. He took me to visit an aged woman who remembered the excitement about the Boston Tea Party. The young men in her parents' household had been in the riot, and she told me her recollection of their rushing in, and emptying their shoes of tea which they had preserved from destruction for the benefit of their grandmother, dependent upon tea. Nearly a quarter of a century after this I saw some notes about myself by a Methodist preacher of Boston, printed in Zion's Herald. He stated that he met me at the Marlborough Hotel on my first Sunday in Boston, where I had just been to hear Theodore Parker. He stated that I was vexed by the sermon (I am referring to the article from memory), and intimated that he found me rather homesick for my old Methodism. I could hardly believe this, but find it confirmed in my notebook. "February 27. Went to hear Theodore Parker. His sermon was on good and evil temper. Text, Proverbs 15:17. Better is a dinner of herbs, etc. I don't like him at all, and I wish I had worshipped at King's Chapel with Dr. Peabody, whom with his whole family I love." I had been introduced to Dr. Ephraim Peabody by Dr. Burnap, and thus into a charming circle. Dr. Peabody's poetic intellect and sweetness of disposition were enshrined in a countenance that remains as if framed in my memory. Mrs. Peabody was one of the much admired Derby sisters, of whom one married Mr. Rogers of Roxbury, and another the Hon. Robert C. Winthrop. With these three families I found a gracious hospitality. Dr. Derby, unmarried, the brother of these ladies, and charming as they, had been professionally educated in Paris, but devoted himself mainly to the promotion of musical culture in Boston. He superintended the King's Chapel choir, the finest in Boston. He was a founder of the music hall, and my musical enthusiasm was by him befriended with tickets to oratorios and other concerts. As to my worry at the first sermon I heard in Boston, that of Theodore Parker, I was disturbed by a lack of anything in the music hall or in the secular music sympathetic with my lonely and forlorn heart. In the afternoon I was consoled by hearing at the Seaman's Bethel the famous Father Taylor. I had read the graphic description of him by Charles Dickens, American Notes, and had heard that Emerson was an admirer of Father Taylor. Some one told me that Taylor was a sort of Arian. Also that in a circle of his ministerial brethren, where Emerson was spoken of as leading youth to hell, Father Taylor remarked, "It may be that Emerson is going to hell, but of one thing I am certain, he will change the climate there, and emigration will set that way." After listening to his sermon, plain, practical, in no part sensational, I approached Father Taylor and told him I had just left the Baltimore Conference. He urged me to go home with him, and on the way was at first severe about my leaving the Methodist Church. I answered that if I could, like himself, be a Methodist and ignore the Trinitarian dogma, I would have done so. But Methodism in Boston and that in the Baltimore Conference differed. The old man relented. "Well," said he, "our Southern brethren are very strict about some things of which they know nothing." I then knocked at the door of his heart with the name of Emerson, and it opened wide. Our talk became cordial. He told me, I think, that Emerson was a contributor to the Seamen's Bethel, and at any rate interested me in his account of Emerson as a man, and apart from his writings. In the evening, at supper with the Ephraim Peabodys, I found that Unitarians were not made for the Sabbath. The two daughters, one of whom married Mr. Eliot, now president of Harvard University, the other, Rev. Dr. Bellows, were lovely enough to consecrate their festal Sunday, and I found it easy to slip out of Methodist Sabbatarianism. After the mirth most of us went to the music hall, and what happiness awaited me there! At night, says my diary, I heard my first oratorio, Messiah. Oh, the ineffable delight! 50 sermons such as I heard in the same place in the morning could not breathe so much piety and sublimity through my soul as that grand oratorio. There was something rather hard about Parker's manner at first that may have been due to very natural misgivings. Having found that he was the man most likely to help me fulfill Aunt Nancy's commission, I carried a note of introduction to him from some anti-slavery friend at Cambridge, but even anti-slavery men might be mistaken. A Virginian asking the whereabouts of a Negro might properly be met with hesitation, though it did not occur to me. I was courteously received in his large library, where he sat at his desk beneath his grandfather's old musket fixed to the wall. He took down the fugitive's name, etc., and said he would make inquiries, appointing a day for my return. For the rest, he showed interest in my experiences, and spoke with such admiration of Emerson that I began to warm toward him. A few days later he went with me through the negro quarters, and I got still nearer to him. I remember by the way that a man met us and asked the way to the Roman Catholic Church. Parker took pains to inform him, and then remarked, "A heretic may sometimes point a man to the true church." But he did not smile. At length we entered into the house of some intelligent coloured people, who saluted Parker with the greatest homage, which he received with pathetic humility. "This," he said, "is a Virginian, but an honourable Virginian, who wishes to find one Benjamin Williams, who some time ago escaped from his master in Stafford County, Virginia, and for whom he has a message from his wife, Nancy Williams. I hope you will be able to discover Mr. Williams." After a brief consultation with others of the family, the man went out to bring some neighbours, and meanwhile I was quite overcome by the pleasant conversation of Parker with the humble women around him. He spoke sweetly and graciously to young and old. It was all beautiful and touching, and I was ashamed that I had disliked him. The man returned with several neighbours, and having inquired closely as to the fugitive's appearance, they remembered such a man, who was in Canada. A little later I had the satisfaction of sending his address to a free negro in Falmouth, who conveyed it to Aunt Nancy. When I left home I had a good stock of clothing, 140 books, and about $100. I did not doubt that at Cambridge I would make some money by preaching at various places, and also perhaps by writing articles. But from Dr. Burnap in Baltimore I learned that only seniors were permitted to preach, and that my studies would not allow time for articles. On learning that my father could not conscientiously support me at a Unitarian school, Dr. Burnap collected among his friends $160, and said, "It is not a loan, but if in the future you find some theological student needing help, you can assist him if you have the means." I thus went on to Cambridge feeling quite rich, and when I entered the Divinity School had the good fortune to find that an organist was needed in our little chapel. I was equal to the performance of simple pieces, and the faculty gave me for my services, at morning and evening prayers weekdays, $50 the college year. To this Professor Noyes added from some fund $40 for my instruction by the accomplished organist of Park Street Church, Boston, where I took lessons twice a week. $300 seemed to be affluence in those first days. And how I loved that sweet little organ! Most of the Divinity students could visit relatives from Saturday to Monday, or on other holidays, but in such intervals I visited my beloved organ, filled by a pedal, and locking the chapel door solaced my heart with sweet old tunes that alone remained with me from my Methodist days, and which surrounded me with a choir invisible, but not in any invisible world, choirs that were still chanting in Virginia, in Maryland, and in my old college at Carlisle. May 3, 1853, is a date under which I wrote a couplet from Emerson's Wood Notes. "'Twas one of the charmed days when the genius of God doth flow." For on that day I first met Emerson. Dr. Palfrey, on finding in our conversations that it was Emerson who had touched me in my sleep in Virginia, advised me to visit him. I felt shy about invading the spot that is sacred to thought and God. But he urged me to go, and gave me a letter to Emerson. I knew too well the importance of a morning to go straight to Emerson's house and inquired the way to the old manse. It was a fortunate excursion. The man I most wished to meet was Emerson. The man I most wished to see was Hawthorne. He no longer resided at the old manse, but as I was gazing from the road down the archway of ash trees at the house whose mosses his genius had made spiritual moss roses, out stepped the magician himself. It has been a conceit of mine that I had never seen a portrait of Hawthorne, but recognized him as one I had seen in dreams he had evoked. At any rate, I knew it was my Prospero. Who else could have those soft flashing unsearchable eyes, that beauté du diable at middle age? He did not observe me, and as I slowly followed him towards the village, doubts were awakened by the elegance and even smartness of his dress. But I did not reflect that Prospero had left his isle, temporarily buried his book, and was passing from his masque to his masquerade as consul at Liverpool and man of the world. Hawthorne was making calls before his departure for Europe. I felt so timid about calling on Emerson, it appeared such a one-sided affair, that I once turned my steps toward the railway station. But soon after 12 I knocked at Emerson's door, and sent in Dr. Palfrey's letter, with a request that I might call on him during the afternoon. The children came to say that their father was out, but would return to dinner at 1, and their mother wished me to remain. The 3 children entertained me pleasantly, mainly in the bower that Alcott had built in the front garden. I was presently sent for. Emerson met me at the front door, welcome beaming in his eyes, and took me into his library. He remembered receiving a letter from me 2 or 3 years before. On learning that I was at the Divinity School and had come to Concord simply to see him, he called from his library door, "Queenie!" Mrs. Emerson came, and I was invited to remain some days. I had, however, to return to college that evening, and though I begged that his day should not be long interfered with, he insisted on my passing the afternoon with him. When we were alone, Emerson inquired about the experiences that had led me away from my Methodism and about my friendships. "The gods," he said, "generally provide the young thinker with friends." When I told him how deeply words of his, met by chance in an English magazine, had moved me while I was a law student in Virginia, he said, "When the mind has reached a certain stage it may be sometimes crystallized by a slight touch." I had so little realized their import, I told him that they only resulted in leading me to leave the law for the Methodist ministry. It had been among the Hicksite Quakers that I found sympathetic friends after entering on the path of inquiry. He then began to talk about the Quakers and their inner light. He had formed a near friendship with Mary Roch of New Bedford. "Mary Roch told us that her little girl one day asked if she might do something. She replied, 'What does the voice in thee say?' The child went off and after a time returned to say, 'Mother, the little voice says no.' That," said Emerson, "starts the tears to one's eyes." He especially respected the Quaker faith that "every scripture must be held subject to the reader's inner light." "I am accustomed to find errors in writings of the great men, and it is an impertinence to demand that I shall recognize none in some particular volume." The children presently came in, Ellen, Edward, and Edith. They were all pretty, and came up to their father with their several reports on the incidents of the morning. Edith had some story to tell of a trouble among 1 or 2 rough families in Concord. A man had hinted that a woman next door had stolen something, and she had struck him in the leg with a corkscrew. Emerson summed this up by saying, "He insinuated that she was a rogue, and she insinuated the corkscrew in his leg." Ellen perceived the joke, and I many times remarked the quickness with which, while not yet out of girlhood, she appreciated every word of her father. The dinner was early. The children were with us, and the talk was the most homelike and merry that I had known for a long time. When the children were gone, Mrs. Emerson told me that they had been christened. Husband was not willing the children should be christened in the formal way, but said he would offer no objection when I could find a minister as pure and good as the children. That was reasonable, and we waited some time. But when William Henry Channing came on a visit to us, we agreed that he was good enough to christen our children. While Emerson was preparing for the walk, I looked about the library. Over the mantel hung a large copy of Michael Angelo's Parcé. There were 2 statuettes of Goethe, of whom also there was an engraved portrait on the wall. Afterwards Emerson showed me a collection of portraits — Shakespeare, Dante, Montaigne, Goethe, and Swedenborg. The furniture of the room was rather antique and simple. There were 4 long shelves completely occupied, he said, by his manuscripts, of which there must have been enough to furnish a score of printed volumes. Our walk was around Walden Pond, on both sides of which Emerson owned land. Our conversation related to the religious ferment of the time. He said that the Unitarian churches were stated to be no longer producing ministers equal to their forerunners, but were more and more finding their best men in those coming from orthodox churches. That was a symptom. Those from other churches, having gone through experiences and reached personal convictions strong enough to break with their past, would of course have some enthusiasm for their new faith. But the Unitarians might take note of that intimation that individual growth and experience are essential for the religious teacher. I mentioned Theodore Parker, and he said, "It is a comfort to remember that there is one sane voice amid the religious and political affairs of the country." I said that I could not understand how I could have tolerated those dogmas of inherited depravity, blood atonement, eternal damnation for Adam's sin, and the rest. He said, "I cannot feel interested in Christianity. It seems deplorable that there should be a tendency to creeds that would take men back to the chimpanzee." He smiled at the importance ascribed to academic terms. "I have very good grounds for being Unitarian and Trinitarian too. I need not nibble at one loaf forever, but eat it and go on to earn another." He said that while he could not personally attend any church, he held a pew in the Unitarian church for his wife and children who desired it, and indeed would in any case support the minister, because it is well "to have a conscientious man to sit on school committees, to help at town meetings, to attend the sick and the dead." As we were walking through the woods, he remarked that the voices of some fishermen out on the water, talking about their affairs, were intoned by the distance and the water into music, and that the curves which their oars made, marked under the sunlight in silver, made a succession of beautiful bows. This may have started a train of thought related to the abhorrence I had expressed of the old dogmas, to which I had added something about the Methodist repugnance with which I had witnessed in Maryland some Catholic ceremonies. "Yet," he said, "they possess beauty in the distance. When one sees them on the stage, processions of priests in their vestments chanting their hymns at the opera, they are in their place and offend no sentiment." I mentioned a task set me at the Divinity School, to write an essay on eschatology, and Emerson said, "An actually existent fly is more important than a possibly existent angel." Again presently, "The old artist said, Pingo in eternitatem. This eternitatem for which I paint is not in past or future, but is the height of every living hour." When we were in a byway among the bushes, Emerson suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Ah, there is one of the gods of the wood." I looked and saw nothing, then turned to him and followed his glance, but still beheld nothing unusual. He was looking along the path before us through a thicket. "Where?" I asked. "Did you see it?" he said, now moving on. "No, I saw nothing. What was it?" "No matter," said he gently. I repeated my question, but he still said smilingly, "Never mind, if you did not see it." I was a little piqued, but said no more, and very soon was listening to talk that made my eschatology seem ridiculous. Perhaps the sylvan god I had missed was a pretty snake, a squirrel, or other little note in the symphony of nature. My instruction in the supremacy of the present hour began not so much in Emerson's words as in himself. Standing beside the ruin of the shanty Thoreau built with his own hands, and lived in for a year at the cost of $28, 12½ Emerson appeared an incarnation of the wondrous day he was giving me. My enthusiasm for Margaret Fuller Ossoli, excited by her Memoirs, led Emerson in parting to give me a copy of her Woman in the 19th Century, an English edition she had sent him from London with her initials in it. At my request he added his own name and the date. That evening I sat in my room in Divinity Hall, No. 34, as one enriched, and wrote, "May 3, the most memorable day of my life, spent with Ralph Waldo Emerson." 2 days later I attended a great dinner given in Boston to Senator Hale of New Hampshire. I went over with Dr. Palfrey, who was chairman. Emerson was there, but when Palfrey called for a speech from him he had departed. What was my chagrin, on my return to the Divinity School, to find that Emerson had been there to call upon me. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 12. Being homeless in the North, my summer vacation, 1853, was passed at Concord. The Emersons found for me a very pleasant abode at Hillside, on Ponkatasset Hill, about a mile out of the village, where Ellery Channing once lived, and where he wrote his poem on New England. 2 sisters, the Misses Hunt, educated ladies, received me into this pleasant cottage, where I was the only boarder. These ladies were cousins of Miss Martha Hunt, whose suicide in Concord River and the discovery of her body are described in Hawthorne's Blithedale Romance. They were troubled because G. W. Curtis, in his Homes of American Authors, had suggested that Martha's suicide was due to the contrast between her transcendental ideals and the coarseness of her home. They described the family of their cousin as educated people. One of these sisters walked with me to the river and pointed out all the places connected with the tragedy, and some years later another cousin drowned herself there. Emerson introduced me to his friends. First of all, he took me to Henry Thoreau, who lived in the village with his parents and his sister. The kindly and silent pencil maker, his father, John Thoreau, was French in appearance, and Henry resembled him physically. But neither parent impressed me as possessing mental qualities that could account for such a rare spirit as Henry. He was 36 when I met him. He received me pleasantly, and asked what we were studying at Cambridge. I answered, "The Scriptures." "Which?" he asked. Emerson said, "You will find our Thoreau a sad pagan." Thoreau had long been a reverent reader of Oriental Scriptures, and showed me his Bibles, translated from various languages into French and English. He invited me to come next day for a walk, but in the morning I found the Thoreaus agitated by the arrival of a colored fugitive from Virginia who had come to their door at daybreak. Thoreau took me to a room where his excellent sister Sophia was ministering to the fugitive, who recognized me as one he had seen. He was alarmed, but his fears passed into delight when, after talking with him about our country, I certified his genuineness. I observed the tender and lowly devotion of Thoreau to the African. He now and then drew near to the trembling man, and with a cheerful voice bade him feel at home, and have no fear that any power should again wrong him. That whole day he mounted guard over the fugitive, for it was a slave-hunting time. But the guard had no weapon, and probably there was no such thing in the house. The next day the fugitive was got off to Canada, and I enjoyed my first walk with Thoreau. He was a unique man every way. He was short of stature, well built. Every movement was full of courage and repose. His eyes were very large and bright, as if caught from the sky. "His nose is like the prow of a ship," said Emerson one day. He had the look of the huntsman of Emerson's quatrain. He took the color of his vest from rabbit's coat and grouse's breast. For as the wild kinds lurk and hide, so walks the huntsman unespied. The cruelest weapons, however, which this huntsman took with him were lenses and an old book in which to press plants. He was not talkative, but his occasional monologues were extraordinary. I remember being surprised at every step with revelations of laws and significant attributes in common things, as a relation between different kinds of grass and the geological characters beneath them, the variety and grouping of pine needles and the effect of these differences on the sounds they yield when struck by the wind, and the varieties of taste represented by grasses and common herbs when applied to the tongue. He offered me a peculiar grass to chew for an instant, saying, "It is a little sharp, but an experience." Deep in the woods his face shone with a new light. He had a mental calendar of the flora of the neighborhood, and would go some distance around to visit some floral friend. We were too early for the hibiscus, a rare flower in New England, which I desired to see. He pointed out the spot near the river where alone it could be found, and said that it would open about the following Monday and not stay long. I went on Tuesday or Wednesday, but it was too late. The petals were scattered on the ground. Thoreau ate no meat. He told me his only reason was a feeling of the filthiness of flesh-eating. A bear huntsman he thought was entitled to his steak. He had never attempted to make any general principle on the subject, and later in life ate meat in order not to cause inconvenience to the family. On our first walk I told him the delight with which I read his book, A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers. He said that the whole edition remained on the shelf of his publisher, who wished to get rid of them. If he could not succeed in giving them away, they would probably be sold as old paper. I got from him valuable hints about reading. He had studied carefully the old English chronicles, and Chaucer, Froissart, Spenser, and Beaumont and Fletcher. He recognized kindred spirits in George Herbert, Cowley, and Quarles, considering the latter a poet but not an artist. He explored the old books of voyages, Drake, Purchas, and others, who assisted him in his circumnavigation of Concord. The Oriental books were his daily bread. The Greeks, especially Aeschylus, whose Prometheus and The Seven Against Thebes he translated finely, were his luxuries. He was an exact Greek scholar. Of moderns he praised Wordsworth, Coleridge, and, to a less extent, Carlyle and Goethe. He admired Ruskin's Modern Painters, though he thought the author bigoted, but in the Seven Lamps of Architecture he found with the good stuff "too much about art for me and the Hottentots. Our house is yet a hut." He enjoyed William Gilpin's Hints on Landscape Gardening Tour of the River Wye. He had read with care the works of Franklin. He had as a touchstone for authors their degree of ability to deal with supersensual facts and feelings with scientific precision. What he admired in Emerson was that he discerned the phenomena of thought and functions of every idea as if they were antennae or stamina. It was a quiet joke in Concord that Thoreau resembled Emerson in expression and in tones of voice. He had grown up from boyhood under Emerson's influence, had listened to his lectures and his conversations, and little by little had grown this resemblance. It was the more interesting because so superficial and unconscious. Thoreau was an imitator of no mortal, but Emerson had long been a part of the very atmosphere of Concord, and it was as if this element had deposited on Thoreau a mystical moss. During that halcyon summer I read the Oriental books in Emerson's library, for he not only advised me in my studies, but insisted on lending me books. To my hesitation about taking even to Ponkatasset the precious volumes, he said, "What are they for?" In my dainty little room, whose window opened on a beautiful landscape with the Musketaquit running through it to the Merrimack, or perhaps seated in the vine-covered veranda, I read Wilkins's Bhagavat Gita, which henceforth became part of my canon. Close indeed to my heart came the narrative of the charioteer, the god Krishna in disguise, driving Arjuna to the field, where the youth sees that his struggle is to be with his parents, teachers, early companions. Emerson also introduced me to the Persian Desatir. In lending me this, he said that he regarded the ancient Persian scriptures as more intellectual than the sacred writings of other races. I found delight in these litanies uttered in the beginning of our era, amid whose exaltations there was always the happy beam of reason. Thy knowledge is a ray of the knowledge of God. O my prophet ever near me, I have given thee an exalted angel named Intelligence. How can we know a prophet? By his giving you information regarding your own heart. Emerson also in that summer introduced me to Saadi of Shiraz, who has been to me as an intimate friend through life's pilgrimage. For the Rose Garden, Gulistan, I had been prepared by my garden in Frederick Circuit, my Seclusaval. Saadi was its interpreter, and restored it to me. For I could not enter deeply into wild nature, but dearly loved a garden. One day when I was walking with Emerson in his garden, he stopped near a favorite plum and said, "This is when ripe, a fruit of paradise." He then discovered one that was ripe and managed to pluck it for me. How simply was this man fulfilling all my youthful dreams. He personally loved Saadi, and later edited the Gulistan. One day he told me he had found somewhere a story about him. Saadi was traveling on foot towards Damascus, alone and weary. Presently he overtook a boy traveling the same way, and asked him to point out the road. The boy offered to guide him some distance, and in the course of conversation Saadi spoke of having come from Persia and from Shiraz. "Shiraz!" exclaimed the boy. "Then perhaps you can tell me something of Sheikh Saadi of Shiraz." The traveler said, "I am Saadi." Instantly the boy knelt and with tears kissed the hem of his skirt, and after that could not be parted from Saadi, but guided and served him during his stay in Damascus. And lo, here I am with my gray hairs seeing my own Saadi as he told me the little tale that filled my eyes, all unconscious that my soul was that of the Damascus boy and was kissing the hem of his garment. I made the acquaintance of several elderly persons in Concord who told me incidents related by their grandparents concerning the Concord fight of April 19, 1775, but I was too much interested in the heroes of 1853 to care much for those of the old Revolution. One day Emerson pointed out to me across the street the venerable Hon. Samuel Hoar and his daughter Elizabeth, who told me the story of their visit to Charleston, South Carolina, 1844, the eminent lawyer being commissioned by his state to plead for the release of Massachusetts seamen seized from ships and imprisoned there because of their color. Amid threats of violence, the lawyer and his daughter were driven out of Charleston unheard. I had not known this, and thenceforth bowed low whenever I passed the old lawyer. Without any historic halo, the Hon. Samuel Hoar would have arrested the attention of a stranger, not only by his very tall thin form and the small face, blond and beardless, that looked as if it came out of Bellini's canvas, but also by his dreamy look and movement. He was 75, but no indications of age explained that absorbed look. Probably it was this as well as the face that suggested to Emerson a resemblance to Dante. "He is a saint," said Emerson, as the old gentleman passed one day. "He no longer dwells with us down on earth." There could hardly be a greater contrast than that between the old man and his son Judge Rockwood Hoar, and I should think also Senator Hoar, so far as appearance went, for the latter I knew only by seeing him occasionally. The Jedge, as Lowell calls him in the Biglow Papers, made an admirable Attorney General of the United States, but his force was almost formidable in Little Concord. One felt in meeting him that the glasses on those bright eyes were microscopic, and that he was under impending cross-examination. He was rationalistic and a free soiler, though his anti-slavery record did not satisfy abolitionists. The judge was unconscious of the satirical accent in his humor. He was personally devoted to Emerson, who, however, rather dreaded him, as he told me half humorously, on account of his tendencies to argumentative and remorselessly logical talk. The judge, however, was very amiable in his family, and especially with his sister, Elizabeth. This lady, who resembled the father more than her brothers did, was most lovely and intellectual. The death of Emerson's brilliant brother Charles, to whom Miss Elizabeth was betrothed, was the pathetic legend of Concord, and the reverential affection of Emerson for her represented a sentiment of the community. But the lady, in a sense widowed, was interested and active in all the culture and affairs of Concord. Her sorrows had turned to sunshine for those around her. Mrs. Ripley, the widow of the Rev. Samuel Ripley, a kinsman of Emerson, occupied the famous Old Manse. An admirable sketch of her life was written by Elizabeth Hoar. She had a wide reputation for learning. I had heard at Cambridge that when students were rusticated they used to board at Concord in order to be coached by her. She was a fine botanist. A legend ran that Professor Gray called on her and found her instructing a student in differential calculus, correcting the Greek translation of another, and at the same time shelling peas and rocking her grandchild's cradle with her foot. But never was lady more simple and unostentatious. In her 63rd year she was handsome, and her intelligent interest extended from her fruit trees and poultry to the profoundest problems of her time. Thus the Old Manse had for me precious mosses which Hawthorne had not gathered. Her daughters Phoebe and Sophia, afterwards wife of Professor Thayer of Cambridge, always met me with a friendliness greatly remembered. No doubt they and other ladies in Concord bore in mind that I was far away from my relatives. I found in Mrs. Ripley an intelligent sympathizer with my advancing religious ideas. She was a theist through recognition of a supreme reason intimated in the facts of individual reason. She said, "I cannot believe in miracles because I believe in God." The subject of spirit manifestations was considered by her worthy of study only as a contemporary illustration of the fallaciousness of human testimony wherever emotions or passions are involved. "People believe what they've a mind to," she said. The well-informed rationalism of Mrs. Ripley and of her nearest friend Elizabeth Hoar led me to suppose that the ideas of Emerson were universal in Concord. In this, however, I presently discovered my mistake. One day when I was with Emerson and his wife, he referred to Goethe, and I perceived that the great German was a sort of bogey to her. She quoted verbatim 2 sentences from a letter written to her by her husband before their marriage, in which he expressed misgivings about Goethe, beneath whose fine utterances he had found no faith. Emerson was silent, and his wife went on in a way almost pathetic to describe her need of faith. When after the talk at dinner I was walking with Emerson, he said that Goethe had written some things, elective affinities for instance, which could really be read only by minds which had undergone individual training. He was the only great writer who had turned upon the moral conventions and demanded by what right they claimed to control his life. But people with eyes could not omit Goethe. Mr. William Emerson, an eminent lawyer of New York, occasionally visited his younger brother in Concord. I remember him as an interesting gentleman, and was surprised to find any lawyer with his unworldly and even poetic look. In a letter from Germany of William Emerson shown me by his son, Dr. Emerson of New York, he speaks of his acquaintance with Goethe. William was studying divinity, but found that he had not even Socinian faith enough to preach, and was in distress about the disappointment to his parents. Goethe advised him not to disappoint them, but go on with his ministry. I think the Goethean cult at Cambridge and Concord had cooled. And by the way, there was a droll relic of it in the Emerson household. One of the children, Edith I think, had the fancy to name her handsome cat Goethe. Emerson affected to take it seriously, and once when the cat was in the library and scratched itself, he opened the door and politely said, "Goethe, you must retire. I don't like your manners." I managed to make friends with the Concord children. Never had a small town a more charming circle of lovely children. The children of Emerson, of Judge Rockwood Hoar, of the Loring and Barrett families, mostly girls between 10 and 12 years, were all pretty and intelligent, and as it was vacation time, they were prepared for walks, picnics, boating, etc. Other of their elders beside myself found delight in the society of these young people, especially Thoreau. He used to take us out on the river in his boat, and by his scientific talk guide us into the water lilies' fairyland. He showed us his miracle of putting his hand into the water and bringing up a fish. I remember Ellen Emerson asking her father, "Whom shall we invite to the picnic?" His answer being, "All children from 6 years to 60." Then there were huckleberrying parties. These were under the guidance of Thoreau, because he alone knew the precise locality of every variety of the berry. I recall an occasion when little Edward Emerson, carrying a basket of fine huckleberries, had a fall and spilt them all. Great was his distress, and our offers of berries could not console him for the loss of those gathered by himself. But Thoreau came, put his arm around the troubled child, and explained to him that if the crop of huckleberries was to continue, it was necessary that some should be scattered. Nature had provided that little boys should now and then stumble and sow the berries. We shall have a grand lot of bushes and berries in this spot, and we shall owe them to you. Edward began to smile. Not far from Hillside resided a lonely old man with whom I exchanged greetings. Bereft of wife and children, he found consolation in spiritualism. The Hunt ladies thought that he was suffering his cottage and garden to fall gradually into ruin because of his absorption in another world, and giving his money to a medium for bringing him communications from his wife and children. He was eager to convince me, and said that if I would visit Mrs. Freeman in Boston, and did not find something worth examining in this matter, he would not go there again. Whereupon I went off to Boston and Mrs. Freeman. Ushered into the mysterious presence, I found a substantial dark-eyed sibyl seated on a little throne. I was placed in a chair opposite by her husband, who, having made passes between us, left the room. Her eyes were closed, and she drew long breaths. Presently she said, "Where shall I go with you, to the spirit world or to some place on earth?" I said, "Tell me about my home," for I knew that no one in Boston could know anything of my home in Falmouth or my personal affairs. This woman then went on to describe in a vague way my father's house, a description that could apply to many brick houses. She then mentioned several persons in the house and incidents I was sure were not true. I was so disgusted at the whole affair that I cut short the interview and went back triumphantly to my friend at Concord. The old man went to see the medium, and she said that she found me so skeptical that the rapport was imperfect. The old man, however, fulfilled his contract. Mrs. Freeman had said, "I see a lady who is a good deal worried about somebody named John." The selection of a name so common rather amused me, but I afterwards had to show my neighbour a letter from my mother saying that she was troubled by the betrothal of a relative named John. From Agassiz I derived great benefit. When he rose before us in his class, a rosy flush on his face indicated his delight in communicating his knowledge. His shapely form, eager movements, his body thought, large soft eyes, easy unconscious gestures, and sonorous English, with just enough foreign accent to add piquancy, together made Agassiz the perfect lecturer. He was skillful too as a draughtsman, and often while speaking made a few marks on the blackboard which conveyed a complete impression of the thing elucidated. In the warmer months Agassiz used to take his class out into the country, there being no difficulty of finding in the neighbourhood places of scientific interest. Several times we visited Nahant, and I can never forget the charm of our sitting there on the rocks while Agassiz pointed out on them the autographs of the glaciers recording their ancient itinerary. Or, standing on top of some boulder, he would trace with his finger in the rocks far out in the sea the ancient outlines of the land. Or with some small fossil in his hand or peculiar shell he would track the progress of organic development. On one ramble at Nahant Agassiz devoted himself to the sea serpent, which had twice been reported as seen off that coast. One of our class had unintentionally suggested the subject by mentioning the recent apparition and smiling at it as a sailor's yarn. But Agassiz in his always good-natured way said that although there were no doubt exaggerations, it was not quite safe to ridicule the story. He then proceeded to give a summary of all the narratives about the alleged monster, with references to time and place that amazed us, as the subject was of casual suggestion. He described huge snake-like saurians of which some may have been amphibious or aquatic, and whose extinction might not be complete. One day in his lecture room Agassiz displayed some new fossils, mostly of saurians, which had just been added to his collection. They gave him a text for the general review of the morphological chain of reptilian life. As he proceeded, darting off at times to his blackboard, and comparing the extinct form with contemporary fauna, he became more and more animated, his face reddening with excitement, until at last he said, "Gentlemen, I ask you to forgive me if today I end my lecture at this point, although the hour is not out. I assure you that while I have been describing these extinct creatures, they have taken on a sort of life. They have been crawling and darting about me. I have heard their screaming and hissing, and am really exhausted. I regret it, gentlemen, but I trust that you will excuse me." Our admiration for the great teacher was such as to break through all rules, and we gave him a hearty cheer. He bowed low to us and quickly disappeared. The determined repudiation by Agassiz of the discovery of Darwin caused something like dismay in scientific circles throughout Europe as well as in America. Concerning this I have some memories that may interest men of science. When I belonged to the class of Agassiz, 1853–54, he repeatedly referred to the hypothesis of continuous development of species in a way which was suggested to me a possibility that he may have had private information of what was to come from Charles Darwin. In his Introduction, 1859, Darwin speaks of having submitted a sketch of his work to Sir Charles Lyell and Sir Joseph Hooker, "the latter having seen my sketch of 1844." Either of these, or Darwin himself, might have consulted Agassiz. Most of us knew about such a theory only through the popular Vestiges of Creation, to which he paid little attention. He seemed to have been excited by some German, perhaps Schopenhauer, in whose works the idea of self-evolution in organic nature is potential, of whom he spoke with a flush of anger when adding, "He says himself that he is an atheist." At any rate, during 1854 especially, his mind was much occupied with the subject. I also remember well that during this time he often dwelt upon what he called the ideal connection between the different forms of life, describing with drawings the embryonic changes. In that progress no unbridged chasm over the dawn of organic life. At the end of every week a portion of the afternoon was given to our putting questions to Agassiz, the occasion often giving rise to earnest discussion. These repeatedly raised the theory of development in the Vestiges of Creation. Agassiz frequently referred to the spiritual evolution with which Emerson was particularly associated. But just after Darwin's discovery had appeared, I happened to be dining at the Saturday Club in Boston, when something like an encounter between these two friends occurred. Agassiz was seated at the head of the table, Emerson being on his right. It was near the end of the dinner, and around the long table those present were paired off in conversation. But being next to Emerson, I could enjoy the conversation he held with Agassiz. After a time the professor made some little fling at the new theory. Emerson said smilingly that on reading it he had at once expressed satisfaction at confirmation of what he, Agassiz, had long been telling us. All of those beautiful harmonies of form with form throughout nature, which he had so finely divined, were now proved to be genuine relationship. "Yes," said Agassiz eagerly, "ideal relationship, connected thoughts of a being acting with an intelligent purpose." Emerson, to whom the visible universe was all a manifestation of things ideal, said that the physical selection appeared to him a counterpart of the ideal development. Whereupon Agassiz exclaimed, "There I cannot agree with you," and changed the subject. There was at Concord a course of lectures every year, one of which was given by Agassiz. His coming was an important event. He was always a guest of the Emersons, where the literary people of the village were able to meet him. On one such occasion I remember listening to a curious conversation between Agassiz and A. Bronson Alcott, who lived and moved in a waking dream. After delighting Agassiz by repudiating the theory of the development of man from animals, he filled the professor with dismay by equally decrying the notion that God could ever have created ferocious and poisonous beasts. When Agassiz asked who could have created them, Alcott said they were the various forms of human sin. Man was the first being created, and the horrible creatures were originated by his lusts and animalisms. When Agassiz, bewildered, urged that geology proved the animals existed before man, Alcott suggested that man might have originated them before his appearance in his present form. Agassiz having given a signal of distress, Emerson came to the rescue with some reconciling discourse on the development of life and thought, with which the professor had to be content, although there was a soupçon of evolutionism in every word our host uttered. There was a good deal of suspicion in America that the refusal of Agassiz to accept Darwin's discovery was due to the influence of religious leaders in Boston, and particularly to that of his father-in-law, Thomas Carey, who had so freely devoted his wealth to the professor's researches. Some long intimacy with those families convinced me that there was no such influence exerted by the excellent Mr. Carey, but that it was the old Swiss pastor, his father, surviving in him. He had, indeed, departed far from the paternal creed. He repudiated all miracles at a time when Mr. Carey and other Unitarians upheld them tenaciously. He threw a bomb into the missionary camp by his assertion of racial diversity of origin. His utterances against Darwinism were evidently deistic, and had nothing whatever to do with any personal interest, except that he had a horror of being called an atheist. I say deistic, for theistic denotes a more spiritual conception of deity than I can associate with Agassiz. He had adopted Humboldt's cosmos idea, attached a dynamic deity to it, but did not appear to have any mystical or even reverential sentiment about nature, and pointed out humorously what he called nature's jokes. I was sometimes invited to his house. He had by his first wife 2 beautiful daughters, and the son, Alexander, now eminent. His wife, née Carey, and her sisters were ladies of finest culture and ability. Agassiz was a perfect character in his home life, and neighbourly also. Occasionally he would get together with the young girls of Cambridge and guide them among the fossils, telling them the wonders of the primeval world. Longfellow told me that Agassiz was entreating him to write a poem on the primeval world. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1 by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 13, Part 1. Concerts and Theaters, Mr. and Mrs. Jared Sparks, The Longfellows, J. R. Lowell, Dr. Palfrey, Reverend Dr. Andrews Norton, The Plymouth Rock Myth, Theodore Parker, Professor Converse Francis, Professor G.R. Noyes, the Unitarian clergy, Emerson at Divinity Hall, his influence on students. The $300 I carried to Cambridge, which would have been affluence in my Methodist circuit, swiftly diminished in value. Some half-starved tastes were awakened in me. I heard for the first time symphonies of Beethoven. In Boston Museum Theater, I witnessed the inimitable comic acting of Warren. Footnote: I have seen all the noted comic actors of my time in America, but never the equal of Warren as an artist in that line. With a facial expression and some slight movement, such as turning around, he could without a word convulse an audience. Burton was admirable, but not so original as Warren. End of footnote. Here were new kingdoms, but with ticket offices at their frontiers. The most momentous experience was the first opera. It was at the Howard Athenaeum, then the Grand Place, and I was invited by the Longfellows to a seat in their box. This first opera was Sonnambula, the second was The Barber of Seville, but the third, oh, the third! It was dear Mrs. Sparks, wife of the historian, who invited me to Don Giovanni. She had never seen that opera, and I fear could not enjoy it because she had taken me, a sort of protégé, to what she described to her husband on our return as a travesty of Byron's Don Juan, and quite as immoral. A startling thing to me was the discovery in Mozart's melodies of several hymn tunes. The charm of Sontag's singing, the music, especially the minuet, held me under a spell. I never got free from it, and to this day regard Don Giovanni as worth all other operas together. My love of concerts and theaters requiring economy, I joined 4 other impecunious divinity students in forming a vegetarian table. Our only married student, Fowler, and his wife were glad to help support themselves by supplying us in their house. There were half a dozen of us at table. Fowler was the only spiritualist in our college, and the rest of us represented rationalistic phases of faith, each in an individual way, so our table did not lack spice. Jared Sparks, the historian, was president of Harvard College when I arrived, but he soon resigned and was succeeded by Reverend Dr. James Walker. Mr. Sparks had long given up his ministerial profession to the great benefit of American history. I had been especially confided to his kindness by Drs. Burnap and Dewey, and was admitted to a sort of intimacy in his family. He remains in my memory among the most charming personalities I have known. Seated there in his library with his historical documents, he was the ideal scholar and statesman. His noble countenance had the candor and simplicity of a child, and though grave almost to melancholy, a sweet smile now and then played over his features, and his gentle voice was winning. In reflecting on my acquaintance with Jared Sparks, I always remember what Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes said to me some years before his death. "You and I have spent many of the best years of our lives merely clearing theological rubbish out of our paths." Because I was so occupied still in my 21st year, I was disabled from availing myself of my opportunities for gaining from the patriarch of American history the knowledge for which I had to search long in later life. I remember, however, that he repeated to me a suggestion of Thomas Paine to Jefferson, that Christ and his disciples were modeled on the sun and zodiac. Indeed, it was from Jared Sparks that I first learned that Thomas Paine was to be respected. Mrs. Sparks was a lady of culture and originality. She continued her evening receptions after her husband's presidency ceased, and in her house the best people were met. It was there that I met Arthur Hugh Clough, the English poet, charmed across the Atlantic by Emerson. His figure was unique as his poetry, for there is but one Clough, and another is impossible. Someone at the time told me that there had been some doubt as to the pronunciation of the name, and on his first appearance Mrs. Sparks had greeted him as Mr. Clow. When he was taking leave, she repeated this, and Clough, after going to the door, returned and said to her in good humour but with emphasis, "Clough, madam, Clough." This handsome blond Englishman often passed Divinity Hall on his way to visit the Nortons at Shady Hill, just back of us, and he seemed to make more classic our pretty avenue. The Bothy of Taberne of Warwick, lent me by Emerson, was touched with melancholy, but Clough's face was always serene. Had I to describe the Cambridge I knew in a phrase, it would be as the town of beautiful homes. I suppose my coming so far from my relatives, and my parting with Virginia for love of religious and political liberty, led some to invite me to their homes. Among these the Longfellows. I find in my notebook, March 13, 1853, spent the evening with Longfellow. Oh, what an event! I found him every way worthy of his works, with a sweet and smiling family around him. A pleasant young English lady was there, Miss Davies. Topics, modern authors, personalities of Boston, etc., and mainly of Virginia and slavery, about which the English lady was anxious. This is a wretched little note about my introduction to Craigie House, and across all the years my memory is better. For I remember the grace and graciousness of Mrs. Longfellow, and thinking that she was the lady described by the poet in Hyperion. She possessed a peculiar kind of beauty, which I think inspired the familiar engraving of Angeline, and a most engaging expression of sincerity and of thoughtfulness for others. When anyone was conversing with her, the intentness of her dark eyes, as if she listened with them, and the humility with which after a little silence she expressed an opinion always intelligent, never conventional, impressed me that first evening. I longed for her friendship. She loved to walk on the large swards fronting Craigie House, and it was a picture to see this tall lady among her trees and flowers. She had much quiet humor, and I remember her quaint description of old Mrs. Craigie, from whom they purchased the house, and whom some tried to persuade to have her trees tarred to protect them from the caterpillars, which also invaded her neighbors. She refused to be so cruel to the caterpillars, declaring them our fellow worms. She was the poet's second wife, but the difference in their ages was compensated by his possessing the greater youthfulness of spirit. He was quick and vivacious in his movements, and was even gay at times, though I never remember him laughing aloud. Her brother, Tom Appleton, a cosmopolitan wit, used often to pass his Sunday evenings at Craigie House, and I had a standing invitation to pass Sunday evening there. It was a delight to listen to Tom Appleton's talk, and I had often to indulge in my Virginian liability to loud laughter, I and the children, but Mrs. Longfellow only beamed her amusement, and the poet must have sympathetically caught her serene way. At that time Longfellow was the professor of poetry in Harvard College. Some of the professional students availed themselves of the general college studies, and I joined the classes of Agassiz in science, of Bernard Rilke in German, and of Longfellow. With the poet we went critically through Goethe's Faust. It was charming to listen to Longfellow's reading. Even German became musical in his voice, and it was a fine experience to witness the simplicity and elevation with which he interpreted for us without prudery the whole human nature of the poem, as well as its frame of folklore and mythology. Longfellow's knowledge of folklore, antiquities, superstitions, Scandinavian, English, German, French, Spanish, Italian, American, aboriginal, was universal, and had he not eclipsed his learning by the popularity of his poetry, he might have founded a chair for such studies. Longfellow's personality was potent among us. His modesty, his amiable man-to-man manners toward the young, the absence of airs or mannerisms, his transparent veracity of mind and respect for all sincere opinions were very engaging. He was the universally beloved. I heard Lowell's address at the unveiling of Longfellow's bust in Westminster Abbey, and although everyone present seemed to feel that the perfect word had been spoken, I felt that with all the elegance of the eulogy it did not, perhaps none could, convey the characteristics that made Longfellow's personality finer than his poems. Footnote: Joseph Jefferson, the great actor, tells me that when dining with Robert Browning in London, 1877, the poet said Longfellow was as charming a gentleman as he had ever met. Browning's enthusiasm for a man whose poetry was so remote from his own impressed me, said the actor. End of footnote. Now that I have mentioned Lowell, it may here be added that at the time he was generally known only by his Biglow Papers and his Fable for Critics. They were unique in American literature because genuine New England products. Meeting him in later years, I received an impression that he did not like to be alluded to as author of the Biglow Papers, but it is only his works written under that same inspiration that strike me as possessing originality. Mrs. Charles Lowell, his widowed sister-in-law, introduced me to Lowell, and he received me pleasantly, but there was a certain provincialism about him which I suppose irritated my own Southern provincialism, and perhaps both my lingering Methodism and heretical enthusiasm prevented my getting very far with Lowell. Despite his long beard, pointed mustache, and wavy hair parted in the middle, in those days suggestive of foreign style, his look, accent, shrewdness, all recalled the Yankee conventionalized in Southern prejudice. Although this son of an eminent Unitarian minister had depicted so felicitously, in his Fable for Critics, Emerson, Parker, and other leaders of thought, he did not seem to have any knowledge of their thoughts, nor much interest in the great problems that filled the air with discussion. He took me with him to a beautiful pond near Cambridge, where we had a fine bath, and showed himself an admirable swimmer. Lowell was entertaining in his talk, but in his literary criticisms dwelt too much on certain neat phrases. I had enthusiasm for Robert Browning, but Lowell showed no interest in Browning, and shocked me by echoing the commonplaces about his obscurity. "I own," he said, "a copy of Sordello, and anybody may have it who will put his hand upon his heart and say he understands it." "I have not read it," I replied, "but what is it about?" Placing his hand over his heart, he answered, "I don't know." I presently read Sordello, and found it obscure because of my own ignorance of the epoch in Italian history with which it is interwoven, but there are enough clear and profound passages in the poem, so I thought, to excite something more than jest. Mr. Buckingham, the admirable editor to whom Lowell's Biglow Papers were addressed, was passing serene years in his pleasant home with his daughter, and he could not have better company than this bright and gracious young lady. At an edge of our Divinity Hall Park resided Dr. John Gorham Palfrey. Formerly a Unitarian minister and a professor in our Divinity School, his interest in the anti-slavery cause had carried him into political life and into Congress. His radical attitude in Congress cost him his seat, and he resumed his historical researches. Dr. Palfrey, still an active man, though his children were grown, was very attractive. He was an impressive speaker, a scholar, with fine powers of conversation, and rather rationalistic. He had long set the anti-slavery cause above all theology. The largest homestead in Cambridge, one may call it a park, was Shady Hill, belonging to the Norton family. The Reverend Dr. Andrews Norton resided there with his unmarried daughters Jane and Grace and his son Charles Eliot Norton, now, in 1904, professor of fine arts in Harvard University. Dr. Norton had been the chief professor in the Divinity School and wrote the textbook of conservative Unitarianism, namely, The Evidences of Christianity. Being on the side of the enemy, I did not then appreciate the force and learning of this work. The venerable doctor was a favorite theme of legend in our college. He had the reputation of being very aristocratic. Some student invented a fable of the leading Unitarians entering heaven in a group, with characteristic remarks. Dr. Ware said, "It is better than we deserve." The elder Channing, "This is another proof of the dignity of human nature." Dr. Ezra Gannett, "There must be some mistake," and hurries out. Dr. Norton murmurs, "It is a very miscellaneous crowd." Perhaps this idea arose from the old gentleman's historic genealogy, his reputed wealth, elegant park, and the distinguished appearance of his children. His daughters were sometimes seen walking about their grounds, which adjoined our college park. They were beautiful, and spoken of as the evidences of Christianity. Once, when the two elder were preparing for a visit to Europe, Grace remaining with their father, Dr. Palfrey said to Dr. Norton, "Alas, what will you do when the evidences of Christianity leave you?" "Ah, I will be saved by grace." Dr. Palfrey advised me to pay my respects to Dr. Norton, and gave me a note of introduction. I did so with trepidation, as he was believed to regard rationalism intolerantly. Browning's "Old King Sitting in the Sun" came to my mind when I beheld this picturesque scholar in his library, with his halo of silken white hair, his classic features, his clear soft eye. With my anti-slavery views, Dr. Palfrey's note may have made him acquainted, but as most of the old Unitarians idolized Daniel Webster and opposed the abolitionists, I supposed that the aristocratic doctor was on that side too. To my surprise, he said early in our conversation that the majority of the Washington politicians seemed to ignore not only the principles of freedom, but even all sense of honor. No compacts were respected, and truth was disregarded. Those who refer to the history of the slave power at that time and its steady corruption of Northern congressmen will recognize the weight of Dr. Norton's words. I was charmed by the old scholar's candor. In speaking of transcendentalism, he made a remark to the effect that what to thinkers, I understood a reference to Emerson, were high ideas of individuality and self-reliance, tended to become in ordinary minds boundless self-conceit. When Professor Charles Norton was bravely denouncing in 1898 the inglorious war which the United States was about to wage against helpless Spain, I gave an address in Boston before the Free Religious Association, in which I related the above anecdote of his father. I afterwards received a letter from Professor Norton telling me that it had been the custom of his father in their family prayers to utter a special petition against the influence of Theodore Parker's unbelief. But one day he read a report of a sermon delivered by Parker in Boston on the betrayal of freedom by Webster, and from that time there was no more about Parker in the family prayers. When the elder Channing visited Europe, he went to see Mrs. Hemans, whose poems were popular in America, in her home near Windermere. He spoke of her hymn on "The Landing of the Pilgrim Fathers in New England," and told her that he had heard it sung by a great multitude on the spot where the Pilgrims landed. But when, in answer to her questions, he was compelled to inform her that the coast described in her hymn as stern and rock-bound was without any rocks, she burst into tears. In my Southern home, where my mother used to sing that hymn, I too had nursed the heroic legend, and when I made my reverent pilgrimage to Plymouth Rock, a cruel disillusion awaited me. My friend Andrew Russell showed me near the low beach a small stone a yard or so long, and one slightly larger in front of Pilgrim Hall, the tradition being that the two together had made the original Holy Rock. It was as mythical as the Holy Stone of Mecca. It was to be yet a good many years before I discovered the illusions investing the Pilgrims themselves. I credited them with great men around me, whom they would have banished or put to death. Admirers of Theodore Parker sometimes claimed that he was the typical flower out of the prickly Puritan stem. And after I had come to find that no opportunity of hearing him must be lost, there appeared to me some truth in this. When he sat in front of the organ while the choir was singing, there was a certain severity about his thin lips, a sternness and pallor on his face and bald head, which suggested the aspect of the Puritan. When he opened his lips, his gentle voice wafted to us lilies and roses. In nearly every sermon of Parker's, there was some delicately humorous passage which sent a smile or even a ripple of laughter through his eager assembly, but it was only some great inhumanity or injustice that brought forth his sarcasm, and that raised no smile. Theodore Parker's rejection of miracles recorded in the Bible was not the result of skeptical tendencies, but of critical studies. The last time I ever saw him was at Framingham, where the Anti-Slavery Society met every summer in a grove. During an interval in the speaking, I walked with him to the end of the grove, where we sat upon the grass. I was preparing a sermon on miracles, and noted some of his talk on that subject. He said it was difficult to define miracle. He recognized a sort of miracle sense in man, who feels that mystic part of him with legends and fables, as a man who cannot get bread will eat grass rather than starve. But when man has grown so far as to find God in nature and in the deep intuitions of his own heart, the miraculous fables will be extinguished like rushlights under a dawn. While I loved Theodore Parker and honored him as the standard-bearer of religious liberty, and derived instruction from his discourses, I received no important aid from his philosophy or his theology. Indeed, none of our class in the Divinity School adopted Parkerism, but we all felt, and I suspect our professors felt, that Parker was defending our right to enter on an unfettered ministry. We unanimously resolved to ask him to give the sermon at our graduation. When one or two of us conveyed to Parker this invitation, we were received in his library, where he sat at his desk. The conspicuous musket borne by his grandfather at Lexington was in curious contrast with the tenderness which this captain in a nobler revolution displayed for his antagonists. He was moved by our invitation, and after some moments of silence said, "I should rejoice to do it, but the professors have already been embarrassed at the reputation of your class for radicalism, and this would embarrass them further. Get someone less notorious." After some discussion, we took his advice, and the address was given by Rev. Dr. Furness of Philadelphia. After us came a class which, without consulting Parker, invited him to deliver their address. The faculty having refused consent, and the young men to elect another, the address that year was an eloquent silence. Parker really brought a sort of judgment day among the Unitarians, many of whom were not conscious of the extent to which they had deviated from the old standards. He told me that Dr. Converse Francis, our professor of ecclesiastical history, had visited him after his first heretical manifesto, and the following colloquy took place. "I cannot go along with you, Parker." "What's the trouble?" "Oh, you reject the supernatural in Christianity." "Do you believe in it?" "Certainly." "Do you believe that the fish came up with a penny in its mouth?" "Well, no, not that." "Do you believe that a fig tree withered because Jesus cursed it?" "Certainly not." "Do you believe that a man was brought to life 4 days after his death?" "I do not." "Will you please select some particular miracle in the New Testament which you do believe?" "Oh, I accept the supernatural element." With that, said Parker, Dr. Francis went off. And how many preachers are in that condition? and of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espayette. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1 by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 13, Part 2. Dr. Francis was a florid old gentleman, good-natured, tolerant, mystical, and, but for the extent to which his functions had wrapped him in bandages, might have been progressive. He was the brother of Mrs. Lydia Maria Child, whose Progress of Religious Ideas was perhaps the earliest attempt to gather together the spiritual expressions of all the races of mankind. We all liked Dr. Francis personally, and derived benefit from his encyclopedic information about the Church and the Fathers, though he was not able to kindle this ancient coal with any present fire so that we might receive light and warmth from it. Theodore Parker once said that he asked a friend from Cambridge what was going on at the Divinity School, and the reply was, "One professor is milking the barren heifer, and the other is holding the sieve." But in 1853 and 54, the case was by no means that. Professor George R. Noyes went through the Bible with a well-trained critical instinct and delivered us from the fallacious method of interpreting scriptures to suit our preconceptions, either pious or rationalistic. His admirable translation of the Book of Job shows his mental veracity. My old Student's Bible is marked with notes of his instructions, and in later years, when knowledge is so much advanced beyond what it then was, I often find in them useful suggestions. The fear of giving a push to rationalism on the one hand, or to orthodoxy on the other, never made Dr. Noyes swerve from exact truth. It was a great training to have with us this constant exemplification of conscientious scholarship, and a love of truth too generally sacrificed to what Kant calls the truth. One morning I entered the lecture room a few moments late, and Dr. Noyes remarked with a friendly smile, "It is said of a famous Virginian that he was remarkable for punctuality." As George Washington had never before been held up to me as an example in anything, it required a minute for me to comprehend the allusion. The professor had a good deal of humor. He usually confined his wit to anecdotes, but once he repeated to us a conundrum recalled from early years. What is the difference between Noah's Ark and a down east coaster? One was made of gopher wood, the other to go for wood. Dr. Noyes, while so relentless in his higher criticism, was conservative in temperament. There was a legend that once his patience with a pro-slavery administration broke down, and that in his chapel prayer he said, "May our rulers be endowed with that wisdom which they so much need." But in his class, when dealing with some text relating to slavery, he reminded us of the fable of the competition between the wind and the sun to make the traveler take off his coat. He did not believe that any evil institution could be removed by violent denunciation, but he thought that any subject might be dealt with in the pulpit if it was not in a pugnacious spirit. He also regarded the prohibitionists as unwise, and trusted that we would, as public teachers, not only be temperate in eating and drinking, but also in our zeal for any reform. The school was in a fairly flourishing condition. It had in some years had very few students, and it was said that some old minister reported finding there only 3 seniors, adding, "One is a mystic, one a skeptic, and the other a dyspeptic." But we had quite a number, and most of them youths of ability, also hard workers and full of earnestness. We held weekly discussions in our chapel, from which our professors were careful to be absent. The subjects were generally ethical, one of the most excited debates being on the proposed abstention of anti-slavery people from the products of slave labor. One maintained that we should use cotton and sugar to increase our health and strength for the combat against slavery. I gained from that debate the basis of a subsequent reply to an English society's suggestion of such abstention. I affirmed that a mere economic victory over slavery would be akin to a military victory, and do no good to the slave. Only a change of mind and heart in the owners would free the slaves. With the exception of Father Taylor, the Orthodox pulpit had few men of much ability in Boston at that time. Phillips Brooks was as yet a Harvard undergraduate. In the absence of any adequate championship of orthodoxy, it fell to certain Unitarians to maintain scriptural authority and supernaturalism, and some of them were strong men. The typical old-fashioned Unitarian was Dr. Ezra Stiles Gannett, whose fire and vigorous thought made him eloquent. He lived long enough to be the last of the able and learned believers inspired by Unitarian Christianity. The leading reactionnaire was Dr. now Bishop Huntington, a handsome gentleman and accomplished preacher, but unable to deal with the positions of Parker and other Unitarian heretics. This inability did not arise from any lack of intellect or learning, but from being out of his place. These leaders in the defense of supernatural Christianity had their school, which was vigilant over us of the divinity school. My own enthusiasm for Emerson unexpectedly gave rise to an incident that caused excitement in the right wing. It was Emerson's custom to give one of the winter courses of lectures in Concord, and having ascertained the date, I persuaded 2 students to join me in hiring a sleigh to take us out to Concord, 20 miles, and bring us back to Cambridge the same evening. One of the party was Henry Gardner Denny, a law student. Loammi Goodenough Ware and myself were the only divinity students who went, and the former, afterwards minister in Augusta, Maine, with all his sweet tolerance, was rather a right-wing Unitarian. The snow was deep and hard enough for perfect sleighing, the thermometer below 0, but our hearts were warm enough to make us forget the weather until on reaching Concord Town Hall we found it closed. We drove to Emerson's house and learned that his lecture had been indefinitely postponed. Emerson was surprised and touched that young men should in such weather make a journey of 40 miles with the necessity of rising betimes next day to listen to one of his lectures. He and his wife detained us with utmost hospitality, gave us refreshments, and after listening to his conversation, we went off with a sense of happiest disappointment. No public lecture could have equaled that evening with Emerson. But with his characteristic humility, Emerson was unconscious of the riches his conversation had bestowed, and thought only of our disappointment at hearing no lecture after our ride on the snow. Consequently, he wrote to me that if I could arrange an afternoon, he would read a lecture in my room. The arrangement was made, and the lecture read. Of this incident I shall presently give further account, but first I must relate that the incident speedily reached the Unitarians in Boston, accumulating on its way all manner of mythical additions, until when it came to the Gannett and Huntington circle, it amounted to a dire and pregnant affair. Dr. Francis and Dr. Noyes called to ask me about it, and I gathered from them and others that it was reported that Emerson had now become a regular teacher in Divinity Hall, the students having organized a school within the school for the Emersonian cult. Emerson's paper was on poetry. It was read to us on a Saturday afternoon when no regular teaching was going on, and only 2 of the students were divinity students. Our professors were perfectly satisfied by my narrative of the circumstances, but Dr. Huntington, with whom I also conversed, was convinced that the school was steeped in unbelief, resulting from a general decline of moral earnestness. This is the one phrase I recall from the only conversation I ever had with him, a brief conversation which, for the rest, certainly left on me an impression of his own moral earnestness, insomuch that I was not surprised to hear that he had abandoned Unitarianism at heavy cost to his personal associations. When Emerson wrote me that he would read a lecture in my room, I concluded that it was an occasion of which I ought to make the most. My own room was too plainly furnished, and I proposed to my dear friend Loammi Ware that the company should assemble in his room, the most elegant in Divinity Hall. There were present Mr. and Mrs. Longfellow, Arthur Hugh Clough, J. R. Lowell, Mrs. Charles Lowell, J. S. Dwight, Charles E. Norton and his sisters Jane and Grace, Frank B. Sanborn, L. G. Ware, Henry G. Denny, and the musical artist Otto Dresel. The impression on us was profound. It was a sort of epic that we should be gathered around this poet who fulfilled before us one of the sentences he uttered, "In poetry we require the miracle." When Emerson finished there was a deep silence. Presently Otto Dresel moved to the piano and performed several of Mendelssohn's Songs Without Words. Those were the only words possible. Footnote: in this paper, Emerson said, "The electric word pronounced by John Hunter 100 years ago, arrested and progressive development, indicating the way upward from the invisible protoplasm to the highest organism, gave the poetic key to natural science, of which the theories of Geoffrey St. Hilaire, of Oken, of Goethe, of Agassiz, and Owen and Darwin in zoology and botany, are the fruits, a hint whose power is not exhausted, showing unity and perfect order in physics." After Emerson's death, I gave at the Royal Institution, London, a lecture on Emerson and his Views of Nature, February 9, 1883. While preparing that lecture, I inquired of Professors Huxley, Tyndall, and Flower, then Hunterian lecturer, where I could find John Hunter's statement about arrested and progressive development. Neither of these could find the reference, and indeed they were much startled when I showed them the extract, that Emerson should have discovered such an anticipation of natural selection. They were also unaware that Emerson himself should in that passage have so nearly approached the great generalization published by Darwin 5 years later. The Darwin alluded to in the extract was Erasmus. I then explored Palmer's edition of Hunter's works, 1835, and found in Volume 1, page 265, this footnote: "If we were capable of following the progress of increase of number of the parts and the most perfect animal, as they formed in succession, from the very first to its state of full perfection, we should probably be able to compare it to some of the incomplete animals themselves of every order of animals in creation, being at no stage different from some of those inferior orders. Or, in other words, if we were to take a series of animals from the more imperfect to the perfect, we should probably find an imperfect animal corresponding with some stage of the most perfect." It was this note which Emerson coined into a phrase of his own, arrested and progressive development. End of footnote. Such was the memorable episode that became fabled among our anxious Boston elders, and excited such perturbation. Whether Dr. Huntington's words about the decline of moral earnestness referred particularly to our school or to the Unitarian body, I do not know. In either case he was mistaken. He could not have attended one of our weekly discussions in the chapel without perceiving that our moral earnestness was almost too intense. War, non-resistance, the methods of dealing with criminals, slavery, the rights and wrongs of woman, all questions relating to human life and society were earnestly discussed and excited more interest than debates on theological problems. And in all this the Divinity School indicated the advance in the Unitarian churches of a new moral life which could not be prevented from floating the ethical systems molded in puritanical theology. At the time of which I write, there existed in and around Boston a Unitarian clergy never surpassed for the eloquence adapted to cultured minds. There were ministers who were without much renown simply because of their number, who, had they been preaching in distant regions, would have been famous. A few were at once popular orators and thinkers that attracted the thinkers, notably Thomas Starr King, James Freeman Clark, Dr. Ephraim Peabody, Boston, Dr. George Putman, Roxbury, T. Wentworth Higginson, Worcester, John Weiss, New Bedford, Samuel Johnson, Lynn, Octavius B. Frothingham, Salem, and Dr. Ezra Stiles Gannett. But if one entered the church of George Ellis in Charleston, or of his brother Rufus in Boston, or that of Bartle, Lothrop, or Hall, Dorchester, Sears, Newell, Young, Lincoln, Samuel May, he would hear a well-digested statement on some important matter, and always that of a conscientious and cultured mind. We also sometimes heard in Boston or Cambridge the scholarly discourse of Dr. Frederick Hedge, Providence, the poetic thought of Charles T. Brooks, Newport, and William Silsby, Northampton. Then there was always with us our eloquent President Walker, who usually preached in the University Chapel, where also we occasionally heard impressive discourses from Dr. Andrew Peabody and Dr. Thomas Hill, afterward president of Harvard University. These were all really creators of the atmosphere of culture and sincerity which developed the movement of their heresiarch, Theodore Parker. Up to the middle of the century, these fine spirits had felt touched to sufficiently fine issues in guarding their flocks against wolves of ancient superstition, cruel dogmas, and in encouraging domestic virtues and individual culture. And their success was that in their churches were born competent leaders of men, able lawyers, judges, authors. But they failed to heed the warning voice of their great leader gone silent, Channing, that slavery was an intolerable wrong which would imperil the nation. Channing pleaded that the slaves should be liberated and the slaveholders compensated. As Franz von Baader said, repelled light returns in lightning. In our senior year, we were nearly every Sunday preaching in some pulpit needing supply, and as in such places we were entertained by prominent Unitarian families, we acquired knowledge of the trend of things. I often filled the pulpits at Plymouth, Fall River, New Bedford, Newburyport, Marblehead, also sometimes in Boston and its suburbs, and gained very distinct ideas on the characteristics of Unitarianism in its great days. As a rationalist, I advocated changes, and as a freethinker, I still recognized that there was something offensive in the attention learned men were giving to ancient and remote times and places, and to metaphysics, when their own time and country were in sore need of every available fiber of strength. But long experience and historical studies have shown me another side of the situation. The Unitarians had inherited the old churches, and the hard literature and tyranny of those old Calvinists were done away with in the only genuine way, by evolution instead of revolution. The only security against reversion in human evolution is that some continuity shall be preserved with all that was humane in preceding forms or capable of a human interpretation. From time to time a question might be asked, and it was then time to answer it, to animate homes and towns with sweetness and light, to see after the charities, to encourage reading, culture, attention to health, elegance in social life, art, good taste, pretty amusements. These made a sufficient task for every minister without his paying much attention to polemics. It was a fault, I think, in our teaching at Cambridge that it was not proved to us and continually impressed on us that a man might be both scholarly and self-truthful, even though, like our dear old Professor Francis, he repudiated each particular miracle, while maintaining supernaturalism. If a preacher made a bold statement in one direction, we were apt to regard his conformity in others as hypocrisy. Yet we presently went out to our pastoral charges, and, with whatever radicalism followed usages whose inconsistency with our principles was discovered only in later years. How long did I administer the sacrament after I had rejected every theory of atonement? We would have been wiser if we had realized then, as we did later, that there was an Emerson in every leading preacher's breast. Frank Sanborn told me that Emerson and Henry Ward Beecher happened to meet at some hotel and were dining together. "Mr. Emerson," said Beecher, "do you think a man eating these meats could tell what grasses the animals fed on?" "No," said Emerson. "I'm glad to hear it," said Beecher, "for I've been feeding on you a long time, and I'm glad my people don't know it." A disposition for hard work was characteristic of all our Conway race. Even in the cold northern climate I must rise early, and in that way I managed to read many excellent books. My habit of pastoral work on my Methodist circuit caused me to welcome an invitation from Charles Norton to unite in a night school which he had started at Cambridgeport, where many poor resided. It profoundly moved me to see a room crowded with grown-up people learning the rudiments of knowledge like children. This was what I had longed for among the poor whites of Virginia, but I had at last reached agreement with Horace Greeley's comment on my effort: the poor whites of Virginia could never be educated until the slaves were free. After all, the conservative ministers were not quite wrong in their apprehension that Emerson had become a teacher at the Divinity School, only it would have been more exact to say, in the whole college. Charles Norton, Sanborn, Eliot, Horace Furness, to name those of whom I knew something, were really children of Emerson, perhaps more truly than some of us who found him an especially religious inspirer. In later years I have met with men who listened to Emerson with enthusiasm, and found that, like myself, they had not lost the old faith and the hopes for mankind which animated us in those years. But love of Emerson never perished in any heart that knew him. The feelings toward him had really little to do with visions and ideals raised in us, but was something not to be analyzed or described. For myself, I may say that even his playful remarks planted some seed in my mind. "What, sonny? Your mother says you are not well today. Now, what naughty thing have you been doing? For when anyone is sick, something the devil is the matter." Out of that merry and caressing bit of humor grew in my ministry the sermons on health which I condensed into an article in my Dial on "The Moral Diagnosis of Disease." During my whole ministry I tried to live up to the art of negation illustrated in Emerson's reply to a lady when I was present. "Was not Christ sinless?" asked the pious lady. Emerson said, "The knowledge of good and evil through experience is an essential condition of intelligence, and that wisdom can hardly be denied to Jesus." The broken seed shell of dogma could not be mourned when out of it sprang a fragrant flower. Of course, we who went out as public teachers had not always before us the taut and sympathetic listeners that surrounded Emerson. I have had to defend my beliefs and disbeliefs in controversies, but after every one of them I have felt the truth which Emerson wrote in a letter, 1838, shown me by a lady in Cincinnati. "I do not gladly utter any deep conviction of the soul in any company where I think it will be contested. No, nor unless I think it will be welcome. Truth has already ceased to be itself if polemically said." On one occasion, Mrs. Emerson was speaking of the need she felt of belief in something supernatural. Emerson said gently, "Isn't it enough, Queenie, to look into the eyes of your child?" One thing Emerson said to me when about to enter on my new ministry I did not forget. Ai ariskeien. However little my best may be, I have found that the deepest satisfaction of heart and mind is not in the achievement, not in the event, but in doing one's very best. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Divinity School, Anthony Burns, the Fugitive Slave, Rufus Choate, Miss Davenport's Columb, Mother of Margaret Fuller, Sylvester Judd, Peripatetic Preaching, Miss Upham's Boarders, My Experience as Proctor, A Curious Theft, Our Spiritualist Classmate Brings Trouble, Anti-Slavery Gathering at Framingham, July 4, 1854, Sojourner Truth, Thoreau's Speech, Garrison Burns the Constitution. Our Fredericksburg and Falmouth community was too small for any youth to fly off from the old paths without exciting attention. There was a good deal of talk, and inquiries were made about Unitarianism. Several citizens of Fredericksburg avowed unorthodox views, and the effect of my aberration was not entirely unfavorable to me. Occasionally ladies and gentlemen from Fredericksburg, whom I had never personally met, visited Boston and asked me to dinner at their hotel. One lady informed me that several years before she had known a young schoolteacher in Virginia from the North, one of the most attractive men she had ever met. He had died of consumption, and his last words were expressions of devotion to Emerson. Of course, my old friends, the Methodists, had to face the question whether I was to be damned or not because of my unbelief. The most touching thing to me was that my dear mother searched her Bible with reference to my case, and found it clear that final salvation would come even to Leviathan. He shall make peace with me. Isaiah chapter 27, verse 5. If that crooked serpent must be saved, her crooked son was safe. I think indeed that I did something in my absence towards bringing other relatives over to grandfather's Universalism. My Quaker friend William Henry Farquhar came all the way from Sandy Spring to visit me at Cambridge. The visit was very pleasant, but he discovered that I was living on vegetables. On his return he wrote to my sister that he was afraid I was insufficiently nourished. This caused a panic in the Falmouth household, and my father forgot his scruples about supporting me in a Unitarian school. His offer of assistance was affectionately acknowledged by me, but declined with the assurance that I had never been in want. I had indeed economized, because I wished to spend my money for concerts, etc., but even that need of economy was now past, as I had entered on my senior year, when students are allowed to fill pulpits. I was getting $15 or $20 every Sunday, and was boarding at the best table in Cambridge. But just then an event occurred which held momentous results for me. In May 1854, the fugitive slave Anthony Burns was arrested in Boston, and the city thrown into excitement. Anthony was from our county and about 20. His owner, Captain Suttle, and William Brent, both well known to me, had come to Boston, and Burns was discovered. The city swarmed with an angry multitude, but the new fugitive slave law was now in force, and the President ordered a regiment to suppress any attempt at rescue. Around the courthouse were stretched chains under which the judges and lawyers had to bend on entering. The Southern students at Cambridge assembled to offer their sympathy to the owner of Burns. I was notified, but replied that my sympathies were with the fugitive. On the Sunday after the arrest, I was in the vast congregation of Theodore Parker. A notice had been sent to all the churches asking their prayers that the fugitive might be delivered. Parker began his services by reading this notice, then quietly laid it aside with the remark, "I have no intention of asking God to do our work." His prayer was for moral courage to the people, and not for the fugitive's rescue. His sermon came as if from his cherished heirloom, his grandfather's musket in the Revolution. The next morning I tried to get into the courtroom, but without success, and walked towards the jail, and from across the street observed the crowd. Near me I remarked Dr. O. W. Holmes, similarly engaged. The larger number held heavy sticks and appeared to be of the pro-slavery mob. I returned quietly to Cambridge, and next morning saw in the papers that there had been an attempt at rescue in which a marshal was killed. Hastening to Boston, I met Wendell Phillips in the street, and went with him to Tremont Temple, where a small number of anti-slavery leaders had gathered. Among them sat Wentworth Higginson, holding part of his cloak over his mouth. He had been wounded by a cutlass on his lip and on his neck. Parker spoke briefly. He was not willing, he said, to advise a risk he would not share, and regarded the slave's fate as decided. The personal fate of Tony was ultimately determined by the sum raised to purchase him. I was told that Captain Suttle was ready to sell him at once, but the district attorney, Hallett, determined that the dignity of the United States required the return of Burns to Virginia. Guarded by United States soldiers, Suttle and Brent marched with the fettered fugitive through streets draped in black, in one beneath a great flag turned upside down to which was suspended a coffin inscribed, "The Death of Liberty." On the day before this scene, after leaving Tremont Temple, where I was a silent listener, I was approached by 3 or 4 men whom I had never seen, one of whom said, "I am told that you are acquainted with the 2 slaveholders." "Yes." "Can you not call on them and find out the number of their room in the Revere House?" "No," I answered, shuddering at the suggestion, and passed on. Nothing could be easier than to send my card to those 2 men who had known me from childhood. Had I been capable of the treachery, their victory might not have been so complete. Had William Brent, a connection of our family, known this incident, and that it had lain in my hands to endanger him and Suttle, this famous case might not have had such serious consequences to my humble self. Though anti-slavery in sentiment, I was not connected with any party, and resented the indiscriminate denunciation of slaveholders. On the other hand, I was at times embarrassed by being addressed by the compromisers as if, being a Virginian, I was pro-slavery. But this feeling was at the mercy of any engaging personality. Thus I was captivated by the genius of Rufus Choate. I heard several speeches from him in the law courts, and was thrilled by his power. Then I made the acquaintance of his daughters, through our common enthusiasm for music, for by this time I had become a frequent contributor to Dwight's Journal of Music, and one of Rufus Choate's daughters, Mrs. Helen Bell, not only beautiful and witty, but wonderful at the piano, used to invite me at times to her father's house. I was introduced to her by Miss Abby Adams, to whom Emerson confided me, and who had real genius for music. To the choice concerts of the Mendelssohn Quintet Club, or of Otto Dresel, I at times accompanied these ladies, and now and then met Rufus Choate. Never was man more charming in his family. There was often a play of wits between him and his daughters. He had no taste for music, and I was told that his daughters once persuaded him to go to the opera. He looked at the libretto helplessly and said, "Helen, expound to me this record, lest I dilate with the wrong emotion." No, there was no resisting Rufus Choate. We had a story at Divinity Hall that in the course of a speech against the introduction of the slavery question into the pulpit, Rufus Choate exclaimed, "I go to my pew as I go to my bed, for repose." Mrs. Bell was, I think, one of the circle, then small, that loved Robert Browning's poetry. She was the friend of Mr. and Mrs. James T. Fields, whose house was the literary salon in Boston, and who personally knew the Brownings. To our amazement and delight, Miss Davenport, afterwards wife of General Lander, who had been charming people of fine taste during an engagement at the Howard Athenaeum, announced for her benefit night Browning's Column's Birthday. We could hardly believe our senses. I rushed about to tell the news to the Longfellows, Palfreys, Mrs. Sparks, and persuaded some students to go, despite their protests that they could not understand Browning. There was thus a good contingent from Cambridge. The play was admirably acted. In after years, when my wife was the intimate friend of Mrs. Lander, this lady told us that it required all her courage against theatrical advisers to present that play. It was because she so loved it. Finding that she had a sympathetic Valence to support her, she and he toiled until they had drilled the other characters. The students who had complained of Browning's obscurity now discovered that he was clear enough when action accompanied the word. But Jennison told me that when he applauded a certain passage, a bewildered man in front of him turned round to look at him and exclaimed, "Good God!" It was Pippa Passes that first attracted me to Browning, and I mentioned Pippa as a type of unconscious influence in some sermon. But when, in 1854, I presented Browning's works to my sister in her 17th year, probably recommending Pippa, my mother was disturbed by it, the episode of Sebald and Ottima being too passionate for young people to read. It was always a sad reflection that I could never meet Margaret Fuller. Some of her writings, together with the memoirs written by her friends, perfect monument of a beautiful soul, had been to me on my Methodist circuit as that manna which had the taste of all in it. Her mother resided at Cambridgeport with her son Arthur, a Unitarian preacher, killed while chaplain in the Union Army near Fredericksburg. With no introduction except my feeling about Margaret, I was received by her mother with warm welcome. She told me much about Margaret, and said that while she appreciated most highly the memoirs, she was astonished that Margaret should be spoken of as plain. With much naivete she said, "I always regarded Margaret as beautiful." This tribute from the mother confirmed what I had heard from others, that the woman of such fine brain had recognized the mystical beauty of home experiences and affections. If we only knew how to look around us, we should not need to look above. Had no other pearl fallen from Margaret's lips, these words alone would be a talisman of life. In those days I read with enthusiasm the works of Sylvester Judd, the minister who had so charmed me at Baltimore when I was leaving Methodism without knowing whither I was bound. He was my pastor, though I never heard him preach nor touched his hand. In his marvelous story, Margaret, the whole spiritual history of New England was revealed to me, and I mourned with his flock in Augusta at his premature death. In after life I discovered that Margaret Fuller was the first to recognize a kindred spirit in Hawthorne. On seeing in The Token, 1832, his tale The Gentle Boy, she had sent him, or rather her, for she supposed the writer a woman, a grateful message. She also knew the fine soul of Judd. My friend Alexander Ireland gave me a copy of a letter written to him by Margaret Fuller from London, October 6, 1846, in which she says, "I am much pleased to have your feeling of Margaret. As you say, there are such things in real life, yet I fancy the picture, like that of an antique Venus, was painted from study of several models. The writer, Sylvester Judd, a name as truly American in its style as that of one of his own invention, Beulah Ann Orff, is a man approaching middle age, who has hitherto only made himself remarked by one or two strokes of character, of a kind noble and original. I have never seen him, but some years ago received from him this message, that he wished to know I had one admirer in the State of Maine, a distinction of which I am not a little proud now that I have read his book. He is a clergyman, but it seems has not for that forgot to be a man. Time allows me now to say no more except that I am ever, dear sir, in friendly heart and faith yours. I should be much interested at any time to know what any or all of you are doing for the good of others and your own, what feeling, what hoping. To the new fraternity I think we belong, where glory is service, whose motto Excelsior. End of footnote. My senior year was happy. There were vacant pulpits to be supplied in many surrounding towns. I was employed every Sunday, expanding my old Methodist sermons with the liberal leaven, at each place entertained by the best families, and making friendships cherished through life. At Plymouth, for instance, I always stayed at the house of Andrew Russell, an excellent type of the vertebrate New Englander. It was with a sense of glory well remembered that I preached my first Thanksgiving Day sermon in the old Plymouth church, and summoned the helpless pilgrims as a cloud of witnesses to ideas for which they would have banished me. At Marblehead I used to stay with the Delanos, and found the grand old captain as charming an ancient mariner as any dreamed of by Coleridge. At Miss Upham's table I made acquaintance with students of other professional schools, among these the brothers William and Joseph Choate. They were affable young gentlemen, and one could have predicted their eminence. I used to think Joseph Choate, now ambassador in England, the most unpretending, very handsome youth I ever met. For a time my seat at table was beside young William Gibbons of New York, of whom I expected a distinguished career, which no doubt would have been achieved but for his early death. During my senior year I was appointed proctor of Divinity Hall. Those who resided in the hall were professional students, one being a law student, Henry Gardner Denny, to whom I was especially attached. One room was occupied by a tutor in the college, the Reverend Mr. Jennison, and the only case in which I had to interfere officially was when some undergraduate guests in the hall took a fancy for banging at Jennison's door, then hiding. Jennison was studious and needed quiet, and the noisy youths were easily persuaded that he was not a well-selected victim. Jennison was an unpretending man and agreeable in conversation. He had a reputation among us for love of paradoxes, and a fable said that he once began a chapel prayer with the words, "Paradoxical as it may seem, O Lord, it is nevertheless true that all flesh is strictly grass." Jennison was cautious not to mingle in the polemic between our right and left wings, but he once expressed to me his sympathy with those who believed the miracles without believing them miraculous. The examinations being over, and the day of departure near, Denny, Ware, and myself, intimate friends, resolved on a last supper together. Drinking wine was usual, but it was against regulations for students to have wine in their rooms. Our examinations, however, were over, our school life ended, so we procured 3 bottles of claret for our supper. These were placed in Ware's room 2 days before, but when we came to open them only 2 were found, and both filled with water. And now my duty as proctor, forgotten in agreeing to the wine, became for the first time important. An extended investigation led me to identify the thief. He was one of our class, and in a few days would enter the ministry. I reported all the facts to Dr. Noyes, who went with me to the room of the suspected student, whom I will call X. The door had to be forced. He had cleared out, carrying all his belongings. It was supposed that he knew he had been discovered. An empty claret bottle was in his room. Dr. Noyes, having consulted his colleagues, made some remarks on the case to the students next morning. It was, he said, happily without precedent in the history of the college, and it was some satisfaction that X had himself relieved the school of his presence and had not entered the ministry. As for the wine, it is contrary to the rules of the school that such things should be taken to the rooms. In the present case, the proctor has discharged his duty with regard to a grave offense, one which, undiscovered, might have had serious consequences. This duty he has discharged, without considering at all his own liability to censure. Under these circumstances, we overlook that matter of the wine altogether. The benignant look with which these simple words were said, the gentleness of voice, and the applause of the students moved me deeply. X was often inquired about by some of us, but nothing was ever heard of him until 1859, when he was killed at Harper's Ferry, being one of John Brown's men. My belief being that most of John Brown's men were unwittingly led into the raid, I have made X one of the characters in my Pine and Palm, his offense there being different, but nobly expiated. Our spiritualist classmate, Fowler, ultimately brought one or two of us into trouble. When our time of graduation was near and our addresses submitted to the faculty, Fowler's was found to be an elaborate defense of spiritualistic miracles, combined with a repudiation of those narrated in the Bible. The faculty refused to pass the essay. Fowler complained that his liberty was assailed, and several of us, while without any sympathy with his spiritualism, regarded it as a duty to stand by him. We refused to deliver our addresses unless Fowler's was admitted, and the result was disagreeable for all parties. At the meeting of the alumni in the afternoon, Theodore Parker, seconded by the Reverend John Weiss, asked of the faculty an explanation of this unprecedented silence of several graduates. Dr. Noyes replied that the forbidden essay was so crude and defiant in tone that it was impossible to admit it. We who had sided with Fowler had not thought of that. The question of liberty was at an acute stage, and we supposed this the crisis. But our champions, Parker and Weiss, saw that we had staked our principle of liberty on a bad case. We were put to confusion, there being no opportunity for us to complain that the matter had not been set before us in the right light when we made our protest. We ought, of course, to have ourselves demanded of Fowler the critical perusal of his essay before our action. But we were young and hasty, and our mature teachers might have saved us from the mistake by a private interview. It was the anti-supernaturalists of the class who had rebelled. One of our main arguments had been the inferiority of the testimony to the New Testament miracles to the contemporary evidence for the absurd spiritualist miracles. We had leaped to the conclusion that our professors had suppressed Fowler simply because his essay applied this crux, and took it for granted that the essay was otherwise satisfactory. Fowler printed it as a pamphlet. I left the alumni meeting sore enough, when suddenly I met Emerson crossing the yard. His look, his smile, his friendly greeting at once began to heal my wound. He saw that I was troubled, and I said, "Yes, I am misunderstood." "To be great is to be misunderstood," remarked Emerson. I walked beside him in the direction he was going, and related the facts briefly. He then told me that after graduation his ambition had been to fill a chair of rhetoric. I was startled by this, and he said there was not sufficient training in the art of putting things, this being the secret of eloquence. The young ministers might utter any paradoxes whatever without exciting hostility if their statement were set forth in the best form of which it is susceptible. I afterwards had an interview with Dr. Noyes, which consoled me, especially as the affair excited no comment in the papers. I asked him if it would be well for me to write a quasi-apologetic statement in the Unitarian paper. "It is well to remember," said Dr. Noyes, smiling pleasantly, if you are ever tempted to air a grievance in the press, that it is a thing two may engage in. It is a grotesque thing to look back upon that my first little Unitarian martyrdom was in defense of a spiritualist. As the incident did not affect our diplomas and degree at all, it was hardly mentioned in the papers. It soon passed out of my thoughts before the very serious issue pressed on me by the acute crisis in the country. The passage through Congress of the Kansas-Nebraska Bill, May 30, 1854, repealing the Missouri Compromise, made a casus belli between slavery and freedom, and this was almost simultaneous with the triumphant parade through Boston of the slave hunters carrying Anthony Burns back into slavery. Someone who had spoken with Burns in prison told me he was much frightened and preferred returning quietly rather than have any attempt at rescue. With my abhorrence of violence, I considered him right, but all the more felt that the time had come for vehement utterance. The anti-slavery leader, Garrison, was a non-resistant, but the possession of every branch of the government by the slave power and its domination over all the state laws protecting personal liberty mingled with the moral issue the patriotic sentiment of independence which had confronted George III. The young Unitarian minister at Worcester, Wentworth Higginson, was eloquent though always calm, and his wound received in the attempted rescue of Anthony Burns was also eloquent. The impending struggle for freedom in Kansas was revealing the weakness of the non-resistant wing of the Anti-Slavery Society. On July 4, 1854, the annual gathering of the abolitionists in Framingham Grove occurred. As a studious observer of the movement that so deeply concerned me personally, I attended. My brief speech was a plea for peaceful separation of North and South after the manner of Abraham and Lot. I dreaded the angry passions rising on both sides more than slavery. There were several striking incidents at this Framingham gathering. A very aged Negro woman named Sojourner Truth, lank, shriveled, but picturesque, slowly mounted to the platform amid general applause, and sat silently listening to the speeches. After some stormy speaker, a young Southerner rose in the audience and began to talk fiercely. There were cries of "platform," and Garrison, who presided, invited the youth to come up and speak freely. The young man complied, and in the course of his defense of slavery and affirming his sincerity, twice exclaimed, "As God is my witness!" "Young man," cried Sojourner Truth, "I don't believe God Almighty ever hearn tell of you." Her shrill voice sounded through the grove like a bugle, shouts of laughter responded, and the poor Southerner could not recover from that only interruption. Thoreau had come all the way from Concord for this meeting. It was a rare thing for him to attend any meeting outside of Concord, and though he sometimes lectured in the Lyceum there, he had probably never spoken on a platform. He was now clamored for, and made a brief and quaint speech. He began with the simple words, "You have my sympathy. It is all I have to give you, but you may find it important to you." It was impossible to associate egotism with Thoreau. We all felt that the time and trouble he had taken at that crisis to proclaim his sympathy with the disunionists was indeed important. He was there a representative of Concord, of science and letters, which could not quietly pursue their tasks while slavery was trampling down the rights of mankind. Alluding to the Boston commissioner who had surrendered Anthony Burns, Edward G. Loring, Thoreau said, "The fugitive's case was already decided by God, not Edward G. God, but simple God." This was said with such serene unconsciousness of anything shocking in it that we were but mildly startled. William Lloyd Garrison made that July 4th a judgment day. He read the Declaration of Independence, then contrasted its principles with the fugitive slave law, the judgment of Loring surrendering Anthony Burns, and a charge of United States Judge Curtis on the treasonable attempt to rescue Burns. Lighting matches, he burned successively these documents, after each crying, "And let all the people say Amen." The amens were loudly given, but at last Garrison uplifted a copy of the Constitution of the United States and read its compromises with slavery and the slave trade. He then declared it the source of all the other atrocities, the original covenant with death and agreement with hell, and held it up burning until the last ash must have singed his fingers. "So perish all compromises with tyranny," he cried, "and let all the people say Amen." There were mingled amens and hisses, and some voices of protest, but there stood the adamantine judge parting to right and left the leaders of the people, constitutionalists, free soilers, and abolitionists. That day I distinctly recognized that the anti-slavery cause was a religion, that Garrison was a successor of the inspired axe-bearers, John the Baptizer, Luther, Wesley, George Fox. But as I could not work with Lutheran, Methodist, or Quaker, I could not join the Anti-Slavery Society. There was a Calvinistic accent in that creed about the covenant with death and agreement with hell. Slavery was not death, nor the South hell. I did not care about the Constitution, and my peace principles inclined me to a separation between sections that hated each other. Yet I knew good people on both sides. I also believed that slavery was to be abolished by the union of all hearts and minds opposed to it, those who believed emancipation potential in the Constitution, as well as the Constitution burners. I had some conversation with Reverend Samuel J. May on this subject, and I think it was during the interval for luncheon at the Framingham meeting, for I remember his saying to a Southerner, probably the one rebuked by Sojourner Truth, who declared himself sincere, "I am afraid you are." However that may be, I remember my friend May, a sweet spirit as well as an impressive preacher, saying that Garrison's vehemence was not against the Southerners, but the Northern allies of slavery. "I remember," said May, "being with him at a meeting and saying, 'Mr. Garrison, you are too excited, you're on fire.' Garrison answered, 'I have need to be on fire, for I have icebergs around me to melt.'" The anti-slavery families out there in the Framingham Grove treated me almost affectionately, inviting me to their luncheons spread on the grass because I was a Virginian, but I was, in truth, almost as lonely as the Carolinian humiliated by Sojourner Truth. Did that old African fate tell the truth about me also? Did God know anything about me, a Virginian, with a strange burden every day getting heavier? Ah, yes, I went back to Boston and found a letter from the Unitarian Church at Washington inviting me to preach for them during September, and intimating that a permanent minister was needed there. The way then was opening before me. End of chapter 14, read by Margaret S. Bayat. Chapter 15, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First sermons at Washington, letter from my father, settlement at Washington, preaching at Richmond, expelled from Falmouth for abolitionism, preaching at Charlottesville, Virginia, letters from Reverend Dr. Burnap, installation at Washington, polemic about a fast day, antecedents of the Washington Church, its eminent members, Chief Justice Cranch, Helen Hunt, President Pierce. There was but one cloud on my horizon. Slavery existed in the District of Columbia. I would have to deal with that subject, and as I was a Virginian connected with families well known in Washington, the church would have to be informed of my anti-slavery sentiments. My anxiety for the situation induced me to speak about slavery in my very first sermon at Washington, September 10, 1854. And as now we look forth on the world of humanity, and, remembering the burdens of old prophets who sang of the latter-day glory, and the saying concerning Christ, that he saw of the travail of his soul and was satisfied, so fair and perfect even to that perfect soul was the vision of the advancing world. See it now frozen by a dread winter of evil. See man's hand lifted against man in war. See trade polluted by dishonesty, so that what we eat and wear is poisoned and stained with crime. See man enslaved by man, until we scarce know in their degradation those brothers of Christ to whom we are anything but brothers, save for the well-known human cry which they ever send up appealing to heaven, "Oh, as we remember this, see this, your worldly doctrine of calmness changes us to marble." On September 17th, text, "Am I my brother's keeper?" I again introduced the subject. I was then about to visit my parents at Falmouth, but in answer to my note on the subject, I received from my father the subjoined letter, dated at Falmouth, September 18, 1854. I cannot refrain from saying, I was truly glad you did not find it convenient to come down today. I have reason to know that it was fortunate for you that such was the case, and it is my sincere advice to you not to come here until there is reason to believe your opinions have undergone material changes on the subject of slavery. If you are willing to expose your own person recklessly, I am not willing to subject myself and family to the hazards of such a visit. Those opinions give me more uneasiness just now than your horrible views on the subject of religion, bad as these last are. You say in your last, it is strange that you meet with intolerance nowhere but at home. If you had but a small amount of that best of all sense, common sense, it would not seem at all strange that such should be the fact. I should treat all young men similarly situated, just as you are treated by others, but their parents and best friends would probably do towards them just as your parents and friends do towards you. A single moment's reflection would teach any common-sense person the reasonable propriety of our course. But having exhausted all our rational effort, we hand you over to the mercy of God, through our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and pray most earnestly that the ever-blessed Spirit may guide you aright. If you make shipwreck in this life and the next, you must not only wade through the precious blood of Christ, and do despite to the Spirit of His grace, but your father's prayers, so long as his life lasts, will be thrown in the way also. This letter had deep affection in it, and it grieved me less than it puzzled me. I had not made public any opinions concerning slavery except in my 2 sermons at Washington. There had been no report of those utterances, and I was entirely ignorant of the rumors, referred to in the previous chapter, mixing me up in the fugitive slave case in Boston. My sister tells me that it was even said I had been summoned as a witness against the owner of Anthony Burns. I made no reply to my father's letter, and went on with my sermons. On October 29th, when by announcement the church was to meet after the morning services to elect a minister, I felt impelled to be perfectly explicit with the congregation, which I knew would all be present. My text was, "Thy kingdom come," and in the discourse I said, "Solomon said, there is nothing new under the sun. A greater than Solomon said, I create all things new. And his church, if true to his spirit, will feel that it is an aggressive thing, that his kingdom, though not of this world, is in it, that it must penetrate and redeem all institutions and change the world. The Church must thus hold itself ready to pass free judgment on all customs, fashions, ideas, facts, on trade and politics, and, in this country, more especially hold itself ready to give free utterance in relation to our special national sin, the greatest of all sins, human slavery. Within 15 minutes from the utterance of that sentiment, I was elected minister, with but 2 contrary votes. This gave me confidence and happiness. I knew what my people could bear, and had no fear of trouble. My salary was ample for a young bachelor of those days. My friends found for me a pleasant suite of rooms on 6th Street, between E and F, where I could entertain friends. That a congregation at the National Capitol, containing in it such men as Chief Justice Cranch, Mayor Seaton, Joseph Gales, and other eminent citizens well known in Virginia, had settled me as their minister, produced its impression on my relatives. The Intelligencer's reports of my sermons were talked of in Fredericksburg, and my father began to feel that there were no longer grounds for the apprehensions expressed in his letter of September 18th. At the close of November I received a cheerful letter from my father, and a letter from my mother begging me to visit Falmouth. About the same time numerous letters from friends and relatives in Fredericksburg and Richmond urged me to visit them. Several Unitarians turned up unexpectedly in Fredericksburg who said that they could get the town hall if I would preach there. This I declined for my father's sake, but I could not resist an invitation to preach in Richmond, Virginia, and gave, in the long silent Universalist church there, 2 discourses on the Sunday of January 21, 1855. After an altogether pleasant stay of several days in the house of my mother's brother, Travers Daniel, no word being said about slavery, and no reproach heard about my heresy, this dear uncle accompanied me to both sermons. He said he feared that Unitarianism tended to cultivate the head more than the heart, which was a good hint to me. I had been invited to Richmond to expound unorthodox views, but I ought to have revealed the heart in them. I went up with a light heart to my dear old home in Falmouth. I was affectionately received by my parents, and all seemed about to go smoothly. But at night, when I was returning home from some visit, I was twice spoken to by negroes, who whispered that my opposition to slavery and my course about Tony Burns were known among the colored people there, and they hinted expectations that I was contemplating some movement. I was shocked by this revelation, and of course disclaimed any such intention. But worse was to come. Next morning, as I was walking through the main street, a number of young men, some of them former schoolmates, hailed me and surrounded me. They told me that my presence in Falmouth could not be tolerated. "Charles Frank Suttle," said one, "says that when he was in Boston you did everything you could against him to prevent his getting back his servant Tony Burns, and that you are an abolitionist. There's danger to have that kind of man among our servants, and you must leave. We don't want to have any row." By this time a number of the rougher sort had crowded up, and there were threats. Then a friendlier voice said that on account of their respect for my parents and family, they wished to avoid violence, and hoped that I would leave without such trouble. There was, I think, little danger of violence to myself. My parents, brothers, and other relatives constituted a large part of the little town, and whatever their disagreements from me, would have seriously resented any injury. Yet I could not but recognize that if only on their account it was my duty to leave the place. I had no right to entangle them in quarrels. Moreover, the secret approaches of the negroes on the previous evening suggested that there might indeed be some danger caused by the silly gossip of the whites. I therefore said to the crowd that I did nothing against Colonel Suttle and William Brent beyond expressing to students who wished me to sympathize with them my lack of sympathy, but as there were rumors of the kind, and I had no desire to cause disturbance, I would leave next day. Of this incident I said not a word at home. It cut short my visit by 2 days only, and no special explanation was needed of my quick return to Washington, where I had to preach the following Sunday. There appeared no reason to the family why there should be any distress about parting, now that I was living so near, but to me it was a heavy moment when I left them. It was exile. As I was driven by our faithful coachman, James Parker, across the bridge and along the meadows, it was with a feeling that I should never see them again. At the first station after leaving Fredericksburg, the train was entered by my father's eldest brother, Dr. Valentine Conway of Stafford. He had always been fond of me, but had no doubt heard Colonel Suttle's story, and spoke to me bitterly. I did not tell him that I was that day banished from my own home and relatives, but made what answer I could. Footnote: when I visited Fredericksburg 20 years later to be welcomed and feted by those who once drove me away, Uncle Valentine again accompanied me on the cars in Stafford and said, "When we last rode together here, and I reproached you for your abolitionism, you made a reply I never forgot. You expressed wonder that we Virginians did not see that the agitation against slavery was part of a worldwide movement for human liberty, a movement whose force was immeasurable and inevitable and would ultimately overwhelm our Southern institution. Your prediction has been fulfilled." We looked out on the dear old fields of Stafford, which the tramp of armies had desolated. End of footnote. Uncle Valentine parted from me at Aquia Creek, where at that time a steamboat continued the route to Washington. I sat on the deck, humiliated and weeping. I was just in my 23rd year, and there was now brought home to me the terrible fact that the tyranny of slavery crushed not only the Negroes, but the most loving hearts of all. I afterwards discovered that many good women, my mother among them, secretly cherished a hatred of slavery, and that many men had misgivings about the institution. They were compelled by a sort of reign of terror to sacrifice before the idol all expression of generous affections, this terror being caused by the gathering anti-slavery cloud in the North. In after years, I could of course make 100 excuses for those young people who ordered me out of Virginia. I was the first and only anti-slavery man they had ever met, and I came just after the adventures of their townsmen Suttle and Brent in recovering Tony Burns had brought home to the little town some realization of Northern antagonism to slavery. Martyrdom is as demoralizing to the martyr as to the persecutor. That incident in Falmouth was for me very unfortunate. It distorted my vision. 4 years before, when Grace Greenwood advised me to read a story coming out in the National Era, Uncle Tom's Cabin, I read a few chapters, but did not care to obtain the further ones. Not only was I as yet in transition on the slavery question, but I recognized nothing in Mrs. Stowe's romance that was true of slavery in Virginia. But how terrible is the personal factor! Poor Shylock says, "The curse never fell upon our race till now. I never felt it till now." I read Uncle Tom's Cabin with different eyes, and recalling every ugly incident connected with Negroes that I had seen since childhood, and at Warrenton the sale of slaves were ugly enough, though rare, I concluded that Mrs. Stowe's book was a photographic representation of things going on in states farther south. I still loved my state, and the position I had at Washington, considered so enviable by other young ministers, by no means consoled me for the fading of my dream of an apostolate in Virginia. At the close of April a Unitarian minister, Mr. Crapster, was to fill my pulpit, and I seized the occasion for an excursion into the part of Virginia where I had never been. Accompanied by Franklin Philp, whose wife was the organist in my church, I visited Harper's Ferry, Ware's Cave, and the Natural Bridge, then made my way to Charlottesville. As we strolled through the beautiful grounds of the University of Virginia and saw the fine-looking students, my old missionary dream revived. Hastening into the town, I secured a sort of hall, and placards were posted announcing that on the next afternoon, Sunday, I would preach. I do not remember whether I announced any special subject, but probably indicated that it was unorthodox, for one or two students came primed for opposition in the discussion, which it was said would be invited. The room was crowded, mainly by university men. My name and connections were well known, and I had gathered up for the occasion what I considered the best passages of several sermons. No doubt I alluded to the rationalism of the founder of their university, President Jefferson, but was prudent enough not to make any allusion to slavery. My objections to the chief dogmas were based on both scriptural and rational grounds. The discussion that followed was quiet and scholarly. Fortunately, I had a little Greek Testament along, and was able to score a point by proving that my text, 2 Timothy 3, verse 16, "All Scripture is given by inspiration of God," etc., should be translated, "Every Scripture inspired by God is profitable," etc. My opponents, however, were well drilled in their faith, and no doubt as well satisfied as I was with the discussion. In that remote place, where Unitarianism was unknown, they were as eager as the ancient Athenians for some new thing, and I had pleasant interviews with some of them. One evening a large bonfire in the neighborhood of the university attracted my attention, and, on going out to it, found the students making around it a great hullabaloo whose cause I could not understand. But I now learned that Mrs. Stowe, author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, had just arrived on a visit to her relative, the wife of Professor McGuffell. The occasion was seized for a frolicsome manifestation. Someone at our hotel told me that Mrs. Stowe was the only pretext for a frolic, as the faculty might be timid about repressing an orgy disguised as an expression of Southern sentiment. Whether there were any unpleasant effects for the professor's family or Mrs. Stowe, I do not know, but I went off feeling that there was an impassable barrier to my entering on any ministry in Virginia. I had received from Richmond a letter from Thomas H. Wynne, who had been on the staff of Cousin John Daniel's paper until he, Daniel, had been sent as minister to Sardinia, in which he said, "Your discourses gave the fullest satisfaction, and numerous inquiries have been addressed to me in regard to the possibility of securing your services altogether." Had it not been for that incident at Falmouth, I should probably have left Washington and settled in Richmond. No Salvationist was ever more ardent than I was in my desire to grapple with the dark and evil powers steadily taking possession of my state. Meanwhile, however, my labors in Washington, and truly I toiled through all the daylight of the week, secured favor. Even my father was adapting himself to the situation on finding that I was steadfast to my aim. My discourses were rarely on public matters or polemical questions. They dealt mainly with the human heart and spiritual life, self-truthfulness, the functions of doubt and duty of inquiry. The congregation desired to make a grand occasion of my installation, and it was left entirely with me to select the ministers who should assist. The congregation had for a generation been hearing such various preachers, and become so familiar with varieties of belief that they were generally rationalistic. John Weiss, who preached at my installation, was already at the left wing of Unitarianism, as also was Samuel Longfellow. Dr. Furness of Philadelphia held a peculiar theory concerning Jesus. I had indeed endeavored to induce Dr. Ephraim Peabody to give the sermon because of my personal affection for him, but as he could not come, fixed on John Weiss on account of his advanced opinions. Personal affection also led me to invite Dr. Burnap to deliver the charge. This excellent man was in a measure responsible for me. He had aided me to enter on my studies in Cambridge. In taking up a rationalistic position, I had to suffer again some of the pain with which I had parted from my old Methodist friends. I was doing my best now as then to hold on to every doctrine that would keep me in spiritual union with them. I quote some of Dr. Burnap's letters relating to my settlement in Washington. November 18, 1854. I accept your proposition to deliver the charge in the coming ordination. I hope you will succeed in getting a great gun to deliver the sermon. I hope it will not be, however, one of the reactionists. It would not harmonize with me, and I am sure it would not with you. Let us have pure, honest Unitarianism, or abandon it altogether. You have a grand field before you. Wisdom, industry, patience, and perseverance. Get these, and you may make a deep and lasting mark on the metropolis. And may God give you his blessing. January 2nd, 1855. I fear that some latitudinarians of last spring and summer are operating to your disadvantage, though I have heard nothing of the kind. I think you ought to take some measures to disabuse those who may have misjudged you of their impressions as to your want of faith in historical Christianity. I know that it was our mutual friend Peabody's impression that you had hardly faith to preach. I throw out this as merely a friendly hint. I am much interested that you should do well and valiantly for the good cause in the capital of the nation. February 14, 1855. Son Timothy, I am glad that your ordination is coming off so soon. I shall endeavor to be prepared to give you some sound advice. But where are your letters missive? We Congregationalists are republics, and cannot act without the people, our constituency. You must invite the congregations as well as the ministers, that we may carry with us a long delegation to give us continuance and keep us straight. Dr. Burnap was a good deal troubled by the abolition complexion of the ordination services, and reminded me that one ism is enough at a time. Concerning my latitudinarian tendencies he had apprehensions, but still called me his Timothy. In one of our talks he said, "The miracles cannot be denied without tearing the New Testament to pieces. Christianity stands practically on 3 legs: miracles of Jesus, sanctity of Sunday, and the Christian ministry. Take either away and it must topple over." End of chapter 15, section 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure D. Conway, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The first sermon of mine published in Washington was entitled "The Old and the New, a Sermon Containing the History of the First Unitarian Church in Washington City." It was given December 31, 1854. I remember across all the years the pains taken in the preparation of this historical sermon. No history of the church existed, and for some weeks I had gone about making inquiries of the older families for information. 1/3 of the sermon was an exhortation relating to the duties transmitted to us by a past altogether honorable. Its composition was indeed a burden. Not yet 23 years of age, at my installation I had to give instruction to gray-haired men, to families well acquainted with the conditions of thought and life in the great capital, where I was a novice. I did not enter on my Washington ministry in any polemical spirit. I was anxious to conform, as far as possible, with the sentiments of the community, and to be friendly with the orthodox churches with which our heretical society had established some modus vivendi. But soon an occasion arose where it was necessary to assume a recusant attitude. In the summer, 1855, a terrible plague broke out in Virginia, Norfolk, and Portsmouth. My church promptly raised a large sum for the sufferers. On September 16th, when a collection was made for that purpose, I gave a discourse on the true and the false in prevalent theories in divine dispensation. Although I opposed the many pulpit assertions that the plague was a judgment from heaven, I had nothing much better than commonplace optimism with which to confront such superstition. The sermon, however, contained a passage which notified my congregation that I was able to see a Satan, if not a God, in the pestilence, namely, the evil institution that degraded labor and herded families into squalid quarters where disease and crime find their nests. The sermon was printed with the following preface. When it was suggested by some who agreed with the sentiments of the following discourse that its publication might be beneficial, the writer, having prepared it in the ordinary course of his ministry, and without any view to publication, declined. Since that, the following resolution has been issued by the Board of Aldermen and the Common Council. Resolved, that as, in our time of tribulation, it becomes us to acknowledge the hand of the Almighty, and, by prayer and supplication, call for his merciful aid and deliverance, that, therefore, the mayor of our city be, and he is hereby, requested to set apart Wednesday, the 26th instant, as a day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer, that he request the citizens to assemble in their various places of public worship and offer petitions to Almighty God in behalf of those he has seen fit to visit so sorely, and that he will be pleased to avert from us such terrible calamity. Feeling that we cannot assemble on that day to acknowledge the hand of the Almighty, and call for his merciful deliverance from his own hand, nor assist in rendering persons less able to give for the relief of the sufferers, by loss of a day's wages, nor bear our testimony, however feeble, in favor of a sanctity which deprives the people of $30,000 or $40,000, that the council may have its conscience soothed by a day's crying of "Lord, Lord," for its refusal to appropriate $5,000 or even $1,000 for the sufferers, nor petition him to do the work of our board in averting from us such terrible calamity, we shall not open our church on that day. In place of such ministrations, this discourse is offered to the public. The author does not anticipate much open sympathy with his sentiments, but has yet to learn that the truth may not be most demanded by the time and place that give it the least welcome. Washington, September 21st, 1855. I had not consulted my society about closing the church on Fast Day, but sent word to the committee that I could not personally participate in that function. Nearly all of the society approved my course, but it brought down thunders from most of the pulpits. Having exhausted the pestilence as a topic, they did their part to bring down a divine judgment on the pestilence of heresy. The yellow fever had begun to decline before Fast Day came. The activity and generosity of our society in helping the sufferers was well known, and the extent to which our pulpit censors had fasted for strife and debate, and to smite with the fist, served to crowd my church on September 30th, the subject announced being Pharisaism and Fasting. The sarcasms of Isaiah on fasting and the warnings of Jesus against public fasting supplied me with ammunition, but the absurdities of the preachers were almost self-refuting. Poor little Norfolk, it appeared, had been chosen by deified wrath as a victim for the crimes of all America. An appendix to this discourse as printed contains the letter of Lord Palmerston, October 19, 1853, to the Presbytery of Edinburgh, declining their request that the government should appoint a fast day on account of the cholera, his reasons confirming those that led me to protest against the fast day in Washington. To this was added an editorial from the London Times, November 2, 1853, in support of Palmerston's refusal. Its picture of the unctuous popular preacher, who has enough ottomans for a pasha and enough slippers for a centipede, excited laughter, and the incident was closed. It was a sufficient solace for all sharp criticisms that the poet Longfellow wrote me, "Thanks for your brave and manly discourse on the fast. It is a true and valiant word." The most important result of this incident was its revelation that my congregation was essentially rationalistic, and that leading citizens of Washington by no means shared the vulgar superstitions. Although I never had to deal with any further attacks from the pulpits, the positions I had assumed when I came to reread them did not quite satisfy myself. Possibly some of my more philosophical listeners felt that in refuting some fallacies I had raised problems without solving them. I remember my dear friend Hudson Taylor saying, "I wish you would preach us a sermon on God, simply God." I was startled by the demand, yet no doubt told him I would try to respond to it, but I had reason to ponder the case of Simonides, who, asked by Hero, who or what was God, required a day to consider, and when Hero came for his answer, another day, and at the end of every day another, the difficulty increasing in proportion with the thought bestowed upon it. I did indeed give a discourse on reverence for God in a series on the three reverences in Goethe's Wilhelm Meister, but on reading it now I recall once more Renan's reflection on the many headaches suffered by young men in exchanging one error for another. Early in the 19th century, several families, chiefly of English birth, living in Washington, used to meet on Sunday in each other's houses and read Unitarian literature. They discovered in the city a merchant, Robert Little, formerly a clergyman of the English Church, from which he had withdrawn because of his Unitarianism. This led to the formation of a Unitarian Society, and its building was dedicated, 1822, by Robert Little. The church was attended at the same time by John Quincy Adams, President, and John C. Calhoun, the famous Southern senator. Calhoun gave a large subscription, and a gentleman who received it told me that in giving it the senator said, "It will be the religion of the country in 50 years." Robert Little sometimes preached in the House of Representatives, and Jared Sparks, the most eminent Unitarian minister of that time, was elected chaplain of Congress. There had been long intervals in which visitors of national reputation had occupied the pulpit, the most frequent and able of these being Dr. Orville Dewey. This minister and lecturer was a devotee of Daniel Webster. He had excited anti-slavery wrath by an imprudent remark, and he privately said to me that if I preached anti-slavery views in Washington, I would not maintain myself there. The traditions of the Washington pulpit had thus established a very high standard of preaching. This I knew very well, and it was not without trepidation that I entered on my work. I had, however, not only a distinguished but a generous and sympathetic audience. Never was there a fairer sky above a young minister, and I was for a time able to ignore the small cloud on it. This cloud might be symbolized by one pew, more finely cushioned than the rest. It was that in which President Fillmore had sat, undisturbed by any allusion from the pulpit to his having signed the Fugitive Slave Bill. Justice Daniel of the Supreme Court, my mother's uncle, her half-brother Cushing Daniel, and other relatives in Washington treated me with the old affection. I was welcomed in beautiful homes. Mr. Hudson Taylor, now of Poughkeepsie, presently received me into his house, and though a wealthy man, generously agreed to accept payment rather than have me drift among the boarding-houses. He and his wife gave me a happy home. His brother Frank, a man of wide reading, and his brilliant wife, née Wallach, were almost parental in their kindness to me. Their daughters, Charlotte, now Mrs. Robley Evans, Virginia, who married in Poughkeepsie, and Emily, now wife of Frederick McGuire, superintendent of the Cochrane Gallery, and their sons Morgan, Frank, and Harry, now distinguished naval officers, were all charming. The Unitarian social circle in Washington was unsurpassed for intelligence and influence. Mr. Seaton had given to his National Intelligencer a reputation suggested in the story that a jury once decided that if a dead man were found with that paper in his pocket, it was evidence of his respectability. He used to say that the chief editorial art was in knowing what to keep out of a paper. He had been an eminent mayor of Washington, was in every way an attractive gentleman of the old school, and his beautiful mansion in the center of Washington was the seat of hospitality. He and his gracious wife always invited me on Sunday evening, when the family was often joined by their married daughter, the brilliant Mrs. Columbus Monroe. Among other influential citizens who belonged to my church were the Webbs, Woodhulls, Fletchers, Johnsons, parents and sisters of Eastman Johnson, the artist, Wendells, Adamses, Anthony Pollock and his wife, who perished on the ship Bourgogne, the Shanks from Ohio, the Uphams of Salem, the Washburns, Merrills, and Andersons of Maine. Joseph Gales, founder of the National Intelligencer and of our church, though too infirm to attend, was cordial, and I have in late years often had reason to regret that I did not then know that he was a son of the publisher who 60 years before had fled from prosecution in Sheffield, England, for publishing there Thomas Paine's Rights of Man. Footnote: when Paine, after his terrible experiences in Europe, returned to America in 1802, it was the elder Gales who welcomed him to Washington, despite the rage of the pulpits, and in the National Intelligencer first appeared 4 of Paine's Letters to the Citizens of America. End of footnote. Judge Cranch, father of Christopher, poet and artist, was too old to attend church regularly. He died in September 1855, aged 86. My discourse on the life and character of the Hon. William Cranch, LL.D., late Chief Justice of the District of Columbia, was published by Frank Taylor on the request of the Society. The character and wide influence of this judge, who held his official place 54 years, had done more to diffuse in Washington respect for Unitarianism than all the ministries together. He was fond of music and had an organ in his house. I was told that on one occasion, when the organist failed to come, the beautiful old man with his flowing white locks arose from his pew, ascended to the choir, and played all the music. There were in the society persons of special knowledge and ability whose friendship was invaluable to me. Among these was Professor Espy, the meteorologist, a born philosopher, necessitarian, another being Dr. Nichols, physician of the insane asylum. Lieutenant Edward Hunt, U.S. Army, an admirable gentleman and scientific man, had recently married Miss Helen Fiske, in later years known by her literary works published under the initials H.H. Helen had never been in a Unitarian church until she came with her husband to ours. Without being exactly beautiful, she was of distinguished appearance, tall, fair, and with candid, beaming eyes, in which kindliness contended with penetration. She was highly educated, brilliant, and sometimes satirical in conversation, dressed with elegance, and, while laughing at the world of fashion, entered it with an eagerness that suggested previous repression, perhaps of a religious kind. While always adequate to the functions of her social position, they could not stale her infinite variety. She could be philosophical at one moment, merry and witty at another, and in whatever vein was engaging. But she then showed no inclination for literary pursuits. It was a serious loss to me when the Hunts were ordered off to Rhode Island, but I visited them there. I had given Helen, at Washington, Emerson's works, and the study of these, and also the development of her beautiful little son Rennie, made her more serious. She told me that she had one day found herself in the same railway car with Emerson, and both being alone, she introduced herself in my name. Emerson had received her cordially, and she had with him an hour's conversation, the memory of which was treasured. She was a lover of Hawthorne's works. She said that she could test the intellect or heart of any acquaintance by inducing him or her to read one or another of Hawthorne's tales, and afterwards discovering what they thought of it. She gave one of her guests, a military man, the Snow Image to read during an hour's absence of herself and husband, and afterwards found he regarded it as simply a sort of fairy tale for a child. So I adapted my conversation to a gentlemanly blockhead. Lieutenant Hunt was killed by an explosion while engaged on some experiments in his office at Newport, and that tragedy, combined with the death of their charming boy Rennie, wrought in Helen Hunt an effect of which I recognize some trace in her beautiful tale, Mercy Philbrick's Choice. Her hair did not indeed at once turn white, like that of Mercy Philbrick, nor did she enter the pulpit, but she became a beloved teacher to a parish which included all lovers of literature. At Washington, Helen ridiculed everyone with a mission. The later years of her life were devoted to the cause of American Indians. As the receptions of the President were those of the nation, and not of the particular President who happened to be its chamberlain, I attended them occasionally until the wars in Kansas began. The receptions were very brilliant, and it is a pity that no artist painted the scene. Nearly every lady was dressed in white, décolleté to an extent now rarely known in America off the stage, but evening dress for gentlemen was not general. President Pierce was gracious and gentlemanly as a host. Of the ladies who received with him, I have no remembrance at all. The President's countenance, though not intellectual, had a certain expression of refinement and even benevolence with which I could never harmonize the outrages in Kansas. "All men become good creatures, but so slow," says Browning. What has become of Pierce? I cannot think a man bad-hearted who was beloved by Horatio Bridge, U.S. Navy, whom I knew slightly, but would have tried to make my friend had I foreseen his book about Nathaniel Hawthorne, and who so gently soothed the last days of Hawthorne's life. There has been many a worse man in the White House than Franklin Pierce, but there might be written on his tomb the words of Buddha: "Whatever a hater may do to a hater, or an enemy to an enemy, a wrongly directed mind will do us greater mischief." End of chapter 15, part 2.
Chapter 16, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 16, Part 1. Those who know only the post-bellum Washington cannot realize the charm of the earlier city. 50 years ago there were two Washingtons, one a large hotel distributed in edifices meeting the official nation's need, the other a village still rambling at large after its 2 generations. The village has been steadily swamped by the capital, but it was to that my intimacy mainly belonged, and life therein was delightful. To the old residents and their circle the national Washington was scenic, also not a little grotesque, and always amusing. I kept at times a scrawling journal, and select a few notes which, though of little interest, may give some idea of the incongruities one encountered in the primitive Washington. "Today I saw the Catholic saint Mrs. Mattingly entering her house. It is, I believe, the 13th year since she arose from the bed whereon she lay, so far as human judgment could go, dying of cancer. Her importance to the Catholic Church here was so great that the Pope ordered that Mass should be said for her recovery on a given hour throughout the world. On that hour she was informed that the Church Universal was praying for her. Her system was revolutionized, and the cancer gradually withered from that moment. Her case has been the means of converting many hereabout. Opposite her house a psychological healing medium has put out his card, declaring himself ready, with the aid of spirits, to do the same thing for anyone afflicted at $1 per head. Visited, in company with John L. Hayes, a distinguished lawyer, Lord Blank. He is an English nobleman, who, having spent all his means in litigation to obtain some vast Canadian estates to which he believes himself entitled, is now ending his days miserably in a garret in Washington, and is kept from starvation by charity. Mr. Hayes has examined his claims to the estates, and has no doubt of their being well founded. Hard by is the splendid mansion of a millionaire, who came here a barefoot boy, with no claims but that which every industrious boy has upon the vast estate of the New World. At the President's reception this evening, the brilliant wife of the Russian Count B. attracted all eyes. I remember her years ago as a schoolgirl in Georgetown, whom I used to meet eating bread and butter and dragging her satchel for a wagon on her way to school. The Russian Count also met her, admired the pretty face beneath the bread and butter, kept his eyes on her, and just as she was leaving school adorned her with pearls and diamonds, and took her to St. Petersburg as Countess B. Met today a descendant of the Fairfax family, quite a beautiful lady, and one too proud of her lineage to marry a mere democrat. She is poor. Her family once owned a farm in Virginia larger than England and Wales together. Passed a pleasant evening in the company of a niece of the novelist Choquet. She had, or was supposed to have, in her youth the gift of second sight. She gave me an interesting account of the experiments which she underwent to satisfy her uncle Choquet's curiosity in such matters, and which led him to write his celebrated story, Die Verklauringen. She was forbidden by a physician the exercise of her power, and it finally left her. She is the wife of the Swiss consul at Washington. New Year's Day, 1855. It is the custom in Washington for the ladies of every distinguished house to receive callers. There is no restriction whatever, the brutal having the freedom of refined homes. I saw drunken men reeling into the front doors of refined families, their object being to devour the dainties provided lavishly on such occasions. At the house of Mayor Seaton I found the ladies shrinking, in the absence of any protection, before two half-tipsy fellows of the know-nothing species, who were demanding whether they, the ladies, did not think that "Americans should rule America," and that every damned abolitionist should be hung. Outside of my congregation I enjoyed acquaintance with several families, one being the McGuires. The elder McGuire, father of Frederick, now superintendent of the Corcoran Gallery, had lived in Washington from early youth, and had personal knowledge of the historic events and personages of that region. With his humor and graphic powers he related personal experiences and anecdotes which made many dry bones live even in my own Virginia neighborhood. For he was not an imaginative man, and his every narrative had the ring of truth. He had known President Jackson, and accompanied him on the steamer to Aquia Landing, and thence by stagecoach to Fredericksburg, where Jackson (1832) inaugurated the monument to the mother of Washington. He witnessed the sensational incident that occurred when the boat paused at Alexandria, where an officer named Randolph rushed aboard and pulled Jackson's nose, an action by which the President and those around him were so paralyzed that the assailant walked quietly ashore. The President gave beside the monument an admirable address, but McGuire did not hear it, and told me why. When the company reached Fredericksburg, they were distributed about in its hospitable homes. Young McGuire, after his weary journey, slept soundly. In the early morning he was awakened by a colored servant, who bore a very large tumbler of something unknown. He drank the whole of this iced liquid, the most delicious thing he had ever tasted, and straightway went to sleep again. After a time he waked up, and went downstairs to breakfast. He found food set out, but the house was entirely vacant. He walked to the front door, and found the street also empty. One human being, an extremely aged negro, came hobbling along, who informed him that the whole town had gone out to Kenmore, a mile away, to hear the President's speech. The ceremony was early in order that the President might return to Washington the same afternoon. McGuire hastened out, but met the crowd coming back. So he returned to Washington with no recollection of Fredericksburg except its extremely matinal hospitality and the fallacious charms of the mint julep. The office-seeking spirit supplied Washington with characteristic types of insanity. There was sometimes seen on Pennsylvania Avenue a poor fellow in shabby half-military dress who imagined himself to be George Washington, and the boys trooping at his heels to be an enthusiastic people. There was a more striking figure who believed himself to be Lafayette. His name was Benoni. I first came upon him when taking a walk beyond the western limit of the city. In a beautiful grove the old man was sitting on a log in front of his hut. His long and matted hair, his beard reaching to his breast from every part of his cheeks, his yellowish complexion, the glassy brightness of his eye, might have made him a comfortable living among the artists of Paris or Rome. He had constructed a hut with old rails, and there I visited him. A fire in the centre, an old coffee-pot and skillet, a plank for bed with no clothing for it, these constituted the whole estate of Benoni. The autumn frosts were already upon us, and I asked Benoni if he would not be more comfortable in the city. He could not, he said, go away at present. He had passed 3 winters there, and had been assured by the President that by next spring his country seat would be ready. He lived on what the market wagons cast to him. Foremost among cranks was the editor of Truth. With his many documents of importance to his country which he was eager to show, he was a bore. He had once caused a commotion in the Senate gallery by wishing to shoot Henry Clay, but that had not got him into an asylum, nor even the wild insanity of supposing that a paper named Truth could live in Washington. But its prospectuses alone lived. Every election year he announced himself a candidate for the presidency, declaring that he loved his country as he loved his God. I have sometimes queried whether Henry Labouche did not get the title of his famous London journal from that poor creature in Washington, for it was from 1854 to 55 that Labouche was involved with the British legation at Washington for raising American recruits for the Crimean War, and when he was sent back with his chief Crampton to England, perhaps he may have carried among his souvenirs of Washington lunacy a prospectus of the original Truth. The most interesting figure in Congress to me was Senator Seward. I met him only 2 or 3 times, the first time at a reception and luxurious supper in his own house, where I was introduced to him by the Hon. Robert C. Schenck, but I had no opportunity for conversation. Seward knew the political importance of terrapin and champagne. I was told that once on hearing that some compromisers were coming on a certain evening to coax him in behalf of some measure, he had a fine supper prepared, and after listening to them threw open the dining-room door and said to the congressmen, "Gentlemen, let us table your motion for the present." I remember, however, standing near and observing him while he was talking with eminent personages. His air was that of candor, and it was the same in his speeches. There was in his whole manner, one might say rather absence of manner, abandon, freedom from artifices, and self-restraint. Senator Seward's prestige among the antislavery people had been made by his bold condemnation of the Fugitive Slave Law, 1850, in which he declared that men would not obey it; they would be guided by a higher law. The Southern congressmen made what capital they could out of this alleged declaration that there was a law higher than the Constitution. But Seward was after all a child of the political phase of the anti-slavery movement. He was not trusted by those of the religious era. Senator Sumner was the watchman for these, and had an instinctive distrust of Seward. After the execution of John Brown for his attack at Harper's Ferry, Seward made a speech in which Sumner remarked to me the inconsistency of saying at one point that Brown was insane and at another that he was justly punished. Seward was in Europe when the John Brown excitement occurred, and that imprudent phrase uttered immediately on his return probably cost him the presidency. John P. Hale, senator from New Hampshire, was a solid, handsome man, with clear-cut features, a good voice, and a lucid, vivacious way of speaking. His impressiveness as an orator was partly due, like that of John Bright, to a humanized religious feeling which warmed and quickened his ethical principles. He once spoke of the enslaved and despised African, "who yet bears within him a nature destined to run parallel to the eternity of God." He had much reputation as a humorist. Hale was, I think, the most popular of the anti-slavery senators among the Southerners. But he warned them solemnly that they were trying to carry slavery through an age to which it did not belong. "You cannot steer an iceberg through the tropics. The warm sun will shine on it and melt it. The rains will fall on it and melt it. The winds will beat on it and melt it." Senator Hale had an attractive family. His daughters, with whom I sometimes cooperated in the drawing-room amusements at Dr. Bailey's house, were among the young ladies from the North whose invasion the old Southern society in Washington could hardly resist. Senator Sumner fell just short of being a great statesman. I enjoyed his friendship for many years and recognized his fine qualities, but always felt regret that Massachusetts should not be represented in the Senate by men more adapted to the crisis through which the country was passing than either Sumner or his colleague, Henry Wilson. Sumner had no sense of humor, and his way of treating things was too academic. I believe he would have been a stronger man if he had married earlier. He did marry late in life, too late for the marriage to be happy. He apparently had no relative or friend intimate enough to criticize him. His most intimate friends at home, Boston, were the Longfellows, who were too loyal to him, as indeed most of us were, on account of his inflexible devotion to our cause, to tell him his faults. Sumner was an incarnation of the anti-slavery conscience. He was sent to take the place of Webster, whose last appearance in the Capitol was to listen to his successor's arraignment of the fugitive slave law, for which he, Webster, was chiefly responsible. I sometimes met General Winfield Scott. In 1852 he had been a Whig candidate for the presidency on a platform of the suppression of any further discussion of the slavery question. For this he had been much ridiculed North and South. My cousin Daniel said in his Richmond Examiner that Scott's first name was originally Wingfield, but the G had been dropped for the more military Winfield. Mayor Seaton, at whose house I used to meet him, thought him rather garrulous, but he was a striking figure. To all who knew the old gentleman it must have been appalling that at the beginning of the Union war the armies of the United States should have been under the command of this aged general. And yet I now have to credit him with the wisdom of having advised against the defense of Fort Sumter. Had his advice been followed, the war might have been avoided. There was never much literary ability in Congress. Daniel Webster gained credit for learning by his legal argument on the Girard bequest founding a college from which ministers of religion were excluded. But I was informed that all the historical knowledge in it was supplied to him by a learned Methodist, Rev. W. B. Edwards. Longfellow said that Sumner recalled to him the historic speakers in Parliament, but the senator used to be ridiculed for his Latin quotations. Congressman Upham, who wrote the valuable monograph on the Salem witchcraft, impressed me — he attended my church — as a fine literary intellect entombed in politics. Outside Congress there was a good deal of intellectual activity of the scientific kind. Lieutenant Maury and Professor Espy, and at the Smithsonian Institution, Professors Henry and Baird, gave Washington a fine reputation in that direction. Schoolcraft's researches were interesting all countries in the aborigines. The best feature of Washington was the courses of lectures given at the Smithsonian, not limited to science, which enabled us to hear eminent educators from various parts of the country. For modern American history we had George Washington Parke Custis, who compiled all the fictions about General Washington which historians find so impregnable. Custis was the man, I have reason to believe, who told Jared Sparks that the fine Marmion portrait of Betty Lewis was his grandmother, and to this day the portrait of Washington's sister in Sparks appears as that of his wife. Grace Greenwood, as yet more celebrated for her beauty than her writings, and Mrs. Southworth were devoting themselves to literature. I remember one man, George Wood, a government clerk, who aspired to literary distinction. He wrote Peter Schlemihl in America and The Modern Pilgrim. I reviewed one of his books for the Intelligencer, and Mr. Seaton persuaded me to make it less severe. Wood heaped coals of fire on me by writing in praise of my sermons. The handsomest man in the Senate was Salmon P. Chase, afterwards Chief Justice. I heard Dr. McClintock say, "People who suppose the anti-slavery men wicked ought to get a look at that heavenly face of Senator Chase." The face was always serene and fairly represented the man. Nothing could ruffle him, and the pro-slavery senators gave up trying to irritate him. He had reached his opinions by careful study of the Constitution, and on any question that arose concerning laws relating to slavery his statement was final. He was a good clear speaker, but never rhetorical. He was more interesting in conversation than in debate, but went little into society. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 16, Part 2. Dr. and Mrs. Gamaliel Bailey of the National Era had established in Washington a brilliant salon. At their soirees there were always distinguished guests from abroad, and Grace Greenwood was on these occasions quite equal to any of those French dames whose salons have become historic. The Bailey entertainments were of more importance in furthering anti-slavery sentiment in Washington than has been appreciated. The anti-slavery senators were rarely met there, with the exception of Hale, but their ladies often came. A good many representatives attended. 2 North Carolinians, Goodloe and Helper, virtually exiled, found welcome and sympathy there. Nothing in Washington was more brilliant than the Bailey soiree. The bright and pretty Yankee ladies got up theatricals, charades, tableaux, and the White House receptions were dull in comparison. The serious force and learning characteristic of the National Era could hardly prepare one to find in Dr. Bailey the elegant and polished gentleman that he was. He was the last man that one might imagine facing the mob that destroyed his printing press in Cincinnati. I do not wonder that the mob gathered for similar violence in Washington had quailed before his benign countenance and calm good-natured address to them. Mrs. Bailey, a tall, graceful, and intellectual woman, possessed all the nerve necessary to pass through those ordeals, while at the same time her apparent role was that of introducing young ladies into Washington society and shining as the center of a refined social circle. I did not write for the National Era, but, when I could spare time from my sermons, wrote for the National Intelligencer, which reached my own people, as the Era did not. Payment was never thought of, as I contributed only what I wished to have published, barring of course theology and slavery. I wrote several reviews, one of these being of Longfellow's Hiawatha, fall of 1855, which brought me a grateful note from the poet. I possess no copy of my review, but my memory is that I read up the aboriginal legends. At any rate, when, soon after, Longfellow was accused of appropriating the stories along with the metre of Kalevala, the Finnish epic, I was able to defend him. Longfellow, in a note of December 3, 1855, said, I wrote you a few days ago to thank you for your generous article on Hiawatha, and now I must write again to thank you still more for coming so swiftly to my rescue in this onslaught of TCP, whose chief motive for publishing his astounding discovery seems to be to inform the world that he has read Kalevala. It is really too abject and pitiful, and one does not want to waste time upon it. Still, I am greatly obliged to you for saying what you did, and as you may not have the Indian books at hand, I enclose the refutation of the charges touching Hiawatha's birth and departure. I can do the same if necessary with each and every legend, though of course not with the detail of the working up." Longfellow also sent his copy of Kalevala. TCP I never identified. In one of his letters, Longfellow sent me an extract from one he had from Emerson, which says, I find this Indian poem very wholesome, sweet and wholesome as maize, very proper and pertinent for us to read, and showing a kind of manly sense of duty in the poet to write. The dangers of the Indians are that they are really savage, have poor small sterile heads, no thoughts, and you must deal very roundly with them, and find them in brains. And I blamed your tenderness now and then, as I read, for accepting a legend or a song when they have too little to give." It was a satisfaction to be entirely relieved of all those relics of extreme unction which make so important a part of Methodist ministry. Of course I visited my friends when they were ill, but it was not as a minister. One morning a middle-aged lady called on me and said that her husband had been taken ill as they were passing through Washington, and the doctor thought he might die. They were unacquainted in the city. She was herself an Episcopalian, but her husband was a free thinker, and would certainly not receive an orthodox clergyman. She earnestly desired that he should be visited by some minister of religion, and as he was more friendly to Unitarians than to others, she asked if I could call. I said that I would see him if she was sure that my visit would be well received by the sufferer, and not excite his resentment. She promised to converse with him, and I would learn at the door whether I would be welcome. Their lodging was near my church, and when I called, the lady took me into the invalid's room. In the bed I saw a handsome man of about 60, with a look of keen intelligence. I perceived that he was on the defensive. His wife, he said, desired him to see me, and for her sake he agreed, but was afraid it was not fair to me, as he had no belief whatever in Christianity. I told him there was no need for such fear, as it made no difference to me whether he was a Christian or not. He then smiled, and related that several preachers had tried to convert him, and he had said to the last one, "The man who tells me that the Bible is as great a book as Shakespeare is a fool." When he saw that I was not shocked by this, he became very affable. I think that one of his reasons for receiving me was that he feared an orthodox funeral in case of death. His case improved, however, and he was able to reach his distant home. I have regretted in later years my loss of memoranda concerning the name and address of that family. I think the half-humorous remark of that man about Shakespeare had a serious effect upon me. I was still backward in my appreciation of Shakespeare. I had seen several of the tragedies on the stage, but never performed by great actors, and though I read the plays, they did not appear to be related to me. I have an impression that Emerson's chapter on Shakespeare in Representative Men had misdirected me with regard to the poet himself. It must even go into the world's history that the best poet led an obscure and profane life, using his genius for the public amusement." I remember a criticism I had made on some writings of Goethe that seemed to me cynically worldly, and Emerson saying, "For the present you desire quality rather than quantity." It was indeed so. My head was so crowded with the problems of existence that no room was left for any poet unacquainted with the forms in which those problems appealed to me. Meantime, however, I was playing too, "plucking light hopes and joys from every stem," without dreaming that every flower in the pretty garden contained a sweet secret. But that gentleman in Washington, who with what he supposed his dying words placed Shakespeare above the Bible, made me study the poet more carefully. I find it impossible, however, at 70 to estimate what I derived from Shakespeare in those early years. I cannot help projecting into my first serious acquaintance with those works the cumulative experience related to them. Shakespeare represents to me supremely the test of all genius, namely, that its work anticipates the stages of life. His work can never be precisely reread. Every time I make the attempt, I find that in the interval new experiences, however unconscious, have touched my eyes and reveal unsuspected thoughts and depths in the page. An important event in 1855 was the appearance of Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass. Emerson wrote of the book at his house and suggested that I should call on the new poet. I read the poem with joy. Democracy had at length its epic. It was prophetic of the good time coming when the vulgar herd should be transformed into noblemen. The portrait in the book was that of a working man, and if one laborer could so flower, genius was potential in all. That Walt was posing as one of a class to which he did not belong was not realized by me even after his own intimation of it, as related in the subjoined letter to Emerson sent me by his son. Washington, September 17, 1855. My dear Mr. Emerson, I immediately procured the Leaves of Grass after hearing you speak of it. I read it on board the steamer Metropolis on my way to New York the evening after seeing you, and resolved to see its author if I could while I was in the city. As you seemed much interested in him and his work, I have taken the earliest moment which I could command since my return to give you some account of my visit. I found by the directory that one Walter Whitman lived fearfully far, out of Brooklyn nearly, on Ryerton Street, a short way from Myrtle Avenue. The way to reach the house is to go down to Fulton Street Ferry, after crossing take the Fulton and Myrtle Avenue car, and get out at Ryerton Street. It is one of a row of small wooden houses with porches, which all seem occupied by mechanics. I didn't find him there, however. His mother directed me to Rome's printing office, corner Fulton and Cranberry Streets, which is much nearer, and where he often is. I found him revising some proof, a man you would not have remarked in 1,000, blue striped shirt opening from a red throat, and sitting on a chair without a back, which, being the only one, he offered me, and sat down on a round of the printer's desk himself. His manner was blunt enough also, without being disagreeably so. I told him that I had spent the evening before with you, and that what you had said of him and the perusal of his book had resulted in my call. He seemed very eager to hear from you and about you, and what you thought of his book. He had once seen you and heard you in the lecture room, and was anxious to know all he could of your life, yet not with any vulgar curiosity, but entire frankness. I told him of the occasions in which Mr. Bartol and others had attempted to read it in company and failed, at which he seemed much amused. The likeness in the book is fair. His beard and hair are grayer than is usual with a man of 36. His face and eye are interesting, and his head rather narrow behind the eyes, but a thick brow looks as if it might have absorbed much. He walked with me and crossed the ferry. He seemed hail fellow with every man he met, all apparently in the laboring class. He says he is one of that class by choice, that he is personally dear to some thousands of such in New York, who "love him but cannot make head or tail of his book." He rides on the stage with the driver, stops to talk with the old man or woman selling fruit at the street corner, and his dress, etc., is consistent with that. I am quite sure after talking with him that there is much in all this of what you might call playing Providence a little with the baser sort, so much to the distress of the Reverend Vaughan's nerves. I could see that he had some books, if only a bottle stick like Elton Locke to read them by, though he told me I thought too much of books. But I came off delighted with him. His eye can kindle strangely, and his words are ruddy with health. He is clearly his book, and I went off impressed with the sense of a new city on my map, that is, Brooklyn, just as if it had suddenly risen through the boiling sea. After reading The Leaves of Grass, Emerson wrote to the author an enthusiastic letter, greeting him "at the beginning of a great career." Whitman at once printed an edition prefaced with Emerson's letter. Emerson said that if he had known his letter would be published, he might have qualified his praise. "There are parts of the book," he said, "where I hold my nose as I read. One must not be too squeamish when a chemist brings him to a mass of filth and says, 'See, the great laws are at work here also,' but it is a fine art if he can deodorize his illustration. However, I do not fear that any man who has eyes in his head will fail to see the genius in these poems. Those are terrible eyes to walk along Broadway. It is all there, as if in an auctioneer's catalogue." Emerson did not complain seriously of the publication of his letter. It was not marked private, and appeared so carefully written that Walt considered it, as he said to me, "a serious thing that might be fairly printed." He did not, however, print any more of the edition containing it, and that second edition is rare. The incident made no difference in Emerson's friendliness towards the author, whom he welcomed cordially in Concord. Walt Whitman did not wonder that Emerson and his Boston circle should sniff at his plain-spoken inclusion in his poetry, to use his words, "of every process, every concrete object, every human or other existence, not only considered from the point of view of all, but of each." He told me with a smile that he had heard of his poems being offered for sale by a vendor of obscene books. My own feeling, after twice reading Leaves of Grass, was that his pantheistic inspiration had come from Emerson, and his style as well as his broadness mainly from the Bible. He had been reared among Quakers, had heard Elias Hicks preach, and the Quaker way of spiritualizing everything in the Bible explained to me the refrains of psalms and Solomonic songs in Leaves of Grass. My sister had been with me on this summer excursion, and I left her at the Metropolitan Hotel with a lady friend while I went to visit Walt. But I had read these young ladies select passages from the poem, and they had curiosity to see him. So I invited him to early dinner at our hotel next day, and he came in baize coat and checkered shirt, in fact just like the portrait in his book. The ladies were pleased with him. His manners were good, and his talk entertaining. Walt Whitman told me that I was the first who had invited him because of his book. On my second visit, during the summer of 1857, he was not at home, but I found him at the top of a hill near by, lying on his back and gazing on the sky. It was Sunday morning, and he promptly agreed to a ramble. We first went to his house, where I talked a few moments with his mother, a plain pleasant old lady not so gray as her son, and whose dark eyes had an apprehensive look. It was a small frame house. He took me to his little room with its cot and poor furniture, the only decoration being two engravings, one of Silenius and the other of Bacchus. What he brought me up there to see was the barren solitude stretching from beneath his window towards the sea. There were no books in the room, and he told me he had very few, but had the use of good libraries. He possessed, however, a complete Shakespeare and a translation of Homer. He had received a common school education and had been brought up in the Democratic party. He used to attend the gatherings of leading men in Tammany Hall in the days when its chief was Paine's friend, John Fellows. But he left the party when the Fugitive Slave Law was enacted, and then wrote his first poem, Blood Money, never published. We passed the day loafing on Staten Island, where we found groves and solitary beaches now built over. We had a good long bath in the sea, and I perceived that the reddish-tanned face and neck of the poet crowned a body of lily-like whiteness and a shapely form. Walt Whitman said to me as we parted, "I have not met any one so charged with my ideas as you." The ideas had attracted me less than the style, because of its marvelous resemblance not only to biblical but to ancient Persian poetry, which I was reading in the Desatir and other books which I found he had never heard of. It seemed like the colours of dawn reappearing in the sunset. Here too was a revelation of human realms of which my knowledge had been mainly academic. Even while among the humble Methodists, the pious people I knew were apart from the world, and since then I had moved among scholars or persons of marked individuality. Except the negroes, I had known nothing of the working masses. But Whitman, as I have known these many years, knew as little of the working class practically as I did. He had gone out among them in the disguise of their own dress, and was perfectly honest in his supposition that he had entered into their inmost nature. The Quaker training tends to such illusion. It was so in the case of Thomas Paine, who wrote Transcendental Politics and labeled it Common Sense. With our eagerness to believe in the masses, our masters, we credited them with the idealism which Walt Whitman had imaginatively projected into them, and said, "Unto democracy also a child is born. This is America's answer to Carlyle." Somebody, probably the author himself, sent the book to Carlyle, who once said to me, "The main burden of Leaves of Grass seems to be, I'm a big man because I live in such a big country. But I know of great men who lived in small corners of the world." The working men did not read Whitman's book, and fewer of them than he supposed cared about him personally. My enthusiasm for Leaves of Grass, the only work of Whitman I ever cared about, was a sign and symptom that the weight of the world had begun to roll on me. In Methodism my burden had been metaphysical, a bundle of dogmas. The world at large was not then mine. For its woes and wrongs I was not at all responsible. They were far from me, and no one ever taught me that the earth was to be healed except at the millennium. The only evils were particular ones. A was a drunkard, B a thief, C a murderer, D had a cancer, and so on. When I escaped from the dogmatic burden and took the pleasant rationalistic Christ on my shoulder, he was light as the babe St. Christopher undertook to carry across the river. But the new Christ became Jesus, was human, and all humanity came with him, the world woe, the temporal evil and wrong. I was committed to deal with actual, visible, present hells instead of an invisible one in a possible future. Such was now my contract, and to bear the increasing load there was no divine vicar. Jesus was no sacrifice, but an exemplar of self-sacrifice. The great aim of Methodism was happiness. Conversion was signaled by the shout of joy, by hymns, ecstasy, while the devil groaned. But this new faith summoned the soul to unending sacrifices, severe duties, the heavy cross never to be laid down. How small a part of my new religion did I learn from those entertaining studies at Divinity Hall! In fact, I was not equal to all this. I was too young. Half of me was a boy and wanted to play. I needed a master. But in my own profession who was there in Washington to look up to? The worst thing, perhaps, in taking up a religion which under a supernatural solemnity deals with affairs of the world is that the minister must have an opinion on every vast question. It is expected of him to have his inlet to omniscience sufficiently free to pass judgment on events big enough to receive the attention of Deity. Thus at Washington I had to say something about the Crimean War. I very earnestly detested all war, But as in every conflict one side seems less to blame than the other, I took the side of England warmly. I was misled by several English writers in whose judgment I had confidence, and too easily, because I was in revolt against the traditional Anglophobia of New England. In Washington the highest society in rank was accessible to me, but I was not impressionable in that direction. Methodism, illustrated by my parents kneeling with the poor in the basement of their house, had implanted in me an ideal of greatness that consisted in standing by an humble thing. Among those men in political life I could find no hero. I esteemed some, respected many, but none filled me with enthusiasm. I was at times present at the receptions of grand officials, but would not have exchanged for any senatorial or ambassadorial party an evening with certain families that I loved. My heart was not lonely because I had no hero to worship, but the sweet friends to whom I looked up in many things looked up to me for guidance in the great issues of the time. And what guidance could I give in my 24th year? Of all that swarm of officials, congressmen, officers, not one face now emerges with the clearness and radiance of a certain youth unknown to fame, who tried to share my burden of the world woe, and under it perished. This youth, Gerald Fitzgerald, was about 18 when I settled in Washington. I believe the family were Catholics, but he was the lover of a very attractive and spiritual young lady of my church, and this had brought him into contact with new ideas. He became my devoted friend. He took to heart my every sermon, and a determination grew in him to enter the ministry. I did not influence him in the least personally, but even had some misgivings, presentiments perhaps of my own approaching troubles. He was very handsome, not to say beautiful. He was intellectually brilliant without conceit. He had a charming voice, fine humour, every quality that might make a successful minister. So it was arranged that he should study at the Divinity School, Cambridge. Then came on the war, that damnable double-tongued war that lured the best youth to their graves with promises now broken. Just on the threshold of a career already radiant, Gerald uplifted the ensign of liberation of both the Negro and the nation from slavery, and went forth as a foot soldier. It would not have been difficult, with his influential friends, to secure for him a chaplaincy or some other position in the army, but he sought it not. None of us ever saw Gerald again. 2 soldiers reported that they found him dying of a wound on the field, and bore him to the shade of a tree. The place of his burial is unknown. Before me is a strangely sweet poem of several pages, privately circulated, but by an unknown writer, which is headed, Gerald Fitzgerald, killed in battle on the Rappahannock, May, 1863. So vague were the rumors about his end that I long cherished a hope that Gerald might be in some kindly cabin recovering life, and might yet surprise the circle in Washington that so deeply mourned his loss. But in these last years I have felt it some compensation that the noble youth died with the full assurance that the fair ideal, America, and peace never to be broken, would arise out of the blood he had shed, his own and blood of adversaries just as brave. Knowing well Gerald's sensitive heart, I feel sure that even had he returned from the work of slaughter, he could never have smiled in the old way. Had he lived to this day, he would find himself amid phantoms asking, "Was it well then to shed our blood in order that the Negro might be freely lynched, and North and South united to lynch also Spaniard, Filipino, and Chinaman?" Rest in your peaceful unknown grave beside the Rappahannock, O my friend. For you no tears, no heartbreaks, no harrowing reflection that your chivalry was in vain and the war mere manslaughter. These are for me, who found you a happy youth clinging to me with boyish affection, and from my pulpit helped to lay on you the burden of the world. End of chapter 16, part 2.
Chapter 17, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 17, Part 1. Concerning the trouble that rent my Washington congregation and overcast my bright skies, I can now speak with the calmness of a disinterested witness. The Union War obliterated those painful differences, though they broke my heart. I have long remembered them with as many reproaches against myself as against my opponents. I had made up my mind to pursue a quiet though not silent course concerning slavery, and not to break completely with my beloved Virginia. I did not despair of being able to influence some of the leaders in the South. Some of my attempts were indeed discouraging. My grand-uncle, Justice Daniel, with whom I always had affectionate relations, was a man of logical intellect, and apparently without dislike of my religious heresies, but when in his house in Washington I ventured to say something favorable to the anti-slavery sentiment, he closed the subject by saying, "I fear those people are very wicked." I frequently met the Free Soil congressmen whose aim was to exclude slavery from all the federal domain. I thus had opportunities for acquiring knowledge of the sentiments of good men on every side of the formidable issue, and was certain of their equal sincerity. Amid these opposing principles, I found myself at the age of 23 conscientiously poised, without clear sight of a practical plan on which the force put in my hand might descend. I will mention here an incident which I was young enough to regard as of importance. In conversing with Senator Hale, I mentioned the fact that in Virginia it was the most scholarly and philosophical young men who discarded old Virginia principles and advocated slavery per se. I was presently appealed to by some of Hale's friends in New Haven to persuade some competent Southerner to deliver in that city a lecture in defense of slavery on moral and sociological grounds. They were willing to pay liberally. The invitation was from anti-slavery persons, some of them relatives of Mrs. Stowe. I fixed on George Fitzhugh, a lawyer of Port Royal on the Rappahannock, who had written an able book on the failure of free society. Through my uncle, Judge Eustace Conway, the consent of Fitzhugh was secured, and he declined payment. In New Haven, Fitzhugh was a guest of Samuel Foote at Windy Knowe. The subjoined letter shows the gulf that yawned between the northern and the southern mind. Port Royal, Virginia, 12 April 1855. Dear G. C., I am pleased at the interest you take in my book and lecture, and regret you could not accompany me. When I arrived at New Haven, I learned that Wendell Phillips was detained in Boston by a suit and could not be in New Haven for a week. I postponed my lecture and visited Gerrit Smith at Peterborough in the meantime. Although my lecture was double the usual length, and a metaphysical and statistical argument instead of an evening entertainment, as they are used to, it was often applauded and listened to politely throughout. I remained 2 days thereafter and received much attention from Professor Silliman and other leading citizens. Everybody seemed pleased to meet me in the streets, and though none agreed with me, all liked to talk of the new lines. I presented Joseph Sheldon, Jr., the manager of the Lyceum, and Samuel Foote, Esquire, uncle to Mrs. Stowe, were peculiarly kind. Sheldon said no lecture had ever occasioned so much talk and speculation. I met a sister of Mrs. Stowe, Mrs. Perkins, at Mr. Foote's, and was much pleased with her. But I was carrying coals to Newcastle, in proving the failure of free society. They all admit that, but say they have plans of social organization that will cure all defects. Truly, one half of them are atheists seeking to discover a new social science, the other half millennial anti-church, anti-law, and anti-marriage Christians who expect Christ's kingdom on earth is about to begin. The most distinguished of them told me that as a perpetual institution he would prefer slavery to free society as now constituted. You can't argue with such men, for they see facts in the future to sustain their views. I do not believe there is a liberty man in the North who is not a socialist. The papers abused me, charged me with nonsense, but published what I said about the Declaration of Independence, in which all the nonsense was Mr. Jefferson's. The Northern papers won't notice my book, and I am sure it is because they are not ready to answer it. Phillips declined to answer my lecture. His was an eloquent tirade against church and state, law and religion. It was flat treason and blasphemy, nothing else. After you read this, please hand or send it to Rev. M. D. Conway of your city. I am greatly obliged to him for his complimentary notice of me. Would also write to him, but this will answer the same purpose. I have already spoken to Samuel M. Janey, the most distinguished Quaker in Virginia. With him I consulted, and we framed a petition to the Virginia legislature to repeal the law which forbade the teaching of slaves to read, and to restrict the arbitrary separation of families. A few influential signatures were obtained. A private reply came from a leading member of the legislature declaring that no such petition could be read in that body, that all social systems have evils, and those of the South are no greater than the evils of other countries. My friend Daniel Goodloe, a North Carolinian resident in Washington, sent to the legislature of his state a similar petition with many signatures, with a similar result. Ah, what naive days were those! In May 1850, when I first saw Daniel Webster and heard him sanction the concession of free territories to slavery, little did I dream that the great somber man was inflicting grief on those who would one day be my beloved friends, and was bequeathing even to my humble self a heavy burden. Before me is a correspondence which had then recently taken place between him and Dr. W. H. Furness, which has never been published. On January 9th, 1850, Dr. Furness wrote to Webster, "Dear Sir, will you pardon this intrusion and the boldness implied in these lines? I deprecate the appearance of undertaking to offer counsel to one whom I regard with such sincere admiration. But I must bear the folly of the presumption, for I cannot resist the impulse that I have long felt to express to you, sir, my deep conviction that if Daniel Webster would only throw that great nature which God has given him into the divine cause of human freedom, his fellow citizens, his fellow men, would witness such a demonstration of personal power as it is seldom given to the world to see. And yet no one would be more surprised than he. You have given us evidence which has filled us all with pride that you were made for great things, for far greater things than any office. But we do not know, sir, how much you are capable of. You do not know yourself, nor in the eternal nature of things can you ever know until, with a devotion that makes no stipulation for yourself, you give your whole might and mind to the right. You once said of a professional friend that when his case was stated it was argued. There is no man of whom this can be said with more entire truth than of yourself. If, taking liberty for your light, you cast your broad glance over the history and state of the country, if, seeing as many think, as you yourself could not help seeing, how slavery has interfered and is interfering, not with the property, but with the rights, the hearts of free men, you were then to tell the country in that grand and simple way in which no man living resembles you, what you see, stating the great case so that it would be argued once for all and forever. You would not only render the whole country, North and South, the greatest possible service, but you would find a compensation in yourself which even your great power could not begin to compute. The service of great principles is not a whit more beneficent in its results to others than in its influence on those who undertake it. They may possibly witness no results to others. They may subject themselves to personal inconvenience, to suffering, but the redeeming, ennobling effect on themselves they cannot miss. We have seen again and again how it transfigures ordinary men. What then must be its effect on one whom nature has made great? But I will not trespass any further, except I pray you, sir, these few words as an expression of the heartiest personal interest of yours faithfully and respectfully, W. H. Furness. To this came the following reply: Washington, February 15, 1850. My dear sir, I was a good deal moved, I confess, by reading your letter of the 9th of January. Having great regard for your talents and character, I could not feel indifferent to what you said when you intimated that there was, or might be, in me a power to do good not yet exercised or developed. It may be so, but I fear, my dear sir, that you overrate not my desire, but my power to be useful in my days and generation. From my earliest youth I have regarded slavery as a great moral and political evil. I think it unjust, repugnant to the natural equality of mankind, founded only in superior power, a standing and permanent conquest of the stronger over the weaker. All pretenses of defending it on the ground of difference of races I have ever contemned. I have ever said that if the black race is weaker, that is a reason against, not for, its subjection and oppression. In a religious point of view, I have ever regarded it and spoken of it not as subject to any express denunciation either in the Old Testament or the New, but as opposed to the whole spirit of the gospel and the teachings of Jesus Christ. The religion of Jesus Christ is a religion of kindness, justice, and brotherly love. But slavery is not kindly affectioned. It does not seek another's and not its own. It does not let the oppressed go free. It is, as I have said, but a continued act of oppression. But then, such is the influence of a habit of thinking among men, that even minds religious and tenderly conscientious, such as would be shocked by any single act of oppression or any single exercise of violence and unjust power, are not always moved by the reflection that slavery is a continued and permanent violation of human rights. But now, my dear sir, what can be done by me, who act only a part in a political life, and who have no power over the subject of slavery as it exists in the States of the Union? I do what I can to restrain it, to prevent its spread and diffusion, but I cannot disregard those oracles which instruct me not to do evil, that good may come. I cannot cooperate in breaking up social and political systems on the warmth rather than the strength of a hope that in such convulsion the cause of emancipation may be promoted. And even if the end could justify the means, I confess I do not see the relevancy of such means to such an end. I confess, my dear sir, that in my judgment, confusion, conflict, embittered controversy, violence, bloodshed, and civil war would only rivet the chains of slavery the more strongly. In my opinion, it is the mild influences of Christianity, the softening and melting power of the Sun of Righteousness, and not the storms and tempests of heated controversy that are in the course of these events, which in all wise providence overrules, to dissolve the iron fetters by which man is made the slave of man. The effect of moral causes, though sure, is slow. In 2000 years the doctrines and miracles of Jesus Christ have converted but a small portion of the human race, and among Christians even many gross and obvious errors like this of the lawfulness of slavery have still held their ground. But what are 2000 years in the great work of the progress of the regeneration and redemption of mankind, if we see that the cause is onward and forward, as it certainly is, in regard to the final abolition of human slavery, while we give to it our fervent prayers and aid it by all the justifiable means which we can exercise? It seems to me we must leave both the progress and the result in his hands, who sees the end from the beginning, and whose sight 1,000 years are but as a single day. I pray you, my dear sir, accept this hasty product of a half hour of the evening, and unread by the writer, as a respectful and grateful acknowledgment of your very kind and friendly letter. Daniel Webster. 20 days after writing this letter, Webster made the fatal speech. I heard Emerson ascribe it to his profound selfishness, but it could not have been very profound, for it was plainly inevitable that it would be universally regarded as a bid for the presidential nomination, and he could not fail to lose the confidence of both South and North. But the above letter to Dr. Furness suggests that more credible motives may have animated the surrender to slavery. He speaks of bloodshed and civil war. Nobody in February 1850 was suggesting openly such dire possibilities, but there is reason to think that some leading Southerners were privately hinting them, and they may have terrified Webster, who idolized the Union. However that may be, he gave the fatal blow to his idol. It was the Fugitive Slave Law that began the war. It could not have passed if Webster had refused his support. There was a fable in Washington that Webster and Clay were leaving a dinner party, both tipsy. Clay fell on the pavement, and Webster said, "Old fellow, I can't pick you up, but I will lie down by you." I always suspected that the story was invented at the time when the two most famous senators in the nation were seen side by side, turning the whole government into a slave-catching institution. The anti-slavery men at the North were then few, but one of them was a more eloquent man than Daniel Webster, namely Wendell Phillips, who held up before the people of Massachusetts the senator of whom they were so proud as himself a slave bought and sold in the South. But that shame passed out of sight before the horrors of the slave-hunting era. This brought slavery in its most odious form to the door of every family. Mrs. Stowe's romance was raised from a passing serial fiction into a photographic portrayal of what was actually going on in the South. It was the illustrations engraved by slave hunters that made the enormous circulation of that book. Emotional sentiment against slavery was turned into rage. The Southern gentry had a reputation for chivalry, but was this seizure of escaping people, some of them women, chivalry? As a matter of fact, it was meant as chivalry, that is, triumph over the North. The Southern gentleman brought back his fugitive as a trophy. He had incurred a personal danger and expense to humiliate the Yankees, which he would not have incurred to recover a slave from another slave state. At the worst of it was that thousands of Southerners who held no slaves or who were kind to them were made accessory to those cruel invasions, and on the other hand, every man and woman in the North was made accessory to the slave hunt. Northern people might not recognize this situation as potential war, but I did. I had once been a Southern fire-eater myself. The real issue could not be compromised in the country, but in my church it was compromised. After Daniel Webster's body was moldering in the grave, his soul had marched on in some eloquent Unitarian preachers, notably in Dr. Dewey, who had said that rather than divide the Union, he would send his mother into slavery, 10,000 times rather go himself. He was a personal friend of Webster, and possibly had in mind the bloodshed and civil war which frightened his idolized friend. He had been the favorite preacher in my Washington church, where the prevailing sentiment was that expressed in Webster's letter to Furness. Fletcher Webster and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. John L. Hayes, and George J. Abbott resided under the same roof and generally dined with each other. I was at times their guest. Hayes and Abbott were members of my society, and nothing could be more charming than these reunions. Slavery was never touched on, and so it was in our homes, where all felt themselves to be anti-slavery, but regarded the subject as settled. I knew that this peace was no peace. Very soon the disunion which Webster's sacrificial unionism had fostered in the North was transferred to the Capitol. Congress met in December 1855 amid fatal conditions. During the 2 months' struggle for the speakership, I was often in the House of Representatives, and felt that the evenly balanced forces represented a New North and a New South that had no respect for each other, that the hostility between them was not political but religious, and that they could not meet except for an exchange of affronts, because the real issue could not be discussed. The Constitution, having decided that Uncle Tom should remain, held to service. The anti-slavery religion and the pro-slavery religion had no governmental tribunal before which it could be settled whether he should be free, but must fight a duel of ayes and noes as to whether he should be a slave in one locality or in another. The mere political view of slavery which framed the Constitution in 1787 and the Compromise of 1850 had surpassed the moral issue with the pulpit plea, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." But now a generation had arrived in both North and South which declared, "The Negro does not belong to Caesar but to God. God by his providence and by his word has decreed the Negro's slavery," said the New South. "God by his conscience and the Declaration of Independence demands his freedom," said the New North. These voices I heard behind the combatants, disputing about the superficial incidents of their impasse, still small voices as yet audible only in the distance, North and South, but thunder-laden for the meeting of their rival gods face to face. What the anti-slavery men in Congress did not realize was that there was a genuine pro-slavery religion, and that a defeat in Congress could not affect it otherwise than to render it more fanatical. As a Virginian I knew this, and I knew also that there could be no peace until the anti-slavery conscience was free from all complicity with slavery. Moreover, the very fact that the Constitution foreclosed direct practical action against slavery where it existed rendered it imperative that every unofficial anti-slavery man should deal with the subject. So far as slavery was concerned, I had not failed to bear my testimony, but in the beginning of 1856 the path before me was complicated by a conviction that the tendencies were towards war, which I abhorred more than slavery, and by reaching the conclusion that perpetual discord, if not war, could be escaped only by separation of North and South. There was no disunionist in my congregation, none in Congress, probably not one in Washington except myself. Any utterance of that kind could not hope to find a responsive chord in any breast. I wrestled with my conscience and knew that the task it demanded would lame me, but it was stern. For this work I had been nurtured in the South, and then developed out of it. Having written the discourse, I submitted it to one person only, Daniel R. Goodloe, the anti-slavery exile from North Carolina, an author of ability and judgment. He was a member of my church, and his satisfaction with the sermon encouraged me. The deadlock in Congress still appeared hopeless on January 27, 1856, when the sermon was delivered, and a large number of congressmen had been attracted by the subject as announced, the one path, or the duties of North and South. It was at once printed in Washington as a pamphlet and had a wide circulation. I began with an effort to reassure my congregation, declaring that I belonged to no party and would make no partisan statement, but as a moral question, one affecting all humanity, the issue entered my pulpit whether I would or not. In this country, where, by the very nature of the representative system, all action and influence of the general government involving as to do the happiness or misery, elevation or degradation of men, women, and children everywhere are shared by every taxpayer and voter, the moral responsibility resting on each man is tremendous. What abject cant it is to say the North has nothing to do with slavery, nothing to do with it, when the national flag cannot wave over a slave in this district, nor in any United States territory, who is not a slave by Northern as well as by Southern consent. We can all imagine two men of entire candor and courtesy, the one Southern and believing slavery right in itself, the other Northern and believing it wrong, coming to an understanding on the subject, the common postulate being only that neither must himself do what he believes essentially wrong. Southerner: I believe the institution is best for the white and colored races. Northerner: I make no doubt of your sincerity, but would like to discuss it. Southerner: We may do that presently, but will you not allow that, so long as I hold that opinion, you have no right of any kind to illegally interfere with what I hold legally as property? Northerner: I do see that. The wrong is not in my detestation of slavery, nor my endeavor to inspire you with a like feeling, but in my attempting a right thing in a wrong way. Southerner: which is always an unsuccessful way. Northerner: Now let us define the other side. I believe that slavery is the wild and wicked fantasy that Brougham called it, or the sum of all villainies, which Wesley pronounced it. You are connected with it sincerely, and therefore, unless you have refused possible light innocently, but if I am connected with it, I sin. Southerner: Certainly. Northerner: If you and I have partnership in a slave, your innocence does not exculpate me. Southerner: Certainly not. Northerner: If you seek to make me a party to anything which I hold wrong, you are guilty, even though you believe it right, unless you can first persuade me also that it is right. Southerner: It is so. Northerner: And if our firm cannot remain without involving me in this wrong, My one path is out of it. The firm must be dissolved. Southerner, assuredly. Now, my friends, let us approach our national agitations thus simply and quietly. The people of the United States are a firm. Wherever the firm deals with slavery, all deal with slavery. And the general government has dealt and does now deal with that local institution. I appeal to you, Southerner men. It is not the only right thing for those who believe slavery to be sinful, whether it be really so or not, firmly to declare themselves free from all share in it. If not by your concession, then by whatever means they can, but certainly to do it. But it is said, your fathers conceded this and that, and will you not stand by their compact? If there be any compact and it pledges me to what I feel wrong, shall I be judged by my father's light? But if in obedience to your conscience you should injure this union, you would cause great evils, evils greater than slavery. Evils are not sins. We do not wish to rid ourselves of our share in national slaveholding as from an evil disease, but as a moral defection, as falsehood or theft would be. Will you imperil the interest of 30 million whites for 3 or 4 Africans? The adages reply, the others are very good. Honesty, even in the old Roman sense, embracing all that is just and true to God and man, is the best policy. Right never wronged any man. How then is peace which all love, and which is for the interest of all to come? Let St. James answer, by the wisdom which cometh from above, which is first pure, then peaceable. Let every man in the Union only feel assured that he stands beneath the sheltering wing of his country a pure man. Let men cease to see the national flag discolored by what they believe dishonorable and wrong, and then be told they have nothing to do with it, when each stands with his share in the eye of God and man. Then shall that unrest, which is the sign of the strong lash of conscience, cease. Then shall the word slavery, that dirge of our woes, never more disorganize Congress, for it will be beyond Congress. I pity the Northern man who finds repose while his hand is binding slaves, still more the Southern man who would desire to have him find peace in impurity. I know how large a number of pure men in the North this position would offend, but I am ready to reiterate that when their personal responsibility for the bondage of a man anywhere is past, slavery only addresses them as other evils. Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes told me that Mr. Justice Curtis listened to this sermon and said to him, Holmes, that he was much impressed by it. My argument, he said, was strong, and convinced him that the spirit of discord and violence in the country could cease only with the elimination of the issue of moral responsibility. A large number of members of Congress also heard this sermon, among them the Honorable Horace Greeley of the New York Tribune. Horace Greeley had a way of closing his eyes when listening to any speech, and there was a story that some senator passed on the word, "Wake up, Greeley," but the editor was quite awake, and the same day telegraphed to the Tribune a brief resume of the sermon, adding, "As Mr. Conway is a native of Virginia and has spent nearly all his days in slaveholding communities, it will hardly be pretended that he does not know what slavery is." His discourse was very able as well as fearless, and was heard with profound interest by a most intelligent congregation. Mr. Conway expects to lose his pastorship because of it. I have heard him before speak, incidentally, in the same vein, but never before so clearly and fully. 2 days later, Horace Greeley was assaulted by Congressman Rust of Arkansas as he was leaving the Capitol. The long struggle for the speakership, attended by many menaces, ended February 2nd with the election of N.P. Banks. He was a poor, servile politician, really indifferent to the moral issue, and I was unable to share the satisfaction of the Republicans, as they were now beginning to be styled. Although the wounds received by Horace Greeley from Congressman Rust were not so serious as they might have been had the assailant been sober, they kept the editor indoors for a time, and I used to call on him. On February 9 he telegraphed to his paper, "I was mistaken in stating that the Rev. Mr. Conway expected to lose the pastorship of the Unitarian Society here. That was the inference of a mutual friend, not Mr. Conway's own apprehension. He preached as he thought just, and has no belief that his society will dismiss him for so doing." The committee of the church, however, in their annual February report, deeply deplored my discussing in the pulpit a much vexed and angrily contested political question, and this too at a season of great political excitement. On February 17 I gave a discourse which was at once published with the title "Spiritual Liberty," taking for my text the words, "Stand fast therefore in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free." I appealed to all the historic traditions of intellectual and moral freedom. End of chapter 17, part 1. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Chapter 17, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 17, Part 2. A peaceful time followed, during which I abstained from the burning subject, but on April 15 I received from the committee a communication stating that the firmest and best friends of the church had become disaffected, that they apprehended disastrous results, and hoping earnestly that I would not persist in the course which had so unhappily divided them, they added, "Should you determine otherwise, however, it is respectfully submitted whether it would not be better that our connection should cease at once, than that our hitherto united and harmonious congregation should be broken up; that the small band who so long struggled to maintain and sustain a pulpit devoted to the cause of Unitarian Christianity should be scattered, and the high purposes of their organization sacrificed to advance the purposes of this or that political faction. I cannot find that I made any reply to this. And now a curious thing occurred in which the reporters did not fail to find an omen. The southern wall of our old church bulged out and cracked. The building was in a dangerous condition. It was impossible for the society in its divided condition to collect the large sum needed for repairs. I felt certain that I could obtain the money needed from the northern churches, and the committee having authorized me to do this, I set forth soon after on this expedition. I find by a letter in the New York Tribune of May 29, dated at Longwood, Chester County, Pennsylvania, May 22nd, that on that day I addressed the Progressive Friends at their annual meeting. The letter says, "Lastly, I may mention a brave and manly speech upon slavery by the Rev. Moncure D. Conway, manifesting all possible charity toward the slaveholder. He nevertheless denounced the system and pledged his endeavor against it in bold and refreshing terms." I had indeed taken it as my special task to plead for a more sympathetic consideration among anti-slavery people for the slaveholders suffering under their heritage. I remember well that assembly of liberal Quakers and Unitarian rationalists out there in the beautiful grove, and the warmth with which eloquent Lucretia Mott responded to my speech. It was, I think, during that meeting that Lucretia Mott and the father of Bayard Taylor, who resided there, collected a substantial sum for repairing my church. The first I obtained, but, alas, about the very hour of May 22, 1856, when I was pleading for tenderness toward the slaveholders, one of their representatives was raining blows on the head of a foremost champion of freedom, Senator Sumner. Early in June I passed a day or two in Concord at Emerson's house, and a meeting was held in the town hall, where a substantial sum was raised for my church. Emerson appeared depressed. "It looks," he said, "as if in this matter of slavery the nation had gone a turn too far for recovery." On my way to Washington I stopped for a time with my friends, Dr. W. H. Furness and his wife. He was a particular friend of Sumner, and I desired to consult him with regard to the occurrence which had filled the North with exasperation and the South with enthusiasm for its congressional bully. Dr. Furness and I went over carefully the recent speeches and retorts of Sumner, and found some words to deplore. These, however, were directed chiefly against Senators Douglas and Mason. The assailant of Sumner, Preston Brooks of South Carolina, had avenged an alleged insult to his uncle, Senator Butler, of the same state. The fury of Brooks was probably excited by a literary illustration he did not understand. Sumner described Butler as the Don Quixote of the new assault on freedom, and Douglas as his Sancho Panza, adding that as Don Quixote had his Dulcinea to defend, so the senator from South Carolina had the harlot, slavery. There was nothing unparliamentary in this, but it was rococo and strained. My belief is that Brooks regarded the speech as an attack on the moral character of his uncle. Dr. Furness had remarked Sumner's unconsciousness of the personal bitterness of his retorts on insolent opponents. We all felt towards Douglas, for instance, as he did, but it was an error, even in reply to a sneer, to describe that senator of low stature as a nameless squat animal filling the Senate with a bad odor. About this time the first convention of the newly organized Republican Party met in Philadelphia. It nominated John C. Fremont for the presidency on the simple issue of freeing the national government from all connection with slavery. Having in my discourse the one path affirmed that the sole means of ending discord, I espoused the cause of Fremont. His popular title, The Pathfinder, had for me poetic significance. He was the standard-bearer on my one path. Filled with this enthusiasm, I attended a Fremont meeting at Morristown near Philadelphia. The chief speaker was Senator Hale, and there I first heard the voice of Robert Collyer. The great-hearted Yorkshireman was clamored for by his fellow working-men in the meeting, but being unknown to the chairman, it was after some delay that he was brought to the platform. He came up shyly, being still in the ironworks dress, but no garb could disguise his noble presence and the enthusiasm excited by his speech. With the great event of the evening, I set him down in my memorabilia as a risen and emigrant Ebenezer Elliott. On arriving in Washington, I found the atmosphere charged with excitement. Fashionable society was making Brooks a hero. After his trial in the municipal court, which inflicted a moderate fine, he was received in the corridor by numerous ladies with kisses. I hastened to the room of Senator Sumner. He was confined to his bed, and I often visited him and read to him. It was most sad to see this great, strong man suffering so much by withdrawal from the Senate in a great national crisis that he hardly thought of his physical pains, at times severe. One morning I found him very gloomy. He had extorted from his physician a statement concerning his case, and had been told that although he would probably recover from his wounds, it could not yet be said with certainty that softening of the brain might not gradually ensue. I was shocked by the imprudence of such a revelation, so likely to bring on the cerebral trouble. "I do not mind pain," said Sumner. "I am not afraid of death, but to live on as an idiot." And here his voice broke into sobs. The church had been closed 6 Sundays. The building had been made safe at least, and in it I gave on July 6 the sermon fatal to my ministry in it. My subject as advertised was war and its present threatenings. After quoting authentic estimates of the Crimean War, then just closed, as to its cost in life and money, I denied to war any credit for the beneficent results ascribed to it by historians and by some philosophers. Whatever benefit came was God's good, not war's. The benefits would all have been greater had they been achieved by love and peace. That he who takes to the sword shall perish by the sword, as Jesus declared, is the necessary law, since it must be a thing earthly and therefore transient, which calls around it earthly weapons. It must have been from my peculiar position as a Southerner, who had known by experience the spirit, if not the power, of the python coiled around his native region, and now coiling around Kansas, that I saw the approach of civil war. In the presence of that fearful vision, I spoke that morning. I felt certain that it would be my last sermon in the dear old church, and at times was so moved that I could hardly proceed. Crude and young, the fact of my being an anti-slavery Virginian gave weight to my words, and the crisis demanded that I should throw myself into the cause of liberty and peace in their conflict with slavery and war. I subjoin some quotations. As yet the lesson is not learned. With the grief and tears of the Crimean War fresh upon us, with the blood of its slain thousands crying to us, "Pause," was the wailings of bereaved women and children filling the air. This nation is going steadily toward a war which, should it come, will be the darkest, deadliest, and most awful which ever cursed this planet. All other war yields to civil war in terror. If one comes, and it seems inevitable, where two sections have lost the last vestige of respect for each other, 10 generations will scarcely see it concluded. While these first red drops are falling, let every man who will stand by the Prince of Peace unfurl that holy banner and stand by it forever. Were Christ on earth, there would he be found standing. Of course it would be a waste of breath to appeal to slavery for peace. As well appeal to the fang of the serpent not to strike as to that poison fang of hell. Human slavery not to send by any means it can command its deadly virus into the fresh young blood of freedom. Why should we expect this monster to change its instincts? Can the leopard change its spots? Is there anything incompatible in buying and selling men and women made in the image of God on the block, and a violation of the most sacred compacts which sections can form? Is there anything unnatural when oppression and brutality toward the weak and helpless in Carolina become dastardly and cowardly assassination of the unforewarned and defenseless in Washington? Its proper power to hurt each creature feels. Bulls use their horns and asses lift their heels. Slavery takes naturally to bludgeons or pistols. Freedom should as naturally take to reason, truth of thought, speech, and act. And that courage, not animal, which can bravely stand for God and right, and be shot down if that is the thing to be done. For every man in this country, slavery has a bribe at every pore, and a lash over all who will not obey its behests. I feel the presence of its great infernal power in this house today, there lurking among you, whispering, "Don't stand such preaching as this. If you do, your friends will turn away from you. You will be called an abolitionist." It is up here whispering to me. If you do not stop this preaching against slavery, it will have its cudgel over your head. Your friends will be fewer even than they are now. Get thee behind me, cunning devil. One thing is now forever settled, that the subject is to be definitely dealt with. It is up now, and cannot be put down by any power nor postponed. Henceforth, no free man is ever going to be quiet. It cannot be, not until the resurrection morn of freedom rises on our land shall we cease to weep and pray and work and watch by the sepulchre. Already, oh, my brothers, I hear the flutter of the angel's wings as he comes to roll away the stone and break the seal of the slave power. The above quotations are given in justice to those who voted for my dismissal, and not because I feel satisfaction with the performance. They are cited also as some illustration of the agony and confusion of that hour. They who have read the biography of William Lloyd Garrison, the only real history of those times, will understand how I could in January 1856 declare myself of no party, and on July 6, 1856, declare voting to be solemn as prayer, when it could only mean voting for Fremont. And how could I say a word for disunion in the first and for the Union in the latter sermon? Since my reputation of parties, a new party had been organized and had nominated an anti-slavery man. He could be elected only by aid of the idolaters of the Union. But it was certain that if elected, Fremont would end the war peril in Kansas. Knowledge of the South assured me that his election would follow by succession of the slave states. The land of freedom would thus be extended from the St. Lawrence to the Potomac and the Ohio. Disunion thus meant the true union. Slavery could not last if the slaves had freedom within arm's length. Such were the illusions of those times. I had returned from talks with nearly all the anti-slavery leaders and preachers in the North, filled with such visions. I passed to my pulpit from the bedside of Sumner, and never had I heard a suggestion that secession would cause bloodshed. The old Union was causing bloodshed, and secession was to arrest it instantly. Had I foreseen that the first success of the Republican Party, at whose inauguration I assisted, would be followed by a war of succeeding states, that discourse of July 6 on war would have been pointed by denunciations of the new party. Meanwhile, in my own society at Washington, a sort of secession had been going on for some months. The alarmed members had not given up their pews, but a considerable number had ceased to attend, while anti-slavery people had joined us, and these made more than half of the congregation that listened to the sermon of July 6. When my discourse had been ended that morning, I gave up the hymn as usual, and the organist played the tune, but the choir did not sing. It was a quartet of the church members, and they were so troubled by my discourse that they could not sing. Harmony had left the old church forever. The assembly sat for some moments in weird silence. I uttered a benediction from my heart, after which most of them slowly moved out, while others pressed up to grasp my hand. How often have I remembered the heaviness of that moment, and how often felt that even in that time of agony no word should have been uttered from my pulpit that could cause such dismay and strike out music dumb. Well did Goethe say, youth cannot be an artist because youth cannot have repose. The committee summoned a meeting of the congregation for July 13, and summoned to it the question whether he who would persist in this desecration of his pulpit shall continue in the exercise of his function as pastor under its authority and with its sanction. My sympathizers were present in full force. The struggle in the Capitol was represented in miniature in our church. At the meeting of July 13, the subject was referred to a special committee. The services of the church were suspended until the first Sunday in October, and the meeting adjourned to that date. When the adjourned meeting was resumed, October 5, a stormy discussion occurred on a resolution dissolving my relation to the society. This resolution passed by a majority of 5. Many of the congregation had not returned from their summer vacation, and the validity of the action was challenged by 25 members. The matter was embroiled by the question of what should be done with the money entrusted to me by Northern societies and individuals because of my stand against slavery. My adherents resolved that if the decision could not be reversed, a new society should be started, and the Northern contributors for the repairs be requested to transfer their money, still in my hands, to the new society. On October 7, I wrote to Emerson, who to my question about the money raised at Concord answered, Concord, October 16, 1856. My dear sir, I remember well your pleas for the Church of Freedom in Washington, made in our town hall last June. On that occasion, after your discourse, and after a statement made by one of your friends, Lieutenant Governor Brown, touching the wants of the church in which most of the champions of freedom worshipped, and I think he said the only one in Washington where the civil freedom of all men was vindicated, one of our citizens, W.S. Robinson, rose and put the question to you, what security had we that any monies now to be contributed by us go to a church of freedom, that is, anti-slavery? You answered that you would see that this money went to no other, or somewhat to that effect. So Mr. Robinson tells me, and so other gentlemen say. We cannot recall the words, but all agree that the answer was satisfactory and the contribution was made. The amount was small, but it was demanded and paid on the claim of anti-slavery. Many years ago I had the happiness of obtaining from my old church, the Second Church in Boston, $300 for the benefit of this same religious society in Washington. I entreat you and them not to make us ashamed of your spending by perverting the church to the support of slavery. Similar letters were received from the other contributors, and I deposited all of the money in the hands of the church treasurer to be held subject to my order. It would be unfair to those who voted to dismiss me from the pulpit not to add that their action was amid difficulties that can now hardly be realized. Amid an exciting presidential campaign, it was impossible to detach the moral from the political conflict. It had been my main point in my first anti-slavery sermon that I belonged to no party, but since that a party had risen to which I did inevitably belong, I might have done better to keep out of that Fremont campaign. But the Kansas struggle and the assault on Sumner had brought cyclones on Washington. We were all caught in the whirlwind. This struggle in our church represented nobody's calm sentiment or purpose. Washington was under menace. Congressmen went armed to their seats. We were warned that our church would be mobbed. The old Southern and conservative members found themselves socially in an unpleasant position, and some others were in a sort of panic. But during all this conflict, there were only 3 or 4 men who were angry with me personally, and not one woman. Nearly all continued to treat me with affection. Repairs of the church building were not as yet begun, and my Sunday discourses were given in a neighboring hall. The effort to reverse the vote for my dismissal having failed, my adherents requested me to establish a new society. The congregation was large, and a new movement might have been successful, but the responsibility of taking such a step was heavy, and I began to consult with my wisest friends as to an alternative suggested by a letter from Reverend William Henry Channing. In this letter from London, August 13, 1856, he said, "That I have in a generous sense envied you the chance of preaching in the Capitol during the last 2 seasons, I frankly own. With what joy and alacrity would I have exchanged with you my pleasant post in England. Indeed, it was the bitterest disappointment of my ministerial life when I found that I was not to return to Washington. So clear did it seem that a good work was to be done, and I seriously meditated whether I should not undertake an independent movement until I learned that you were the person who would be called there. Then I quietly yielded to what appeared to be, without meaning to exaggerate, a providential arrangement. For it was all but sure that a young Virginian who had learned from deep experiences the countless woes and evils of slavery, the weakness of slave-holding institutions, and the direct way to influence the judgment and conscience of slaveholders, and who, surrounded by the prestige of Southern birth and connections, could not be suspected of prejudice and sectional passion, might speak and act with a power which I could not equal. But from that time I have followed you with intense solicitude, and you will not think me guilty of idle compliment in this stern and solemn season, when I add, with ever-deepening confidence and respect, you have done well. And one among many, I thank you heartily. But now I must go on to say that if I understand your views of the policy fitted for the crisis, I disagree with you. And pray set me right if I am wrong. Ever since, at the time of Texas annexation, it became clear that it is the fixed will of the people of the United States of America not to break up the Union. I have said there is but one work to be done there, and that is to make the Union free. The wise, just, honorable, and humane way of doing this, as for 5 years and more I have taken every fit occasion to argue, is but a common cooperative movement for emancipation at the common cost. But the slave oligarchy has mistaken Northern magnanimity for meanness, and madly resolved to keep their pecuniary and political advantages. They now trust to the reactionary spirit of the age, and stake their all for a universal slave empire. The real question at issue, then, forced upon the freedom of the United States of America, is slavery extension or slavery abolition throughout the length and breadth of the land. All concealment is thrown away. All compromises are gone forever. We must come to a settlement of the question once for all. Are we to yield to the slave oligarchy? Are we to leave the Union, or are we to subdue the faction? We are not to yield one hair's breadth to their preposterous claim of balance of power, meaning thereby submission to their usurped rule. If anybody leaves the Union, it must be the slaveholders, and if they remain, they must agree to change their institutions, necessary time and aid for so doing being ensured. That is the ultimatum at which I arrive after maturest consideration. Dissolution of the Union involves war, inevitably, without thereby necessarily destroying slavery. If there must be war, then let it be for the abolition of slavery within the Union. Henceforth, this should be our watchword: the Union shall be kept, and that Union shall be free, the Union of free men forever. Channing had occupied the pulpit for some months before his departure for England, and had warm friends in Washington. Although I had personally known him but slightly, he was a friend of Emerson, and had been identified with the whole intellectual movement called Transcendentalism. He was the nephew and biographer of the great Channing, that most eminent of all Unitarian leaders in America, who had lost his pulpit in Boston by his anti-slavery sermons. First proposed emancipation by purchase of the slaves. Emerson had also advocated that plan. I myself, while at Cambridge, had repeatedly urged the same, but had discovered that it was too late. The Southern leaders had now adopted slavery as a religion, as well as the crucial test of their state rights doctrine. I had no hope for Channing's scheme, and as for his novel notion that disunion must involve civil war, I do not remember to have taken any note of it at all. The tone of Channing's letter influenced me more than his particular suggestions, and the hope that he might reunite the sundered congregation by a new treatment of the subject induced me to open a consultation with my opponents, the large majority of whom were at heart unfriendly to slavery. Unable to meet in the unrepaired church without any minister, the situation was to them painful. The hall in which my own adherents assembled was crowded every Sunday, a large number of congressmen now attending. There was no lack of support, and letters from eminent men in all parts of the country brought me daily applause. I nevertheless felt sore, not being satisfied that I had achieved my task in the best way. I felt a certain unfairness in the judgments passed in some papers against those who dismissed me. I was also much embarrassed by holding the money contributed for the repair of our building by Northern congregations who refused to let their collections go to a church which prohibited free speech on slavery. Having reason to believe that leading members on the other side would consent to a compromise on chaining, I wrote to him stating the situation and urging him to accept should an invitation be sent. Channing answered favorably, and I resolved to leave Washington. I received a letter from my friend, Mrs. Jared Sparks, warning me to beware of what she called the seductions of martyrdom. About the same time I received a letter from my mother, who never knew that I had been driven out of Falmouth, where apparently an erroneous rumor had arisen that I had denounced my fellow townsmen. She wrote, "Would it not be better for men of your cloth to follow the example of Michael, when you are contending for the freedom of your colored brethren, and say to your opponents, 'The Lord rebuke thee'? I think this spirit would be more potent. I must also express my regret to hear of your denouncing your fellow townsmen of Falmouth, who, though they have cause to be offended at your course, which is calculated to interfere with the domestic peace of their village, and has rendered us as a family objects of suspicion in their eyes, have yet rendered us such kindness and sympathy that I have ever felt a deep sense of wonder and gratitude at its extent. And they, I believe, as our neighbors, forborne to speak as harshly of what they think your errors as they might justly have done. Hard as I find it to say all this, I am obliged to add something still harder for me to say, which is that I think you had best not come here under the circumstances, as I cannot think you would be welcome to them. And I have no right to complain of it, though it takes from me one of my chief solaces in life, that of having you with me. If you come, I think you would risk open insult, which would deeply grieve me. I am almost pining to see you. Such were the seductions of my martyrdom. After my dismissal, I had received an invitation from the First Congregational Church in Cincinnati. This I resolved to accept, and at the close of October gave my farewell sermon in Washington. My opponents, grateful for my olive branch, were nearly all present, and I had the satisfaction of seeing before me some picture of harmony restored after a year of strife. I took my theme from Mignon's song in Wilhelm Meister, interpreting it as spiritual aspiration. In this consolatory sermon I made no complaint nor uttered any self-defense, except it might be implied in my closing words. And now I am content. I leave it there. It is not so much whether the real voice of our church here be vocal or silent. I know that the standard where I leave it is for truth, justice, humanity, freedom, and endless seeking. And as I give it back into the hand who entrusted me with it for a brief space, above all hard thoughts which you may have, above all misunderstandings, I hear one voice, which is enough. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. As I parted with tears from my people, a voice whispered, "Woe, woe, thou hast destroyed a beautiful world." They were the words of Mephistopheles, and I could see, "Get thee behind me." But the voice could not be so easily silenced. Although I have said much about my anti-slavery sermons, these were infrequent. My discourses were written for an educated and refined congregation, there being in it none of the so-called working class and no Negroes. I was fond of bringing critical studies on certain half-mythical figures in the New Testament: Jesus, Nathaniel, Judas, Mary Magdalene, and evoking from them purely human characters. I had formed intimate friendships with thoughtful individuals who had passed or were passing through varied phases of faith or doubt, and whose faces surrounded me as I sat in my library devoting the light of every weekday to the next sermon. Ah, how sweet it all was, how happy! I had no public ambition, though I occasionally attended the levees of eminent official men. I generally came away remembering the words Emerson wrote me years before: "The earth is full of frivolous people who are bending their whole force and the force of nations on trifles." I did not envy them. I would not have exchanged my dear little study on Sixth Street for the White House. And now it was all gone. In the afternoon of that Sunday on which I had spoken my farewell words, a number of friends called, and Hudson Taylor, who with his lovely wife had given me such a beautiful home, could not repress some reproach that I had by a few discourses shattered such happy relationship. His niece, Charlotte Taylor, now Mrs. Robley Evans, said that I had to obey my conscience. But Hudson cried, "Damn conscience!" The tears in his eye did not blot out the oath, but embalmed it in my memory as the loving farewell of as faithful and generous a friend as I ever had. After all, the plan of getting Channing as my successor miscarried. He required guarantees of support that in the society's condition could not be given. I had the sorrow of receiving from my friend Daniel Goodloe accounts of reactionary sermons by Mr. Lunt and then a Mr. Hager, which had driven nearly all of my friends from the church. Letters from my mother written in November 1856 reached me in Cincinnati soon after my arrival there. Your father was much gratified at your affectionate remembrance of him in your letter. For me, I rather think that the trials and sorrows of my children, if endured for conscience's sake, are the most nourishing aliment for my parental love. Even when I cannot myself see the necessity of the ultra position you have assumed, but let every man be fully persuaded in his own mind, to his own master he standeth or falleth, is my doctrine, and I cannot persuade to encroach on the rule which God has prescribed. I wished to have seen you in Baltimore on your return through Washington, and this I can do if you could pass through the latter part of this month. But I cannot leave home at Christmas. I am the greatest slave here at any season to the servants of our household, who are raised in such a state of dependence of thought and action that they will not even make an effort to make their own clothing. Indeed, are too stupid to know how unless I direct them. Oh, what a thraldom to me! The white slave, mentally and bodily. I often think that if some one were to arouse me some morning from my sleep with the intelligence that everyone had left the premises, I should feel such a sense of freedom and relief from responsibility, more oppressive as I grow older, that I should be heard singing Te Deum Laudamus. Could I but banish the knowledge that they would be in a state of extreme suffering, and that their numerous babies would perish. If any abolitionist could know exactly what I have endured from overpressure of work for 30 Negroes for the last month, and the worry I have had to get them to do any work for themselves, they would look upon me with great pity than on them. I shall see little of you henceforth myself, but I hope you will one day have a home where your sister and brothers can visit you, if you get a sensible, good lady-like wife. So Buchanan is elected, according to report. I feel little interest in politics. It is so low in its grade here, where every principle is involved in the narrow limits of party, till I feel ready to exclaim with a Scotchman on one occasion, "Knaves all!" I cared nothing about it, except I believed that Fremont's election would put links in the chain of slavery 100 years long, for disunion would ensue, and then the South would have pro-slaveryism carried to a revengeful extent, and so end all our efforts to keep their condition among us who wish to do what we can for them as comfortable as may be under existing circumstances. I think both ultra pro-slavery men and abolitionists of the rabbit fire and faggot sort say in their hearts there is no God to hear the groaning of the prisoner. God's mills grind slow, yet they grind exceeding small, and he will right what abuses he sees on the earth by his own means in this and any other matter. And his greatest reformations have ever been commenced through all time by the small human means, without knowledge of what their efforts were to lead to, they only doing what duty personally required of them. End of chapter 17, part 2. Recording by Simon Wainwright.
Chapter 18, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayet. Autobiography, Memories, and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 18, Part 1. Settlement in Cincinnati, the Dred Scott decision, Chief Justice Taney, Stanley Matthews, Honorable Alphonso Taft, Literary Club, Theaters, Visit of the Prince, now Edward VII, Fanny Kemble, Relics of the Visionaries, Antioch College, Honorable Horace Mann, Memnona, The Village Modern Times, Germans in Cincinnati, August Willich, Judge Stallo, my first book, Ministry, Sacrament, Emerson in Cincinnati, Archbishop Purcell, Lane Seminary. I entered on my ministry in Cincinnati, First Congregational Church, in November 1856. Cincinnati was full of excitement because of the presidential campaign in which slavery and freedom had for the first time confronted each other. My first discourse was given on November 9th, the first Sunday after the election of Buchanan, a bitter disappointment to us all. My discourse, printed by the congregation, bore the title Virtue versus Defeat, the text being, Add to your faith virtue. On March 6, 1857, 2 days after the inauguration of President Buchanan, the Supreme Court gave its famous decision in the case of the Negro Dred Scott. The decision was summed up popularly in the phrase, "Black men have no rights which white men are bound to respect." The decision was given by Chief Justice Taney, sprung from an old Maryland family, and it suited the Republicans that the odious sentiment should be ascribed to him and the consenting justices personally, the new party being founded on an opposite interpretation of the Constitution. But the Chief Justice had simply interpreted the constitutional concessions to slavery by a historical reference to the ideas prevailing at the time when the Constitution was framed concerning the black race, which for more than a century had been regarded as beings of an inferior order, politically and socially having no rights which white men were bound to respect. The decision did not applaud this sentiment of the colonies, but it was circulated in vast quantities throughout the South as a political document. Cincinnati was renowned for its jurists. Among these were Judge Hoadley, afterwards Governor of Ohio, Alphonso Taft, afterwards U.S. Attorney General, and Stanley Matthews, afterwards of the U.S. Supreme Court. Hoadley and Matthews had been Democrats, but strongly anti-slavery. Hoadley separated him from the Democratic Party on account of its pro-slavery proclivities, but Matthews was appointed U.S. District Attorney by Buchanan and was as a lost leader. Judge Hoadley and Alphonso Taft were active members of my society. I was intimate with them and their families. Neither of these learned men regarded the Dred Scott decision as legally sound, and I was guided by them. Later studies led me to the conclusion that though the decision rightly interpreted the bearing on slavery of the concessions made to it in the Constitution, these were not due to considerations of Negro inferiority, but that the majority of the Convention of 1787, while anti-slavery, were forced by the overwhelming necessity of forming a Union for defense to yield to South Carolina and Georgia, which refused to enter unless those concessions were made. But the decision, which made slavery virtually the law of the land, was as the trump of Judgment Day. Thousands of Negroes in the northern states broke up their homes and fled to Canada, many of these being from southern Ohio, so accessible to kidnappers. Days of judgment are prolific of misjudgments. The much-abused Chief Justice Taney gained his first fame at the bar by defending, in 1811, the most brilliant Methodist preacher in Maryland, Jacob Gruber, arrested for denunciations of slavery likely to incite insurrections. In his argument, Taney, aged 34, declared slavery a blot on our national character. And probably he believed the same when he held up in the Supreme Court a mirror that revealed the vastness and blackness of the blot, not to be effaced by smashing the mirror. In Cincinnati, the same kind of history was repeated in the case of our brilliant young lawyer Stanley Matthews, whose Quaker ancestor in Virginia had got into some trouble like that of Gruber in Maryland by his hostility to slavery. Stanley came to Cincinnati from Kentucky and edited a vigorous anti-slavery paper, the Cincinnati Herald, which contributed largely to make the thinking people hostile to slavery in that very community where as U.S. District Attorney he was compelled to sustain the decrees of the slave power at Washington. Among these was the fugitive slave law, which Matthews had repeatedly violated. Cincinnati had in the house of Levi Coffin, a Quaker, the southmost station of the Underground Railway, by which fugitive slaves were expedited to Canada, and in this work Matthews had assisted. But not long after his appointment by the President, a tragical case occurred. A young journalist named Connolly had concealed in his room a family of Negroes escaped from Kentucky, and in the attempt to recover them a Kentuckian was killed. Stanley Matthews had to prosecute Connolly. It was the first speech I ever heard from him, and although it was dreadful to see a grand man out of his place, his candor and his pain drew me to him. I too was of Southern birth, and knew the temptations of a convert. During the trial, the Quaker Levi Coffin was examined, and in answer to a question about a certain room for hiding fugitives, he said, "Thee must remember all about it, friend Matthews." I was not present when this was said, but was told that Levi Coffin's answer raised much laughter, and that Stanley Matthews blushed. By some instinct, I refrained from attacking Matthews. He was, I felt, a fine man in eclipse, and would shine out again, as he did. I do not remember meeting him personally in Cincinnati, but when I met him after, he became a justice of the Supreme Court. He was very cordial and assisted me in my life of Randolph. Among the changes of those times in Cincinnati, the most remarkable perhaps was that of Alphonso Taft. He was by temperament conservative, also unambitious, finding his happiness in his family and his studies. He was a fairly typical Massachusetts man, and a kinsman of Emerson, whom he did not know but resembled in countenance. Alphonso Taft was reluctantly drawn into public life. He felt the aggressions of slavery in Kansas and the Dred Scott decision as a summons to his conscience to bear his part in saving liberty. Footnote: Alphonso Taft was so preeminently a man of peace, abhorrent of war, that when President Grant appointed him Secretary of War, it excited merriment in Cincinnati, and fables were invented about him. It was said that one day when the President called at his office and asked how affairs were getting on, the Secretary shook his head and said that there were underhand dealings. Grant being alarmed and demanding particulars, Secretary Taft showed him a bill just sent in by officers, among the items being considerable amounts for grape and shell. "I saw through it at once," said the Secretary. "It is the disguise of carousals. Grape, that is champagne. Shell, oysters on the shell, crabs, etc." End of footnote. A sermon given soon after my settlement in Cincinnati, text, "The Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister," opens with a legend which I ascribed to a father of the desert who daily gave alms to the poor at the convent gate. In his cell, Christ appeared to him with face and attitude accordant with church traditions and indistinct. Sometimes he doubted if it was there, then it would glow a little. As he gazed with rapture, the bell sounded the hour when the needy would await their alms at the gate. But how could he leave the one heavenly vision of his lifetime? Yet he could not keep out of his thoughts images of the sufferers, and bade the Christ vision farewell with tears. When he had relieved the haggard men, women, and children, it was night, but as he was about to strike a light, his cell was filled with a celestial brightness, and there stood the form clear as the sun, no longer like the church pictures, but with a tender smile and eyes bent on him. And as he fell before the stupendous vision, the Divine One lifted him and said, "Hadst thou not gone, I had gone indeed." The legend occupies 2 pages of the discourse on the minister in my Tracts for Today, January 1858. I cannot discover whether it has any ancient basis or was my own invention. It marked the period when, following my Methodist Messiah, the Unitarian Christ of Cambridge professors was replaced by a living human Jesus learned at the feet of poor blacks. The tale pleased my people, and I condensed it in a sermon prepared for Nahant. Footnote: I was a guest of the Longfellows at Nahant, and the poet probably regarded the fable as a genuine monastic legend, for it afterwards appeared in his Tales of a Wayside Inn, with the title The Legend Beautiful. I would indeed be gratified to know that any legend exalting service to man above worship of God exists in Catholic hagiology. The longing for some such story is shown in Benjamin Kidd's description of the vision of Sir Launfal, a pure invention of Lowell, as always the typical legend of the Church. My belief is that my story of the monk, also used by Wendell Phillips, who was in my audience at Nahant, was a coinage out of my own experience. There was, however, in Longfellow's poem no use made of what was to me an important feature of the fable, namely the increased brightness and reality of the figure of Jesus after the monk had ministered to the needy. End of footnote. Cincinnati was the most cultivated of the Western cities. 1/3 of the population being German, there were societies devoted to music, and in that art the city was ahead of all others in America except Boston. There was a fine orchestra which gave symphony concerts, and a St. Cecilia Verein, which sang classical pieces rarely heard elsewhere. There was an admirable literary club, which met every week to converse and regale itself with squibs, recitations, cigars, and Catawba wine. To it belonged young men who afterwards became eminent figures in the world: Rutherford Hayes, President of the United States; Noyes, a distinguished general and minister to France; A. R. Spofford, Librarian of Congress; Judge Stallo, minister to Italy; Judge James, Judge Manning Force, and others. There was a good city library with a lyceum that had courses of lectures during the winter, and enabled us to listen to the most famous public teachers. Emerson, Holmes, Agassiz, H. W. Beecher, Wendell Phillips had not yet been superseded in Western halls by vaudeville shows. There was a grand opera house, and we had annually several weeks of opera or operatic concerts. I remember Patty singing there in a troupe when she was a small girl. There were 2 good theaters, the National and Wood's. The elder Southern acted at Wood's when he was as yet unknown to fame, and I remember well the uproarious laughter he excited as the petty thief, the Kinchin, in Buckstone's Flowers of the Forest. Footnote: in after years I knew Southern well in London. He remembered his early visits to Cincinnati, and wrote down for me the little speech of the Kinchin after he was caught. "Heveryone's against me. A swell general he goes hinto a henemy's country, and kills heveryone he meets, and burns their villages, and they cover him with stars, and blows a trumpet for him. I just collar a hen or a handkerchief, they blows no trumpet for me. They vips me, and gives me handcuffs to carry. It is shameful, it is. It quite hurts my feelings." End of footnote. There were fair stock companies at both theaters, and they played good English comedies and melodrama. Society in Cincinnati was gay. There were picnics, dances, charade actings, tableaux. The masquerade balls were as brilliant as those of Europe. The city was celebrated for its beautiful ladies, and they knew how to dress well. When the young prince, now King of England, was visiting American cities, it was announced that he could dance only with ladies selected for him. In many places the ladies appointed for this honor were those of kindred of high official rank. Some wag estimated that the collective ages of the prince's partners in one city was 900. In Cincinnati the committee decided that at the ball in Pike's Opera House partners for the prince should be selected with reference to their beauty. This, of course, was fatal to the committeemen, who in a city of over 200,000 had to decide which were the 8 or 10 most beautiful ladies, and it is to be hoped that the prince appreciated the self-sacrifice which gave him a succession of charming partners. My bride and I danced in one of the stage quadrilles near him, and I remarked the pleasure with which he looked on the vast array of beauties. Unfortunately, the first young lady with whom the prince attempted to waltz could not conform with his steps, nor he with hers. They had been taught different styles, and after that the ladies assigned for waltzes with him had the satisfaction of conversing with the blond and boyish prince. He was affable, and so were the gentlemen with him. The Duke of Newcastle said to a group of gentlemen, "Who would have thought that you Republicans could find pleasure in the sight of royalty?" "Ah, sir," replied one, "we do not live close enough to royalty to see its faults." At that time the dress coat and white cravat were not fully in fashion in any American city except for bridegrooms and groomsmen. An English correspondent who traveled with the prince's suite remarked in a published letter the absence of evening dress among men at our ball. I believe it was the perusal of such criticisms that established the present fashion in America, where the evening dress is now rather more de rigueur than in England. Into all the literary and artistic movements in Cincinnati I threw myself with ardor. I was adopted in the clubs, and wrote criticisms of the classical concerts, the picture exhibitions, the operas, and plays. Though my criticisms were anonymous, it became well known who wrote them, especially after some of my interpretations of Beethoven's symphonies were sharply handled by a writer whose judgments in such matters had previously been final. In Cincinnati, I found myself for the first time able to indulge my passion for the drama. Although at Cambridge I sometimes trudged over to Boston to enjoy the plays, the opportunities were barely enough to appetize me. In Washington the theatre was poor, but in Cincinnati I attended the theatre so much as to excite remark. A dancing and theatre-going preacher was previously unknown there. Puritanism was well represented among the early settlers in Cincinnati. Mrs. Trollope, the English author, who went to Cincinnati in 1828 and resided there 2 years, trolloped the place in her book on America on account of its provincialism, her satire being keen on the horror excited by the performances of 2 French figurantes who visited the city. Cincinnati had got fairly over all that, but it was still expected of religious ministers to frown on the theatre. Regarding that institution as one of the most important for the culture of the community, I gave a discourse on this subject, June 7, 1857, comparing the clerical enemies of the theatre to Jonah demanding the destruction of Nineveh. The subject of my discourse having been, as usual, announced in the papers, a large audience came. It was said that every actor and manager was present. The discourse was published in pamphlet form and widely circulated. I became thenceforth a sort of chaplain to the actors, conducting their marriages and funerals, and whenever I attended any theatre I was invited into a private box. After my marriage, to a member of my congregation, the actors and dancers were occasionally entertained in our house. But the most important response received was a letter from my mother stating that the pamphlet on the theatre had been read aloud in the family by my father, who on closing it said, "I am not prepared to object to one word in it." Under the signature of Optimist, I wrote 4 letters on art for a leading paper, calling attention to the fine or faulty characteristics of our actors. The originality and self-restraint of Matilda Heron, the delicious fun of Davidge in farce, the melodramatic skill of our frequent visitors, Mr. and Mrs. Conway, no relations of mine, were discussed, and one letter was a moral defense of the ballet. In the letter on tragedy I find a paragraph about Rachel, seen in New York. Rachel created more enthusiasm in an audience than any other person I have ever seen on the stage. She has an ever-revolving electric generator, and each individual sat with the wires in his hand. But her art of arts was to seize on little groups of people about the house, look straight into their eyes plaintively until she awoke for herself, personally, the sisterhood of each woman and the knighthood of each man. I say personally, for Rachel had no existence outside of the character she was personating. She was, as a sheathed sword, never drawn out but by some hand, and only great as the hand which wielded her was great. She made pain a pleasure. One longed to suffer after seeing her in a tragedy. One of the most beautiful things I ever saw on the stage was a morality brought to Cincinnati by the English actress Mrs. Conway, The Prodigal Son. As the prodigal, she proved herself a true artist, especially in the return scene, where her flesh was visible in places through the tatters. It would be ungrateful not to mention Murdoch, the first scholarly interpreter of leading characters of Shakespeare's comedies I ever saw, and Hackett, whose admirable Falstaff was lionized through the country as Lord Dundreary was later. By the way, Southern told me that in Our American Cousin only a few words were originally assigned to Dundreary, and that the character was cumulatively created by his gags. Fanny Kemble, who I used to meet at the house of the Longfellows, gave her readings in Cincinnati. In our talks, she surprised me by the sharpness with which she opposed my claims for the theatre as a profession. When I alluded to the fame of the Kembles, she pronounced the profession suitable enough for men, but not for women. It was, she said, a life of ostentation, necessitating display of costume and person inconsistent with fine feminine qualities, and so forth. In vain I spoke of actresses well known in Cincinnati society, Julia Dean, Charlotte Cushman, Anna Cora Mowat, Mrs. Ritchie, who wrote such an attractive book about stage life. Fanny Kemble was irreconcilable. On my part, I could not see any great difference between the career of those ladies and that of the dramatic reciter, and concluded that Fanny Kemble had been somewhat soured by her unhappy marriage with a Southern planter, also by the gossip about her. When I asked her if she had seen a certain article on one of her readings, she said, "I never read the papers, being liable to find in them my own name." At Cincinnati I seemed for the first time to know something of all America. Our city was popularly styled the Queen of the West, but a Paul might have named it the Athens of the West, for every new thing found headquarters there. The edifice, the Bazaar, which Mrs. Trollope erected there 30 years before for encouraging the employment of women as shopkeepers, then unknown, after being used successively as a dancing school, an eclectic medical college, and a hydropathic establishment, had become a female medical college. It was the home of varieties of dreamers and reformers, until it housed convalescent Federal soldiers during the Civil War. The presiding genius of the Bazaar was a certain Dr. Curtis, an idealist poetically related to the quaint house whose wide stairway mounting from the threshold to the last story so many visions had ascended. "I sincerely believe," wrote Mrs. Trollope, "that if a fire worshipper or an Indian Brahmin were to come to the United States and could preach and pray in English, he would not be long without a respectable congregation." Her Cincinnati edifice was always for me the symbol of a living fire worship more consuming than she imagined. The West was hospitable to every new creed or social experiment, while its practical necessities furnished the severest test of values. One after another, the Pilgrims had come. French colonists of the Scioto and the Miami when the nation was founded, George Rapp, the shoemaker of Württemberg, with his company of harmonists, Robert Owen and his new harmonists in 1823, and Fanny Wright, 1825, who colonized free Negroes on 2,000 acres in Tennessee to prove them capable of civilization. The only experiment that failed through persecution was that of Fanny Wright to help the victim race. The others failed by reason of the actual conditions of the West, but remnants of all of them had found some nest in Cincinnati. An attractive German lady had in her drawing room a portrait of George Rapp, who died in 1847, surrounded with evergreen, as a kind of shrine. She had been brought over with the Rappites in childhood, and cherished the remembrance of that gentle soul, training her children in his spirit. From her, and from some who had known Robert Owen, and many who had known the brilliant Fanny Wright, I learned much about them all. They were all liberal people, rarely able to conform with the creeds and usages around them. Current fiction was pale for me beside the narratives gathered from these sweet visionaries who were still following the dreams of their youth. I there read for the first time Fanny Wright's book, A Few Days in Athens, and some of the addresses which charmed large audiences in Cincinnati. Many a time have I joined in the pilgrimage to her tomb in the cemetery near Cincinnati. At the time an experiment had begun at Yellow Springs which interested me deeply: co-education of young men and women. The sect called Christians had built a college there, naming it Antioch, but their enterprise having failed, the building was purchased by the Unitarians and the institution placed under the Honorable Horace Mann. Horace Mann was the most eminent educator who has ever appeared in the United States, and his reports and writings, and his life written by his widow, constitute an important chapter in educational history. Mrs. Mann was a sister of Mrs. Nathaniel Hawthorne and Miss Elizabeth Peabody. Early in 1858 I visited Yellow Springs, stopping at its one inn, in which the only other guest was a beautiful woman, and one of rare intellectual power. She was the only one left of Memnona, a community which had built the house converted to an inn, and gave me useful information about Memnona. The glen near by and the warm morning invited me to a stroll beside the clear brook, which flows with frequent cascades through a mile of green banks and wild flowers. Suddenly I came upon a troop of young ladies, each carrying a book and a botanical box. One of them, Rebecca Shepherd, afterwards Mrs. Haven Putnam, I had met. She introduced me to the professor, a handsome lady who invited me to participate in their exercises. The glen was their recitation room in spring for botany and geology. I gained from the lady professor, married, assurances of the refining influences of coeducation on both male and female students. No scandal had ever been heard of. The young ladies had weekly receptions in their separate residence building, and I had the good fortune to be present at one of them. There was excellent music and theatricals, and the presence of the professors did not at all interfere with the freedom and enjoyment of the young people. End of Chapter 18, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Next morning, Sunday, I heard an eloquent discourse by President Mann in the college chapel, and excellent music from a well-trained choir of students. Horace Mann was radical in politics and a rationalist in religion, his friend and prophet being Emerson. The Puritan survived in his ethics and was evoked by the proximity of Memnona, founded by the once famous Dr. T. L. Nichols. Although the community had dissolved, probably because of Horace Mann's denunciations, he was still excited on the subject. An able journalist in Cincinnati, Henry Reed, was ridiculing him sharply on account of the rumored severity of discipline at Antioch. He and Mrs. Mann felt profoundly their responsibility for the success of this experiment in coeducation of which grievous prognostications existed. They themselves regarded the innovation as perilous, and no doubt the anxieties shortened his life. The fear then was that there would be too much courtship and rash marriages between the students, but now, 1904, some complain that coeducation gives girls an unfortunate disinclination for love affairs and marriage. I do not know that I can do better than insert here my notice in the Dial of May, 1860, of a book printed in Cincinnati at the time, entitled Esperanza, My Journey Thither, and What I Found There. I remember well the pains I took to discover the facts concerning Memnona, and to treat with justice the delicate subject, and quote a few items that possess some interest. These reflections have been suggested by the perusal of Esperanza, the Land of Hope, a work written on the gospel of free love. Perhaps the name of the author might as well have been on the title page, since it is quite generally indicated that it is the work of Dr. Nichols, late of the community of Memnona, at Yellow Springs, Ohio, later still of the Roman Catholic Church. In what light that church will regard the publication of this novel from the pen of its convert, we are not prepared to say. We have heard that the author had concluded his account of Esperanza by introducing a Catholic father who converts them all to the Mother Church, and that the publisher, having some authority in the premises, is responsible for the substitution of the weak and diluted dream which concludes the book, in which a spirit inculcates the one love theory so feebly as to make the free love portions of it all the more dangerous. Memnona, when in its most flourishing condition, numbered about 20 inmates. They were generally Eastern and English people, and, we have been credibly informed, were persons who had met with disappointments and grief in the life of the affections, the unrequited or the divorced. It was represented to the country chiefly through the terrible denunciations of Horace Mann, whose imagination, excited by its proximity to Antioch College, pictured it as, to use his own words, the superfetation of diabolism upon polygamy. This community, however, had reason to know that Mr. Mann was mistaken, and that so far from Memnona being a seat of sexual license, it inaugurated in its actual life the asceticism and celibacy which afterwards carried its leading characters into the Church of Rome. Daily confessions and penances were prescribed and obeyed, and when through pecuniary embarrassments, for the community ruined everyone who made any investment in it, and the jealousies of human nature, this false thing burst like a bubble, the 8 leading persons, including those named in Esperanza, Harmonia, Vincent, Angelo, Eugenia, and the beautiful Melodia, immediately went into the Romish Church. Melodia, Miss H., is now a nun in Cuba. Coeducation at Antioch had not grown out of any theory. The plain Western farmers wished their sons and daughters to have a good education without sending them East. The various communities wished to obtain good teachers, male and female, without getting them at heavy cost from regions unacquainted with their conditions. That tall, slender Horace Mann, with his pure intellectual face beneath its crown of white hair, was steadily giving his heart's blood to achieve a final triumph for American education. He died 2 or 3 years after undertaking that work. Antioch flourished for a time under Thomas Hill, afterward president of Harvard, and its subsequent decline was really due to the success of its principal. Other colleges and state universities, now educating persons of both sexes, first got their idea and courage from the experience of Antioch and the leadership of its first president, who has a fitting monument in the Horace Mann Hall at Columbia University, New York. Among the many letters that I received from out-of-the-way people and places, one was dated at Modern Times, New York. It seemed to have come from a place in Bunyan's dreamland. Writing to a friend in New York, I inquired if he knew anything about such a place. "It is," he answered, "a village on Long Island, founded on the principle that each person shall mind his or her own business." The place seemed even more mythical than before, but one evening when I had been addressing some working men on the relations between capital and labor, a stranger of prepossessing appearance approached me and said, "If you ever visit Modern Times, you will find out that the troubles of labor come from the existence of money," whereupon he disappeared. During my next summer vacation I visited New York, was ferried over to Brooklyn, and learned that by traveling 1 or 2 hours on the railway down Long Island I would come to Thompson's Station, and 5 or 6 miles off would find Modern Times. It was twilight when I reached Thompson's, and there was no means of reaching the village I sought except on foot. That did not matter, for my valise was light, but the road was solitary, sometimes forked, the forest dense, and it became quite dark. At length, however, I reached a more open space, the moon gave some light, and I met a woman who said I was close upon the village. I asked if there was any hotel, and she replied, "None that I know of," passed on quickly, and left me to consider that more interest in other people's affairs might occasionally be desirable. It was not yet 9, but the street I entered was silent. I had with me a letter once received from Modern Times, and on inquiry found at last the founder of the village, Josiah Warren. He gave me welcome, and there being no hotel, and money not being current in the village, I was taken to the house of a gentleman and lady, provided with a supper and an agreeable bedroom, whereof I was in much need. The lady of the house was beautiful, and startled me by an allusion to a utopian village in one of Zschokk's tales. "You will not find us," she said, "a Goldenthal. We are rather poor, but if you are interested in our ideas, you may find us worthy of a visit." I have idealized this lovely woman, and indeed the village, in my Pine and Palm, but her actual history was more thrilling than is there told of Maria Shelton, and the village appears to me in the retrospect more romantic than my bonheur. Josiah Warren, then about 50 years of age, was a short, thick-set man with a serene countenance but somewhat restless eye. His forehead was large, descending to a full brow. His lower face was not of equal strength, but indicative of the mild enthusiasm which in later years I found typical of the old English reformer. He was indeed one of these, and I think he had been in Robert Owen's community at New Lanark. He had, however, an entirely original sociology. Convinced that the disproportion between wages and the time and labor spent in production created the evils of drudgery and pauperism, luxury and idleness, he determined to bring about a system of equitable commerce, by which each product should have its price measured by its cost. If it were a shoe, for example, the separate cost of leather, pegs, thread, etc., was to be estimated, and the time taken in putting them together, and the sum would be enough to decide the relative value of the shoe in other articles which the shoemaker might require. With this idea in his mind, he invested what little capital he had in a shop in Cincinnati, where he sold miscellaneous articles somewhat under their prices in other shops. These shopkeepers broke up his establishment by circulating a rumor that Warren was selling off damaged stock. He concluded that his plan could succeed only in a world where other tradesmen adopted it, and after some years established a small community at Tuscarawas, Ohio, which was unable to sustain itself, perhaps because of the crudity of the idea as it then stood in his mind. For then some 20 years later he founded Modern Times. There were other elements introduced. The commercial basis of this village was that cost is the limit of price, and that time is the standard of value. This standard was variable with corn. Another principle was that the most disagreeable labor is entitled to the highest compensation. The social basis of the village was expressed in the phrase individual sovereignty. The principle that there should be absolutely no interference with personal liberty was pressed to an extent which would have delighted Mill and Herbert Spencer. This individual sovereignty was encouraged. Nothing was in such disrepute as sameness, nothing more applauded than variety, no fault more venial than eccentricity. The arrangements of marriage were left entirely to the individual men and women. They could be married formally or otherwise, live in the same or separate houses, and have their relation known or unknown. The relation could be dissolved at pleasure without any formulas. Certain customs had grown out of this absence of marriage laws. Privacy was general. It was not polite to inquire who might be the father of a newly born child, or who was the husband or wife of anyone. Those who stood in the relation of husband or wife wore upon the finger a red thread. So long as that badge was visible, the person was understood to be married. If it disappeared, the marriage was at an end. The village consisted of about 50 cottages, neat and cheerful in their green and white, nearly all with well-tilled gardens. They all gathered in their little temple, the men rather disappointing me by the lack of individuality in their dress, but the ladies exhibiting a variety of pleasing costumes. For a time it was a silent meeting. Then the entire company joined in singing, "There's a Good Time Coming," and after I had read some passages from the Bible and from Emerson, another hymn was sung concerning an expected day, when the might with the right and the truth shall be. After my discourse, which was upon the spirit of the age, it was announced that there would be in the afternoon a meeting for conversation. The afternoon discussion ranged over the problems of education, law, politics, sex, trade, marriage. It exhibited every kind of ability and also illustrated the principle of individuality to the rare extent of in no wise exciting a dispute or a sharp word. Except that all were unorthodox, each had an opinion of his or her own, this being so frankly expressed that behind each opened a vista of strange experiences. Josiah Warren showed me through his printing office and other institutions of the place. He also gave me one of the little notes used as currency among them. It has at one end an oval engraving of Commerce with a barrel and a box beside her and a ship nearby, at the other end a device of Atlas supporting the sphere, beneath this a watch, and between these the words, "Time is wealth." In the center is a figure of Justice with scales and sword, also a Sister Genius with spear and wreath, whose name I do not know, between these being a shield inscribed, "Labor for Labor." Above these the following, not transferable: limit of issue 200 hours, The most disagreeable labor is entitled to the highest compensation, due to blank 5 hours in professional services, or 80 pounds of corn. Then follows a written signature and the engraved word physician. Late in the evening a little company gathered in the porch of the house in which I was staying, where there was informal conversation and now and then a song. Out there in the moonlight went on an exchange of confidences, however abstract the phrases. Beyond the soft tones, I could hear the shriek of tempests that wreck lives. Not from happy homes had gathered these Thelemites with their motto, Fais ce que voudras. Some years later, when the plague of war was filling the land, I thought of their retreat as not so much a Thelem as a garden like that outside Florence where Boccaccio pictures his ladies and gentlemen beguiling each other with beautiful tales while the plague was raging in the city. Modern times had not been founded with reference to war. These gentle people had suffered enough of life's struggle and desired only to be left in peace. But where could peace be found? I never visited modern times again, but heard that soon after the war broke out, most of those I had seen there sailed from Montauk Point on a small ship and fixed their tents on some peaceful shore in South America. Some of the most interesting citizens of Cincinnati were Germans. We owed their leaders to the revolutions of 1848, among these August Willich. He became known in the Civil War as Major Willich. The late Judge Stallo told me that it was believed by himself and the other Germans that Willich bore in his veins the blood of the royal family of Prussia. He was a soldier in the Prussian army until 1846, but having joined the band for the liberation of Germany, he was compelled to resign at Wesel. He at once set himself to learn the carpenter's trade. Willich was eloquent, and the working men drew him from his carpenter's shop to become their leader. He committed, said Stallo, enough political offenses to have cost him his head a dozen times, had he not been a natural son of one of the royal family. When the revolution of Baden broke out, he became the impassioned leader of that revolution, and when it failed, Willich was saved from execution in a curious way. He was removed secretly from his prison in the dead of night and transferred to a ship bound for London, under pledge that he would never return to Germany, a considerable amount of money being given to him. From London he went to New York, where he set up as a carpenter. It was presently discovered, however, that he was an educated man, and he was given a place in the Coast Survey. There Judge Stallo made his acquaintance and invited Willich to go to Cincinnati and edit the Republikaner. Willich made it a strong and radical paper. When Orsini was executed, Willich, who had known him well, headed a great funeral torchlight procession, and under his leadership a similar procession took place amid many threats when John Brown of Harper's Ferry was executed. In after years, when I saw Garibaldi in London, I felt as if I had met him before, in the form of my old friend Willich. About a year after entering my ministry in Cincinnati, I published there my first volume, the title being Tracts for Today. It was inscribed as follows: To my parents, I dedicate this book, knowing that, whatever they shall find here which shall recall painful differences of belief, it would grieve them far more to think that I had swerved from the lessons of directness and sincerity which, by word and life, they have ever taught as before all, and which they have a right to claim from me, always and everywhere. On the day of my settlement at Cincinnati, a friend said to me, "There are about $10 millions in that congregation." It had long centuries ago ceased to be hard for the rich to enter the kingdom of heaven in its otherworldly sense, but unorthodoxy was steadily shifting the aim of religion from heaven to earth. The conventionalized heavenly dove has wings covered with gold, as the psalmist describes one, but the religious spirit dealing with the secular world is rather the dove of Jeremiah, whose fierceness astonished the land. All manner of reforms, the visionary along with the rational, the revolutionary and the peaceful, nestle under the wings of humanitarian religion, and wealth is shy of it. I inaugurated my work with the words, "I determined not to know anything among you save Jesus Christ and Him crucified," and meant it in a formidable sense. The fugitive slave seized and returned to bondage was Jesus pierced on His cross. I saw beautiful reason crucified on the cross of superstition, and human happiness bearing a crushing cross in the Protestant asceticism which repressed the joyousness of the young. I demanded that woman should be taken down from her cross and given freedom and occupation. I pleaded for the establishment of a hospital for inebriates, and even dealt with the terrible subject of prostitution. Our city, I declared, would not be even semi-Christian until it built a foundling hospital and also an attractive home for the cruelly outcast, well furnished with kind hearts, which should say, "We are not here to condemn thee, come in peace." So did I confront the conservatism and wealth of my church, and they stood by me from first to last. For a long time I adhered to the sacrament. On one such occasion Emerson was in the church. Had I known or remembered that it was on the point of his unwillingness to administer the Lord's Supper that Emerson left the Unitarian ministry, 1832, I might have been somewhat abashed at seeing him in the pew of a prominent member. The subject was Jesus giving the bread and wine to Judas. It had been the usage of my predecessors in the pulpit to dismiss the general congregation, communicants only remaining. This, however, was inconsistent with my interpretation of the sacrament as a simple memorial of self-sacrifice in which I wished all, and even children, to unite. But in this discourse I made it also a memorial of the boundless love which animated a great heart, and could not exclude even its betrayer. Emerson waited for me at the door, and asked me to go with him to his room in the Burnett House. There he spoke concerning my sermon words that gave me great encouragement. He never said a word about the sacrament, but that was the last time I ever administered it. I found that some of the best people in my congregation could not conscientiously participate in an observance so generally associated with a dogma of sacrificial religion. One wintry night I was awakened by a knock at my door. It was after midnight, and I inquired from a window who was there. A woman said that in a tenement nearby a poor woman was dying, and begged me to come in and see her. She probably thought I was a priest, for when I reached the dying woman she desired a priest. There was a residence of priests near the cathedral, and I dispatched a messenger to summon one. An elderly little priest came, whom I had never seen, but presently discovered to be the Archbishop himself, Dr. Purcell. Instead of waking a younger priest, the old prelate had come himself through the cold, and I left him in the miserable room with the dying woman. The Archbishop spoke to me in a friendly way, but I supposed that he did not know what a heretic I was. Nevertheless, after my sermons demanding hospitals for inebriates and foundlings and a home for the outcast were reported in the papers, Dr. Purcell called on me. Wide apart as we were in religious belief, we had met beside the deathbed of a dying pauper, and now we met again by the side of the perishing classes in our city. He came to confirm, from his long experience in Cincinnati, all that I had said, especially my assertion that it was not sensuality that led women into vice, but that the want of lucrative occupation left them no alternatives but physical or moral suicide. Archbishop Purcell said that if I could persuade the wealthy men of my church to start a movement for building those hospitals, he would find good women to attend to their inmates without the slightest desire to make them Catholics. He declared that there was in Cincinnati enough wasted moral energy represented in the enforced idleness of female hearts and minds to make our city healthy and happy. In the course of our conversation, the Archbishop told me that he was a native of Cork, and when he came to America in early life intended to enter on a mission in Virginia, but he found the country places too thinly populated. About 7 miles out of Richmond, he saw a solitary man lying on the grass to whom he put questions, receiving lazy yes and no responses. Presently he inquired to what churches his neighbors went. "Well, not much of any." "What are their religious views?" "Well, not much of any." "Well, my friend, what are your opinions on religion?" "My notion is that them as made me will take care of me." I felt certain of Dr. Purcell's good faith in his proposal about the suggested hospitals, and had not inhuman war presently overwhelmed humane projects, it is probable that he and I, from our opposite poles, would have cooperated in that enterprise with success. As it was, I received an invitation from the Roman Catholics to give a lecture in St. Nicholas Institute, and it was delivered to a large audience. This fraternization between Romanism and rationalism did not fail to excite surprise, eliciting comments in pulpit and press, the secret of that strange proceeding being known only to my personal friends. Although I had become notorious in Unitarian associations for indifference to the denominational propaganda, and was criticized by some leaders for my unsoundness, it was recognized by others that I had reached the heart of thinking people in the general community to an extent unusual with Unitarian societies. Though some ministers were raising me to the dignity of a heretic, I could hardly comply with the demands that came from all sides. I lectured twice to the German Turners, to the assembled Jewish societies, and to the assembled actors. These functions excited less surprise than the fact that for a month I filled evening appointments in a vacant Methodist Episcopal pulpit in the suburbs, and preached twice in a Methodist Protestant church. In none of these outside ministrations was the slightest restriction imposed on my utterance. I suppose, indeed, that the invitations were prompted by curiosity to hear new views much alluded to in the city papers. One event excited universal interest. The most eminent Presbyterian in our neighborhood was the Reverend Dr. Henry Smith, president of Lane Seminary, a noted theological Presbyterian institution. Dr. Smith was a learned man and earnest preacher. I was invited by his students to give a lecture in their literary course, and my care to abstain from theology no doubt pleased the president. After some conversation, he agreed to occupy my pulpit on some Sunday morning and give a statement and explanation of his religious creed. The occasion was one memorable in the religious history of Cincinnati. The audience was large and intelligent, and the discourse simple, sincere, and deeply interesting. It was reviewed by me on the following Sunday in a friendly spirit. End of Chapter 18, Part 2.
Chapter 19, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 19, Part 1. There appeared to me no cloud on the horizon when I found myself in Cincinnati with an anti-slavery congregation. Everywhere were signs of increasing anti-slavery sentiment. The Conference of Western Unitarian Churches, 1858, passed a resolution that the cause of the slave was moral and religious, rightly belonging to our pulpits. But two of the societies were in slave states, that of the Rev. Mr. Haywood of Louisville and that of the veteran Dr. Eliot of St. Louis, men of New England birth. In the conference, held at Alton, Illinois, the majority of delegates were resolved on some anti-slavery manifesto, and its preparation was entrusted to me. I consulted leading delegates, and found the Northern laymen in favor of a severe resolution. But as Dr. Eliot had argued that the subject was outside the scope of the conference, I submitted my resolution to Mr. Haywood, asking him to put it into a shape which he and his Louisville friends could support. Notwithstanding the moderation of our resolution, we had the sorrow of seeing Dr. Eliot, under whose pale and almost feminine beauty there was iron inflexibility, and his strong delegation, file solemnly out, never to return. This action of the conference, reversing a timid resolution of 3 years before, was a relief to me. It had always been a burden to preach about slavery, and it was now less necessary to deal much with the subject. The incident was widely discussed in the papers, and the Cincinnati Enquirer, anti-Republican, described me as an ambitious agitator. I said to my people that inhumanity in man or nation must always prove a demon of unrest. A legend on which 23 years later I published a volume then first arose before me as a prophecy. That fable of the wandering Jew shall be a dread reality to the heart which knowingly drives from its threshold the Christ who falls there in the form of those who now bear the cross of wrong and oppression, and toil up the weary hills of life to their continual crucifixion. About that time a little recrudescence of prejudice against Jews occurred in connection with an organization called the Cincinnati Zouave Guard, against which I protested in the papers, and I even attacked Shakespeare on account of the figure of Shylock, just then personated on our stage. It was to be some years before I discovered that the fault was with the traditional representation on the stage of Shylock, in whom Shakespeare had really vindicated the humanity of the Jew against the preternatural evil ascribed to him in Marlowe's Barabbas. My defense of the Jews made them my friends, and important friends they were, many of the families being highly cultivated as well as wealthy. Their two rabbis were as able and learned as any in America. Dr. Isaac M. Weiss was a man of great good sense and energy. He recognized even before I did myself that my Christianity, so far from being inimical to his race and religion, gave support to both. He wished his race and religion to have the credit of having produced Jesus. I was invited at times to lecture for Jewish societies, and was entertained in their companies. I speedily discovered that the majority of Rabbi Weiss's synagogue were not believers in supernaturalism, but simple deists. The other Jewish society, that of Dr. Lilienthal, was also liberal, but more cautiously so. These did not have the same desire that I found in Rabbi Weiss to impress the general community with a belief in the accord of Judaism with modern science and philosophy. Footnote: The Hebrew Union College at Cincinnati is really the monument of Rabbi Weiss and the spirit he diffused in that region. In later years, tracing out the dual development of Semitic thought from the time of Solomon, as given in my book on Solomon, I have been much interested at observing the cropping up in America of the same contrarious tendencies, secular on one side and Levitical on the other, accompanied, as so many times before, by efforts to reconcile them. End of footnote. Among the pilgrims that visited our city, one brought me a note from Theodore Parker, the Abbé Miel. I fancied some generations of sweetness must have given that family its name, for this Frenchman was sweeter than the honeycomb. In after years I discovered that he had been the most eloquent of the young French priests, and without surprise, for he had so charmed me by his conversation despite our defective knowledge of each other's language, that I tried hard to detain him in Cincinnati. His history was a revelation to me. He had been sent over by the hierarchy in France to England to assist the revival of Catholicism there. Having published a pamphlet containing the Nicene Council's declaration of the supremacy of the Bishop of Rome, a scholar privately proved to him that it was a perversion of the original. This original existed only in the British Museum, where the Abbé Miel examined it and found the falsity of the Catholic version. He submitted the fact to the chief authorities of his church in England, and was shocked at their disposition to ignore or to suppress it. In great distress the young priest left the church. After some years he married an Irish lady and came to America. While trying to obtain for him some position as a teacher in Cincinnati, I employed him to teach me French, but our every hour together was occupied by his instructions in things more important. This dear friend, long a clergyman in Philadelphia, where he died in 1902, says in his book, Le pèlerinage d'une âme. Pour la première fois depuis que j'ai quitté Rome, j'ai prononcé dans une église un discours religieux. Cette église, naturellement, était celle de Mr. Conway. Je pus enfin parler en homme. Autrefois, je parlais plus ou moins en fanatique. The pilgrimage of a soul. For the first time since I left Rome, I have delivered a religious sermon in a church. This church naturally is that of Mr. Conway. I have perhaps finally spoken to the human being. Formerly I spoke more or less to the zealot. How well do I remember that sermon! I had gone about for several days, searching out all who could understand French, whatever their creed, informing them that I had no reason to suppose that the abbé shared my heresies. Several hundred came together, and rarely have I known such an effect as that produced by the marvellous Frenchman. Speaking without notes, he appeared to lose thought of himself altogether. His eyes beamed on us. His melodious voice came as if to each of us personally. With but little gesture and no oratorical trick, and speaking such perfect French that all could follow him, he uplifted the Sacred Heart in all. Every hearer responded with eyes now radiant with joy, now streaming with tears, and faces all glowing, and when the enchantment was over, the company lingered to press his hand. Could Miel have remained in his church, he must have gained the fame of Bossuet. What his creed was I did not know, but I saw in him a soul which lily-like would transmute any soil at its root into whiteness and sweetness. There was a humanized Madonna in his faith, whom he engraved on my heart. M. Miel did away with my suspicion of the sincerity of the priesthood, and afterwards wrote for my Dial an essay entitled, "Are the Priesthood Sincere?" But we could find no place for Miel in Cincinnati. He and his wife went on their way to California, and I was left to give vent to my sorrow in publishing in the Gazette a reproach against the city for allowing its heavenly visitants to depart unrecognized. That which at the beginning of the 20th century strikes me as the most important difference between the religious situation in America today and that of 50 years ago is the absence of those free lances which then helped to make history. Theodore Parker in Boston, Henry Ward Beecher, and Samuel Longfellow in Brooklyn, Samuel Johnson in Lynn, Octavius Brooks, Frothingham, Chapin and Cheever in New York, Robert Collier and David Swing in Chicago, Dr. Furness and Lucretia Mott in Philadelphia, Wentworth Higginson at Worcester, Thomas Starr King in San Francisco. These spoke to the whole land. Except in their independence, they could not be classed together. It appears to me now that the inspiration and eloquence of those public teachers was largely due to the presence of a great moral issue, justice to the slave. The steady advance of that cause inspired faith that ideas were stronger than armies, and the vision of today would be the actuality of tomorrow. In the place of those prophets we now find preachers who, albeit scholarly and eloquent, easily become spokesmen of sects, apparently without any hope that the voice of right, reason, and justice can affect the course of nations. It is but too probable also that the younger generation, while eulogizing those shining forerunners, feel half consciously that their pillar of fire has forever turned to cloud. My studies became increasingly literary. In poetry my passion was still for Robert Browning. I had imported his Christmas Eve and Easter Day, then unknown in America. I had not enough interest in any nature except human nature to care much for Wordsworth, and it was only a few of Mrs. Browning's smaller pieces that moved me, some of her sonnets, especially Experience and Lady Geraldine's Courtship. But one of her poems ranked with those of her husband, The Lost Bower. On Thanksgiving Day, 1857, my sermon was on The Lost Bower, and in the evening I met at dinner an English lady, Mrs. Bodichon, who told me that she had written to her dear friend Mrs. Browning an account of the sermon to which she had listened. I often quoted Robert Browning, and circulated him among my friends, for he was almost unknown in the West, and I remember that when Spofford recited in our club The Lost Leader, its authorship had to be told even to that select circle. The poems of Arthur Hugh Clough were adapted to my state of mind. I had been so moved by his Bothie of Toberna-Vuolich, which Emerson loaned me, that I got from England his Ambarvalia, published in 1849. These little pieces came to me as if privately addressed. Clough rather weakened the spell Tennyson had thrown upon me. I had been sitting with the lotus eaters on their yellow sand, had voyaged with Ulysses beyond the sunset, and was held by the vision of the golden year, without noticing that candid comrade who breaks the dream, declaring the golden year to be now or never. I remember Emerson saying once, "When Nature wants an artist, she makes Tennyson." And when I questioned whether he was not too artistic, the answer was, "Everything good is artistic." Emerson's words sank into my mind like a seed, and I studied the laureate more carefully, but afterwards found that Emerson himself had exceptions in his appreciation of Tennyson. In a conversation at which I was present, Lowell spoke of the exquisite things in Tennyson, quoting the suggestion of death in "The casement grows in glimmering square." Emerson said that he found "in memoriam" mainly drawing-room grief. For myself, I credited the whole book with the glorious hymn, "Ring out, wild bells," for which the last 20 years of my ministry in London was sung every Christmas and for the New Year, never failing to move us all with its pathos and hope. I learned in Cincinnati that Arthur Clough had desired to settle permanently in that city, and had applied for a position as teacher in its principal school. Ah, what would it not have been to me had I found there the man I used to meet in the grove near Divinity Hall, and whose noble head was haloed by his genius. I could now have seen more than a halo, for the intervening 4 years of mortal moral strife had brought me to the end of all theology. And there, where he had preceded me, I found him in his great little book, waiting and on his watch. As I read the first poem in Ambarvalia, I felt myself among the human spirits, and in him that other spirit, hardly tasking, subtly questioning, each recognizing among the answers my inmost own. Dost thou not know that these things only seem? I know not, let me dream my dream. Are dust and ashes fit to make a treasure? I know not, let me take my pleasure. What shall avail the knowledge thou hast sought? I know not, let me think my thought. What is the end of strife? I know not, let me live my life. How many days o'er thou meant'st to move? I know not, let me love my love. Were not things old once new? I know not, let me do as others do. And when the rest were overpast, I know not, I will do my duty, said the last. From Goethe and Carlyle and the great scientific writers came help in partially recovering time lost in studying dead languages. in using which for any critical purposes I had always to depend on specialists. I studied very hard to keep myself abreast of science. Early in January 1859 I answered the Rev. Dr. Bushnell's defense of supernaturalism, which rested on the alleged evidence of geology, that life had not and could not have existed in the first conditions of the earth. In answer to the claim that the appearance of life could be conceived only as a result of divine action, I cited what Agassiz told us of embryonic development, and that the metamorphosis of each animal in the egg corresponded with the succession of species in the crust of the earth, pointed, I claimed, to the derivation of one species from another. I put the same point as a question to Agassiz himself 5 years before, and he said the theory would lead to atheism. My theism being purely experiential, I could not appreciate his answer. In the same month appeared in Albany, New York, No. 5 of the Tracts for the Time, a series put forth by the Unitarian Ladies' Religious Publication Society. This was my first essay in demonology, and was entitled The Natural History of the Devil. While I was writing this in the fall of 1858, I had the advantage of conversing with Emerson on my subject, and he spoke of arrested and progressive development. He thought that the same principle was applicable to the mental and moral man. He suggested my use of the conversation without his name, and the subjoined passage was added that same day to my tract, which had appeared early in 1859. The doctrine, known as arrested development, which has had such a tremendous influence in natural history, will also apply here. Every animal is a man in his arrested development. The quadruped develops more and becomes an ape. Arrested there for an aeon, the development rises to the savage. The next wave of the onflowing tide of life rises to man. No longer arrested and bound to the earth by his forefeet, as in the wolf, nor only partially released as in the orangutan, nor held by passion and ignorance as in the savage. The hare lip, which we see in men at times, is the arrest of the lip in its development. Every lip is at one stage of its embryonic growth a hare lip. Sometimes the hand is arrested, and remains more like that of an ape. But the animals also have dispositions which enter man to partake his spiritual development: ferocity, passion, meanness, deceit, and so on. Here, too, is the arrested development. One man does not get beyond the serpent. Another finds that he has difficulty in passing the condition of a bear. Another is arrested at the hyena. How familiar is the class of calves and donkeys walking on 2 feet around us! This is the path we all travel, even though at length we beat down the animal beneath our feet, and evil is only the living out among men of their arrested developments. This statement follows Emerson closely, and it is another illustration of the fact that we who studied him were building our faith on evolution before Darwin came to prove our foundations strictly scientific. In December 1859 Darwin's Origin of Species was hailed in my sermon. Now comes Darwin and establishes the fact that nature is all miracle, but without the special ones desired, that by perfect laws the lower species were trained to the next higher, and that to the next, until, striving to be man, the worm mounts through all the spires of form. This formidable man, speaking from the shelter of the English throne, and from under the wings of the English Church itself, did not mean to give dogmatic Christianity its death blow. He meant to utter a simple theory of nature. But henceforth all temples not founded on the rock of natural science are on the sand, where the angry tides are setting in. Soon after the appearance of Darwin's volume, Emerson visited Cincinnati to give a lecture in the regular course of the Mercantile Library Association, and I had the delight of talking over with him the great discovery of Darwin. I can now see that neither Emerson nor any of us, the pre-Darwinite evolutionists, in our joyful welcome of Darwin's work, sufficiently weighed his words concerning the boundlessness of the time in which nature had wrought. We were still in the twilight of the gods, reverently spelt nature with a big N, and saw our goddess ever at her loom, but weaving with swift shuttles. Myron Benton, a true poet and lover of nature, sent me a criticism on the new theory (Dial, June, 1860). He found that Darwin did not explain beauty. He quoted Thoreau: "Nature puts some kind of pleasure before every fruit, not simply a calyx behind it." The highest types of beauty, said Benton, most often combine with forms least able to withstand the fierce struggle for existence. Myron thought that natural selection would give us nothing but Calibans. But while I was considering this criticism, Emerson visited Cincinnati and gave in my church a lecture on beauty, in which beauty, was combined with brute strength in a way that really included human selection as a part of natural selection. One of Emerson's texts from the mythologists was, "Beauty rides on a lion." This I interpreted in the October Dial. No foliation of shaft or arch can make them beautiful unless they are strong enough to support what they are set to support. Venus must rest upon the lion of health, and cannot substitute pallor and hectic fire for the lily and the rose. This parable reminds us that our popular Christianity has not fulfilled the law of the higher formation. It must everywhere sum up all the preceding formations, and lose none of their contributions, as the animal generations are summed up in the forehead of man. It was to be 25 years before I discovered that the function of human selection was to take the place of natural selection and develop the Calibans into beauty, but also that it was possible for man to develop himself and his world downward. The lecture on beauty just referred to was one of 4 given in my church by Emerson. He had come for his annual lecture in the Mercantile Library course, but A. R. Spofford and I persuaded him to give more lectures. We found no difficulty in disposing of tickets enough to pay him well, and we had a festival week never forgotten. On one evening, previously selected for a company at Judge Hoadley's house, Mrs. Hoadley so managed that her entire company went to the lecture and afterwards to her house, with Emerson at their head. Every interval of time he could spare was seized on by leading citizens for luncheons and dinners. One that Emerson especially enjoyed was a dinner given by Charles Stetson, at which former Senator Corwin was present. Emerson amused me by saying of Corwin, "I like his face." Corwin was of distinguished homeliness. His face was brown, his features irregular, and at the time — he was about 60 — lines were appearing all around his mouth and eyes. But all this vanished away when he began talking. His wit, the sheet lightning play of his humor, his incomparable art in telling good stories, his face becoming scenic, and all the features actors, made Thomas Corwin delightful company. Emerson saw the genius in that curious face before the statesman had said anything at all. At the table Corwin almost made Emerson laugh audibly, a rare thing, by saying, "We Westerners are apt to have doubts about the Boston literary man. We want to see the scalps on his wiper." There was some fine play of repartee round the table, and the 2 chief guests were reciprocally captivated. I took Emerson to see the venerable Nicholas Longworth, the historic figure of Cincinnati, whose growth from a small riverside settlement he had witnessed. The old gentleman was pleased with our call, and gave us into the care of his son-in-law Flagg, to be guided through his great Catawba wine cellars. We were able to follow the evolution of wine. At one point there was a large stack of champagne set apart in order, the workmen told us, that the strength of new bottles might be tested. I made some jesting remark about putting new wine in new bottles, but the foreman said that it was the new bottles they had to watch. We find out about them when the vines in the vintage begin to flower. Then the wine ferments, and some bottles break. The German was quite prosaic in his statement, and added that the wine would sometimes burst the casks in the spring. "That's very German," said Emerson when we left, and I suspected that the wine of Longworth's cellars would some day have a transcendent blossoming. 7 years later I read in May Day, "When trellised grapes their flowers unmask, and the new-born tendrils twine, the old wine darkling in the cask feels the bloom on the living vine, and bursts the hoops at hint of spring. And so perchance in Adam's race of Eden's bower some dream-like trace survived the flight and swam the flood, and wakes the wish in youngest blood to tread the forfeit paradise and feed once more the exile's eyes. I told Emerson of the gathering of children on Sunday morning before church time, which had none of the usual Sunday school features, but consisted of an address, singing, and conversation of teachers with children classified by their age. I hinted that it would be a cherished remembrance of the little ones were he to look in on them, and he said it would give him pleasure to see the children. It would be a fine subject for an artist who could paint Emerson as he stood weaving his spells about those children. At a time when prosaic reviewers were complaining of Emerson's obscurity, these children received ideas as high as any in his books. He told them about his neighbor, Henry Thoreau, his love and knowledge of nature, his intimate friendship with the flowers and with the birds he sometimes coaxed to his shoulders, and with the fishes that swam into his hand, taking care to explain the scientific secret inside each fairy tale. But alas, I made no notes of the wonderful address, under which all of us sat as little children, charmed by this sweet-hearted master. How beautiful appeared that Sunday morning to all who had the happiness to be present! Amid all the storms of controversy and war beating around the city, there still shone in our vision the radiant scene. And after the lapse of more than 40 years, when I chanced to pass the corner of Fourth and Race Streets, I saw beyond the business edifice occupying our old site those children and instructors at Emerson's feet. End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories, and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 19, Part 2. Some able men lectured in Cincinnati. I recall a wonderful lecture by Carl Schurz, little known then, on Napoleon III. The Hon. Edward Everett gave us his famous oration on George Washington in February, 1858. My friend Edward Everett Hale, in his Memories of 100 Years, has given a portraiture of his uncle Hon. Edward Everett, which is partly a vindication. To some extent this was needed, especially by those who were contemporaries of that famous man. Edward Everett was a highly accomplished gentleman and scholar, who had the misfortune to fall upon an age and crisis when trip hammers were more valued than the superfine qualities he possessed. At Cambridge I heard stories concerning his presidency, evidently caricatures, showing that he had left there a reputation of childish timidity. One was that he saw freshmen playing leapfrog over the iron pillars at an entrance into the grounds. He sent for them and desired them to discontinue that sport, as they might loosen the pillars, and some reckless student might use one to batter in my door. In Boston the anti-slavery people regarded him as weak and timid because of his record as a compromiser, and at Washington he had left a bad impression among the Unitarians, because while in Congress he had not associated himself with their church, although he had been an eminent Unitarian minister. There was indeed nothing polemical about Everett. Nature had not given him any apparatus for either controversial or reforming work. For his inevitable passiveness in that stormy period he was malgré lui, petted by reactionists, and had to suffer a share of the opprobrium visited on them. I had seen him in Boston, but first met him in Cincinnati, where he was the guest of William Greene, uncle of the lady to whom I was betrothed. It was impossible not to be attracted by him personally. He was handsome in the ideal way. A fine portrait of him was painted in Cincinnati by my friend Oriel Eaton, but no art could quite render the elegant figure, the countenance so exquisitely oval without being effeminate, and the finely modeled features. Yet his manners in company were simple and unpretending, his eyes sweet and sympathetic. Mr. Hale denies the truth of the tradition that Everett's eloquence was merely academic. His celebrated lecture on George Washington did not impress me as academic. It was really a eulogy, based on what was then accepted as history, though it would now be regarded as all honey. But I felt at the time that his art was not enough concealed. I remember particularly his taking up a glass of water beside him, and after sipping it, holding it for an instant in his right hand, and as he spoke of the limpid purity of Washington giving a little wave of his hand, by which some of the water fell in crystal drops to the floor. I could not think it quite by accident that the glass happened to be full of water at the right moment. For all that, the oration delivered by that calmly animated, even beautiful scholar remains in my memory as an ideal thing in its way. And now, when the miserable recriminations of that period are past, I think of Edward Everett as a flower out of the culture of New England, whose beauty and fragrance could not be fairly appreciated. But that marvelous oration on George Washington, delivered throughout the great cities, earned $62,000, which without any deduction was given for the purchase of Mount Vernon. On June 1, 1858, I was married to Ellen Davis Dana, daughter of Charles Davis and Sarah Pond Lyman Dana of Cincinnati. Mr. Dana belonged to the Dedham, Massachusetts, branch of the family, his mother being an Oliphant of the same state. Mrs. Dana was a daughter of Joseph Lyman of Northampton, Massachusetts. Her elder sister, Abby Lyman, was the wife of William Greene, of the Rhode Island family, an eminent citizen in Cincinnati. It was a beautiful wedding. 2 members of our church who had conservatories, Mr. Ernst and Mr. Hoffman, made the pulpit a mass of flowers, and in front of it the young people, under direction of the artist Oriel Eaton, built a bower of white roses under which we stood. The choir, a fine quartet, the organist being young Edward Donruther, now a distinguished composer in London, increased its fame. We were married by the Rev. Dr. Furness, who traveled from Philadelphia to unite us. In the evening we were serenaded by the chief musical society in the city. A notable event was connected with the visit of Dr. Furness. When I offered him payment, he said he would accept nothing for himself, but would give what I offered to a working man of ability near Philadelphia, who for some time had preached for the Methodists. He had become unorthodox, and would preach in the Unitarian pulpit on the Sunday of Furness's absence. The man was Robert Collyer. His appearance in an unorthodox pulpit on that day caused scandal in the Philadelphia Methodist Conference, which had licensed him as a local preacher. He gave up his license and rapidly reached distinction as a Unitarian. When Collyer had become a preacher in Chicago, our friendship was formed in working together to place the Western Unitarian Conference in an anti-slavery attitude. That friendship has continued unbroken. It was always a satisfaction to us that the first honorarium ever given Robert Collyer for a sermon was our marriage fee. The first copy of my Tracts for Today was presented to my betrothed, and in it I find written, "Silver and gold have I none, but such as I have give I thee." These words were more strictly true than most of our friends could imagine. My wife's father, through an unfortunate endorsement of a friend's notes, had lost nearly everything. I had managed to save nearly $2,000, which was deposited with the Life and Trust Company in Cincinnati. The failure of that company began the crisis of 1857. I got only 10 cents on the dollar. I had to ask an advance on my salary in order to buy furniture. But my bride and I regarded the poverty attending our first steps as a sort of joke. Our bridal party, including Samuel Longfellow and Rev. Dr. Furness, went on an excursion down the Ohio, there being on the steamboat a bridal stateroom decorated with Venus, the Graces, and Cupids. At the Mammoth Cave we lost the light of one day groping in the weird underworld, bride and bridesmaids having exchanged their wedding raiment for indescribable bloomers. On our return to Cincinnati, we fixed ourselves in a small house. then 114 Hopkins Street, and were conscious only of our riches. We had health and friends and freedom of heart and mind, and my salary, $2,000, nearly twice the value of what that sum would be now, was sufficient for our indulgence even in hospitality. Lately I sought out that first house of ours, where our eldest child, Eustace, was born. Gray and alone, I witnessed to my heart that love can make a fairyland in a very humble abode. The year 1858 was altogether beautiful. It was a constant exhilaration to find every channel of influence open. Every hand willing to work was wanted. The journals wanted editorials, various societies wanted addresses, and events were continually occurring which called forth ethical discussion. The woman question was burgeoning out in various shapes. A woman was arrested in Cincinnati for being found in male attire. She came into the police court with her brother, and with a clear eye and firm voice declared that she had assumed this dress to get employment. Her brother worked as a common hand, she usually as a cabin boy, and she found she could do better work in this dress, and also that she was safer. When sentenced to wear female dress, the girl burst into tears, and said that she could always get work as a boy, but as a girl would perish. Another case excited extreme interest. A young lady applied for a license to practice law. It was not supposed that the judges would take the application seriously, but they decided that no law excluded women from the bar. We suffered, however, a cruel disappointment. The lady had studied many law books, but did not know the extent of the examination required. Finding that she would have to go through a law school, she abandoned her enterprise. In dealing with such matters as these, I had happily one at my side on whose counsel to depend. I did not espouse all that was called women's rights, but did not ridicule the much confused cause, and in an early sermon said, "When any clear flame comes out of that smoke, I will be as ready as anyone to light my torch thereat and bear it before men." The fire beneath that smoke I regarded as the restrictions on female employment and its underpayment. I canvassed the business establishments, and although I found that woman's work was better paid than in the Eastern cities, the women teaching in our high schools were getting an average of from $500 to $700 for the same work that brought the male teachers $1,200 to $1,700. The only fair field for women was the theatres. In each of them, besides the actresses, who were highly paid, a considerable number of girls were employed at $5 a week, who had most of each day free. I demanded the right of women to every occupation and profession. Despite all my freedom, there was a curious survival in me up to my 27th year of the Methodist dread of card-playing. The only indoor game I knew was chess. There was a flourishing chess club in Cincinnati, and I entered into the matches with keen interest. For a time I edited a weekly chess column in the Cincinnati Commercial, and wrote an article on chess which Lowell published in the Atlantic Monthly. Whenever in New York I hastened to the chess club there, and watched the play of Lichtenstein, Thompson, Perrin, Marache, Fiske, editor of the Chess Monthly, and Colonel Meade, president of the club. This was at a time when the wonderful Paul Morphy was exciting the world. In July 1858 I called on him at the Brevoort House, New York. He was a rather small man, with a beardless face that would have been boyish had it not been for the melancholy eyes. He was gentlemanly and spoke in low tones. It had long been out of the question to play with him on even terms. The first-class players generally received the advantage of a knight, but being a second-class player I was given a rook. In some letter written at the time I find mention of 5 games in which I was beaten with these odds, but managed, or was permitted, to draw the 6th. In the same letter I find the following: "When one plays with Morphy, the sensation is as queer as the first electric shock, or first love, or chloroform, or any entirely novel experience. As you sit down at the board opposite him, a certain sheepishness steals over you, and you cannot rid yourself of an old fable in which a lion's skin plays a part. Then you are sure you have the advantage. You seem to be secure. You get a rook. You are ahead 2 pieces. 3. Gently, as if wafted by a zephyr, the pieces glide about the board, and presently, as you are about to win the game, a soft voice in your ear kindly insinuates, "Mate." You are speechless. Again and again you try. Again and again you are sure you must win. Again and again your prodigal antagonist leaves his pieces at your mercy, but his moves are as steps of fate. Then you are charmed all along. So bewitchingly are you beheaded. One would rather be run through by a Bayard, you know, than spared by a pretender. On the whole, I could only remember the Oriental anecdote of one who was taken to the banks of the Euphrates, where by a princely host he was led about the magnificent gardens and bowers, then asked if anything could be more beautiful. "Yes," he replied, "the chess play of El Zuli." So having lately sailed, as I wrote you, down the Hudson, having explored Staten Island, Hoboken, Fort Hamilton, and all the glorious retreats about New York, I shall say forever that one thing is more beautiful than them all, the chess play of Paul Morphy. This was in July, 1858. I had already received a domestic suggestion that it was possible to give too much time to an innocent game, and the hint was reinforced by my experience with Morphy. I concluded that if, after all the time I had given to chess, any man could give a rook and beat me easily, any ambition in that direction might as well be renounced. Thenceforth I played only in vacations or when at sea. End of Part 2 and end of Chapter 19.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1 by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 20, Part 1. Art in Cincinnati, Journalism, A Spiritualist Apostle, Theodore Parker, A Conflict Among Unitarian Alumni, Letter from Martineau, The Raid of John Brown, My Condemnation of the Crime and My Retreat, The Infidels, Investigating Tom Paine, Sermon on Paine, Secession from My Church, The Monthly Dial, W. D. Howells, My Tale of Excalibur, Frothingham's Articles, Letter of Emerson and His Contributions, Notable Papers, The Welcome to Hawthorne. In later years, Cincinnati became celebrated for its art collections. Mr. Lerner B. Harrison, Mr. Probasco, Mr. Nicholas Longworth, Jr., and Judge Hoadley, afterwards governor, secured fine examples of the modern European masters. There is now a fine gallery in the museum, but in the old time we had few foreign pictures. We rejoiced, however, in our own Whitridge and Beard, and in our beloved Oriel Eaton, who has left enough beautiful pictures to suggest what he might have achieved but for his early death. There was an English artist there, Henry Worrell, a man of fine wit, around whom we formed a little U and I society. Our artists brought to its weekly evenings quaint sketches, and the rest of us literary fancies. I contributed a half-humorous, half-philosophical series, Dr. Einbohrer and His Pupils, which I have at times thought of printing on account of the pen and ink illustrations inserted by Worrell. There is in the Catholic Cathedral at Cincinnati a large picture by Haydn, the subject being the entrance of Jesus into Jerusalem seated on an ass. I was told that the picture had reached an American port in a slightly damaged condition, and the importer parted with it at a reduced price. The figures in it, however, were in good condition, and I found some symbolism in it. Among those surrounding Jesus, the artist painted a devout disciple with the face of Wordsworth. and a scoffing Sadducee with the face of Voltaire. Voltaire has his chin too high in the air to see Jesus exactly, and Wordsworth bends so low that his worship seems rather to the ass than to the man on it. At that time I retained some ignorant prejudices against Voltaire, and identified Wordsworth with the lost leader of Browning more literally than was just. Haydn's picture gave me the theme of a sermon which, when reported, pleased the Catholics by exciting interest in their picture, but it disturbed some reactionists beginning to appear in my church, who were warned against lowering their homage from a great man to the system that had taken him on its back. The press of Cincinnati was marked by much ability. Some of the writers on it afterwards gained national reputation. Whitelaw Reid, Don Piatt, Murat Halstead, and others, though less widely known, have made their mark in literature. Among these was the late Junius Henry Brown, author of 4 Years in Secessia, A Mirror of New York, and Sights and Sensations in Europe. Henry Reed and his brother Samuel were both brilliant writers, and as they were political antagonists at work on rival papers, their fraternal duels were entertaining. Footnote: a sharp exchange of affronts occurred between the Commercial and the Sunday Inquirer, the editorial language being such that people watched about the office doors of those papers with expectation of some violent encounter. I was privately informed that it was all one of Henry Reed's jokes, and that he wrote the insults in both papers. I do not vouch for the truth of this information, but I knew Henry Reed well, and regarded his resources of drollery as quite equal to such a joke. End of footnote. Ohio was full of intellectual activity, and vigorous letters poured in on the papers from all parts. The Cincinnati papers circulated more widely than any others throughout the West, and I was glad to get my ideas into them. I did not write for money, and considered it generous in the editors to print my often paradoxical pieces. Cincinnati was occasionally visited by the great apostle of spiritualism, Andrew Jackson Davis. There was something phenomenal about this man, who spoke in a strange rapture, and delineated the varied continents and mansions of heaven with a precision truly wonderful. It was like the exactness of the Oriental scriptures, whose omniscience was represented in precise knowledge of the 7 hells, 9 celestial spheres, 20 chiliasms, 6 days of creation, etc. Although Andrew Jackson Davis was no scholar, his disciples made him an unlettered man without natural ability, in order to prove his eloquence not his, but that of the spirits. Davis had, however, evidently received a fair English education. At that time Bohn's cheap translations of classics abounded, and I perceived that Davis had got Plato by heart, if not so well by head. I remember listening for a half-hour to Socrates' dream of the ethereal sea at the bottom of which we dwell, and the superimposed celestial realm, to which Davis had added a chart of various magnetic highroads, apparently suggested by the Milky Way. At Washington there had been too much to absorb me in the conflicts of the earth for much thought concerning spiritual realms, but at Cincinnati there was a small circle of excellent people desirous of converting me. On one occasion there was rapped out a message from someone with whom I had gone to school in Virginia. It appeared impossible that anyone so far away in time and space could know anything about us of that old academy, but on writing to my mother about that schoolmate, I learned that he had gone West, married a spiritualist, and was still living. The raps, however, puzzled me, and it was only in later years that I understood them when listening to the confession of Miss Fox, the earliest spirit rapper, who, with her toe, made a sound that I heard across the Academy of Music, New York. When I related this in London, Professor Huxley wrote to the papers that he had long suspected the origin of the raps and had trained his toes to a power of making them. When eminent mediums visited Cincinnati, I sometimes invited them to hold a séance in my house with a company of believers and unbelievers. The famous Mr. Foster was with us and failed in all his experiments. On another occasion, Mr. Newton of Boston made our table pitch and whirl about. One leg, at least, of the table was always on the floor, but 2 days after I was visited by some eminent citizens who demanded if the report were true that a spiritualist had made my table float through the air. The spiritualists present were perfectly sincere in their mistaken impression of what had occurred. Early in 1859, at the very time that I was delivering discourses against supernaturalism, which alienated my right wing, Theodore Parker fell ill and went abroad for health. The silence of that voice was a grievous event. Parker had for many years addressed about 5,000 people in the Boston Music Hall. He had been denounced by the Associated Unitarians, and several ministers had lost their positions by inviting him into their pulpits. The Orthodox sects in Boston had become so demoralized by his increasing influence that in 1858 many of them united in a special day of prayer to invoke the divine interference with Parker's reign of terror. Some of these prayer meetings were disgraceful. The appeal of one gospeler, "O Lord, put a hook in his jaws," became a byword. While this fanaticism was raging in Boston, Africans were praying for the recovery of their champion. Although the imprecations in vulgar conventicles excited general laughter, it had depressed Parker to think that after so many years' labor for the culture and charities of Boston, he could be the object of widespread odium. When I went in July to Boston, I saw Joseph Lyman and several other adherents of Parker, whose reports concerning his condition were not encouraging. I received an impression that though the great preacher's health had long been feeble, it had been lowered by these prayerful outrages, and the fanatics might boast that heaven had answered their petition. Theodore Parker had regularly attended our annual meeting of alumni of Divinity School, and feeling that some word of sympathy from his brother alumni might have a happy effect on his mind and health, I consulted the Reverend James Freeman Clarke, who, though of the right wing in theology, loved Parker and defended religious liberty. He eagerly responded and said that he would second a resolution if I would prepare one. The resolution was in the following terms: Resolved, that the Association has heard with deep regret of the failure during the past year of the health of the Reverend Theodore Parker, and we hereby extend to him our heartfelt sympathy, and express our earnest hope and prayer for his return, with renewed strength and heart unabated, to the post of duty which he has so long filled with ability and zeal. I do not think I made any speech at all in moving the resolution, leaving it to Clarke, for many years the reconciling spirit, to say all that was necessary. His brief speech was beautiful and touching. Alluding to past controversies, he said that however hard had been some things said by Parker, he personally knew that he cherished the tenderest feelings towards the members of the association. Here, he said, was an opportunity to show a Christian spirit towards him, to bless him, and upon no one could kindly sentiments have happier effect. The pathetic words of a great-hearted Clarke might have moved a stone, but not one so hard as the relic of Puritan intolerance lingering even in that scholarly assembly. There ensued the last outburst of wrath against Parkerism. I will not rake up any names. A venerable leader disowning any personal ill will towards Parker, acknowledging his learning and power, cried, almost shouted, that he could not wish him to resume his work of pulling down the kingdom of the Lord Jesus. Antagonistic speeches followed, and an effort was made to induce us to withdraw the resolution, on the ground that there was no precedent for expressing sympathy for a suffering associate. Clark and I respectfully declined to withdraw, my seconder declaring in solemn words that it was not a matter of form, and it was now necessary for us to say either that we did or did not sympathize with the suffering man. This turned the anger upon me, and one minister intimated that I was trying to get from the association an endorsement of my own opinions. To this I replied that although I could not withdraw the resolution, I would cheerfully vote for an altered form which should express personal sympathy without any allusion to Parker's work. This was met by a cry from one opponent, "We don't want it in any shape." The speeches then became so sharp, though no further word was uttered by Clark or myself, that an effort was made to exclude the reporters. These, however, were permitted to remain, on an assurance from one of our opponents that they knew well enough what to report and what not to, a confidence fully justified. The speeches were all softened in the next day's papers, and not a hint given of my having agreed to substitute for my resolution any kind word. A direct vote was after all escaped. The advertised hour for the annual address, to be delivered that year by Dr. Bellows of New York, had already been passed by a few minutes, and a motion for adjournment was carried. Next day I breakfasted at Lowell's house with Edmund Quincy, who said, "So you couldn't get the Unitarians to pray for Parker?" He and others regarded it as due to my want of familiarity with the old Parkerite polemics that, while repudiating miracles, I should have attempted such a miracle as to soften the heart of militant Unitarianism. The recoil on the denomination was serious. Tidings came of the affectionate reception with which Theodore Parker had been welcomed in London by the Unitarians. Since the death of Channing, James Martineau had been recognized throughout America and Europe as the greatest representative of the Unitarian theology and of the spiritual life beneath it. He and his eminent co-worker, the Venerable John James Taylor, having found Parker too weak to preach to their people as they had desired, welcomed him in their homes, invited the best people to meet him, and parted from him with tenderest emotion. These London leaders were familiar with Parker's writings and with all controversies in Boston. I wrote to Martineau and received an answer evidently meant for publication. In it he said, "Some painful experience has taught me to estimate these things at their right value, and to see that some of the purest, noblest, and devoutest men of this age have been and are among the excommunicate. What nobler practical life, nay, in spite of all extravagances, what nobler inner religion has our time seen than Theodore Parker's? Dissenting from his Christology, and opposing it, nay, strongly feeling the defects of his philosophy, I deeply honored and loved him, and from the first recognized in him one of God's true prophets of righteousness. But there never was and never will be a Stephen whom the chief priests and the Sanhedrim at large do not cast out and stone." This, from the man whose endeavors after the Christian life had become as daily bread in every Unitarian household in America, amounted to an adjudication. When it presently became known by his last published letter that the refusal of his fellow alumni to express any sympathy with him was the last thorn in the pillow of a dying man, and when before the year had passed he lay in his grave at Florence, his brave spirit arose in the Unitarian Church in America. I once asked Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes if he had ever heard Theodore Parker. He said, "I am sorry to say no. One morning I concluded to go and listen to him, but I had waited too long. It was announced from the platform that Mr. Parker was too ill to preach. He left for Europe soon after and never preached again." This failure of Dr. Holmes to hear Parker was in notable contrast with what was told me concerning Thackeray. When that novelist visited Boston, he was entertained by a magnate of the city who asked him whether there was any particular person he desired to meet. To the dismay of his host, Thackeray answered, "Yes, Theodore Parker." Dr. Holmes, as is shown by an allusion in his Autocrat of the Breakfast Table, had a sympathetic interest in Parker's heresy, but it needed the preacher's death to give him a perspective like that which a distance of 3,000 miles had given Thackeray. Such a perspective was opened for all Unitarian eyes by the death of Parker. From many censorious lips came the homage to Parker's dust which had been denied to his living presence. But Emerson, who could recognize greatness before its canonization, met with the vast concourse of mourners gathered at the Music Hall on Sunday, June 17, 1860, and laid on the grave of Theodore Parker an unfading wreath. This was the final confirmation, as if in a Supreme Court, of the judgment rendered by James Martineau. The intolerance lingering in creedless Unitarianism was put to confusion. A heavy burden rolled from the shoulders of the young generation at the foot of Parker's cross. James Freeman Clarke was elected to the chief office in the Unitarian Association, sometimes passing from his official chair to preach to Parker's congregation. In my own discourse, The Nemesis of Unitarianism, 1860, I was able to point out 25 ministers on the ground where 15 years before Theodore Parker labored alone. Footnote: in less than 30 years from the time when the assembled alumni of the Divinity School refused to unite in my prayer for Parker's restoration to health and work, the denomination had come to the heretic's ground. The Parker Memorial Hall and its society, unable to find a leader, wisely concluded that there was no longer any reason for maintaining an attitude of defense where there was no longer any attack. They consulted Parker's old friends and the Unitarian leaders who admired him, such as Edward Everett Hale, with the result that it was determined to make over the Memorial Hall to the Benevolent Fraternity of Churches in Boston. It was arranged that the closing service of the 28th Congregational Society should be of historical importance. I was invited to deliver the chief address, and in it gave my personal recollections of the man and the preacher. His friend Mrs. Cheney made a very touching and beautiful address, and Mr. Hale spoke in his happiest vein. So do dark clouds of the morning sometimes float into light at eventide. End of footnote. I find something in the third year of my ministry in Cincinnati with which to reproach myself. It is with regard to the raid of John Brown in Virginia. On October 23, 1859, the Sunday after tidings came of the events of October 16th and 17th at Harper's Ferry, I delivered a discourse which was published in a Cincinnati paper, and after the lapse of 45 years it appears to me just. I described the action of John Brown as worse than a crime, a blunder. Referring to his career in Kansas, where he saw his house burned and 2 of his sons murdered, I said, "The hatred of slavery, hitherto a principle in this old man's heart, now, as he looked upon the cold, ghastly features of his slain sons, raged within him. What was before a healthy feeling for human rights became a morbid monomania, which saw in every slaveholder a border ruffian, in every slave his slain son. How this disease in the old man's mind has worked itself out, and with what results, the Telegraph has been reporting to us during the week. I believe Brown to have been mad as the average view madness, and I thank God that in this selfish age, when everything ere it be decided right or wrong is first weighed in its relations to bread and butter, I thank God that in this diluvial period of materialism one man is found who can go crazy for an idea, one who can rave like a half-clad John in the desert for the path of God to be made straight, and declare the axe laid to the root of the tree. I arraign as the arch-criminal in this case the United States government, that wretched mother who almost makes parricide a virtue. The United States government has, by its crimes against one race of God's human children, made the very blood in best hearts beat with indignation against its laws. Look you, they would make it patriotic for me to grind my brother to powder. Yes, an immortal child of God, a brother of Christ, may pause at my door, the demon of hunger may be gnawing at his vitals, his naked back, yet quivering with cruel marks, may call for oil for the wound and shelter from the blast, and the general government says, "Close your hand, tighten your purse strings, slam your door in his face. The cruel you are, the more virtuous will I hold you, the more pitiless, the more patriotic." I further declared that the abolitionists, being non-resistants, would denounce the method of Brown. In this I was mistaken. After the sermon, Judge Stallo took me to his house and argued earnestly against my view and my extreme peace principles. Then came the voices of anti-slavery men in the East. Even Garrison, equally the apostle of peace and of liberty, applauding Brown with such enthusiasm that his increasingly mild rebukes of Brown's method were lost like the still small voice amid earthquake and tempest. Also Emerson, from whose essay on war I was continually drawing, spoke at Concord of those who cry madman when a hero passes, and said that if John Brown died on the gallows, he would make it glorious like a cross. Footnote: when Emerson was lecturing in Cincinnati early in 1860, Edmund Dexter Sr., a wealthy citizen, called and, referring to the reports of his speech at Concord, said, "Surely you cannot approve of that raid of John Brown?" Emerson answered, "If I should tell you why I do not, you might not like it any better." Mr. Dexter was more independent than Emerson supposed, and was among the leading citizens who requested the publication of a sermon of mine in vindication of Thomas Paine. Had the State of Virginia shown any magnanimity or even calmness at this invasion by 19 fanatics, who had not slain a man nor liberated a Negro, the evil results of that raid might have been averted. But Governor Wise of Virginia was a misnamed man. By inflated speeches he raised a molehill into a volcano and threw the state into a panic. It suited the pro-slavery government at Washington to use the raid as an indictment against anti-slavery agitators everywhere, and the canonization by these of John Brown as a hero and martyr became inevitable. For 6 weeks the eyes of the whole country were fixed on the prison of John Brown, from which came reports of his unfailing courage, anecdotes that raised the popular estimate of the man, and tender messages to his family and his friends which moved the hearts of millions. The pathos of the situation drew away attention from John Brown's crime. That the Virginia authorities could carry that old man to the scaffold was ascribed by his sympathizers to the power of slavery to turn hearts to stone. In those weeping Northern homes no allowance was made for the terror which Brown's invasion had struck into Southern homes, where parents sat trembling with their children, and not without reason, for the governor of Virginia and the Northern pro-slavery politicians had for their own purposes created a belief in the South that Brown's invasion was the precursor of Negro insurrection and an attack by the whole North, and thus the seeming heartlessness of a really defensive execution raised in the North a storm of passionate resentment which confirmed Southern terrors. By that Northern storm I was carried off my feet. The calm judgment given in my discourse of October 23rd against the raid was swept away by the enthusiasm and tears of my anti-slavery comrades. John Brown was executed on December 2, 1859, and 2 days later my sermon exalted him to the right hand of God. I did not indeed retract my testimony against the method of bloodshed, except by implication. I set aside the human wisdom of this movement. I set aside the question of the abstract rectitude of the method. The statue of the hero dwarfs such considerations. It was his conviction of duty. That is enough. Where heroism comes, where self-devotion comes, where the sublime passion for the right comes, there God comes. There a will unmeasurable by all prudential gauges is executed, and we may as well question the moral propriety of a streak of lightning or an earthquake as of that deed. 3 months later appeared James Redpath's volume, The Public Life of Captain John Brown. Redpath was a friend and follower of Brown, but there were revelations in his book that made me hedge a little. In noticing the book in the Dial, March 1860, I wrote, "This work contains the materials for the true life of the new Peter the Hermit, who sought to redeem the holy places of humanity. This life must be written from a philosophical standpoint coordinate in elevation to Brown's intent, and must not justify to us Gideon and Samuel and the other model barbarians, whom we venerate at a distance of 5,000 years, but would imprison for life in any civilized community. John Brown's method of dealing with slavery was a piece with his false theology and his uncultured mind. His virtue, his fidelity, are what makes the world fit to live in." It was only long afterwards that little by little came out facts that convinced me that Brown had secured money for his violent purpose by concealing that purpose, involving thus the names of eminent men, and also had led some of his small band to their death by similar concealment. In my novel Pine and Palm, 1887, Captain Brown, alias Gideon, figures in a light that could not please his admirers, but it is better than I could find for him now when, reading his career by the light of subsequent history, I am convinced that few men ever wrought so much evil. On either side of the grave of a largely imaginary Brown, wrathful Northerners and panic-stricken Southerners were speedily drawn up into hostile camps, and the only force was disarmed that might have prevented the catastrophe that followed. Up to that time the anti-slavery agitation had marched on the path of peace, and every year had brought further assurance of a high human victory in which South and North would equally triumph. But now we were all Brown's victims, even we anti-slavery men, pledged to the methods of peace. In my sermon already quoted, on Brown's death, I did entreat that we should all do a manly Christian part in the development of his deed, and in controlling it, lest it pass out of the lawful realm of the Prince of Peace, but the plea was lost under my homage to the insanity of a man who had set the example of lynching slaveholders. Too late I repented. For other anti-slavery men there might be some excuse. At least it appears to me now that there had remained in nearly every Northern breast, however liberal, some unconscious chord which Brown had touched, inherited from the old Puritan spirit and faith in the God of War. I had been brought up in no such faith, but in the belief that evil could be conquered only by regeneration of the evildoer. I had, however, been influenced by my youthful optimism to adopt the doctrine of a deity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. When civil war began to threaten the country, I did indeed modify my divinity. With some satisfaction I find in the Cincinnati Enquirer a letter signed "A Soldier of the Constitution," written after hearing one of my sermons, which says, "Any man professing to be a Christian minister, who classes Jehovah, the Christian's God, in the same category with Mars and Jupiter and Odin, the barbarous and licentious creations of a heathen imagination, and says, as did Mr. Conway, that our God of battles is no better than these pagan deities, should be indicted under the statute against blasphemy, if there be one in your state laws." There was in Cincinnati a small society of so-called infidels, who gathered every Sunday afternoon in a room on 4th Street. I attended some of their meetings, taking an obscure corner place. The speakers were partisans, the most prominent of them Englishmen who, with somewhat faulty grammar, had a good sense and a certain rude eloquence. I was impressed by the fact that although these men had no belief in God or immortality, nearly every speech expressed enthusiastic homage for Thomas Paine, a fervent apostle of theism. Paine had become to them more than the founder of a deistic church. He was the standard-bearer and apostle of religious freedom. To these freethinkers he was what George Fox was to the Quakers and John Wesley to the Methodists. In early life I had heard Paine occasionally mentioned by preachers with abhorrence, but it was only in Cincinnati that I discovered that those denunciations were of interest to me as a student of myths and legends. In listening to the freethinkers in their humble hall, I became aware of the large mythology grown and growing around Thomas Paine. Through their exposures of the traditional calumnies of Paine, I discovered that in his legend there were traces of the old folk tales of the Wandering Jew and of Faust. These clerical fictions also reminded me that towers may be measured by the shadows they cast. I could not help being interested in a writer whom Jehovah was said to have chosen for the object of his special wrath. In my unprejudiced investigation, I found evidence that Paine was the first to raise the standard of American independence, that it was he who had converted to that cause Washington, Franklin, John Adams, Jefferson, and other statesmen, that in all the course of the Revolution his services had been unwearied, disinterested, and of an importance proclaimed by George Washington and by Congress. The immediate result of these researches was an announcement that on Paine's birthday, January 29, 1860, the subject of my sermon would be Thomas Paine. The church was crowded. I had feared that my pleading for Paine might excite some opposition in my congregation, or at least some remonstrance on my imprudence, but instead of that I received next day a request to publish my discourse. It was signed by many eminent and wealthy citizens, some of whom did not belong to my congregation. Their letter and names were printed as the preface of the sermon, which bore the title "Thomas Paine, a Celebration." From that time the freethinkers frequented my church, and I arranged that there should be each week an evening of discussion with them. I had gained their goodwill, and Moreau, a leading writer of their faith, for it was a fervent faith, dedicated a volume to me as the first who had ever uttered from a pulpit any word favorable to Paine. My vindication of Paine and its unexpected success was felt by the freethinkers in Cincinnati as a vindication of themselves also, and I felt it my opportunity for grappling with what I considered their errors. My theism was not indeed of the Paine type. I had passed from all dynamic theism to the theism evolved from pantheism by the poets, but I found that in criticizing the opinions of these atheists I had undertaken a difficult task. Several of them — I remember the names of Colville, Miller, and Pickles — were shrewd disputants, and steadily drove me to reconsider the basis of my beliefs. I entered upon a severely logical statement of the corollaries of theism. In a course of discourses I had already rejected supernaturalism, to the distress of a third of my congregation, this being the first time that simple theism had invaded any Western pulpit. That, however, was less disturbing than a sermon on God, in which I maintained that the creation and government of the universe by an omnipotent and omniscient deity was inconsistent with any free will. I affirmed that the so-called free agency of man was a much overrated notion. I contended that what theologians called the will of God was a misconception. An all-wise and morally perfect deity could have no freedom. There can be but one very best, and to that he must adhere. The least deviation from it would undeify him. Footnote: I do not find anything in the church broil at Cincinnati of sufficient interest to dwell on here. The secessionists who went off on account of my series of sermons on miracles and established the Church of the Redeemer were sufficiently numerous for our committee to agree to a division of the church property as a measure of peace. But one of our number, an art dealer named William Wiswell, could not be reconciled to this and appealed to the court for an injunction against the sale. I regretted this step, which rendered a sharp conflict inevitable. The long trial in the courts was reflected in a controversy in the Unitarian Christian Enquirer, New York, as well as in the Western papers. The case was not finally settled until after I had resigned my pulpit and gone to live at Concord and edit the Commonwealth in Boston. When the property was sold, an equitable proportion of the amount was given to the Church of the Redeemer. Friendliness thus began to return, and the Redeemerites, as they were popularly called, shared in the increasing liberalism of the Unitarian denomination to such an extent that when, in 1875, I returned from England for a few months, I was welcomed in Cincinnati equally by both parties, and had the happiness of delivering the open discourse at their consolidation in one society. This event was the more noticeable because of a publicly announced invitation given me by the Theodore Parker Fraternity in Boston to become their minister. In January 1901, being on a visit to Cincinnati to give a literary lecture, I was persuaded to preach in the pretty church they had built at Walnut Hills. That brief account of my spiritual pilgrimage in the 40 years since I left their pulpit was my last sermon. End of footnote. My theological and philosophical heresies reported in the Ohio journals excited discussion far and near. The papers teemed with controversial letters, and a magazine became inevitable. Its first number appeared in January 1860, bearing the title The Dial, a monthly magazine for literature, philosophy, and religion. M. D. Conway, editor. Horas non numero nisi serenas. Cincinnati, office No. 76 West 3rd Street, 1860. At the end of my prefatory word it was said, "The Dial stands before you, the reader, a legitimation of the spirit of the age which aspires to be free, free in thought, doubt, utterance, love, and knowledge. It is in our minds symbolized not so much by the sun clock in the yard as by the floral dial of Linnaeus, which recorded the advancing day by the opening of some flowers and the closing of others. It would report the day of God as recorded in the unfolding of higher life and thought, and the closing up of old superstitions and evils. It would be a dial measuring time by growth. End of chapter 20, part 1. Chapter 20, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1 by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 20, Part 2. The Dial was well received, had a large subscription list, the Jews especially interesting themselves, and received good notices from the press throughout the state. Ralph Waldo Emerson, alluding to the title, that of the magazine edited by himself and Margaret Fuller, said he would send me a contribution if only because of my memory. I was cheered by letters from Longfellow, Charles Norton, and Frothingham. Among the notices of the press one moved me deeply. It was in the Ohio State Journal, published at Columbus, and is as follows. That men should say what they think outside of Boston is of course astonishing. That they should say what they think inside of Cincinnati rather relieves the marvelousness of the first astonisher. It is not true that men's minds are expanded in proportion as there is a good deal of land to the acre, or that a generous climate and fertile soil grow warm, rich hearts. After half a century's stultification, we like that newspaper word, the nation is beginning to discover that true hospitality, courage, and generosity have their home in the North and not in the South. And we all know that the frozen hills of New England have sheltered in their bleakest ravines the spirit of free thought and open speech after it has been banished from the South, the West, and the mercenary cities of the Middle States. Until now, Boston has been the only place in the land where the inalienable right to think what you please has been practiced and upheld. If Cincinnati can place herself beside Boston on this serene eminence, she will accomplish a thing nobler than pork, sublimer than Catawba, more magnificent than Pike's Opera House. The Dial is an attempt on the part of intellectual Cincinnati to do this, and the attempt is a noble one. We do not ask anybody to endorse the views of M. D. Conway, but we hold up his course as one of brilliant success in everything that makes success honorable, as that of a man singularly unselfish and devoted to what he believes the truth. He is the editor of The Dial, but The Dial, while it represents his views, shows the time of day by every intellectual light that shines upon it. It numbers among its contributors some of the most distinguished thinkers of New England, and it seeks to bring out all the thinkers of the West. The January number, which was experimental, has been before the public some time. The February number, lately issued, announces the fixity of The Dial for 1 year at least. The contents of this number are The Christianity of Christ, the second article on that subject by, we believe, the editor, The Word, a learned and entertaining paper on philosophical philology, Walden Woods and Walden Water, poems by Mr. Sanborn of Boston, known popularly by his connection with the John Brown excitement, The Nature of Moral Accountability, by the late James M. Espy, the eminent meteorologist, who with his dying hand directed its publication. On Prayer, An Attack upon Prayer, Quatrains by Ralph Waldo Emerson, The Catholic Chapter, Grains of Wheat, gathered from every field by the editor, and critical notices. The magazine is $2 per year, the editor to be addressed. But let no one who fears plain speech on the most vital subjects subscribe. It is the organ of profound thinkers, merciless logicians, and polished writers. Something like an old Methodist hallelujah rose to my lips when I read that article. It was not because it praised my magazine — the papers were all doing that — it was because of the revelation that a man who could write like that was out there in Ohio, not farther away than Columbus. I ran with the paper to my wife as if I had found a fortune. And indeed such it proved. It was not long before I was meeting the author, William Dean Howells, face to face, and not long before I was deep in his first book, Poems of Two Friends, written jointly with J. J. Piatt. The Dial for March, 1860, declared this the most appetizing little book, and also said, Mr. Howells has intelligence and culture graced by an almost Heinesque familiarity with high things, and if it were not for a certain fear of himself, we should hope that this work was but a prelude to his sonata. As it is, we are not very sure that it would not be well to take the anti-publication pledge for a year or so, the time to be devoted to amputation of all classics and models which incline him to prefer a luxurious sedan to honest limbs given by nature. When this was written I had not seen Howells, or my impression of his poetry would have been expressed with more lowliness. As it was, I added, we should not venture to speak thus had we not a real confidence in the genius and promise, etc. Nevertheless, it happened to be the first greeting of Howells' first book, and although when I presently got to know the man I was angry with myself at the inadequacy of the notice, it was made much of by the young author. Never shall I forget the day when he came to see us in Cincinnati. There was about him a sincerity and simplicity, a repose of manner along with a maturity of strength, surprising in a countenance so young, and I must add beautiful, that I knew perfectly well that my new friend had a great career before him. The cheer of Howells was all the more precious to me because it was animated by a pure literary spirit. I found, however, that he had strong anti-slavery feelings, and at the very time was writing a life of Abraham Lincoln. Howells seemed to have read everything. At least, whenever I mentioned any writer or work, I found he had been searching the same. I went with him wherever he wished to go in Cincinnati, gladly laying aside all work to see as much of him as I could during his brief visit. In the evening we went together to the house of Miss Norse, a distinguished teacher, and there Howells first met the young lady who became his wife. Although Howells was above all the youth of letters and a student, his writing was blood-tinctured of a veined humanity, and I need hardly remind those acquainted with anti-slavery history that his widely copied poem on Margaret Garner, the hunted fugitive, was the most important thing inspired by that and the like tragic events. As an inspiration of the time, I remember no poem equal to it. Howells contributed 4 exquisite little poems to my Dial, and in that way, as well as by my use of his little book, our circle of friends in Cincinnati soon knew what a treasure we had at Columbus. In the first number of the Dial appeared a tale I had written in December 1859 and finished at Christmas. During that month little was thought of except the execution of John Brown and his men. The tale was in 3 parts, and entitled Excalibur, A Story for Anglo-American Boys. It purports to be told by an uncle to his nephews and nieces during Christmas time in 2 successive years, the name of the home, Kenmore, being a remembrance of the home of Washington's sister, Mrs. Fielding Lewis, in Fredericksburg, Virginia. On Christmas Eve, Uncle Paul, and treated for a story, relates that of Excalibur, the wonderful sword made by a nymph under the sea and coming to Arthur, who alone could draw it from the stone in which it was set. In his hand, because it struck only for justice, it never failed. The dying King Arthur had it hurled into the sea. In the second part, Uncle Paul relates how, after many centuries, a fisherman found the sword in his net and brought it to Frederick the Great, who wears and wields it when delivering oppressed countries from Austria, and finally sends it to George Washington, engraved with the words, "From the oldest general in the world to the greatest." Part the third is told by Uncle Paul a year later, 1859, and relates to John Brown of Harper's Ferry, concluding as follows. At last the old man went down into the same neighborhood where Excalibur had gone. A divine madness seized upon him, as it is written, "Oppression maketh a wise man mad." But whether such madness be not the wisdom of God, which is foolishness with men, we are not all calm enough now to judge. Soon John Brown bore in his hand the never-failing sword Excalibur. In his hand it conquered a whole nation. Presently 29 other nations came to help the one, and this old man and his sons were taken prisoners, but not till then. Such is the power of the sword, which strikes for justice and liberty. On the 2nd day of December 1859, they hanged that old man by the neck until he was dead, for loving his neighbor as himself, for stooping to heal the wounded Jew, for remembering those who are in bonds as bound with them. But as he died, he was more victorious than he had ever dreamed of being. He melted 1,000,000 hearts and poured them into the molds of freedom. Excalibur still waits for the hand of its next true king, who will be he that can conquer without it. It has made its wound, piercing beneath the scales of the dragon, and that wound can never be healed. His fierce writhings and threatenings only tell us how the blow touched the seat of life. Let us trust that it need never strike again. Let us pray that about it may grow up a people who know the power of the sword of the Spirit, the love that never faileth, and who may wield the weapon which is not carnal so truly that the strongholds of evil shall fall, and the kingdom of purity and peace be established. My skepticism was evidently limited to subjects within the scope of my profession. The conventionalized Frederick was accepted without question, and the legend of his sending an inscribed sword to George Washington was with equal confidence revived and given the stamp of authenticity. Some years later, when Carlyle told me that the story of Frederick's sending a sword to George Washington was an absurd fiction, I searched into the matter and found that he was right. And later, I found reason to believe that it was through John Brown's effort and delay in getting hold of that fabulous sword that he and his men lost their lives. Really sacrificed to a small superstition about a very insignificant sword, it is now in the State Library at Albany, Brown and his men were regarded as martyrs in the North, while the panic they caused in the South led the way to the Civil War. Such was the disastrous result of what appeared a pretty myth. Soon after my tale appeared, I received a round robin of thanks for it from the entire Fremont family, parents and children, which set me dreaming when, early in the war, General Fremont issued his proclamation of emancipation in Missouri, which President Lincoln canceled. The Dial of December 1860 opened with "A parting word," and this began, "With this number the publication of the Dial ceases. The simple reason for this is that the editor is unable to bear the labor it adds to his usual and necessary duties. At the close, the epitaph of my magazine is given in the word Resurgam. The Dial, at the end of the first year, was really slain by the Union War several months in advance of its outbreak. For 5 months after the election of President Lincoln, while the farther Southern States were seceding, the struggle was between the anti-slavery and the Unionists, who proposed pacification of the secessionists by a total surrender of freedom. We at Cincinnati were in the very thick of this conflict of pens and words, and it was impossible to continue the literary and philosophical discussions of the Dial. Promising to register only serene hours, the Dial closed up under the persistent storm, and its hope of resurrection also perished. But in the year that it lasted, my magazine merited the praise bestowed on it by Howells and other literary men. Should the time arrive when the West is interested in its intellectual and religious history, the Dial will be found a fair mirror of the movements of thought in that period of extraordinary generous seeking. An able work by Octavius B. Frothingham ran through 9 numbers of the Dial, The Christianity of Christ. This work, which filled 130 pages, is by no means a series of sermons, but an original critical treatise representing the scholarship and genius of New York's brilliant minister. Emerson contributed The Sacred Dance, Song of the Spinning Dervish, translated from von Hammer's Redekunste, 12 quatrains, and an essay on domestic life, one of his finest. Footnote: with reference to this article for which I was hoping, and to the death of Theodore Parker, Emerson wrote, June 6, 1860, "My dullness and incapacity at work has far exceeded any experience or any fear I had of it. It has left me more time lately to do nothing, in many attempts to arrange and finish old manuscripts for printing, than ever before I think to do what I could best. For the scrap of paper that I was to send you, after visiting Philadelphia, Dr. Furness, when he came here, told me it was not to go. Then I kept it to put into what will not admit anything peaceably, my religion chapter, which has a very tender stomach on which nothing will lie. They say the ostrich hatches her eggs by standing off and looking at it, and that is my present secret of authorship. Not to do quite nothing for you, I long ago rolled up and addressed to you an ancient manuscript lecture called Domestic Life, and long ago, you may be sure, familiar to lyceums, but never printed except in newspaper reports. But I feared you would feel bound to print it, though I should have justified you if you had not printed a page. For the question you now send me, all this is the answer. I have nothing to say of Parker. I know well what a calamity is the loss of his courage and patriotism to the country, but of his mind and genius, few are less accurately informed than I. It is for you and Sanborn, and many excellent young men who stood in age and sensibility, hearers and judges of all his discourse and action, for you to weigh and report. I have just written to his society, who have asked me to speak with Phillips in the funeral oration, that I will come to hear, not to speak, though I shall not refuse to say a few words in honor. My relations to him are quite accidental, and our differences of method and working such as really required and honored all his Catholicism and magnanimity to forgive in me. So I shall not write you an essay, nor shall I in this mood, whilst I am hunted by printers, who do not nobly forgive as you do, hope for reformation. But can you not, will you not come to Boston to speak to this occasion of eulogies of Parker? End of footnote. I also printed an early address of Emerson's, long out of print, given on the anniversary of West Indian emancipation. Dr. M. E. Lazarus, a native of North Carolina, who had enjoyed the friendship of A. Toussaint in Paris, translated for me some interesting passages from that mystic and naturalist, also Balzac's Ursula and A Drama on the Seashore. There was one article by Dr. Lazarus, True Principles of Emancipation, which I sometimes revert to even now as a wonderful specimen of individual utopianism. It appeared in April 1860 during the excitement following the execution of John Brown and preceding the nomination of Abraham Lincoln, when everybody had his post in some political regiment, everybody except this native of North Carolina and citizen of the world, as his paper was superscribed. He stood apart and beheld the evil of Negro slavery as only an intensification, due to the special helplessness of the victims, of the universal evil of the commercial competitive system by which the human personality is enslaved. The Negroes possess many fine qualities which are all ignored by the domineering Anglo-Norman. The prolonged crucifixion of a martyr race demands a resurrection more humane than the liberty of selling oneself by the day, the cutthroat competitions of labor for wages, the outrages sanctioned by prejudice against color, careworn indigence, or paralyzed pauperism. Such emancipation would be but an exchange of evils for a race whose happiness consists in the obedience excited by kindness. We all want liberty in general, for the pleasure of surrendering it in particular and at discretion, just as we desire money for the purpose of spending it. It rests with the Southern woman to render the whole slave code a dead letter by taking care that the services in every home between white and black shall not be under commands or menaces, but mutual, spontaneous, polite, affectionate, the inferior obeying from charm the will of the superior. My editorial experiences brought me into contact with a number of people possessing something like genius, and from some of them I expected large results. Myron B. Benton, for instance, wrote exquisite poems in the Dial, one of them, Orchis, surpassingly beautiful. I visited him in his charming home in Dutchess County, New York, where he lived a retired life. The sweet and delicate poet — he died near the close of 1902 — was an enigma to me, but perhaps he had discovered, with Shakespeare, the blessedness of being little. W. W. Fosdick, a Cincinnatian, wrote 2 poetic and thoughtful pieces for the Dial. He was a lovable man, but without enterprise, and while he had humor, was rather melancholy. He was a great man in our chess club, and I think he would have accomplished something in literature had he been less fond of that time-consuming game. One day there entered my library a middle-aged man over 6 feet tall, with a shaggy head, strong features, large, all-seeing dark eyes, announced as Orson Murray. He lived out in the country somewhere, and brought me an essay on prayer. He supposed I would not publish it, but I did, and it made an explosion like a bomb. Orson was a sort of John Brown, whose Harper's Ferry was orthodoxy, but there was no blunder or miscarriage in this raid on prayer, and he made a strong point about Brown, for whose rescue so many prayed. If Peter, Paul, and Silas could be delivered from prison in answer to prayer, why not John Brown? He was a better man than either Peter or Paul. It is not recorded of him that he was ever guilty of betraying his master or of persecuting his master's church. I appended to this article a defense of prayer as being part of nature, like the songs of birds, and to be improved by culture. More than 200 articles, amounting to 778 pages, 8 volumes, were published in the Dial, of which I wrote 30, besides 70 critical notices of new books. Among the contributions there was only one which I had to regret, an article by Mr. Vickers on Rufus Choate after his decease. It was violent, and spoke of him as an opium eater. It left me without proper examination just as I was going off on my vacation. Even had it been just, I would never have printed it had I seen the proof, for although I deplored that great lawyer's political course, I personally knew that he was a man of fine domestic qualities and virtues. Yet his public life could not be defended by an anti-slavery man, and I concluded not to call attention to it by any comment, but I expressed to his daughters my distress at its appearance. At the time when this article was appearing in my Dial, assisting at a welcome to Hawthorne on his return from Europe. It was at a dinner of the Literary Club, and of the large number present, every one except Hawthorne had groaned under the pro-slavery administration of President Pierce, elected, as some of us believed, by Hawthorne's campaign biography of him. Yet such is the privilege of genius that instead of the lèse-majesté of saying that the author of the Scarlet Letter had sold himself for a consulate, we had said of the odious president, "After all, he did save Hawthorne from poverty." At the head of the table sat Agassiz, Hawthorne on his right, Emerson on his left, or perhaps Longfellow, Holmes and Lowell near. Hawthorne's repose was striking beside the vivacity of Agassiz, but he did not sustain his reputation for shyness. I was not near enough to hear what he said, but remarked his animation, and the fine candor of his expression. He appeared little older than when I had seen him 7 years before, and in a sense improved by his heavy mustache, though this concealed the feminine sweetness of his mouth. There were no speeches at the dinner, which I remember among the happiest I ever attended in America. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 21, Part 1. One warm evening in 1859, passing through the marketplace in Cincinnati, I found there a crowd listening to a political speech in the open air. The speaker stood in the balcony of a small brick house, some lamps assisting the moonlight. I had not heard of any meeting, and paused on the skirts of the crowd from curiosity, meaning to stay only a few moments. Something about the speaker, however, and some words that reached me, led me to press nearer. I asked the speaker's name, and learned that it was Abraham Lincoln. Browning's description of the German professor, "3 parts sublime to 1 grotesque," was applicable to this man. The face had a battered and bronzed look, without being hard. His nose was prominent and buttressed a strong and high forehead. His eyes were high vaulted and had an expression of sadness. His mouth and chin were too close together, the cheeks hollow. On the whole, Lincoln's appearance was not attractive until one heard his voice, which possessed variety of expression, earnestness, and shrewdness in every tone. The charm of his manner was that he had no manner. He was simple, direct, humorous. He pleasantly repeated a mannerism of his opponent. "This is what Douglas calls his gur-reat per-rinciple," but the next words I remember were these: "Slavery is wrong." Cincinnati is separated from Kentucky only by the narrow Ohio, which is overlooked in its deep bed, so that the streets of the town on the Kentucky side appear as continuations of some in Cincinnati. One might see the slaves at their work. Kentuckians swarmed over to our political meetings, and their large contingent was revealed at this Lincoln meeting by the murmurs and hisses that followed his declaration, "Slavery is wrong." The John Brown raid had not yet occurred, or the anger might have been more serious. The speaker waited a moment without sign of perturbation, then said, "I find that every man comes into the world with a mouth to be fed and a back to be clothed, that each has also 2 hands, and I infer that those hands are meant to feed that mouth and to clothe that back. And I warn you that any institution that deprives them of that right, and the rights deducible from it, strikes at the very roots of natural justice, which is also political wisdom." Then he added with solemnity, "Slavery is wrong, and no compromise, no political arrangement with slavery will ever last which does not deal with it as wrong." When in the following year Mr. Lincoln was nominated for the presidency and his speeches were collected for circulation as a campaign document, the above sentences were omitted, but there were included the further and more far-reaching words, "The government is expressly charged with the duty of providing for the general welfare. We believe that the spreading out and perpetuity of the institution of slavery impairs the general welfare." The words "and perpetuity" were of startling import, involving not merely the restriction of slavery, but its extinction. I printed them in capitals in the Dial, and cast my vote for Lincoln. It was the only vote I ever did cast for a president, having in Washington had no vote and in later years no faith in any of the candidates or in the office. On his way to Washington for inauguration, Lincoln received an ovation in Cincinnati. Evergreen arches spanned the streets. The banners of German, Italian, and Polish societies mingled with the stars and stripes. The streets were lettered with mottoes in every language. When the procession ended, and the President had made his last bow and turned to enter his hotel, it was said his eyes were filled with tears. 7 Southern States had seceded, and a majority of the nation already demanded pacification of the South by concessions to slavery. Lincoln had not been elected by a majority of the nation. Had not 3 opposing candidates been in the field, he could not have received a majority of the electoral votes. Cincinnati alone gave him an ovation on his way. A plot to assassinate him in Baltimore was escaped only by his passing through that city in disguise, an omen of the humiliation presently undergone by a disguise of the anti-slavery principles ascribed to him. It seemed almost incredible that this first president elected by the new Republican party should in his inaugural have approved a proposed amendment to the Constitution in these terms: "No amendment shall be made to the Constitution which will authorize or give to Congress the power to abolish or interfere within any State with the domestic institutions thereof, including that of persons held to labor or service by the laws of said States." This amendment had passed Congress before Lincoln's inauguration. He said that regarding it as a proposal to make the existing limit on Federal power perpetual, he had no objection to it. And this was the man who had declared in his Cincinnati speech, as above cited, that the perpetuity of slavery impairs the general welfare he had sworn to promote. Abraham Lincoln had also before nomination put himself on public record in these words, "There is no reason in the world why the negro is not entitled to all the natural rights enumerated in the Declaration of Independence, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I hold that he is as much entitled to them as the white man." It was such utterances as these that bore Lincoln into the White House, caught as they presently were on hearts bleeding with sorrow at the execution of John Brown. When the Southern States began to secede, the anti-slavery disunionists regarded the amputation as their victory. For myself, the idolatry of the Union associated with Webster and Clay, and afterwards with Lincoln, was inconceivable except as a commercial interest. I was not brought up in any such atmosphere in Virginia, nor had I been trained in any patriotic sentiment for the South as a section. My enthusiasm had been for slavery, and it turned into an enthusiasm for humanity which naturally sympathized with Garrison. The Union appeared to me an altar on which human sacrifices were offered, not merely in the millions of negroes, but even more in the peace and harmony of the white nation. I hated violence more than slavery, and, much as I disliked President Buchanan, thought him right in declining to coerce the seceding States. His belief that he had no such authority appeared to prevail. The vast interests involved in the Union were beginning to be heard, but the only signs of war in 1860 were not against the South. The abolitionists were assailed as the enemy, and the Republicans began to deny and swear at them with all the timid oaths of Peter. It would be an interesting task for some litterateur to gather from the American newspapers the dramatic incidents of the anti-slavery agitation. I remember James Russell Lowell remarking with some regret that the popularity of abolitionism had ended its era of picturesqueness. He remembered seeing some fine old radicals coming into the grand gatherings in Boston wearing the battered hats and torn coats which bore witness to their encounter with the mob. It was their doctrine that such violence was due to the faithlessness of the churches. Lowell had seen handsome and eloquent Stephen Foster standing with a battered hat and beginning his speech, "This hat was crushed for me by the church in Portland." Parker Pillsbury took the platform in a coat whose complete rent down the back he turned round to show, an attention he had received from the clergy of some other city. The last mobs, which occurred while the first secessions were taking place, were not those of roughs put up to their work by rich men, but of a well-dressed class whose aim was to silence the meetings in order to pacify the South. Hearing of these attempts to suppress freedom of speech, Ralph Waldo Emerson felt it his duty to attend the next meeting and take his place at the post of danger. It was in Tremont Temple, Boston, which was invaded by a noisy mob. Wendell Phillips, who gave me an account of the meeting, told me that after one or two speakers (Garrison was absent) had vainly tried to make themselves heard, he did his best, but secured only a brief interval of attention. But in turning toward his seat he caught sight of Emerson looking calmly on the wild scene. He went to him and whispered. Emerson advanced. The roughs continued their noise for a time, but he stood with such beaming composure that there was a break in the roar. Emerson began, "Christopher North, you have all heard of Christopher North." There was perfect silence, as if the name had paralyzed every man. Not one of them had ever heard of Christopher North, but this assumption of their intelligence by the intellectual stranger disarmed them. Emerson told his story of Christopher North, that he once defended his moderation in having only kicked some scoundrels out of the door instead of pitching them out of the window, and went on to show that, under the circumstances, the abolitionists had exercised moderation. The power of mind over matter was happily displayed in the attention with which that mad crowd listened to Emerson, who spoke admirably. A few threatening notes were sent me in Cincinnati at this time, and on one occasion a dozen roughs, armed with heavy canes, took possession of the front pews to the exclusion of pew owners. This was on the first anniversary of John Brown's execution. My announced subject was "War," and I supposed the roughs were Kentuckians who expected me to urge a war on the South, for they soon all filed out. Were it not for the subjoined extract from that discourse, I should have said that up to that time, December 2, 1860, the idea of coercing the seceded states had not been seriously thought of. "In nearly every nation of the world there is a fight going on, but not one of them could we call, in Paul's phrase, a good fight. No doubt the remote cause of some of these wars is a good cause, that most sacred right of the human soul, liberty. But no such fight can we designate a good fight. For we have heard the wail of implora pace going up to heaven from hearts stricken with unutterable grief. That cannot be a good fight that desolates hearts and homes. That cannot be in any sense good which takes away from matron and maid the noble youth and glorious man, in form and nature the flower of the world, and restores him a ghastly and bleeding corpse to their yearning arms. What are nationalities to the hearts of men and women? Of no value unless they protect the homes of men. Professedly existing only to furnish such protection, nationalities are stains upon the globe when they purchase their soulless corporation life with the human happiness they should foster. Yet what groans and cries have these conflicts of national selfishness wrung from innocent hearts and homes! What bloody encounters between men, who, never having looked on each other, nor wronged each other, come from the loves and labours which would have made them fall on each other's necks as brothers, come to stab and mutilate each other! No, brothers of mine, we cannot call even the Holy Crusades, nor the wars for freedom, good fights, much less the wars for an abstract nationality. I grieve to see the barbarous attempts of certain journals and men to threaten certain portions of our nation with the mere brute force of a nationality. The Constitution gives them no right to secede, it is said, therefore they shall be held with clamps of force. If they try it, they are traitors. Treason is a fictitious crime, a made-up crime. Treason to one nation is often heroism to another. Every man who struck a blow for American independence was a traitor to England. Hampden and Sidney were traitors to Britain, and such treachery has set them as constellations in liberty's heavens. Kossuth is a traitor at home, but a hero here. And so, on this continent, if we attempted to set a mere cold national interest, a question of law and boundaries, against the integrity of homes and hearts and humanities, I believe that it will be found that the American people have gone too far to value any parchment above the human welfare it was made to promote, and will trample underfoot any bond which would make them cut the pound of flesh from a brother's breast. One day the history of the sword will be written, and it will be a different story from what most men imagine. It will be known as the instrument by which nations have been self-conquered." Before a gun was fired, 2/3 of the Southern people were opposed to secession, and nearly all at the North opposed to coercing the seceded states. But it was evident that the 7 states that had seceded could not maintain a separate empire without the adhesion of the more important slave states. Jefferson Davis knew every pro-slavery leader in the states not yet seceded, and saw that the only means of bringing any of those states into the Confederacy would be a challenge to the Union that could not be evaded. President Lincoln, who though a Kentuckian in sentiment had no familiarity with slavery and no knowledge of the New South with its pro-slavery religion, endeavored to move its heart in his pathetic inaugural address from the steps of the Capitol. He said, "In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow citizens, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors. You have no oath registered in heaven to destroy the government, while I shall have the most solemn one to preserve, protect, and defend it." But in thus appealing to a friendliness that did not exist, and inserting the word preserve in his oath, President Lincoln signaled to the Confederates the program on which they might count. They had only to fire on the United States and a conflict would begin which would compel the hesitating slave states to take sides. The opportunity was at hand. Fort Sumter, near Charleston, property of the United States but on the territory of South Carolina, was held by a handful of soldiers who, having refused to surrender the fort, were fired upon by the Confederate commander Beauregard. After a defense of 34 hours, the terms of Beauregard were accepted, and on Sunday afternoon, April 14, 1861, the Union forces marched out from the burning fort, saluting their tattered flag with 50 guns. I am informed by Judge Pryor, now of New York, who was at the same time in Charleston, that he was requested to fire the first gun, but declined because his state, Virginia, was not yet out of the Union. At that moment came up the Hon. Edmund Ruffin, the earliest secessionist. A native of Virginia, he was then a resident in South Carolina, and willingly responded to the request which Pryor declined. This learned and eminent man, Edmund Ruffin, fired the first and the last gun of the war. When he heard of Lee's surrender, he shot himself dead. Not a man on either side had been killed, but never did shot carry more widespread destruction than that which fell on Fort Sumter. That shell sent its fatal fragments into every community. I remember well the evening when the tidings reached Cincinnati. A company of ladies and gentlemen which met every week to study German literature had gathered at the house of Judge Hoadly. Some one brought us the terrible news, and we all silently arose and parted never to meet again for our studies. Other clubs and literary societies also closed. And what occurred in our city occurred everywhere. Students left their colleges, artists their studios. A new era was marked on the land as if on a weird Linnean dial, with the closing of all fair and sweet flowers of civilization and the unfolding of blood-red flowers of war. On the Sunday following the surrender of Sumter and the President's call for 75,000 soldiers, we passed into our church beneath the United States flag, one at each door, and when I ascended to the desk the large assembly rose and sang the Star-Spangled Banner. We were all overcome with emotion, and it was some time before I could utter a word. My sermon, which was on "The Peril and the Hope of the Hour," the text being, "Be ye angry and sin not, let not the sun go down upon your wrath," opened as follows: How can I answer, fellow citizens, your anxious faces, appealing eyes, and throbbing hearts so earnestly calling, "Watchman, what of the night?" The eye that sleeps not alone sees how soon all "still small voices" may be drowned amid the strong wind and earthquake and fire of civil war. Therefore will I thank God for this quiet morning hour, and in it utter the burden of my heart. Sights and sounds, strange and sad, fill the air. Some manly forms and noble young faces we miss in our assembly. Alas, how much more are they missed at your firesides, and in the hearts which clung to them. Yes, our hearts have followed them. The arms alone were untwined, the hands unclasped of families, lovers, friends. Our hearts cannot be chained back from following our brave men, who have left all to defend the imperiled honor and liberty of their country. On our heads, O God of justice, we invoke thy benediction. May thy kind arm encircle those from whom the arms of mothers and wives are withdrawn. Close to thy heart may they be folded. And may they speedily return crowned with that victory which must come as surely as that thou art the God of right over the wrong, of freedom over slavery. The discourse was mainly a defense of the President for defending Fort Sumter, on which the national interest had centered for months and which had become a sort of test case of his attitude toward slavery, the causa causans of secession. Dispatches from Washington, apparently authorized, declared that the President had been compelled by his oath of office to hold Fort Sumter, and alarmed us about Washington, where the Confederacy might presently be seated and "dictate the terms of the division which we all knew must come in the end." These words are quoted from my sermon, and are evidence that the troops called for by the President were supposed to be for defense solely. The general dealing with secession was, of course, it was assumed, to be determined by Congress, which alone possessed the war power. Although there was some wonder that in such a crisis the President had not summoned Congress at once instead of for a day so late as July 4, no one dreamed that the administration meant to assume the right to plunge the nation into a war of coercion. End of Chapter 21, Part 1. Chapter 21, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 21, Part 2. The country was misled about Fort Sumter. Had it been known that defense of that worthless fort was not at all felt by the President as his constitutional duty, and was contrary to the advice of the military head of the nation, General Winfield Scott, as well as of leading cabinet ministers, and that the President had determined on the step because, in his words now known, "the country expects it," the response of the nation would have been different. Had it been announced to the country that the worthless and indefensible old fort was to be abandoned, there would have been no murmur. The thing feared was coercion of the nation by slavery, and the country would not have justified the President in placing Sumter as a chip on its shoulder, and when it was knocked off staking the fate of millions on a shotgun duel with the Confederacy. There was no halo of martyrdom around the head of Abraham Lincoln to shed glamour on his actions in those days. His attitude was that of a politician who had proposed to render slavery eternal by a constitutional amendment, and was willing to barter for the Union all the anti-slavery enthusiasm which had responded to his summons. He had announced that the only thing he would not compromise away was his opposition to the extension of slavery into territories where it did not exist. The North would not have gone to war on that pet point of his. It marched to the John Brown song to free Uncle Tom from the lash of Legree, and did not watch the President as one capable of going to war on his old issue of extensionism, and ready to purchase reunion at the price of liberty and justice. Let us watch. So I urged in that sermon after the fall of Sumter and call for troops. Let us watch with eagle eye every compromise offered and every treaty. The American arms can win no victory nor conquer any peace which shall not give the victory of humanity and peace from the wrongs that degrade and afflict humanity. In the Promethean games of Greece, those who ran in the races all bore lighted torches, and he won the race who reached his goal first with his torch still lighted. If he reached the goal with his torch extinguished, he lost the day. It was not, therefore, the swiftest racers who won the prize. Indeed, the swiftest were more apt to have their torches put out by the wind. It is thus with the contest on the American arena. Our true prize cannot be won by getting the better of the South in an appeal to arms. What if, when we reach the goal, the torch of liberty entrusted to America to bear in the van of nations be extinguished? What if, by some dishonorable treaty with this or that state, which would be a good ally in war, we have pledged ourselves to continue enslavers of man, and come to claim the prize with the light of that sacred torch lost? Then indeed we will have lost the day we seem to win. We will have but postponed the revolution which can never really end until the throne of eternal justice be established on earth, and all men gather about it as the children of a common Father." These quotations may appear egotistical, but they did not proceed altogether from myself. I was in constant consultation with the most eminent jurists of our city, such as Hoadly, Stallo, and Alphonzo Taft, and in correspondence with anti-slavery leaders in the East. All of us in those days saw in the uprisen North the splendor of a new heaven and a new earth responding. We little feared the war cloud while gazing with rapture on the rainbow that promised a covenant of perpetual peace to our so long distracted country. It may be that my own personal sufferings from slavery partly inspired the earnestness with which every Sunday I upheld my vision of God setting himself to Satan. Nearly every Sunday the congregation broke into applause. But when in May the border states, especially Maryland and Kentucky, had their Mephistopheles at President Lincoln's ear, tempting him to compromise away our cause, Cincinnati showed a strong contingent of Copperheads, as they were called, who began to hiss and threaten when my loyal hearers applauded. On April 28, in view of the opening of Congress on the approaching 4th of July, taking for my text, "Thou shalt say no," I warned the people that, "efforts will be made there to make America read the declaration she made 85 years before backward, and reconstruct the Union by accepting the Southern Barabbas and giving humanity to be crucified." The effect on the Unitarian societies generally of the first menaces of war was remarkable. Our old controversies were turned to trifles in a moment. Those who had exchanged sharp words now clasped hands. Miraculous! Who cared anything about what happened in Palestine when at our door was the miracle of a new world in transfiguration? Here was the real Advent, the Incarnation, the angel song. I am liable, of course, to project into my early memories the ideas of later years, but before me are sermons delivered at that time of glorious visions. We all saw in the President's 75,000 soldiers an army marching not to slay, but to heal, to liberate. During the first few months after Lincoln's inauguration, the crisis grew literally awful. The simple faith with which abolitionists had welcomed the uprising of the North as the great dawn of an emancipated America suffered a cruel disenchantment. The governors of Ohio (Denison), Kentucky (Magoffin), and Tennessee (Harris) met together ostentatiously in fraternal embrace to demonstrate that slavery was not involved in the war. The government at Washington was carrying its tenderness for slavery to such an extent as to remind the Southerners continually that the existence of slavery depended on the continuance of the Union. "What," said the Secretary of State, "what but the obligations of the Constitution can prevent the antislavery sentiment of this country from assuming at once the European type, direct emancipation?" Pro-slavery clergymen warned the border states that if they seceded they would be surrounded by free states, and their slaves could not be held. This, then, was the Union for which the flower of American youth was perishing, a Union whose rivets were one with rivets of the slave's manacle. At Washington our generals were warned to prevent slaves from entering the Federal lines. The impolicy was begun which was persisted in until in 2 years more fugitive slaves had been returned into slavery under our present Republican President than under all preceding presidents put together since the foundation of the government. I have said impolicy, for with these slaves were excluded the only sources of information concerning the enemy. 3 days before the disaster to the Union army at Bull Run, a special military order was issued for the exclusion of negroes, and there is little doubt that the rout was owing to General McDowell's ignorance of the Confederate positions concerning which any negro could have informed him. My church being closed after the last Sunday in June for 2 months, I went to Washington. The city was a camp, my old church a depository of arms. So had repelled light returned as lightning." The congressmen were assembling, and I was present at several consultations of leading Republicans of the left. They were suspicious about the delay of the army, feeling that in advance of the opening of the National Congress a hole and corner Congress of Southerners and their Northern allies was going on in the White House. I witnessed the opening of Congress on July 4. The President's message excited my distrust by its entire silence concerning slavery. His long argument against the alleged state right of secession was not accompanied by any plea for the federal right of armed coercion to which he had committed the country beyond the power of Congress to exercise its supreme authority. On my way north I stopped a day at the house of Dr. Furness, where I found Senator Sumner. The senator's serenity about the national situation was sufficient for him to chat about other matters. He told us that in coming through New York he had met Horace Greeley, who invited him to come to his house next morning to early breakfast. "I went up there," said Sumner, "a long distance, and Greeley talked and talked over an hour about politics. At last it occurred to him that I had not breakfasted, and he called up the cook and asked her if there was anything for breakfast. She said there was some milk and bread and cold meat. On that I had to breakfast." The amusing thing was the serious disgust manifested by the senator in telling it. It rather increased my respect for Greeley that he should be so absorbed in the state of the country as to forget breakfast, and I probably made that apology for him. I believe Greeley never drank coffee or tea. Dr. Furness and myself were eager to talk about the national crisis. Sumner told us of communications he had just received showing that there was no danger of foreign complications. He believed that the anti-slavery feeling of the North would be fully awakened by the logic of events, and said that it was the opinion of 2/3 of the men he had met that the war would cease only with the termination of slavery. He seemed to have faith in Lincoln, and to regard his omission in his first message of any reference to slavery as a politic disguise for the sake of the border States, a disguise which would soon be thrown off. Dr. Furness and Sumner both trusted a good deal in God. I said that I had heard all my life that God would end slavery "in his own good time," but had learned from history that when reformation was left to God, he brought it about with hellfire. That, I urged, was just our peril, and it could be averted only by using the natural weapon of liberty, namely, liberty itself. I knew slavery and the slaveholders well. If the President and Congress should at once declare every slave in America free, every Southerner would have to stay at home and guard his slaves. There could be no war. We could then pay all the owners with the cost of the army for 1 month. Furness and Sumner earnestly accepted my doctrine, and Sumner begged me to devote myself to spreading it through the North and West. In New York I listened to a characteristic address given by Henry Ward Beecher at the Island of the Two Brothers to the Brooklyn Phalanx. He delighted the soldiers by his artistically homely eloquence. Expressing his proud resolution to fulfill his constitutional duty in running after fugitive slaves, he confessed to a liability to be taken suddenly lame on such occasions, his acted lameness being funny. He described how, in dealing with a rebellious child, you first tried persuasion, then bribery, and finally a sound spanking, which raised a laugh in which I could not join. Mrs. Stowe was present and in fine spirits. She was a plain woman, or would have been such could one have seen her without the halo of Uncle Tom's Cabin. The progressive Unitarians realized that the last tenure of slavery in their association was gone when they saw photographs of Theodore Parker in the shops, and when ministers who once rebuked our anti-slavery sermons were preaching in the same way. The Reverend Dr. Lothrop, meeting the Reverend Dr. Bellows, confessed that he could scarcely keep from swearing. Dr. Bellows replied that he also had of late been tempted, and had found some relief in reading David's Psalms about his enemies. In Boston, July 7, I heard young Edward Everett Hale, since then become an institution in himself, preach before the Peace Society. He said that it would be carrying out their peace principles if their chairman had called together all the clergymen of Boston and demanded that each should sell his raiment and buy a rifle, and proceed to Washington to earn the blessing pronounced on peacemakers. During my summer vacation I was continually preaching and lecturing on the theme that filled all minds. On my way to Newport, Rhode Island, to preach for my dear friend Charles T. Brooks, I traveled with Horace Greeley, who had recently resolved political partnership with Seward and Thurlow Weed. Greeley denied earnestly any ill will toward Seward, but said he had no faith in him as a minister. Seward has and always must have a policy. A policy is just what we don't want. We want manliness." He was haunted by fear of a restoration of the slave power. We may wake up one fine morning and find the Democratic party wheeled around and united on some base and ruinous concession for peace." I found that the pain and responsibility of editing the Tribune were telling on him sadly. He gave me to read an interesting newspaper letter by Agate, Whitelaw Reid, and in talking it over he deplored his own connection with journalism. "A man had better be a hod carrier than a journalist." There was an almost infantine sorrow in his eyes as he said this. With the cry of the Tribune at that time, "Forward to Richmond," where the Confederate government was to fix its capital on July 20, I could not sympathize, having still the hope that our armies should only occupy the border with camps that should be refuges and asylums for slaves, so compelling slaveholders to return to their homes. At Eagleswood, New Jersey, I addressed the school established there by Theodore Weld. It was a pioneer institution in many ways, the first in which young women were found educating their limbs in the gymnasium, rowing in boats, and making records in swimming and high diving. Under the tuition of Theodore Weld and his wife, one of the famous Grimke sisters of South Carolina, who there rebelled against slavery, and under the influence of Mr. and Mrs. Marcus Spring, pecuniary founders of the school, its anti-slavery sentiment had for many years been of a bold type. Mrs. Spring, an accomplished lady, had during the John Brown affair gained permission to nurse the survivors in their Virginia prison. She had also obtained the bodies of young Hazlitt and Stevens, who had longed to be buried in a free land. I was shown their graves at Eagleswood. Mr. Spring had obtained a bundle of letters and documents found in the establishment of slave dealers in Alexandria, Virginia. It was strange indeed to read amid these happy girls at Eagleswood this correspondence relating to the prices and sales of comely girls and boys. I shuddered to think that these things had gone on in my native region without my ever suspecting their existence, and felt that Nemesis had become the doorkeeper of that Alexandria slave pen, Kephart and Company, then, 1861, filled with white prisoners. I visited Easton, Pennsylvania, to meet my mother and sister, the wife of Professor March of Lafayette College. They had just arrived from Fredericksburg, Virginia, after a perilous journey of 10 days. My mother had taken up such strong opinions against secession that her continuance in Fredericksburg had become imprudent. I wrote down at the time some notes of my mother's statement. When it was found that, come what might, the convention at Richmond would vote down any ordinance of secession, a secret circular was sent to every prominent Democrat in the State demanding his instant appearance at Richmond. And when these had flooded the city the convention was informed that unless they would at once put Virginia out of the Union, they would be superseded by another convention, even if it must be done by violence. My mother seemed to think that the majority voted for secession with pistols at their heads. In this she was mistaken. The majority did not vote for it at all. At the critical moment, when the final vote was to be taken, Lincoln's proclamation came demanding of Virginia a quota of troops to fight Southerners. The anti-secession leaders then left the convention, some of them in tears, and the minority had it their own way. Had the President delayed that ill-timed proclamation 36 hours, Virginia would have been kept in the Union. The convention would have adjourned and another could not have been elected. My mother told me that her brother, Travers Daniel, had pleaded passionately against secession. Some months afterward an old Democrat asked him what he was doing. He replied, "Carrying weapons against my country. It is what you and your party have for 30 years been bringing me to." He was the Attorney General of Virginia before and after the war. The speeches made by Wendell Phillips during the year 1861 were the most eloquent ever delivered in America. Several of them were found in Redpath's volume of his speeches, 1863, and may at this day be read with the deepest interest. Emerson, after hearing Phillips, said, "A poor Negro who cannot read made the finest living orator. It is wonderful to see this ornamental person, whom one might expect to find in the galleries of Europe, devoting himself to the humble slave." His wit reminded me of Charles Lamb. A colored speaker, Charles Redmond, alluding to George Washington, the slaveholder, called him a scoundrel. When Phillips spoke he objected to the epithet. "It isn't graphic, Charles. If you call George Washington a scoundrel, what word have you got left to describe Frank Pierce?" Octavius Frothingham told me that the most eloquent speech he ever heard was given in New York by Garrison. I have several times heard thrilling speeches by Garrison, the charm of which was the self-forgetfulness with which he threw himself into his subject. Garrison gradually became a frank unbeliever in the orthodox creeds, and even wrote a vindication of Thomas Paine, but Mrs. Stowe said with truth that there was more of the old Hebrew prophet about him than about any other man in America. On the evening of Sunday, July 21, 1861, I preached in the Unitarian Church at New Bedford, Massachusetts. The building was crowded, the papers having said much of my being from Virginia, whose capital had become that of the Confederacy the day before. While I stood there picturing an American millennium of liberty and peace at hand, thousands of United States soldiers routed at Bull Run were lining the roads to Washington with the fleeing or the fallen. The New Bedford Quakers were present in good number, and grasped my hand because above the armies I upheld the banner of peace, contending that no drop of blood would be shed if the President proclaimed freedom for every slave. Not one man or woman did I meet in New England who did not agree with me in that, but the President, who assumed the right of determining without aid of Congress or court a constitutional issue on which statesmen had been divided for generations, and on it plunging the nation into war, was scrupulous about touching slavery, and on Monday morning the fearful tidings of defeat and slaughter arrived. The next morning I breakfasted in Boston, at the house of the Rev. James Freeman Clarke, with the Rev. W. H. Channing, and found them less hopeful than myself of the effect of the defeat on opening Northern eyes. They were justified. Many pulpits began to explain the defeat as a punishment for beginning an attack on Sunday, and the President responded by proclaiming a day of fasting and prayer. Never in the history of the world was a tremendous national experience more entirely wasted. I went to Concord, but optimism had fled even from the home of Emerson. The town was in trepidation for the fate of several of its youths who had not been heard from since the disaster at Manassas. Emerson said, "We need a more scientific knowledge of the nature of a rattlesnake, and may be taught by this defeat. But in view of the odds in the late battle, it appears doubtful whether the same multiplication table is used in Washington that prevails in New England." Thoreau, sadly out of health, was the only cheerful man in Concordia. He was in a state of exaltation about the moral regeneration of the nation. I went with Emerson to Boston for the Saturday Club dinner, July 27. Motley and Channing were present, and a goodly company assembled to welcome the guests. But I had reason to remember the saying of Voltaire, "I hate war, it spoils conversation." Heavy on every mind was the humiliation of the flight of a corps of that army which had gone to Washington but a few weeks earlier full of high hopes and anticipations of speedy victory. There was a cruel disillusion. But for myself it related rather to the administration than to the soldiers, who had been sent out under the order of July 17 not so much to fight slaveholders as to catch their escaping slaves for them. Emerson said, "If the Union is incapable of securing universal freedom, its disruption were as the breaking up of a frog pond. Until justice is the aim of war, one may naturally rather be shot than shoot." It was painful to look around that table in the Parker House and see the sad faces of the men who represented the great literary age of America. The morning stars that had sung together for joy in the advance of every noble cause were now silent. It had been whispered around by anti-slavery men, believed to be inspired by the President, that he was really with us, but that he could not deal directly with slavery until after some military success had placed him in a position to do so. Some pressure of that kind had been brought on Horace Greeley, resulting in the Tribune's cry, "On to Richmond." The advance was made, the Bull Run disaster followed, and Horace Greeley was made the scapegoat. Knowing Horace Greeley well, I felt the injustice of the public fury against him, and on hearing that his health had broken down under the denunciations, wrote him a letter to which came the following answer. New York, August 17, 1861. My dear Conway, I have yours of the 13th. I have been very ill and am yet too weak to work, yet am doing so because I must. I scarcely slept at all for a week. Now the best I can do is to get 2 or 3 hours uneasy oblivion every night. But I hope I shall mend. The Tribune did suffer considerably by the truth told by Warren, etc., about the want of purpose and management at Washington, and I think would have been ruined had I not resolved to bend to the storm. I did it very badly, for I was all but insane, yet I hope all will yet be well with us. You see that everybody is now saying that we were right originally with regard to Scott, etc., and that the Cabinet ought to be reconstituted. My strong objection to the attack on the Cabinet was that it would, because of the momentary fury against the Tribune, keep them in when they want to go out. No president could afford to have it said that a newspaper had forced him to give battle, and then turned out his Cabinet because he lost that battle. My friend, the hour is very dark, but I have not lost my faith in God. If this people is worthy to fight and win a battle for liberty and law, that battle will be won. If they are not, I do not see that there is any more a place for so weak and poor an instrument as I am. If our baseness requires the humiliation of utter discomfiture, that will be our portion, and the Father of all good will work out his holy ends through other and purer agencies. In any case, and however the end may be postponed and obscured, this infernal rebellion seals the doom of slavery. And so, asking your prayers that my unworthiness may no wise hinder or postpone the fulfillment of God's benign purposes, I remain, yours, Horace Greeley. In passing through New York again, I was the guest of Octavius Frothingham, to whose congregation I preached. He invited 2 or 3 leading men to meet me, among them Henry Ward Beecher. We felt it important, in the crisis brought on by what seemed the restoration of Pierce and Buchanan in the President elected as a Republican, that as public teachers we should see eye to eye. Beecher was angry enough, but his humor was irrepressible. I remarked to him that it was about time for some American prophet to imitate the ancient prophet and break a big pitcher on Pennsylvania Avenue, proclaiming that so should our guilty nation be broken to pieces. He replied, "You would only lose your crockery, unless you hit somebody." They all agreed with my plan of reaching the rebellion by striking at its heart, slavery, but only Frothingham seemed to think it practicable. I went back to Cincinnati somewhat disheartened. At times, traveling with rough and brutal soldiers, it appeared to me horrible that the great and noble cause of freedom should be given over to such hands. My journey to Washington and the East had been a pilgrimage to the houses of the interpreters in search of light to guide me in my own duties as the minister of a great church close to the land of slavery. Alas, the anti-slavery fraternity was shattered. The President's determination to settle the issue by a duel had flushed our band like a flock of wild turkeys, and we could not get together again. In our Virginia woods, the sportsmen having flushed a flock used a turkey-bone whistle, whose imitation of their voices led the poor birds within reach of his gun, and now the fife, pretending to play the March of Liberty, was leading some of our best abolitionists to espouse a suicidal war. Well, I must sound my little pipe as well as I could. I brought my own congregation to sympathize with my plan, and that was encouraging, for among my hearers were Alphonso Taft, Judge Hoadley, William Greene, Judge Stallo, and some eminent business men, among these being Lerner B. Harrison, late president of the First National Bank in Cincinnati. I then determined to go through the state of Ohio appealing to the people. Senator Sumner and Secretary Chase were consulted about this, and said that a number of men in Washington were ready to pay me for such lectures. This I refused, for such addresses to be useful must be those of a man reared in Virginia, son of a slaveholder, and entirely unpaid. But as I wished that the lectures should be entirely gratuitous, I agreed that these friends at Washington should pay the bills for the halls rented, and this was done through Senator Sumner. I was astonished at the feebleness of the opposition with which my argument for immediate and universal emancipation as a war measure was met. At Xenia, where I began, the replies invited were not given, but when leaving the hall I found a gentleman, pale with excitement, haranguing several hundred who had been inside. As I stepped out of the door I heard him say, "Every word was false as hell." At Yellow Springs I addressed the students in Antioch College. 40 of the young men had enlisted in the army, and I believe the female students for the first time felt some inferiority. Among the enlisted students was a grandson of the famous Alexander Hamilton. He was a very attractive youth, and the college president, Thomas Hill, told me that he was of upright character and studious. Among my hearers at Dayton was Clement L. Vallandigham, leader of the pro-slavery Democrats, who replied in his Dayton organ. Against my contention that the President could abolish slavery by martial law, he argued that by the Constitution treason should not work corruption of blood except during the life of the traitor. After his death his property must revert to his heirs. He warned the white laborers that we abolitionists, having brought on the war, were now trying to bring a horde of negroes into Ohio to take the bread out of their mouths. Of myself personally he wrote, "It seems to us that about 3 months in Fort McHenry, in a straight uniform, with frequent introductions to the accommodating institution called the town pump, and without the benefit of the writ of habeas corpus, would have a tendency to improve the gentleman mentally, and, for a while at least, rid the community of a nuisance." A few months after this criticism appeared, the honest fanatic who wrote it was himself in prison, while my father's slaves were being colonized in his neighborhood without exciting any opposition among the white laborers. These were the only hostile incidents I can remember. I visited every important town in Ohio and some of the villages, and my lecture on the crisis of the nation was well reported in the local papers. I made the acquaintance of many influential people, and was able to report to my friends in Congress that the majority of people in Ohio were in favor of immediate and universal emancipation as a war measure. It was a sad trial to be so much absent from my wife and child, but she was as enthusiastic for the cause as myself, and was surrounded by relatives and friends. Every Sunday morning I managed to be in my pulpit, and every moment when I was not lecturing or preaching was devoted to the preparation of my book on the absorbing subject. End of chapter 21, part 2.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of The Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rolder. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1 by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 22, Part 1. At that time of agony I received information from Washington that the Republic of Haiti had sent a messenger to Washington to request permission to send there an ambassador, and that the Secretary of State, after some evasion, had at last answered. The fact is, Washington cannot receive a black minister. Then there arose before me, as if in letters of flame, the stone which the builders rejected is become the head of the corner, and whosoever shall fall on this stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. Then I set myself to write a little book entitled The Rejected Stone, or Insurrection versus Resurrection in America, by a native of Virginia. From this work, which had large circulation but is now naturally forgotten, I quote a few paragraphs. It is the inestimable gain of our present condition that we have come to perceive a weak point in our organic law. a stone left out, and that a fundamental one. That stone is essentially justice. The form in which it stands for us is the African slave. The ethnological African is nothing to us here, nor his place in the scale, nor yet his capacity or fact lies in this, that he is inevitably the third party in any contract that can be made between the North and South. He must be presently recognized as a party to the contract who has already demonstrated his power to tear it in pieces. We have already had our experience, and if we do not profit by it, it's our own loss. Men who leap from precipices do not imperil the law of gravitation. Obey the truth, and it comes a life-giving sunbeam out of the heaven. Disobey, and it comes all the same, but now a deadly sunstroke. Ages of wrong have, like cold, hard glaciers, graven on this lowly stone the sacred signs of the laws that cannot be broken. Now he stands in our midst, the touchstone of every virtue. There is a print of nails in his hands, and a hollow wound in his side, and though, as a sheep before his shearers, he is dumb, a voice comes from behind him, saying, "What for this least one of my brothers you do, or do not, you do, or do not unto me." Although the Boston house Walker Wise & Co. brought out a seemingly militant book in blood-red covers, its final chapter, The Great Method of Peace, declared war always wrong, and that it is because the victories of peace require so much more courage than those of war, that they are rarely won. We have the courage to slay and be slain, but not enough to touch slavery. Slavery alone renders the present attitude of the South possible. Should it be once announced that every slave was, in the eye of the country, a free man, each Southerner would have to hurry home to be his own home guard and his own home provisioner. Such a measure would disband the Southern forces and pin every rebel to his home. The response to my book was astonishing. It was reviewed by the whole press, and in every case with earnestness. The protests were comparatively few. I cannot remember whether any stratagem was intended in withholding my name, but if so, it was ineffectual. The name of the Virginian was shouted on all sides. I received sympathetic letters from eminent men and women. Among these was one from Senator Sumner, saying that he had sent the book to the President, who told him soon after that he was reading it with interest. It was, I believe, to the President himself that the book owed much of its success. It appeared early in October 1861, just after the President had cancelled the proclamation of General Fremont in Missouri, declaring that the property of those found in arms against the United States should be confiscated, and their slaves, if any they have, are hereby declared free men. This proclamation from the general, who had been the first Republican candidate for the presidency, was issued August 30, and sent a thrill of joy throughout the North. The President believed it contrary to an act of Congress of August 6, which warranted only confiscation but not a determination of the future condition of the property seized. General Fremont contended if the slaves were confiscated they must either be free or the United States must enslave them. In their correspondence, which was private, Fremont refused to modify his proclamations as requested, and the burden was thrown on the President. The effect of Fremont's proclamation in the Southwest was instantaneous, and justified all that I had predicted as a result of such a declaration by the President. That proclamation of freedom was echoed from plantation to plantation all along the Mississippi, Tennessee, and Red Rivers, insomuch that the panic of the sham loyalist was felt at the Capitol, and the first straight blow to our dragon revoked. But even this was not enough. Fremont was in himself a proclamation of liberation, and on October 24 he was removed. This was a staggering blow. A vast meeting of indignation, presided over by Judge Stalo, was held in Turner Hall, Cincinnati, which declared that the cowardly and unworthy means by which the government effected the removal of Fremont justified the people in the worst fears of the designs and qualifications of the administration. My speech at this meeting brought from the New York Herald, October 28, a demand for my suppression by the government as a reverend traitor. The passage in which the Herald found treason was, "The policy of the administration will be swept away, or else the administration itself, just so soon as the real truth is apprehended in all its full powers." That it is only the interest of a pitiful 350,000 of our people, the number of slaveholders who, after keeping us in hot water for 85 years, now precipitate us in civil war, and that it is only because of the civility which fears to touch the impudent claim of that handful to scourge and own men and women, which makes civil war possible. A decree that this government ignores the relation of slavery ends the war. There is from that moment no army in the South, but a home guard. A company of gentlemen in Boston wished to distribute the rejected stone among the soldiers, and I gladly relinquished my royalty for that large edition. Shortly after, when I was at Worcester, Mass., a lady came up after my lecture and showed me a copy of the soldier's edition with its cloth cover torn across. She had sent it to a son, and it proved a breastplate against a bullet that would have killed him. My old church edifice in Washington, used as a storehouse of ammunition at the outbreak of war, became a hospital after the Bull Run disaster. The congregation was by this time entirely converted to anti-slavery opinions, and would have welcomed me back again. But I would have brought them into trouble again by denouncing the administration and its slave-guarding generals. So they called my friend W. H. Channing, who united with his hatred of slavery a faith in the military methods which I had not. I received a letter from Channing dated at Washington, January 13, 1862, in which he said, "I shall depend upon you preaching for me whenever you come. It will be an excellent opportunity to reknit the old friendly ties between you and the congregation, and to re-establish relationship with your many acquaintances in Washington. Thus far the prospect is good and continually improving, of reorganizing a large and strong society here. The reason is at length ripe for such a movement, and unless the nation is broken up, which Providence forbid in mercy, next summer solstice will shine down upon a healthy growth of the tree of life, well rooted and crowned with swelling fruit. But all must depend on the issue of war for freedom, and what is that issue to be? I scarcely dare any longer to conjecture. The mysterious nightmare which chokes the breath and palsies the limbs of the Republic grows more horribly oppressive to me each hour. Of course we all keep repeating to ourselves and to one another, wait yet a little longer. When the Cairo expedition opens the Mississippi, and Buell advances, and Burnside lands on the Rappahannock, then we shall see what we shall see. And then each explains the necessity for long and thorough preparation for so vast a campaign in arms, munitions, drilled men. Yes, all very plausible. But is that the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Alas, no. What must we do with the border states and with the emancipated slaves? That question it is that gives us pause, and sicklies our thought, and turns hoary heroic patriotism. You have struck the white in your rejected stone, and one asks with awe whether it is not too late to save the United States. The Secretary of State is sagacious, but he is over-sanguine and over-subtle. I agree with the large and increasing body of statesmen who believe that a policy of emancipation, and speedy military and naval success will alone win peace abroad and restoration of the Republic at home. A free union or disintegration is the only alternative, but it is atheism not to hope. So I close with friendly regards to all in Cincinnati. Yours in good hope. Having to visit Washington in January 1862, I had the happiness of finding myself once more in cordial relations with my old friends. The anti-slavery feeling in Congress in the absence of Southern members and in the city had grown strong enough to institute a course of lectures by prominent men from all parts of the country on the national crisis. The lectures were given in the theatre of the Smithsonian Institution. My own lecture was given on January 17, and was attended by Secretary Chase and other leading statesmen. The title of my lecture, The Golden Hour, was derived from an old journal which contained this pretended advertisement: "Lost? Yesterday, somewhere between sunrise and sunset, a golden hour, set with 60 diamond minutes." The golden hour of the nation was that in which, for the first time in its history, the murderous madness of slavery had unsealed the constitutional war power to eradicate forever that root of all our evils. Senator Sumner suggested that I should call on the President. I had misgivings because of my public animadversions in Cincinnati on his removal of Fremont, but Sumner prepared the way for a call by Channing and myself, the hour 8 a.m. being fixed by the President. When we arrived at the White House, a woman with a little child was waiting in the anteroom. She now and then wept, but said nothing. The President saw her first, and she came out radiant. We conjectured that some prisoner was that day released. The President received us graciously, Mr. Channing having begun by expressing his belief that the opportunity of the nation to rid itself of slavery had arrived. Mr. Lincoln asked how he thought they might avail themselves of it. Channing suggested emancipation with compensation for the slaves. The President said he had for years been in favor of that plan. When the President turned to me, I asked whether we might not look to him as the coming deliverer of the nation from its one great evil. What would not the man achieve for mankind who should free America from slavery? He said, "Perhaps we may be better able to do something in that direction after a while than we are now." I said, "Mr. President, do you believe the masses of American people would hail you as their deliverer if, at the end of this war, the Union should be surviving and slavery still in it?" Yes, if they were to see that slavery was on the downhill. I ventured to say, our fathers compromised with slavery because they thought it on the downhill. Hence war today. The President said, "I think the country grows in this direction daily, and I am not without hope that something of the desire of you and your friends may be accomplished. Perhaps it may be in the way suggested by a thirsty soul in Maine, who found he could only get liquor from a druggist. As his robust appearance forbade a plea of sickness, he called for soda and whispered, 'Couldn't you put a drop of the creator into it unbeknownst to yourself?' Turning to me, the President said, 'In working in the anti-slavery movement, you may naturally come into contact with a good many people who agree with you, and possibly may overestimate the number in the country who hold such views. But the position in which I am placed brings me into some knowledge of opinions in all parts of the country and of many different kinds of people. And it appears to me that the great masses of this country care comparatively little about the Negro, and are anxious only for military success.' We had, I think, risen to leave, and had thanked him for his friendly reception, when he said, 'We shall need all the anti-slavery feeling in the country, and more. You can go home and try to bring the people to your views, and you may say anything you like about me, if that will help. Don't spare me.' This was said with a laugh. Then he said very gravely, 'When the hour comes for dealing with slavery, I trust I will be willing to do my duty, though it cost my life. And, gentlemen, lives will be lost.'" During the conversation, Mr. Lincoln recurred several times to Channing's suggestion of pecuniary compensation for emancipated slaves, and expressed profound sympathy with the Southerners who, by no fault of their own, had become socially and commercially bound up with the institution. As a Virginian, with many relatives and friends in the Confederate ranks, I responded warmly to his sentiments toward the Southern people, albeit feeling more angry than he seemed to be against the institution preying on that land like a ghoul. I felt some regret that my friend Channing's pet idea about compensated emancipation should have occupied so much of the conversation. The President seemed to think that we were mainly concerned for the Negro race, whereas the thing of immediate importance was the liberation of our entire country from the horrors of war and its causes. So far as the great trouble of the time was concerned, the Negroes were suffering less than our soldiers and the sorrowful homes from which they had parted. I left the White House with a feeling of depression. It was plain to me that the Union would be preserved at whatever cost. Also, that though the President felt that slavery should end, he had no notion of any other means of preserving the Union except military force. The idea that peace could be secured by proclaiming freedom seemed to him, I think, a mere religious faith. I had no opportunity of repeating the arguments of my lectures, The Golden Hour, and determined to recast it with especial reference to our conversation and publish it. Having to lecture before the Emancipation League in Boston, I went on to that city. It was my first visit to Boston since the appearance of The Rejected Stone, and the literary men had prepared for me a great honour. This was a grand dinner at the Parker House. About 30 were present, among them Emerson, Holmes, Lowell, Whipple, and a number of Harvard professors, James T. Fields being at the head of the table. There were no speeches except that which I was called on to make, and which was a brief statement of my interview with the President and with leading men in Washington. I did not on that occasion go into the details of my scheme as prepared for the lecture before the Emancipation League, but knowing that Emerson was about to deliver in Boston a lecture on American civilization, also that he was to lecture at the Smithsonian Institution on January 31, I determined to lay before him, if possible, the substance of my new lecture. He came to my room in the Parker House the next day, I think, and we went over carefully every point. One of the first paragraphs which I read to him was the following. The naturalist Thoreau used to amuse us much by thrusting his hand into the Concord River and drawing out at will a fine fish, which would lie quietly in his hand. When we thrust in ours, the fish would scamper out of reach. It seemed like a miracle until he explained to us that his power to take up the fish depended on his knowledge of the colour and location of the fish eggs. The bream will protect its spawn. And when Thoreau placed his hand underneath that, the fish, in order to protect it, would swim immediately over it, and the fingers had only to close for it to be caught. Slavery is the spawn out of which the armed forces of treason and rebellion in the South have been hatched, and by an avoidable instinct they will rush at any cost to protect slavery. You have only to take slavery in your grasp, then close your fingers around the rebellion. I went on to point out that slavery was the commissariat of the Southern Army. It was the slave's toil on the farm that supplied the soldier's ration. The Negro pointed the soldier at us, and the soldier pointed his gun at us. I begged Emerson to point out anything not clear or not conclusive in my statement, for it was one that had not been fully set before the country, and if he thought it sound, I should print it. But if he found it sound, I wished to submit to him, with what deference I need not say, whether he ought not to adopt my view or give expression to it in his approaching lecture. Emerson was great enough to recognize that this demand was made in all humility, and that events had made me a messenger from the race and realm whose small still voice was drowned by the drum. I should have been better satisfied if Emerson had brought out the scheme without any reference to me, for it might have had more weight as his independent conclusion. He was, however, too scrupulous for that. His admirable statement appeared in the Atlantic Monthly, April 1862, with a footnote indicating the edition made after our interview. It was printed between an article by myself, then and now in the Old Dominion, and one by Lowell. Lowell was printing a series of papers in the style of his Biglow papers, but which showed a sad decline in the genius that wrote that wonderful work. He now evoked again the Reverend Homer Wilbur, who compares those wishing to declare slavery at an end, so far as our government was concerned, to philo tadpoles, who, impatient at the slow growth by which nature leads its pollywog to frog, insist on cutting off the tail of the pollywog. After this, Homer says, I would do nothing hastily or vindictively, nor presume to jog the elbow of Providence. No desperate measures for me till we are sure that all others are hopeless. It must have been sufficiently painful to Lowell to find that he had described Emerson by implication as a philo-tadpole, but it was more than painful to his anti-slavery friends to find him limping at such a momentous emergency. According to Emerson's article printed beside Lowell's, the latter's Latin quotation should have been, "We are already moving hell. We had for a year been engaged in butchery and in protecting the satanic cause of butchery." That Lowell could regard all this as appealing to the gods and to release millions from fetters as a desperate measure, an appeal to hell, indicated the almost hopeless condition of the public mind. If such a man as Lowell could write in this way, what could be expected of Lincoln? When my second little book, The Golden Hour, was presently published, I was compelled to devote 2 pages of those fallacies under the title Homer Nodding, and headed a chapter with a sentence from the essay of Emerson, Hitch Your Wagon to a Star, alluding to an invention of the time for utilizing the tides as a motor. He said, "Hitch your wagon to a star," and the sentence became a proverb. The revolution against slavery was strong enough to carry our Sage of Concord to Washington, where our rulers were hitching the Union to a flag star, especially to Kentucky. Several cabinet ministers attended his lecture January 31, 1862, but it was preaching to Merlins bound in prisoners of air by their own irreversible spell. Emerson told me that while in Washington he was received at the White House. Mr. Lincoln extended his hand cordially and said, "Mr. Emerson, I remember having heard you give a lecture in the West, in which you remarked that every Kentuckian has an air about him which seems to say, 'Here I am. If you don't like me, so much the worse for you.'" The remark, said Emerson, was a witty and friendly, and the brief call was pleasant, no controversial points being discussed. Emerson also called by invitation on the Secretary of State. He was not, however, favorably impressed by the C word. The conversation began pleasantly, but someone present vexed C word. His anger, said Emerson, had a curious effect on his face. His nose appeared twisted and almost corvine. While I was in Washington, January 1862, information given me by Senator Sumner increased my distrust of Seward. In the summer of 1861, Sumner had received from England advices that the Secretary Seward was pursuing a singular course towards the British government and its representative in Washington. At the same time, Senator Sumner received evidence and assurances of amnesty on the part of the British government. Sumner, then in Boston, sped to Washington and immediately called the President, whom he found gloomy because Seward believed a collusion with England inevitable. Sumner showed the President his advices, proving it a false alarm, and the President, greatly relieved, begged him to hasten to Seward, who, he said, will be profoundly relieved. Before going to Seward, Sumner called upon Lieutenant General Scott and on several members of the Cabinet, finding all in a panic about England, of which neither could give any explanation except the declaration of Seward that they were verging upon a war with England. Senator Sumner then visited Seward, who told him of the imminence of the war with England. Senator Sumner asked the evidence. The Secretary gave none, but became very inanimated in maintaining the imminent danger. Senator Sumner then showed the advices he had received and said, "In the name of the merchants of America and of England, I protest against this course." Seward flew into a rage, swore at all Europe, said he was not afraid of them and would show it. The senator then left with this warning: "The issues of peace and war between England and America do not rest with you, and henceforth every statement put forth from Washington concerning European powers will be carefully watched." The belief of Sumner was that certain Unionists of the border slaveholding states had convinced Seward that if a war with England should be sprung upon the country, the Confederates would make common cause with the United States, not from friendliness, but as an honourable means of receding from complications not contemplated by those who inaugurated the rebellion. I wrote down notes of the interview with Seward in Sumner's presence, and was authorized to report the facts without calling names, and did so in the Cincinnati Gazette. The scheme was revealed in the Life of Lincoln by Nicolay and Hay. 2 weeks before the firing on Sumner, Seward submitted thoughts to the President. Among them, change the question before the public from one upon slavery or about slavery for a question upon union or disunion. In other words, from what would be regarded as a party question to one of patriotism or union. I would demand explanations from Spain and France categorically at once. I would seek explanations from Great Britain and Russia, and send agents to Canada, Mexico, and Central America to cause a vigorous continental spirit of independence on this continent against European intervention, and if satisfactory explanations are not received from Spain and France, would convene Congress and declare war against them. The President told Seward that if anything of this kind were done, he, Lincoln, must do it himself, but that Seward continued to work in secret for his scheme is proved by his unofficial and confidential letter of June 25, 1862, to John Bigelow, then consul at Paris, published by Mr. Bigelow in the New York Sun of January 5, 1902. On returning to Cincinnati, February 1862, I found the city demoralized by the war. Hospitals were filled with wounded men, and ladies trained in refined and cultured homes were now as nurses to be familiarized with wounds and agonies. The streets were often filled with soldiers whose brutality added a feature to the horrible face of war. With that face before me, the main burden of my new book I had undertaken, The Golden Hour, was against war. The sword has two edges. One is turned toward the user, and never fails to give him a wound for each inflicted on his antagonist. What does the settlement of this conquest by mere military force imply to the free states? They say that our army is not thorough in its morale, which means that the young man who has graduated last year is yet too full of culture and civilization to butcher his fellow beings after their proven Texan style. He has not forgotten that his mother and pastor taught him to overcome evil with good. The gentleman is still, to a melancholy extent, predominant in him, and the horse and alligator sadly deficient. This moralization of the soldier is the demoralization of man. War is the apotheosis of brutality. Looking into the past, we see it has a climax of horrors when a harlot is borne through the streets of Paris, proclaimed the goddess of reason. But today, should the war end, the masses would seize the man whose hand reeked most with human blood, and bear him on their shoulders to the White House. Should we continue this war long enough, we shall become the Vandals and Hessians the South say we are. Every great achievement of civilization is in the way of war, and must be abridged. Kornach of Germany has given it his opinion that distinguished generalship and inconsistent with the existence of the telegraph. In our war, both are cutting down all the telegraph lines which they cannot hold under military censorship. The freedom of the press has been proved impossible in time of war. The trial by jury, the coat of mail which character has worn for ages, is torn away. The habeas corpus writ, the high water mark of English liberty, is of arbitrary application. A short time ago we were all uttering our horror of the prize ring with its brutalities. Now George Wilkes announces that our own frowning down the PR has crippled our military energies as a nation, and that it must be restored. Logic seconds his motion. Here is Christianity itself, the civilization of religion, for it is more genial teaching the world gave up to the gods of battles, Jah and Jove with their thunderbolts, Mars with his spear, Odin with his sword, but war bids it recede. You have heard that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy enemy, but I, war, say unto thee, Kill thine enemy. Thus one by one these crown jewels of our humanity must be dimmed or exchanged for paste. War stands before us today a fatal despot, knowing no law but the passion of the moment, prostrating the century before the hour, takes the pen and plough from our hand and gives us a sword, melts types into bullets, takes away the golden rule, and re-establishes the law of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. End of chapter 22, part 1. Recording by Rolder, London.
Chapter 22, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 22, Part 2. I was informed by Sumner that the President would give me a foreign consulate if I desired it, which I did not. At one time, believing the war one of emancipation, I had thought of serving in Virginia as a chaplain, and mentioned this to General Schenck. But when his offer came, I was filled with horror at the thought of assisting a military invasion of people, not for their rescue and that of their slaves, nor for rescue of the nation from the demon of discord and desolation. On March 6, 1862, the President made his first move towards abolition, a proposal to Congress to offer cooperation by pecuniary aid to any state that should adopt gradual abolition of slavery. Congress adopted this without reminding the President that only the war power authorized this, and that a measure of repressing the rebellion it had no relevancy. Gradual emancipation was at most like firing off a gun a little at a time. But that decree, really for prolongation of the war, shocked the border states. They were enraged by seeing Wendell Phillips lecturing in Washington, receiving attentions in the Capitol, and conversing with Lincoln. Phillips went from Washington to Cincinnati, where, in attempting to lecture at Pike's Opera House, he was furiously mobbed. I was in Boston, but arrived soon at Cincinnati. It was doubtful whether the mob was Kentuckian or Ohioan. A large jagged stone was hurled, grazing Philip's head, then smaller stones and eggs, some of which hit him. Someone turned off the light, and Phillips, with some members of my society in boxes near him, was conducted in the darkness under the stage to an exit on a back street. Phillips insisted on filling his engagement to speak from my pulpit on Sunday, and wrote to me that his visit was particularly pleasant. The assault excited much indignation. The orator was entertained by eminent citizens, and that was, I believe, the last literal stoning of an abolitionist. The Western Unitarian Conference met in May, 1862, at Detroit, and I went there for the purpose of offering the following resolution: that in this conflict the watchword of our nation and our church and our government should be mercy to the South, death to slavery. The resolution, unanimously adopted, was supported with enthusiasm, Robert Collier's speech being especially powerful. On my return to Cincinnati, I found letters indicating the purpose of prominent men in Boston to start in that city a journal to advocate immediate emancipation. I was asked whether I would edit such a paper, and after much consideration my wife and I concluded on acceptance. My wife was giving to the hospitals all the time she could spare from our two children. The strain on her was severe. I also was beginning to drag my harness. I did not, however, resign my pulpit, but asked for a 6 months' absence. On June 29, 1862, I gave my parting discourse. Before leaving for the East, we went to pass some weeks with our intimate friends, Mr. and Mrs. Oriel Eaton, at their summer cottage, Yellow Springs. I found there enough repose even to indulge myself in an occasional game of chess, Dr. Philip Meredith, president of the chess club, being within a mile of us. One day, however, when we were in the middle of a game, I was sent for in haste by my wife. A note had arrived from my mother saying that 2 of my father's slaves had reached Washington, but most of them were wandering helplessly in Stafford, within the lines of the Northern army. I started the same evening, and after a wearisome journey of nearly 3 days on irregular trains crowded with soldiers, reached Washington. After some searching, I found those I was looking for, Dunmore Gwinn and his wife. They had set up a small candy shop in Georgetown, taken in washing, and saved $60. It had been long since tidings concerning my relatives in Virginia had reached me. A small parcel containing an old china cup and saucer and a silver spoon had been sent me from Washington at the request of a Union soldier who had saved from the wreck of things in Conway House, Falmouth. These relics are connected with a curious incident. When the Union army under General McDowell entered Falmouth, they found the village deserted by the whites. My father was in Fredericksburg, and my 2 brothers far away in the Confederate ranks. The house was left empty and locked up, the house servants remaining in their abode in the backyard. Yet as the Union soldiers were filing past, a shot was fired from a window of Conway House, or from a corner of its yard, and a soldier was wounded. It was never known who fired the shot. Our negroes assured me that the house was locked and watched. The The Union soldiers, alarmed and enraged, battered down the doors, and finding no one, began vengeance on the furniture. It happened, however, that in my mother's bedroom was hung a portrait of myself, and this caught the eye of a youth who had known me in Washington. He cried to his furious comrades to stop. The servants were called in, and were much relieved when they found that it was to speak of my portrait. Old Eliza cried, "It's Mars Monk, the preacher, a good abolitionist as any of you." It was some consolation to me that though long regarded as the black sheep of the family, my portrait saved Conway House from destruction. For that was contemplated. The house was of brick, and the largest in Falmouth. It was made a hospital, and the seriously wounded soldier was its first inmate. My father heard of the incident with distress, and under a flag of truce crossed the Rappahannock to express to the Federal commander his horror at the deed and give proof that all the members of his family were distant from the spot. He was believed, and granted his request to visit the wounded soldier. With a good deal of emotion he approached the young man, expressed his horror of the crime, and his distress at seeing him suffering. He exclaimed, said my father, in telling me this story, "Oh, I glory in it." My father would have been glad to make some kind of practical redress, but it was impossible, and he left his house with feelings of admiration for the sufferer. It was in Conway House Hospital that Walt Whitman for a time nursed the suffering soldiers. The negroes who were included in the lines of the Union armies by their advance had learned that they were not so made free, but they had given our government undeserved credit by their belief that all of them who did some service to our soldiers, however little, blacking boots, washing clothes, etc., would be free. None of our negroes had followed Dunmore Gwinn and his wife to Georgetown. I therefore resolved to go to Falmouth, if possible, and bring them all away. I consulted my old friend, Secretary Chase, and formed a plan of settling our negroes at Yellow Springs, where I had friends. Secretary Chase took me to see Secretary of War Stanton. I found him hard and narrow-minded. He said they did not want any more negroes in the district, and when I said that I would merely take them through the district, he said that the military situation in Stafford was too critical for him to give me the permit. I then visited President Lincoln and stated the entire case. He sympathized with my purpose and recognized that I had a right to look after my father's slaves. He warned me, however, of the personal danger in such a journey. I told him that I had considered that matter and would be cautious. I also promised to be prudent in not connecting him or the administration with the affair. I simply needed practical suggestions as to the best means of doing a thing which for the rest would really relieve his officers in Virginia and ultimately the district from the care of 50 or 60 colored people. The President advised me to call on General Wadsworth. I think he must have communicated with this general, for next day, when I appealed to Wadsworth in company with W. H. Channing, who determined to accompany me to Falmouth, he did not hesitate to give us the necessary orders. Headquarters, Military District of Washington, D.C. The Reverend Mr. Conway will be allowed to go to Falmouth and return on government boat and railroad train, W.J. Wadsworth, Brigadier General. We were both staying at the house of our friends, Mrs. Walter Johnson and her sister, Miss Donaldson, always the anti-slavery saints of the Unitarian Society. We had arranged to start at daybreak the next day, but during the evening I began to feel that my plans were too immature. If, as was probable, our negroes were in separate localities and far away from Falmouth, how could they be reached and collected? How could they be brought up to Washington? General Wadsworth's permit said nothing about negroes. I had provided myself with money, but might need the aid of Stafford negroes. But it had been many years since I had known the negroes there, and they might suspect any white man searching for colored people. After I had gone to bed I was seized with an impulse to consult an old mulatto whom I had known in boyhood, and who now resided in the farthest suburb of Georgetown. He had helped many a slave to escape, and probably knew the principal negroes between Georgetown and Falmouth. He would be able to give me their names and some advice about my expedition. But the distance was 5 miles, and I was baffled by a terrible storm. I waited long for it to abate, but it only seemed to increase. I determined, however, to go, and without disturbing anyone crept out into the darkness at about 11 o'clock. The thunder and lightning were fierce. The rain fell in torrents. The wind rendered an umbrella useless. The streets were flooded. As I approached Georgetown Bridge the lights were few, but I knew every foot of the road leading to my old Methodist circuit. When I had got through Georgetown to the line of negro cabins, a new difficulty confronted me. They were all dark. It was after midnight, and I could not identify the shanty sought. At length, however, I sought a glimmer of light in one little window, and to that I went. As I approached the door, I heard negro voices within singing a hymn. When I knocked, the voices ceased. There was perfect silence. On another knock, a voice demanded, "Who is that?" I answered, "A friend, Moncure Conway." There was a wild shout. The door flew open, and there I found all my father's negroes. They had just arrived, most of them in the storm. Through a weary way of near 60 miles they had been dragging themselves and their little ones, their coverlets and boxes. They were crammed into the 2 ground rooms, the children sleeping wherever they could find a place for their weary heads, and several mothers had babes at their breasts. The latest comers were wet. The elements had pursued them like bloodhounds. They were tossed about by destiny, but still able to raise their song in the night. Many years had parted me from them, but when I entered, all knew me on the instant. Old Maria, who had nursed me when I was a child, sprang forward and folded me in her arms as if I were still an infant. They pressed around me with their children and clung to me as to a lifeboat. In their storm, far into the night we sat together, and they listened with glistening eyes as I told them of the region to which I meant to take them, where never should they feel oppression, never hear of war again. Thus I was saved the danger and expense of going down into Stafford. But for all the gladness of this night, my troubles had scarcely begun. It was yet a question whether negroes situated like these were free to go North. For every colored person taken over them the railroads exacted a bond of $3,000 with security, for fear they might be sued by an owner for taking off his property. And there was still a potential pro-slavery and Confederate mob in Baltimore, through which at the time a journey to Ohio must be made. In Baltimore, passengers going west were taken in omnibuses through many streets to another station. General Wadsworth, military governor of the district, was ready to see me safely on the road to Baltimore, but could not guarantee me transit through that city. Senator Sumner got together several congressmen to consult on the matter, and one of them, Giddings, I think, said the only safe way was for me to take a cowhide and drive the negroes through the Baltimore streets. But though such a ruse might, as he humorously said, bring all white Baltimore to my feet, it was suggested that it might have the reverse effect on the excited negroes there. Though my father was a Confederate, there was yet no legal process by which the title of his slaves to freedom could be perfected. I was thus, in the eye of the law, a slaveholder. Although I could not obtain authority to convey these negroes to Ohio, Secretary Chase obtained a letter to General Wool, commander at Fort McHenry, which would authorize him to grant me protection, if necessary, in taking my father's slaves through Baltimore. This did not brighten the prospect much. General Wool was a good but infirm old man, not likely to interest himself in my affair, and the fort was a long distance from the center of Baltimore, through which we had to pass. At last we started out from Washington, a concourse of colored people attending us. The terrors did not fail us when we were set down in the streets of Baltimore with a small world of baggage and far from the other station. There were no arrangements to take any but white people from station to station. The sensation we caused was immediate. Hundreds of negroes of all ages surrounded us and became so mixed up with mine, especially the children, that it was hard to distinguish them. For a few moments there was danger from these negroes. There had been rumors of Washington slaveholders hurrying their slaves into Maryland to evade the new act of emancipation in the district, and my Virginian physique being unmistakable, the dusky folk muttered and hissed around me and impeded my efforts. But some signs passed from my contrabands which suddenly transformed the angry crowd into friends. They were presently conveying us with our baggage in wagons, making a procession across the city. But the procession was too triumphal. It excited attention in every street, and when we reached the station we had an ugly crowd of whites to confront. Alas, there was no westward train for 3 mortal hours. I took the negroes into the regular waiting room. So completely had I forgotten the customs of slave states. Of course the railroad officials drove us angrily out. I asked for some room. They had no room for niggers. I offered to pay for one, but could not get it. I asked to be permitted to take them into a car, but was told that the gate would not be unlocked for 2 hours. Meanwhile we were in the street, and the crowd of whites was increasing every moment, and they saw by the delight of the blacks that it was an abolition movement. Uglier and uglier they became, glaring at me and annoying the negroes under my protection, until I had to restrain my men from resentment. I implored my people to be patient, and pointed out to the police the threatening aspect of affairs, but these sneeringly said it was my own affair, not theirs. Nevertheless, I took a bit of paper from my pocket, and I declared it would take the negroes through, though it should bring the guns of Fort McHenry on the city. This imposing utterance had evident effect on some in the crowd, yet they persisted in worrying my negroes, and when I interfered several called me a damned abolitionist who had brought on the war. At length, much to my relief, the ticket agent appeared at his window. I saw that, like the other officials, he was angry, but he was a fine-looking Marylander. He turned into flint as I approached, and when I asked the price of tickets, he said sharply, "I can't let those negroes go on this road at any price." I knew that he would have to let them go, but knew also that he could make things very uncomfortable for us. I silently presented my military order to the disagreeable and handsome agent, and he began to read it. He had read but 2 or 3 words of it when he looked up with astonishment and said, "The paper says these are your father's slaves." "They are," I replied. "Why, sir, they would bring a good deal of money in Baltimore." "Possibly," I replied, whereupon, moved probably by supposing that I was making a great sacrifice, he said, "By God, you shall have every car on this road if you want it." Then, having sold me the tickets, he gave his ticket selling to a subordinate and went out to secure us a car to ourselves. And from that moment the imprecations around us sank, and our way was made smooth. It was late in the evening when we started, and we were to travel all night. I observed that the negroes would neither talk nor sleep. The mothers had put their children to sleep, but were themselves holding a silent watch. They were yet in a slave state, and every station at which the train paused was a possible danger. At last, when the name of a certain wooding up station was called out, I observed that every eye danced, every tongue was loosened, and after some singing they all dropped off to sleep. It was not until next day that I learned that the station which had wrought such a transformation was the dividing line between the slave and the free states. How they knew it I cannot divine. It was a small place, but there the shadow of slavery ended. Probably Dunmore Gwinn had learned about the frontier from Colin Williams in Georgetown. My wife and the Eatons at Yellow Spring daily telegraphed my movements, had with some neighbors prepared for the reception of the negroes. A large old barn was offered by Mr. Grinnell, and an energetic company got into its pallets and furniture enough for immediate comfort. The labor of the negroes was in demand. Dunmore, with his $60 and some little assistance, was able to set up a home for himself and his large family, where they carried on various occupations. Many of our negroes had been house servants, and had better manners than those of the colored people in Ohio. The only trouble came through their exceeding piety. One man had such a passion for preaching and pious meetings that he failed to give satisfaction on the farm where he was employed. because of the inspiration that carried him suddenly away from the field to some prayer meeting. He and his family moved over to Dayton, but I shall have to refer to my little colony again. Having several engagements to lecture in Massachusetts and consultations about the projected journal to attend, I hastened to Boston, having taken to my sister at Easton, Pennsylvania, a young octoroon to whom she was much attached. In Boston I was the guest of Dr. and Mrs. Samuel G. Howe. I had enjoyed their hospitality before, and a great enjoyment it was. Dr. Howe, one of the most interesting of men, had several times taken me to visit the celebrated Laura Bridgman, the deaf, dumb, and blind lady whom he had endowed with intelligence. The graphic account of Laura and the miracle wrought by Dr. Howe, given by Charles Dickens' American Notes, had not enabled me to realize the full wonder of what had been achieved. Julia Ward Howe, who had gained a high rank among poets by her Passion Flowers, had by her Battle Hymn of the Republic given lyric expression to the anti-slavery enthusiasm that entered into the war. Among the stories I told her was one of a Negro who had come within the Union line at Port Royal, Virginia, and said to our commander there, Colonel Lee, "Will you please, sir, tell me if I am a free man?" The commander was dumb. Next day Mrs. Howe handed me the following: "Tell me, master, am I free? From the prison land I come, from a wrecked humanity, from the fable of a home, from the market where my wife, with my baby at her breast, faded from my narrow life, rudely bartered and possessed. Masters, ye are fighting long, well your trumpet blast we know. Are ye come to right a wrong? Do we call you friend or foe? Will ye keep me for my faith from the hound that scents my track, from the riotous drunken breath, from the murder at my back? God must come from whom we pray, knowing his deliverance true. Shall our men be left to say, he must work it free of you? Links of an unsighted chain bound the spirit of our braves, waiting for the nobler strain. Silence told him we were slaves. The little book of which I have already spoken, The Golden Hour, was published by Ticknor and Fields in August 1862. A club of Republican leaders formed around one of the best of men and called after his name, the Frank Bird Club, had arranged at one of their dinners for the new journal. Another admirable man was George L. Stearns of Medford. From him I received a note of July 31, saying, "I am ready to furnish the means for the present publication of a weekly newspaper which will fearlessly tell the truth about this war." End of chapter 22, part 2. Recording by Simon Wainwright.
Chapter 23, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Autobiography, Memories, and Experiences. Volume 1 by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 23, Part 1. Residence in Concord. Honorable Martin F. Conway. Garrison and Phillips. Editing the Commonwealth. Hymn for a New Advent. Watch Night in the African Church. Lecture Tour in New York. The President's Proclamation. Deputation to the President. My Sermon before the Senate. Interview with Lincoln. Disheartened Leaders. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Nathaniel Hawthorne in Concord, 1862-63. We went at once to reside at Concord, in a house just vacated by Reverend Mr. Frost. This house, the first we ever owned, was pretty. It stood in a large garden, well stocked with fruit and flowers, as its center a bower of evergreen. As we were moving in, Robert Collier came to pass a day or two with us. We had a cook, but told him that, though we could gladly eat him, we couldn't sleep him, unless he was content with a pallet. To this he did not object, and was soon helping to gather in the apples and wheeling our little Emerson on the top of them, helping in every way and turning work into merriment. But after his one night on the floor, my wife remarked a smile of satisfaction on Collier's face when another bedstead arrived. We were happy in Concord. I had made the acquaintance of most people in it during my college days, and my wife was received cordially. Some of them she already knew. Mrs. Horace Mann she had known at Yellow Springs during her husband's presidency at Antioch College. Emerson had been with us several times in Cincinnati, and we had entertained there Bronson Alcott. Mrs. Mann, who had long had warm friendship for my wife, was living in Concord with her sister, Elizabeth Peabody, the other sister being Mrs. Nathaniel Hawthorne. Another literary resident was William Ellery Channing, nephew of the famous preacher whose name he bore. There was something forbidding about the man, at any rate when we met, so our acquaintance was slight. I would have been glad to see more of his wife, and to converse with her about her sister, the famous Margaret Fuller Ossoli, whose writings were precious to me. He appeared to be a recluse in the village, his most intimate friend being Frank Sanborn, who has written his biography. We were rather disappointed at finding the best people in Concord so conservative in religious ideas. Although Emerson never attended it himself, he reserved a pew in the Unitarian church for his family. Mrs. Ripley, Miss Elizabeth Hoare, and the Thoreaus were rationalists. However, the ladies were all emancipationists and highly appreciated my two books, The Rejected Stone and The Golden Hour. I several times lectured on the crisis in the town hall, and generally carried the sympathy of my audience, though Judge Rockwood Hoare, the most prominent Republican leader there, never quite forgave me for a criticism on his friend, Minister Adams, in England. My new book, The Golden Hour, did not enjoy the popularity of The Rejected Stone, for it seemed utopian to maintain that the war was a gigantic catastrophe and mistake, the only arm needed by liberty being liberty. My book had, however, the success of convincing a considerable number of influential men. Among those was Horace Greeley, who in the New York Tribune wrote a vigorous editorial affirming its wondrous cogency. Among those who responded to it was the Honorable Martin F. Conway, representative of Kansas in Congress. Judge Conway, no relation of mine, was a native of Maryland who had gone out to Kansas in early youth and shared the terrible trials of its struggles for freedom. On December 12, 1861, he had delivered in Congress a speech which I consider the only thorough analysis of the slave power ever heard in that body. Born in a slave state, he had closely studied the heart of slavery, and had learned by experience in Kansas the fatal necessity it imposed on the South to rule or ruin. Despite all he had gone through, Judge Conway was still young. His light hair and blond face, beardless, delicate, almost feminine, gave me an impression of a youth brought up in some dainty environment. There was in his eye an expression of an isolated man standing beside his paradox, but his voice was calm and sweet, and gentleness his enforcement. He had come on from Washington to urge upon us his theory of the situation. I took him at once to Emerson, and to us, too. Judge Conway explained his views. Emerson was attached by him and listened closely. The statement was substantially as follows. The theory of the administration is that we are not engaged in a war which could be declared only by Congress, but in suppressing an insurrection, this being the only purpose for which the President was authorized by the Constitution to call out soldiers. But practically it is a war. In blockading southern ports, etc., the administration is dealing as if with an alien belligerent. Nevertheless, the original theory that it was an insurrection in certain still existing states survives the fact of belligerency sufficiently to cause the administration to protect slavery with one hand while fighting its defenders with the other. It has thus become virtually a war of slaveholders against slaveholders. This is not only morally intolerable as regards slavery, but equally as regards the horrors of war, manifestly prolonged by the theory that the seceding states still retain all their former rights, such as the return of their fugitive slaves. Even if successful in a military sense, the administration could only bring us back a union with slavery in it, and the old elements of discord. Judge Conway declared that it was now certain that North and South would be forever bound together either with or without slavery. If it is to be a peaceful union, it must be by dealing with the seceding states as an alien enemy. Had the Confederacy been a foreign power and assailed our flag, our government would instantly have struck at the cause of the attack, slavery. And that is precisely why we have a right to do now, to deal with slavery as an alien enemy, a separate political community. In that case, the military struggle might cease, the realm of freedom being brought down to the border slave states. Such slaves as could escape across the line would do so, and the rest be conveyed by their owners to the distant South. And as these border states thus become free, they would become antagonistic to the slave states and reconciled to the free Union. Thus, this southern line of the United States would be carried down to the next tier of slave states, upon which the same effect would be wrought, and the process thus continued until the United States flag would again reach the Gulf. Should the present war cease, the new one would immediately begin. Moral forces would take the place of the military. The anti-slavery editor and lecturer would appear instead of the dragoon and musketeer. The center of abolitionism would be transferred from Boston to Richmond. This would be genuine victory, but our opportunity for winning it may pass, and it certainly will never be gained by the war now waged. Emerson had listened with much animation to this quiet statement. We would have gathered a public meeting to hear the eloquent congressman, but he could not remain. When I next met Emerson, he said, "That man ought to be either answered or followed." No prospect in that dark hour could have been fairer to Emerson than that opened by Judge Conway. For myself, I recognized in Judge Conway's position that in which we all stood until the nation caught fire from the shells bursting on Fort Sumter. Anti-slavery people, even many Quakers, fed the conflagration because they saw God in it, consuming the rottenness of the nation and refining what was sound. In that fair dream they had accepted the challenge of slavery, but the dream was followed by this nightmare. The first Republican government had agreed to stake the life of free America on a duel with slave America. The fate of the New World was to be settled by skill with the rifle. It was too late for us to recover the freedom of choice which preceded that outburst of patriotic rage which proved to be largely the vulgar pluck of the cockpit. I therefore maintained the position advocated in The Golden Hour, which differed from that of Judge Conway only in assuming all the Southern territory occupied by the United States as the extended realm of freedom. To each of our posts the slaves should be invited, and there should be no further fighting unless in defense of such asylums against attack. The Commonwealth began with September 1862. Frank B. Sanborn was associated with me in editing it. We were friends at Harvard, and he was the only student there who held Emerson in a reverence equal to my own. After graduation he had settled at Concord, and we were in constant communication. We had a vigorous anti-slavery governor of Massachusetts, John A. Andrew, who had protested against the use of soldiers from his state to return fugitive slaves. The Commonwealth was recognized as a sort of organ of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in its relation to the national crisis. There was no rivalry, no friction between our paper and the Liberator. That paper was edited by Mr. Garrison with great vigor, but he recognized clearly the advantage of starting the new journal. Sanborn and I were often in consultation with him and Wendell Phillips. The Commonwealth paid attention to literature, and several young writers made their debuts in our paper. Among these was Louisa Alcott, who had gone to nurse soldiers in a hospital at Washington. The series of her hospital sketches showed every variety of ability and excited much attention. Julia Ward Howe wrote for us, and her powers as a humorist were revealed in a parody of Excelsior. When General McClellan had become chieftain of the reactionary, who were parading him in the northern cities as thus the coming president, great preparations were made for the pageant in Boston. But during that day the rain descended steadily, and nothing was seen but several hundred umbrellas passing along Washington Street. Next day the Commonwealth printed Mrs. Howe's parody, Expluvior. Even after the President's preliminary proclamation of September 22nd, we had enough to do. The long warning had the effect of giving the border seceders time to dispose of their slaves farther south, and it also gave time for an outcry of their sympathizers that the President meant to excite a massacre of whites in the South. This outcry was echoed in England, where some excellent men, among them Dr. Martineau, denounced the proclamation. This baseless alarm recruited the political corps gathering around McClellan. There was danger, too, that the President might yield to the increasing pressure brought upon him to retreat from the proclamation, in which were clauses rendering such retreat possible. As the year 1862 drew towards its close, that pressure became severe, and on the other hand we of the anti-slavery side did not fail with pen and voice to hold the administration to its pledge. Between the President's promise of September 22, 1862, and the new year, we were in the exaltation of a new religion, all the more potent because indefinable. All the great minds and hearts at Boston, Cambridge, and Concord, however aloof from our agitation formerly, were now aglow with it. Even Nathaniel Hawthorne being concluded, as he wrote to his friend Horatio Bridge, that the annihilation of slavery may be a wise object and offer a tangible result, and the only one which is consistent with the future union between North and South. Oliver Wendell Holmes had warned the South, there are battles with fate that can never be won. As Christmas time drew near, great meetings were held, and I was continually lecturing. I needed a Christmas hymn for the Commonwealth, but in all the range of Advent poems could find nothing that contemplated Lincoln's proclamation. So I had to write one myself, and I insert it with all its poverty as some indication of the newborn religion that set a new song on our tongues. Now let the angel's song break forth, for night shall never more be night. A quenchless star climbs o'er the earth, a torch lit up at God's own light. There were the watching shepherds press, where eastern seers bowed them low. From pole to pole, from east to west, see the world's tidal pulses flow. I saw the warrior on the plain pause in that light to sheathe his sword. I saw the slave look up in pain. Chains melted in the fires it poured. Thou God, who gave us our night the star, whose circling arm excludeth none, gather our treasures from afar, to the soul's monarch inly born. Kindle thy blessed sign again, for the new world of Christ's new birth, when to our cry goodwill to men, the heaven shall answer, peace on earth. A grand Jubilee concert in celebration of emancipation was arranged for New Year's Day in Boston Music Hall. Theodore Parker's fraternity assembled in that hall, and on December 21st I gave them a discourse on "The Unrecognized Gift of God to America," applying to our nation the words of Jesus to the woman at the well. An engagement to lecture at Rochester, New York, on January 2nd prevented my remaining for the celebration in the music hall, where Emerson's fine Boston Hymn was to be followed by Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, of which Margaret Fuller once wrote, "In it innumerable spirits seem to demand the crisis of their existence." Having to leave Boston early on New Year's Day for Rochester, I passed its vigil in Boston. On that day I dined at Dr. Howe's with Judge Conway. Our solitary Cassandra still warning us that we would never get real emancipation till the sword was sheathed and the seceding states regarded as an alien country. I told him that I should approve of his theory when we became certain that we could not get all the states for liberty. But I thought slavery weaker than he supposed, and on its last legs. On the eve of New Year's Day, 1868, we made up a little party at the Stevensons in Boston to attend watch night in the African church. Young William Lloyd Garrison and his sister Fanny, now Mrs. Villard, were with us. We arrived about 11:30, and though the church was much crowded, the Garrisons were recognized and good places found for us, the only whites present. In opening the meeting, the black preacher said, in words whose eloquent shortcomings I cannot reproduce, "Brethren and sisters, the President of the United States has promised that, if the Confederates do not lay down their arms, he will free all slaves tomorrow. They have not let down their arms. Tomorrow will be the day of liberty to the oppressed. But we all know that evil powers are around the President. While we sit here, they are trying to make him break his word. But we have come this watch night to watch and see that he does not break his word. Brethren, the bad influence near the President tonight is stronger than Copperheads. The old serpent is abroad tonight with all his emissaries in great power. His wrath is great because he knows his hour is near. He will be in this church this evening. As midnight comes on, we shall hear this rage. But, brethren and sisters, don't be alarmed. Our prayers will prevail. His head will be bruised. His back will be broke. He will go raging back to hell, and God Almighty's new year will make the United States a true land of freedom." The sensation caused by these words were profound. They were interrupted by frequent cries of "Glory!" and there were tears of joy. But the excitement that followed was indescribable. A few minutes before midnight the congregation were requested to kneel, which we all did, and prayers succeeded with increasing fervor and amid shouts of rapture. Presently a loud prolonged hiss was heard. There were cries, "He's here! He's here!" Then came a volley of hisses. They proceeded from every part of the house, hisses so entirely like those of huge serpents that the strongest nerves were shaken. Above them rose the preacher's prayer, gradually becoming a wild incantation, and ecstatic ejaculations became so universal that it was a marvel what voices were left to make the hisses. Finally the strokes of midnight sounded, and immediately the hisses diminished, and gradually died away as if outside the building. Then the new year of Jubilee that was to bring freedom to millions of slaves was ushered in by the chorus of all present singing a hymn of victory. The hymn was the old Methodist "Year of Jubilee," which I had so many years had sung in Virginia by the negroes when their night was without any star save that burning in their faith. "Blow ye the trumpet, blow the gladly solemn sound. Let all the nations know, to earth's remotest bound, the year of Jubilee is come. Return, ye ransomed sinners, home." We all joined hands, standing up, and Fanny Garrison, who was beside me, and I sang with ecstasy, until our voices broke with the overpowering emotion. The noble face of our old pioneer Garrison had always been as a pillar of fire that no trouble could ever turn to cloud, and this happy spirit was transmitted to his children. Fanny's radiant face seemed to bring that of her father, on duty elsewhere that night, into the African church. New Year's Day, 1863, was glorious with sunshine, but it did not bring us the expected proclamation. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon I arrived at Albany. Our enemy Seymour had just been inaugurated governor of New York, and the Delavan Hotel was full of such people. But the Honorary Gerrit Smith was moving past them, and my diary says that he made them all look very small and mean. The Unitarian minister, Reverend A.D. Mayo, came up to me, but I found him disgustingly sewer-dish and behind the time, and went off to supper with Gerrit Smith. After a night's journey, I reached Rochester at 8 next morning, and there read the President's disappointing proclamation. Still, the edict of liberation for more than 3,000,000 slaves was enough to add a happy climax to my lecture in the magnificent Corinthian Hall, which was crowded. From Rochester I went on to Syracuse, where I preached for my friend Samuel J. May and visited the Sedgwicks. These always anti-slavery people were festive about the Jubilee year, and my lecture in the public hall was received with sympathy. Auburn, the home of Seward, was not so enthusiastic, but there was a goodly number of excellent Quakers at my lecture, among these the anti-slavery saint, Mrs. Wright, and her daughter Ella, now the wife of William Lloyd Garrison. The brave devotion of both to peace and justice amid these latter-day wars often reminding me of the faithfulness of their parents. From Auburn I traveled to Peterborough and enjoyed the hospitality of Gerrit Smith in his baronial mansion. It was a picture to see this handsome old gentleman, honesty and kindness stamped on every feature, seated amid his large and beautiful family. My lecture was given in his own lecture hall to a good audience, largely his work people, among them a night watchman named Putnam, a sort of laureate at the establishment, who as I was leaving next morning gave me a poem on liberty, composed at his post during the night. But in the morning I had time to write and show to Gerrit Smith an article showing that the necessary object of the war was the abolition of slavery, some step towards that having at every stage proved itself compulsory. On my journey home I encountered a good many noisy copperheads. One old Democrat seated near me in the car attracted general attention by swearing at me as one of the abolitionists who had "got us into a fix," and talked of our military defeats. I asked him if he had not heard of the victory. "What victory? Vicksburg?" "No. At Washington?" "No. What was it?" 3,000,000 of slaves free? The old fellow jumped up and moved away swearing, amid general laughter. In those dramatic hisses and that song of victory in the African watch night, I had heard the ancient burden of Ezekiel against Pharaoh, the great dragon. "I will put a hook in thy jaw, and the burden of Isaiah against Leviathan, thy crooked serpent." Here were renewed the voice of those African slaves, now pictured with their chains on the ruined walls of Egypt. And we white visitors, who had mingled our tears with those humble Negroes, had gone home feeling that we had witnessed the final combat between Jesus and Satan in America. And in the proclamation, although partial, a victorious sun appeared about to rise upon the new world of free and equal men. But when our ecstasy had passed, some of us perceived that while freedom had got a paper proclamation, the cannonball proclamation had gone to slavery. The anti-slavery generals were in the North. The military posts where slaves might become free were under military generals, our governors notoriously hostile to emancipation. The three generals who had proclaimed freedom to the slaves in their departments, Fremont, Phelps, and Hunter, had all been removed, and to the slaves these removals were pro-slavery proclamations which they understood, while this of the New Year they could not read even if it were allowed to reach them. About the middle of January, General Benjamin F. Butler, just superseded in command by General Banks at New Orleans, arrived in Boston. He was a sort of lion, and a grand dinner was given him at the Parker House. I found in my diary that he made a fine speech, showing that he has always known the justice of the anti-slavery movement and has been a hypocrite till now. This old spoilsman, whose cross eyes could never see beyond his paunch, had discovered that his political paunch could best be fed by siding with the Negroes against their masters in New Orleans. But I distrusted him and also some of those who surrounded him at the dinner. So I slipped out just before the moment appointed for my speech. George L. Stearns, just from Washington, told me that Banks had been sent to New Orleans because it was feared that Butler would not be up to the President's emancipation edict. This information convinced me that the Secretary of War, Stanton, desired to prevent the proclamation from affecting slaves in the accepted parishes, and knew that for such works Banks was the man. It is curious to observe in going over my notes of this period how tentative and hesitant good men had become even in Massachusetts. In the Commonwealth office itself there was a consultation as to whether an article of mine, favorable, though with reservations, to Judge Conway's motion in Congress, should be published in the paper. It was opposed by the publisher, James Stone. Elizur Wright thought it was against the previous position of the paper. Albert G. Brown, of Salem, and Stearns rather favored its insertion. While we were talking, Judge Conway himself came in just from Washington, and rather thought that at that moment his resolution had better not be endorsed by the Commonwealth editorially. So my article went in as a communication. Just then a Mr. King came in to say that the Peabody Institute at South Danvers, where I was engaged to lecture that evening, would prefer a literary lecture, as George Peabody, in building the institute for them, had demanded that politics should be excluded. I told him I had no lecture with me except one on the crisis of the country. I think my large audience in that institute found some pleasure in tasting the forbidden fruit. It soon appeared that our combat with slavery, so far from being ended, had to be renewed. The President had appointed as military governor in so much of North Carolina as his forces occupied an old politician of that state named Stanley. There had long been a number of North Carolinians opposed to slavery, and pursuant to the President's proclamation these formed an association to promote its peaceful application to their state. But the President's representative, Stanley, went on denouncing abolitionists as strenuously as if the President's proclamation had been a pro-slavery document, and thwarted the association so bitterly that they appealed to the nation against him, declaring that he was repressing all their efforts to give practical effect to the President's edict of freedom. This and similar facts in the South determined the anti-slavery people in Boston to send a delegation to the President. This delegation consisted of Wendell Phillips, Dr. S. G. Howe, Francis W. Bird, George L. Stearns, J. H. Stevenson, Elizur Wright, the Hon. Oakes Ames, and myself. We arrived at Washington January 28, 1863, and stopped at Willard's Hotel, where Phillips, Stevenson, and myself had to occupy one room. On the following evening, Saturday, we repaired to the White House by appointment. The President, however, called out by the Secretary of War, Stanton, could not see us, but left a request for us to come the following evening. In the meantime, Wendell Phillips had managed to secure an interview with Mrs. Lincoln, which had put him in good spirits, for he found her by no means friendly to our Mephistopheles Secretary Seward. It had been arranged that I should preach before the Senate, of which W. H. Channing was now the chaplain. The Unitarians, who 6 years before had voted my dismissal, were now sympathetic listeners to my discourse in the Senate. For this great opportunity I had prepared with care. I conversed with my old adherents, with leading congressmen, and also visited some Negroes. It was estimated that nearly 2,000 were present in the Senate chamber on Sunday morning, January 25th. My theme was derived from the words of Jesus to the Samaritan woman. If thou knewest the gifts of God, etc., and entitled, The Unrecognized Gift of God to America. A telegram in the New York Herald dubbed it, The Negro, the Savior of America. This was not an unfair label. 37 years later, when witnessing in Paris Sarah Bernhardt's thrilling impersonation of La Samaritaine in Rostand's great miracle play, the scene dissolved into that which I had endeavored to uplift before the Senate. I indulged my old age with an extract. What did the woman see in him? Only a wayworn, dust-soiled Jew asking for a cup of water? How could she see before her, then and there, what you and I see looking through the vista of the ages, in which that heart has been the well on life's highway, to which the weary and thirsting children of men have ever come for living waters? One longs to draw near to her unperceived and whisper, "Woman, do you not know him? Can you not pierce that lowly garb and recognize the greatness of the heart now beating so near you? He is the divine soul, anointed with the chrism of love to seek and save. He is to break down not only this barrier between Jew and Samaritan, but through countless ages all that divides man from man is to fall before him. O woman, be kind to him, give him to drink, receive his blessing, For in the vast future there shall be millions who will say, ah, that we could have had the privilege of that Samaritan woman, to give that blessed one a cup of water, to ask of him living water. And yet I suppose that if any of us who live now could have been present to say this, the unrecognized one would have said, "Nay, but she is no more heavy-eyed than you will all be in your day. For many times in new centuries and new worlds shall I meet you all on the waysides, and you shall never know me, and will refuse me a cup of water." End of chapter 23, part 1. Recording by Ginger Kukalo, Washington, D.C. Chapter 23, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences. Volume 1 by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 23, Part 2. In the evening of that same Sunday, we were ushered into the President's business room, accompanied by Senator Wilson of Massachusetts. Lincoln entered laughing, and said that in the morning one of his children told him the cat had kittens, and as he was entering another told him the dog had pups, so the White House was in a prolific state. The hilarity disturbed us, but it was pathetic to see the change in the President's face when he resumed his burden. Senator Wilson began introducing us severally, but the President said he knew perfectly who we were and requested us to be seated. The conversation was introduced by Wendell Phillips, who with characteristic courtesy expressed our joy at the proclamation, and asked him how it seemed to be working. The President said he had not expected much from it at first, and so he had not been disappointed. He hoped something would come of it after a while. Phillips then alluded to the deadly hostility which the proclamation had naturally excited in pro-slavery quarters, and gently hinted that the Northern people, now generally anti-slavery, were not satisfied that it was being honestly carried out by the nation's agents and generals in the South. "My own impression, Mr. Phillips," said the President, "is that the masses of the country generally are only dissatisfied at our lack of military successes. Defeat and failure in the field make everything seem wrong." His face was clouded, and his next words were somewhat bitter. "Most of us here present have been long working in minorities, and may have got into a habit of being dissatisfied." "Several of us having deprecated this," the President said. "At any rate, it has been very rare that an opportunity of running this administration has been lost." To this Mr. Phillips answered in his sweetest voice, "If we see this administration earnestly working to free the country from slavery and its rebellion, we will show you how we can run it into another 4 years of power." The President's good humor was somewhat restored, and he said, "Oh, Mr. Phillips, I have ceased to have any personal feeling or expectation in that matter. I do not say I never had any, so abused and borne upon as I have been." "Nevertheless, what I have said is true," replied Phillips, who then went on to submit our complaint against Military Governor Stanley in North Carolina, urging the necessity of having in such positions men who were heart and soul in favor of his, the President's, declared policy of emancipation. The facts communicated to us from North Carolina were also submitted. The President did not deny them. He only said that Stanley was in Washington when the proclamation of September 22nd was issued, and then he said he could stand that. "Stand it!" exclaimed one of our number. "Might the nation not expect in such a place a man who can not merely stand its President's policy but rejoice in it?" This vexed the President a little, and he said, "Well, gentlemen, I have got the responsibility of this thing and must keep it." "Yes, Mr. President," interposed Phillips, "but you must be patient with us, for if the ship goes down it doesn't carry down you alone. We are all in it." "Well, gentlemen," said the President, bowing pleasantly to Phillips, "whom would you put in Stanley's place?" Someone asked if it would not be better to have nobody there than an active opponent of the President's avowed policy. Another suggested Fremont, then without command, he being the natural representative of a proclamation of emancipation which he had anticipated in Missouri. "I have great respect for General Fremont and his abilities," said the President slowly, "but the fact is that the pioneer in any movement is not generally the best man to carry that movement to a successful issue. It was so in old times, wasn't it?" He continued with a smile. "Moses began the emancipation of the Jews, but didn't take Israel to the promised land after all. He had to make way for Joshua to complete the work. It looks as if the first reformer of a thing has to meet such a hard opposition and get so battered and bespattered that afterwards, when people find they have to accept his reform, they will accept it more easily from another man." The humor and philosophy of this remark was appreciated by us, but someone said Fremont was hardly a pioneer, and mentioned the general welcome given by the loyal press to Fremont's proclamation in Missouri. The President said he did not believe that the Northern people as a whole regarded that proclamation with favor. Elizur Wright said he was convinced that the so-called neutral slave states were helping the rebellion more than the seceding states. He wished to suggest to the President that the government should not look for any action of those states on the slavery question, but should offer every slaveholder a bond of $300 for each of his adult slaves on condition that they and their children, if any, should be immediately set free, said bonds to be payable when the rebellion was at end and peace restored. The President listened closely to Elizur Wright and replied at some length. He said that the proposition to deal directly with individual slaveholders came too late. Congress had acted and would not take up the subject again. The President said he did not believe that his administration would have been supported by the country in a policy of emancipation at any earlier stage of the war. He reminded us that he had been elected by a minority of the people. "All I can say now is that I believe the proclamation has knocked the bottom out of slavery, though at no time have I expected any sudden results from it." I remarked to the President that if the course of military events should not be favorable between that time and the election next year, we might see the return of a power that would put the bottom in again, and his work be overthrown, which would not mean merely a restoration of slavery, but of disunion, for never again could there be a union with slavery. There were a few moments of silence, and we arose. Mr. Phillips expressed our thanks for the kindly reception accorded us in calling his attention to statements of which some could hardly be welcome. The President bowed graciously at this and said he was happy to have met gentlemen known to him by their distinguished services and glad to listen to their views, adding, "I must bear this load which the country has entrusted to me as well I can, and do my best." He then shook hands with each of us. In the course of the interview, one remark was made by the President which ended my hope for peace. He said, "Suppose I should put in the South these anti-slavery generals and governors, what could they do with the slaves that would come to them?" At that moment the Northern states were suffering for want of laborers, and the draft on their white workmen was steadily increasing. But it was not this and other facts showing his question rudimentary that I felt so discouraging. There was in it a confession that he was putting forward in the South generals and governors who would not carry out his proclamation in good faith by freeing practically as many as possible of those declared free. It also indicated that although the proclamation was professedly a military measure, he did not mean to use it to secure peace, for it could compel the Southerners to fly to their homes and guard them only if the Union posts were in command of anti-slavery men. We thus were doomed to go on sacrificing the blood of the best men, Northern and Southern, to say nothing of the vast expenditure in money, of which 1 month's outlay could provide a home or a place either at the North or in South America or in Haiti for every fugitive coming into our lines. They were needed everywhere. The fact that the proclamation had been countersigned by the Secretary of State instead of by the Secretary of War had excited some suspicion that Seward had requested this function with an ulterior view to its being ultimately set aside by the Supreme Court as not purely a war measure. President Lincoln was clearly not using his proclamation as a war measure. He showed a disposition to regard us as simply interested in the Negroes, and we could not hold him to the fact that our aim was at slavery as the causa causans, the commissariat, the continuer of the war. On the evening after our interview with the President, we gave a dinner to our Massachusetts senators and representatives with other anti-slavery members. The Honorable Henry J. Raymond of the New York Times was present, and perhaps one or two other eminent journalists. We had hoped to obtain from the speakers some important expression of opinion, but the speeches were mainly mere optimistic predictions of the great things that were going to be done. The heavy weight of the gloomy President was left on our shoulders. In private conversations we discovered that none of these leaders, except the Honorable Martin F. Conway of Kansas, were willing to utter in the Capitol criticisms on the administration they freely made in private. Even Senator Sumner, whom Seward was intriguing to deprive of the chairmanship of Foreign Affairs, thought it necessary not to endanger his influence with the President by public remonstrances. We gave them our unanimous impression that such public criticisms need not be personally severe on the President, but were precisely what he needed. He had virtually acknowledged to us that he was influenced by our political antagonists, and advised us to go on convincing the country. Our delegation returned to Boston, to our Commonwealth, and our lectures and bird club talks, with the conviction that the President, with all his forensic ability and his personal virtues, was not competent to grapple with the tremendous combination of issues before him. Footnote 1. In 1885, I consulted some of the survivors of our delegation as to their remembrances of the interview with Mr. Lincoln. My friend Eleazar Wright refreshed my memory as to his part in the conversation. Frank Bird thought that it was not Senator Wilson, as I still think, but the Honorable Oakes Ames, who introduced us to the President. Governor Andrew had given him, Bird, an official introduction to the President, which for some reason he did not deliver. Frank Bird adds in his letter, "The great defect, in my judgment, in Lincoln's character was that he ignored moral forces as having anything to do with the government of this world. This nation cannot remain half slave and half free. That is a proposition in political economy. I would save the Union without slavery if I can, with it if I must. That is atheism. Don't praise Lincoln for what he was not. He had praiseworthy qualities enough without miswriting history. It was the early abolitionists and anti-slavery men who aroused the conscience of the North and set in motion the moral forces which abolished slavery and made the Union worth preserving." End of footnote 1. I had the happiness of making near acquaintances with Oliver Wendell Holmes. The author I rank next to Emerson and Hawthorne in American literature. To have listened to his Lowell lectures on the English poets were among the most cherished souvenirs of my first year at Harvard College. Being the chief professor in the medical school, and at the same time occupied with literature, he was too heavily tasked for me to avail myself of my opportunities for making his personal acquaintance at that time. But just after my graduation, I was invited to a dinner of the Saturday Literary Club in Boston, and was seated beside Holmes. It was at the time when his Elsie Venner was beginning to appear, and he told me the story was suggested by the fabled fall of man. The hereditary lowering of a human constitution by the serpent's bite appeared to him a good theme for a romance. Amédée Achard, in his La Vipère, evidently suggested by Elsie Venner, seems to have recognized this, his afflicted heroine being named Eve. He spoke with high appreciation of Carlyle, especially of the essay on characteristics. Holmes was, however, doubtful about Carlyle's theory that genius is unconscious of its power. He was fraternal with the Unitarians and the witty speaker at their annual banquets, but all that he wrote, and even the speeches, were pervaded by a spirit of skepticism. With profound affection for Emerson, he considered many of the transcendentalists sickly. They throw away the healthy, ruddy-hearted book because they crave something for their inner life, he said. Their inner lives are perpetual mendicants. Emerson told me that Holmes once satirized the transcendental camp by asking, "And why is the nose placed in front, but that it may attain a foresmell of the infinite?" But Holmes told me that it was not he that said this. It was not only in religious matters that Holmes was skeptical, but in sociological and political theories. He looked upon all such movements with a half poetic, half pathological interest, and sometimes humored reformers, as he might a patient, but never gave himself to any reform. He did not believe that the anti-slavery agitation could ever eradicate slavery, and told me when the troubles began in Kansas that he inclined to my view that peaceful separation between the slave and the free states might be the only means of ending discord. Holmes loved to talk about his life as a medical student in Paris. He was the only American scholar and thinker I ever met who appreciated French genius and the moral greatness of Paris. His skepticism I now think of as of the French type, and I have often been reminded of him in talking with Renan. What he most felicitated himself upon was his leading part in securing the general use of anesthetics. He told me that when either was discovered he had such reverence for it that he thought it might possess some spiritual virtue, and resolved to experiment on himself to find if it had any psychological effect. He prepared the ether, and having placed beside his bed a small table with pencil and paper to record his impressions on awakening, he lay down and applied ether. Sure enough, he presently found himself just conscious enough to seize the pencil, and with a sentiment of vast thought wrote down something. It proved to be these words: "A strong scent of turpentine pervades the whole." But he was not satisfied with that, and made another effort. "This time," he said, "I felt as I wrote that I really had seen the secret of the universe." The words proved to be, "Put Jesus Christ into a Brahma press, and that's what you'll get." He told me of the incredible amount of superstition, even in good society in Boston, revealed to him by his experiences in securing the use of anesthetics in childbirth. "I was denounced as a blasphemous infidel defying Almighty God, who had imposed on the female descendants of Eve the pains of childbirth. Even some fairly intelligent women preferred to suffer without such relief. It was a battle of years, and I had to give many lectures at our Cambridge Medical School to induce young physicians to deal resolutely with the matter." Of Nathaniel Hawthorne also I saw something in those days. He had aged considerably since the war began, and this trouble was complicated with his anxiety concerning the health of his daughter Una. I passed a day or two in the house of Mr. Fields with him, and remember well the evening when a number of ladies came in with the hope of seeing him. It was not long after dinner, but Hawthorne had gone up to his room. I was deputed by Mrs. Fields to go up and bring him down. I found him reading Defoe's ghost stories, and after listening to my request he so entertained me with talk about the stories that I almost forgot my mission. He asked me to tell him some of the ghost lore of the Negroes in Virginia, and showed much interest in those I remembered. Of one he made a note, that of a tremendous conflagration towards which a number of Negroes ran, but found there are only one tiny fire coal. Hawthorne spoke of his disappointment in not meeting George Eliot. I mentioned my wish to several ladies in London in whose houses I was a guest, but none of them were on visiting terms with her. He ascribed this to her irregular marriage with G. H. Lewis. He sent excuses to the ladies for not going downstairs. At breakfast he appeared with a meek look, as if expecting reproaches from Mrs. Fields, but the sunshine characteristic of our charming hostess warmed him into a happy mood, and his talk was unusually free and easy. Most of it was about England, the country he loved much more than can be gathered from his book, Our Old Home. Fields told me that Hawthorne was so troubled by the resentful press notices of his book in the English papers that he begged him to send him no more of them. When the excitement of the conversation was over, and Hawthorne had retired to the end of the room, there was in his face a look of pain and weariness. It was pleasant to meet Hawthorne on the street in Concord, but I recall no conversation of importance with him, nor did I seek any, having long felt that his genius was to be got at only in his pages. He was rather oftener, I believe, at Emerson's house than before he went to Europe. He was cheerful with young people, and I remember his being almost merry at a children's party in our house, especially at a charade on the word transcendental. Emerson and Alcott were also present to enjoy our travesty of a transcendental séance, at which Frank Sanborn introduced a poem. The world so rushes into the world's strife, hope gushes anew for life. From the sky, stars fall, the wood, bars, growl. But what of that, O brave heart? Art thou laborer? Labor on. Art thou poet? Go it strong. One day when there was to be a children's picnic in the woods near Walden Pond, of which my wife was one of the managers, Hawthorne intimated to her that he would like to see the children at play, if he could do so without being observed. My wife bade him come to a certain spot, and she would come to guide him to such a secret place if one could be found. A thicket, or perhaps a hollow tree, was found, and Hawthorne was the only man who witnessed the dances of the little fairies that day. If I had only known then as much of Hawthorne's feelings about the war as I discovered when writing his Life 30 years later, I would have availed myself of my opportunities to make a nearer acquaintance with him. If, he wrote to his friend Horatio Bridge, we are fighting for the annihilation of slavery, to be sure it may be a wise object, and offer a tangible result, and the only one which is consistent with the future union between North and South. How glad would Sanborn and I have been to print that sentence as a motto in our paper, The Commonwealth. Perhaps I may anticipate here a further chapter sufficiently to relate the kindness of Hawthorne to my wife in the summer of 1863, when I was in England, and being much condemned in America for my proposal to the Confederate envoy there for ending the war by Southern emancipation of the slaves. While my wife, left in Concord, was in distress because of this condemnation by our anti-slavery friends, Hawthorne treated her with marked kindness. When he heard that she was about to join me in England, she was invited to the wayside, where he showed her his foreign photographs and entertained her with his reminiscence of persons and places there. This was always a grateful remembrance with us, but adds to the sadness with which to this day I think of the finest imaginative genius of his time there in his tower writing the tale of an elixir of eternal youth, while himself consciously sinking into his grave. End of chapter 23, part 2. Recording by Ginger Kukalo, Washington, D.C.
Chapter 24. The Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Rolder, Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway, Chapter 24. About this time complications with England were arising. Our golden hour for ending at once both the war and slavery had passed. The leaden hour had come. We were compelled to support the war which the President had made our only hope of eradicating slavery, the root of discord. There was danger that this hope might be lost through the diversion of patriotic wrath from slavery to a traditional foreign enemy. Even Gladstone and Lord John Russell had accepted seriously the instructed protest of our foreign ministers that the condition of slavery in the several states will remain just the same, whether the war for the Union, succeed or fail. The Confederates in England were utilizing the diplomatic declarations of our government favorable to slavery, confirmed by its actions and by our anti-slavery protest. The anti-slavery leaders in America were in constant correspondence with George Thompson and other friends in England, who like ourselves had felt sure that slavery would certainly be destroyed by the war. It was at this juncture that it was proposed to me to give lectures for a few months in England. In February 1863 my wife wrote in her diary at Concord, now before me, Wendell Phillips came to me to ask if I would consent to my husband going to Europe to lecture and persuade the English that the North is right. Reluctantly I consented, feeling that as he was exempt from serving as a soldier I had no right to prevent his being of service in some other way. The proprietor of the Commonwealth agreed to give him $1,000 for 2 letters per week. Phillips, Stearns, Garrett Smith, Thomas Mott, H. W. Longfellow, Edward Clarke, Mr. Baker, R. Hallowell, Eliza Wright, the Parker Fraternity, and the New Bedford Society raised $700. It is probable also that my wife thought that the strain of work on me was too great. While editing the Commonwealth, I was preaching every Sunday and lecturing 1 or 2 nights of every week. I had said my say in America. I had borne my testimony, as the Quakers say, in all the towns of Ohio, in every important town of New England, and in the chief cities of New York, in Philadelphia and surrounding places, and in Washington. I had written innumerable articles and letters in papers and magazines, and my 2 books on the crisis were in wide circulation. It appeared, therefore, a fair time for me to go for a few months to represent the moral and political situations as viewed by American anti-slavery people. Emerson did not like my going, but gave me letters of introduction to Carlyle and others. I carried a letter from George W. Curtis to Browning, and many from William Lloyd Garrison to the anti-slavery leaders. Mr. and Mrs. George Stearns sent by me a life-size bust of John Brown for Victor Hugo. In my diary on the steamship City of Washington I find the following paragraphs. April 21. I repaired to the library a good deal, and for the first time made good acquaintance with Victor Hugo, to whom I am carrying a bust of John Brown. The execution of John Brown was yet in suspense when Victor Hugo declared that it would be Washington slaying Spartacus, and when it occurred Victor Hugo drew with his pencil a sort of fog, through which were barely visible a gallows with a dim human form hanging from it. Beneath the picture was written simply the word X. I have brought along John Stuart Mill's new book on Liberty, published in Boston the day I left. It is a book of wonderful truisms, of startling commonplaces. In reading it one feels that such a book should be in the course of college study everywhere. So axiomatic are the laws it states, and yet there is scarcely a state on earth that would not be revolutionized by a practical adoption of its principles. Mr. Mill's views of social and individual liberty are in the direction of those stated by Wilhelm von Humboldt in his Sphere and Duties of Government. The grand leading principle, says Humboldt, towards which every argument unfolded in these pages directly converges, is the absolute and essential importance of human development in its richest diversity. He also says that the end of man, or that which is prescribed by the eternal or immutable dictates of reason, and not suggested by vague and transient desires, is the highest and most harmonious development of his powers to a complete and consistent whole. Mr. Mill, taking his high position, lays his cornerstone of society, to wit, that the only purpose for which power can be rightly exercised over any member of an civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. His own good, either physical or moral, is not sufficient warrant to interfere with his independence. With regard to Mormonism, he maintains that society has no right to interfere with polygamy so long as it's understood that the women and men are voluntary parties to the system. In London there had been formed an active league of sympathizers with the Union cause in America, the leading spirit of which was Peter Alfred Taylor, Member of Parliament for Leicester. The society received me with open arms, and soon after my arrival Mr. and Mrs. Taylor invited me to make Aubrey House my headquarters while lecturing. In the interval before my lectures could begin came Derby Day. It seemed my only opportunity for witnessing the annual event for which Parliament adjourns. I never had any interest in racing, but was eager to see the English masses. I reached the place soon after 9 and found the scene amusing, but by 11 I had done all the sideshows and the gypsies, and did not care to wait another hour to see the Derby. On my walk to the station for London, a mile away, I met a long procession of wagons laden with people on their way to the race ground. They hailed me, they chuffed me, and shouted with laughter. I was actually too green to understand their merriment until I reached the station. It was locked up and silent. All had gone to the Derby. Next day I read in a paper that amusement was caused by one solitary individual who just before the Derby was seen making a bee-line for London. While I was staying in Aubrey House, a number of ladies of high position gathered there and formed an association for the circulation of leaflets and essays relating to the struggle in America. Among these ladies were Madame Venturi, née Ashurst, and her sister, the wife of James Stansfield, M.P., Mrs. and the Misses Biggs, Mrs. William Malson, Mrs. Frank Malson. The most distinguished of these ladies was Miss Frances Power Cobb. This lady was well known to me by her important work on intuitive morals, and she had long been associated in the minds of American liberals with Theodore Parker. She was a lady of Irish family, and in her face there were the fresh colour and the expression of sensibility and good-natured humour, characteristics of the well-bred Irish lady. Although more rationalistic than Dr. James Martineau was then, she was his warm friend, and I always believed enlarged his theology, for she was a woman not only of general culture, but thoroughly instructed in the problems of theology. At the beginning of May she brought me the manuscript of her pamphlet, The Red Flag in John Bull's Eyes. The red flag was made up of all the cries about Negro insurrection, rapine, horrors of St. Domingo, with which Confederate sympathizers were seeking to enrage John Bull. Miss Cobb had not only studied all the history of the Negro in the West Indies, but carefully collected all the facts concerning the conduct of the slaves during our war. With power and accuracy her pamphlet tore the red flag to tatters. The efforts made by the Confederates in England at this time were desperate. They had as their organ the London Times, which was selecting with great pains every American item which might irritate English pride. It even took up the insults of George Francis Train as utterances of the representative American. I was promptly raised to the dignity of an emissary. At a meeting in Exeter Hall, May 1863, Tom Hughes was listened to, but when I was introduced as a slaveholder's son, a tremendous confusion filled the house, and it was several minutes before I could get a quiet audience. At about this time, W. M. Evarts arrived in London to confer with the law officers concerning captured males. I met him at a breakfast given by Lord Houghton to Lord and Lady Dufferin, all being warm supporters of the anti-slavery side in America. On the invitation of Edward Dicey and friends of his at Cambridge, I attended commemoration there. Mr. Evarts had been invited by the same gentleman, and we were guests of Henry Fawcett and Leslie Stephen, who had a suite of rooms in Trinity Hall. Our two hosts were already known beyond the limits of their university as men who would make their mark on the country. It was, I believe, principally Fawcett and Leslie Stephen, whose independence had given Trinity Hall a reputation for radicalism. At one of these dinners, there to which our host had invited some brilliant young men, various stories artistically adorned were told about the two men. One of these related that an old Tory squire had brought his son to enter college, and preferred Trinity Hall, where his ancestors had been educated. But on arrival he had heard sad rumours that Trinity Hall had become a nest of radicals. Learning that its chief residents were Fawcett and Leslie Stephen, of whom he had never heard, the squire repaired to their rooms with his son, and was politely received. When he had told them of his desire to enter his son at Trinity Hall, and of the dreadful radicalism said to be prevalent there, the two scholars managed to reach an understanding. Then Fawcett gravely informed the inquirer that it was true that some of them had at one time been rather infected with extreme opinions, but now, he added, we have greatly moderated our views, and shall be contented simply with the disestablishment of the Church and the abolition of the throne. The story was of course followed by a description of the squire's rush out of the building dragging his son. The impression made upon me by Fawcett is ineffaceable. The pathetic sentiment excited by seeing that noble head, with its beautiful blonde hair, and the handsome countenance, whose every feature was so quick with intelligence, save, alas, the sightless eyes, presently vanished before his cheerfulness and a play of thought which forbade pity. He comprehended our situation in America, even its details, with a completeness that surprised Evarts as well as myself. The mischance by which an accidental discharge of his father's gun when they were out shooting had extinguished both eyes, and the courage with which he had assured his parents in their agony that the blindness should make no difference in his career, have often been related, but my friendly relations with him while he was in Parliament and to the end of his life enabled me to remark a more complete fulfilment of that promise than which was first imaginable. In fact, the years seemed hardly to touch that serene and happy face. The last time I heard him speak in public was at the Institution for the Blind near Crystal Palace. In a memorable address to the large assembly of blind pupils and their friends he gave some of the experiences of blindness in his own case. He said that the mental pictures produced by descriptions given or read to him were so vivid and realistic that he had many times referred to them as things that he had seen, until he had afterwards found out that they had occurred after he was blind. The address, the simplicity with which it was delivered, by his sweet and clear voice, and the responsive smiles on those young faces, represent a scene that remains in my memory as one of sublimity. End of chapter 24, part 2. Reading by Rolder, London, January 2012.
Chapter 25 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 25. In a modest old mansion, apart from the great whirl of fashion, resided Carlyle, the man to whose wonderful genius, more than to any other, is to be attributed the intellectual and spiritual activity of his generation. The very house he inhabited was significant to him. "Look at these bricks," he said. "Not one of them is a lie. Let a brick be once honestly burnt, and the cement good, and your wall will stand till the trump of doom blows it down. These bricks are as sharp as the day they were put up, and the mortar is now limestone. The houses all around us crumble, the bricks in them were made to crumble after 60 years, that being the extent of most of the leases. They are of a piece with the general rottenness and falsehood of the time." A strange thrill passed over me when I first stood face to face with these grand features. Emerson had introduced me, the letter is printed in their correspondence, and he met me, pipe in mouth, cordially. For a few moments I was left with Mrs. Carlyle, who was too thin and pale to preserve traces of beauty, but had a look of refinement and dignity. Among the solemn portraits on the wall were two modern miniatures of beautiful ladies nude to the waist. "You may be surprised," she said, "at seeing such portraits in a grave house like this. They were found in the tent of a Russian officer during the Crimean War, and presented to Carlyle." Cheerful, kindly, witty, and frank, she conversed pleasantly of the habits and labours of Carlyle. She thought the life of Frederick a terrible piece of work, and wished that Frederick had died when a baby. "The book is like one of those plants that grow up smoothly and then form a knot, smoothly again and then form another knot, and so on. What Carlyle is when one of these knots is being passed must be left to the imagination." Carlyle was a picture of meekness when his wife said this. An American politician holding some post on the Continent came in just as we were at 9 o'clock tea, and soon got Carlyle into a stormy denunciation of ballot boxing. But the American was ignorant, and while Carlyle was firing cannon on a sparrow I silently observed him. Tall and almost slender, with a longish head, bent forward from slightly stooping shoulders, with a magnificent brow overhanging a tender blue eye that sometimes flashed, a short beard and mustache, a ruddy colour at times overspreading the whole face with flushes, a voice that began gently but could rise to a tornado which usually burst in laughter that ended in a fit of coughing, nervous movements of fingers and shoulders telling of overstudy, an undertone of grief even in his laughter, these characteristics together wove a charm that impressed me as a weird counterpart of that of Emerson. In his presence I recalled the sublimity mingled of beauty and awe which impressed me in the Mammoth Cave. He was interested to know all I could tell him about Emerson, and brought out a photograph he had recently obtained, desiring to know if he looked just like that now. I was able to show him a much better one. All that he said about Emerson indicated the strongest personal attachment. My second interview with him was during a walk which he had invited me to take with him. On the appointed moment of the afternoon I arrived, and was shown into the room at the top of the house where he was writing his history of Frederick. There were about 1,000 books, every one, as he told me, bearing upon the history he was writing, the regular library being downstairs. On the walls were a score of pictures, all either portraits of Frederick or engravings related to his life. "I have found it," he said, "of the utmost importance to surround myself with the images and illustrations of the man whose history I am writing." When we started on our walk he began at once upon America, the ballot box, and Negro emancipation. He was amused at Anthony Trollope's report to him of a phrase he heard from Emerson in a lecture. "This American eagle, of which we hear so much, is a good deal of a peacock." There was more in that, he thought, than in most books about America. "A lie can never be uttered in this world but those who utter it will be paid for it what they deserve. Nothing I have ever witnessed so fills me with astonishment and sorrow as the present condition of things in America. I see it all as fire rained out of the heavens." I said I quite agreed, but should probably differ from him as to the evil the fire was raining on. He said, "Ah, I was once an emancipator too, and used to spout whole chapters of Martin, but I came to see that I was following a delusion." Just then we passed along Church Lane, where Swift used to live, and Carlyle began to talk about him with much feeling. He declared Swift a man of the finest force of every kind, and spoke bitterly of the way in which he had been swamped under "the pressure of an evil time," then added with a sigh, "But his case is not that of one alone." It was impossible not to love this man, however much I might deplore his opinions about slavery, so entirely was he speaking what he regarded as truth, and so guileless was his whole expression. The humility that is characteristic of all real genius was very striking in Carlyle. In his talk the personal reference was rarely made unless it was to mention, as in the above remark, some error into which he had fallen. Although brought up with a holy horror of profanity, I found a certain satisfaction in Carlyle's occasional "damnable." Emerson once said in a lecture, "The oath should be a solemn superlative. Sham damns disgust." Indeed, I once heard Emerson, in speaking of a disguised interviewer who printed and exaggerated what he said about Swinburne, say, "It was one of the damnable things." In Carlyle's utterance there was a kind of authenticity in his "damnable," or in the less frequent "damned." The invocation "damn" he never used, his brands never being affixed to persons, but to evil systems and falsities. It was impossible with this frank, outspoken man not to enter at once upon the great social problems of the hour. Though he seized upon them and went on in wonderful monologue, with pressure full and high whether going with or against the sentiment around him. It was formidable. Whilst he spoke I felt a dreary skepticism chilling me, and seemed to hear cries of despair coming out of the heart of nature. All was going wrong. Our ballot boxings, our negro emancipations, our cries for liberty, all showed nothing but that the nations were given over to believe a lie and be damned. Possibly, indeed, the only way to paradise lay thus through hell, but what the people were seeking thus they would never obtain. Society was all wrong, and would go on getting worse. Ballot boxing? Why, we have tried that vox populi in England. There was a certain Russell here, who managed to get hold of some land which properly belonged to others, was supposed to have no end of sovereigns, was at once adored, got easily into Parliament. Presently it turns out that he has no money at all. He comes out and confesses that none of the land he has is his own, that he had forged a will to get it. And when the matter is looked into, it is found again that the will is genuine, and that he did not forge it at all, but confessed himself a scoundrel in order to make some money, and save some land by it. Then there was Hudson, who cut up a vast deal of good land with railroads, which ran here and everywhere, whether they were wanted or not. The people got around him, voted that Hudson was the fountain of living waters. Every man came with his subscription, gave his £5 or £100 to Hudson. I remember well how he used to strut about with flaps like fins on his dress. Bishops preached about him, countesses flirted with him. He was borne to Parliament by acclamation. He had £3,000,000. One day it was all turned to ashes. This man balloted for. The other day we heard that his wife was buying old clothes, and didn't know where the next loaf was to come from. Wherever your ballot box comes, it will bring broods of Russells and Hudsons. As soon as your ballot box is opened, out springs the most whippable rascal that can be found. You know well that in America, for years, you have had your meanest men in the White House. But so they all go, pell-mell. There is no real king that will be sought for, though I do know some men who are kings, loyal men in their workshops, discerning the laws of this universe and obeying them. Ah, a king is a rare gift. But how little can any one report the charm of Carlyle's conversation, of the wealth showered on the visitor intent on getting near the man's heart. I soon perceived that the vehemence of Carlyle in discussing public affairs was due to the torture he suffered in seeing the errors and agonies of mankind. I resolved not to put him on that rack, and although when we met some mention of events in America was inevitable, and I might be wounded, the boulders were left behind, and I passed, as it were, into beautiful walks and swards, with which Carlyle restored and delighted the soul he had just troubled. Nothing was too small for his study and interest. He would pass in a moment from talk about Frederick or Bonaparte to tell the story of some poor little lady unknown to fame, so sweetly that the mist gathered to one's eyes. At every moment I was impressed by the truth of John Sterling's characterization of Carlyle in The Onyx Ring, where as Collins he figures along with Goethe, Walsingham. I had read the story in my youth, and although in later years I do not accept the censorious estimates of Goethe, John Sterling's Carlyle has appeared to me as profound as Carlyle's Sterling. Emerson told me that when he was in England, 1848, some young men had asked him to introduce them to Carlyle, and he had said, "Why do you wish to have vitriol thrown upon you?" I was prepared by this for sharpness and severity, but I found tenderness and sympathy. Personally, that is to say, but I had discovered the vitriol too, the man's relentless confrontation of optimistic visions and reforms with an insight that pierced their bias. One after another, the believers in one or another national or humanitarian ideal had ceased to visit him, finding his ideas too depressing. One evening, when Froude and I had gone together to Carlyle's, and had listened to a particularly vigorous arraignment of the movements supposed to be progressive, we walked away in silence. Then I remarked, "All that is a dreary enough outlook." Froude answered, "Yes, and the worst of what he says is that it is true." I was not prepared to admit this, but there had been steadily revealed to me under Carlyle's touchstone, unbiased thought, that my own opinions, which I had supposed really my own, and for which I had sacrificed early prejudices, were by no means so thoroughly rooted in my personally digested studies and convictions as I had supposed. Occasionally American writers in London asked me to introduce them to Carlyle. Always cautious about introductions, I was particularly so with regard to Carlyle, and invariably warned these visitors that if they desired useful visits they had best leave the initiative of talk entirely with Carlyle. Nothing would be gained by raising before him any red rag of radicalism. David A. Wasson, John Burroughs, and some others whom I took to Carlyle's house observed my advice and had successful visits. My friend Samuel Longfellow, who came over there with his nephew Ernest, son of the poet, was cordially received. Carlyle had pleasant feelings towards the poet Longfellow, and there was an unworldliness and modesty about our beloved Samuel which availed to shield him from the usual stormings with which Carlyle met the optimistic American. For when Carlyle had said something against universal suffrage, Samuel's conscience overbore my warning, and he made some mild plea for democracy. Carlyle, after a moment's silence, said smilingly and in a meditative tone, "Then in Jerusalem you would have given Jesus and Judas the same vote?" Samuel's utter inability to answer was amusing. Charles G. Leland, whom I took there, also grappled with Carlyle and got the worst of it. The paradoxical position taken up by Carlyle on that matter impressed a great many more Americans than ever ventured to admit their misgivings in public. Carlyle told me that after his unintended offense to Americans in speaking of their millions as "bores," he had been visited by a considerable number of their influential men who entirely sympathized with his feelings about popular suffrage. "I have nothing but the kindest feelings towards the Americans. Personally, I have indeed the best reasons for gratitude to them. There was something maternal in the way in which my works were taken up there in a time when they were neglected in this country. The first money I ever received for any book of mine was brought into my house from Boston. So far as this democratic tendency is concerned, I have rather envied America. We in this country are in the same train, on the same track. We are linked on just behind the American compartment. They will be smashed first, but we just after them, by dashing against the law of the universe that wisdom in government cannot be obtained from the collective ignorance and folly of swarms of men. If that delusion is ever recovered from, it will probably be soonest in America. But alas, the dreadful war going on there renders all calculations vain." Once when his brother, Dr. John Carlyle, was present, we two and Mrs. Carlyle being the only listeners, Carlyle referred to slavery. "I have no dislike of the negroes. By wise and kindly treatment they might have been made into a happy and contented laboring population. I do not wish for them any condition which I would not under the same like circumstances wish for myself. No man can have anything better than the protection and guidance of one wiser and better than himself, who would feed him and clothe him and heal him if he were sick, and get out of him the exact kind of work that he was competent to achieve. Many a man is driven by a cruel mastery of circumstance and want to do whatever will yield him a crust of bread, and others never achieve what they have ability to achieve in these days of emancipation. There is my brother John sitting there. The world will never get out of him the best that is in him." Here the rest of us began to laugh, the doctor being amused and giving a gesture of assent. Mrs. Carlyle said, "And what about Mr. Thomas Carlyle?" "Ah, well," the answer came with a sigh, "Thomas Carlyle tried in every way possible to him to get some practical work for which he believed he had some competency, was baffled at every attempt, and he has been compelled to travel on the only path open to him." Thomas Appleton, brother of the poet Longfellow's wife, told me that one evening when he was conversing with Carlyle he mentioned some favorite writer of his, and Carlyle called the said writer a phrasemonger. "I was vexed," said Appleton, "and retorted on him by saying, Well, Mr. Carlyle, what are the best of us but phrasemongers? Very true, sir, very true, said Carlyle, breaking into a laugh, and the evening passed off more pleasantly than ever. When the Union war had nearly closed, Carlyle spoke so stormily against emancipation that Mrs. Carlyle, the only other present, interrupted him. "Carlyle," she said, "you ought not to talk so much about his cause to a man who has suffered and made sacrifices for it." Carlyle, who always took his wife's reproof meekly, turned to me and said softly, "You will be patient with me. All the worth you have put into your cause will be returned to you personally, but the America for which you are hoping you will never see, and you will never see the whites and blacks in the South dwelling together as equals in peace." How often in these last years have I had reason to remember that prophecy. Carlyle I have found curiously misunderstood in England and America, even by his admirers. He is supposed to be a worshipper of force and of military leaders. But it was because the European masses resorted to violence in 1848 that he lost all faith in the people. It was because Louis Napoleon reached power by massacre that Carlyle proclaimed him a swindler. He opposed every war waged during his time. The thing that especially amazed me about Carlyle was the extent of his intellectual pilgrimage. From the spring of 1863 until shortly before his death in 1881 I saw him often. During that 18 years after my 31st birthday I had studied scientific problems under great scientific men and revised my religious and political philosophy. I had entered new phases of thought and belief. But there was never one in which Carlyle had not been there before me. He had studied closely every philosophy, generalization, and theology. He knew every direction where an impenetrable wall would be found, and every deep and byway of speculation. Another erroneous impression about Carlyle was that he was stationary in his ideas. But Carlyle, even within my memory, grew in a way rare among literary men in advanced years. I remarked this especially in regard to the discovery of evolution. In 1864 he manifested a certain wrath against the great generalization of Darwin. I find notes of a talk in which he said that the theory of the development of one species from another was one that used to be very much discussed in the time of old Erasmus Darwin. He remembered a discussion among the students in their debating society in Edinburgh, in which the question was whether man was descended from a cabbage or a clam. The debate, of course, brought the whole matter into ridicule, and he thought it was decided in favour of the clam. Omnia e concha. It all appeared to me as a damned irreverent kind of speculation by men unable to look into the great deeps of human nature. What do these men know about the mysteries not only of the universe, but of the mind and the nerves of man? I was told by one who was present at a dinner given in the house of Professor Mason at Edinburgh after Carlyle's installation as Lord Rector, that Carlyle, finding himself among scientific evolutionists, became very much excited and cried out, "You tell me that despite all the mysteries of man's nature, just because his heel or something else is shaped so and so, it shows that he is a modified ape." And then he so raged that the company saw fit to change the subject. That was in 1866. A few years later I heard him talking of the subject, and he had got so far as to speak of it without wrath, saying with a laugh, "If my progenitor was an ape, I will thank you, Mr. Huxley, to be polite enough not to mention it." About the year 1879 I was talking with him about the worship of force with which his name was associated. "But what conception of force have most people?" said Carlyle. "Only some mere brutal and blind elements, while the real force proceeds in silent and quiet ways, seeming small but really irresistible." "That," said I, "appears not unlike that force of natural selection of which Darwin has written, by which some small variant in the direction of a larger and finer species starting in some hardly perceptible differentiation gradually grows into a new race." "And why," he answered, "should not that be the real history of nature?" I believe it is, but it is not such a pleasing thing to me as I thought it when Emerson preached it and Charles Darwin announced his theory. What are we to make of the agonies and horrors of nature? Of what of the deformities and miseries of human nature? The theological theory is that all these things are to be redressed and compensated in a future world. Do you believe that all those swarming criminal, debased, drunken people are to live forever?" "Let us hope not," cried Carlyle, with a laugh. "It might astonish you if I were to give my notion of where all these horrible things come from." With that Carlyle arose and put on his gloves for the walk for which I had been invited. We plunged pretty soon into a yellow fog, which Carlyle described as "one expression of the superlative ugliness of so many people crowded together." We met Sir Leslie Stephen, who walked with us. On our way we encountered a repulsive beggar who asked for money, and Carlyle began to fumble in his pocket. One of us gave a coin to the beggar, and Stephen said that he would no doubt spend it in the nearest gin shop. "Very likely," said Carlyle. "No doubt it will be a momentary comfort to the poor fellow." One Christmas afternoon I called to offer greetings to Carlyle. He said, "Ah, yes, I had forgotten. But just now passing the public house at the corner, I remarked that the crowd was larger and drunker than usual, and then I remembered that it was the birthday of their Redeemer." He then went on to speak with solemn feeling about religion, saying finally with animation, "There is but one real religion, passionate love of the good, passionate abhorrence of the reverse. Its aim is simply to get the best man in power and the worst man chained." There were, from my point of view, limitations in Carlyle. "Care is taken that the trees do not grow up into heaven," says Goethe. Even in Emerson I was compelled to admit limitations as life went on. He could not recognize the exquisite genius of France, and some Sabbatarian sentiment survived in him. Robert Ingersoll, of whom I was conversing about our great Americans, spoke with especial enthusiasm of Emerson, but ended by saying, "After all, there was a baked bean side even to Emerson." The humor of this bit of symbolism is hardly appreciable outside of New England, where the Sabbatarian dish survives its pristine moral importance. In the same way there was a survival in Carlyle of the old Scottish antipathy to Roman Catholicism. He said one day that he intended to go that morning to an anti-vivisection meeting, but on hearing that Cardinal Manning was to be there he threw down his hat. "The room does not exist which can hold Manning and me." Some other limitations of Carlyle, as I conceive them, are elsewhere mentioned, the most serious being his indifference, not to say antipathy, to the fine arts. He appreciated portraits, but even there he grumbled whenever he had to sit for his own. In the last year of his life an admirable artist, Helen Allingham, wife of the poet, went and sat by his side, determined to paint him, waking, reading, or sleeping, and he could not resist the lovely lady whom he had long known. As to the portraits he was indifferent for a time, but at length when he looked at one picture and saw among the chaos of pigments his own countenance looking up at him, he began to be interested. So William Allingham told me, and we both felt that the interest had unfortunately come too late. Carlyle would have taken a less gloomy view of the world if he had only realized that art was the real creator at work to produce the fairer world. Ah, what a heart was in him! When our child Emerson died, Carlyle, who rarely made calls, travelled across the 7 or more miles to visit us in our sorrow. His sympathetic talk, his narrative concerning his mother and her grief at the loss of a child, his appeal that we should bear up under our distress and find consolation in what remained to us, were to us the voice of the great love that, while dealing with the history of empires, marked the sparrow's fall. Carlyle told me that my article in Fraser (August, 1864) on The Transcendentalists of Concord had produced an excellent impression. I had sent the manuscript to him without mentioning any magazine, and he had sent it to Froude. He told me that I had evidently much to say about America that would be useful to English readers, and that Froude desired further contributions. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories, and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 26, Part 1. Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, in a lecture on The American Weaning, 1864, spoke with sharpness of the silence of English literary men towards the American struggle. Had I been an Englishman, I could have made a reply. President Lincoln had proposed at his inauguration to change the Constitution so as to render slavery eternally secure. His Secretary of State had openly instructed his minister in London that the status of no individual would be altered by the war. The proclamation of emancipation excluded from freedom a fourth of the slaves, all within our reach. It was followed by the systematic military prevention of slaves from escaping. Why then should Englishmen feel any interest in a murderous struggle to preserve a union which American anti-slavery men had for years tried to dissolve? Why should Englishmen be concerned about a province seceding from our Union any more than Americans would be should Ireland secede from Great Britain? As a matter of fact, 2/3 of the English authors espoused the Union cause, some of them actively. Professor Newman, Mill, Tom Hughes, Sir Charles Lyell, Huxley, Tyndall, Swinburne, Lord Houghton, Cairnes, Fawcett, Frederick Harrison, Leslie Stephen, Allingham, the Rossettis. Others were silent because they hated war and did not believe it could secure any benefit. Ruskin, Anthony Froude, Herbert Spencer, and a few others. Charles Kingsley, the only literary man who warmly espoused the Southern cause, may have thought he was on the side of Carlyle, whom he worshipped but rarely saw. But Carlyle, while opposed to emancipation, respected the desire of the Americans to preserve their Union. Tennyson, whom Dr. Holmes named in his lecture, did not share Carlyle's views about slavery, and his silence was due to the American denunciations of England. Tennyson had received hundreds of extracts from American papers, in not one of which was any friendly word. But for this tone, which, as I wrote to the Commonwealth, he feels to be insulting and significant of a dominant puerility in America, Tennyson would probably have manifested his sympathy with the North. Some eminent men whose thinking on American matters was done by the London Times were really alarmed by such diatribes against England. Although Ruskin was said by Tom Hughes to be captive of Carlyle's bow and spear, I should say rather that he was captivated by the grand figure of the man. Ruskin hated war above everything, and proposed that whenever a war broke out, every woman should drape herself in deepest mourning until the return of peace. His friendship with Charles Norton was warm, and he had duly credited the United States with Emerson and several other writers, but he could not sympathize with a war for territorial integrity of his own or any country, nor with one for emancipation. He was so burdened with the degraded condition of the laborers and peasants of Europe that he considered the negroes little worse off, but he did not, like Carlyle, idealize slavery, nor could Ruskin admire any hero of the sword. The agitation in England in favor of the North had been mainly carried on by leaders of the Aborigines Protection Society, who were fervid, but their tone assumed that all slaveholders were like the heavy villain in Uncle Tom's Cabin, and repelled discriminating thinkers, many of whom had traveled in the South and known good hearts there and witnessed their humane treatment of slaves. Nor have American censors of England considered the extent to which considerations of humanity were enlisted. The retaliatory proclamation of the Confederate President, declaring the purpose of Lincoln's proclamation of emancipation to be the incitement of Negro insurrection and massacres, was justified by President Lincoln's arming of negroes, and by the enthusiasm with which the anti-slavery men were canonizing John Brown for his effort to excite Negro insurrection. Our armies were marching south to the song glorifying a would-be lyncher of white Southerners. As a Southerner, I knew that a Negro insurrection was impossible. There had gone on for generations in that race a survival of the submissive. The last of the Nat Turners had long been evolved out of existence. The negroes were incapable of military organization among themselves. They were gentle and hoped for freedom only in heaven, their road to which was mapped in the Bible, which said, "Servants, obey your masters." All this the Confederate President knew as well as I did, and his proclamation about Negro insurrection was no doubt meant for effect on humane people in Europe. That it did not have more effect was due to the bizarre spectacle of armies marching to the John Brown song and thrusting escaping slaves back into bondage. It remains to be said that the Union cause was in America without any figure that struck the imagination. The tragical death of Lincoln threw a halo around him, but up to that time he had excited little admiration in Europe. To the English people the two striking figures in the North were the humble printer, Garrison, awakening the conscience of his country, and the aristocratic barrister, Wendell Phillips, devoting his life to the cause of the black man. On my arrival in London, I found there John M. Forbes of Boston, a man long known to me, as to so many others, for his sound judgment as well as his lovable nature. "I am glad," he wrote to me April 27th, "to hear of your arrival, as we need all the help our friends can give us to keep out of mischief, and your varied information about slavery will be most available." I was fortunate enough to see a good deal of him. We passed several evenings at the house of Fanny Kemble, where American affairs were talked over with reference to the Confederate intrigues in England. Mr. Forbes believed that a chief difficulty lay in the feeble interest taken by leading Englishmen, even Mr. Gladstone, in an evil so remote as slavery. I myself felt keenly the silence concerning our conflict on the part of several leading literary men. Our cause had largely fallen into the hands of dissenting preachers, Newman Hall being especially prominent, and it was mainly in their chapels that our meetings were held. All through May I had a feeling that I was teaching only the already taught, also that there was an accent of the conventicle in our conferences that limited their influence. The Southerners quite misunderstood Carlyle. One evening Mrs. Carlyle mentioned that after Carlyle had written his latter-day pamphlet on the Negro question, suppressed in the Northern edition of the pamphlets, but published in the South, he received from eminent Southerners letters suggesting that England should restore slavery in her West Indian possessions, in which case the slave states would unite with them and a great British Empire be formed in the New World. Mrs. Carlyle mentioned no names, and I asked no questions. Carlyle spoke of the scheme as wild, one he could have no sympathy with at all, but said to his wife mildly, "It might have been as well not to trouble Mr. Conway with that. I can conceive that it might become his duty to report it to America." It did startle me that eminent Southerners, some 10 years before the war, should have wished to throw their states and slavery under the protection of the British flag, but they must have known little of Carlyle to suppose he had any wish to see Great Britain expanding. Abhorring the condition of laborers around him, Carlyle idealized the condition of the negroes in the Southern States. That was all. In my conversation with Carlyle and other literary men, I found that an active propaganda in the interests of the South was carried on by an apparently unofficial Confederate, John R. Thompson, who was sometimes accompanied by a Mr. Fairn, who Carlyle thought had some Negro blood. Thompson was for many years editor of the Southern Literary Messenger at Richmond, Virginia. I had occasionally met him, and several of my early productions were printed in his magazine. Though not eminent as an author, he was an agreeable writer, a man of fine taste, the friend of literary aspirants, altogether an important literary figure in Virginia. His gentlemanly presence, pleasant manners, and intimacy with the Confederate leaders secured him entrance in both aristocratic and literary society in England, all of which I should have regarded as well merited by so accomplished a Virginian, but for the fact that he was carrying with him a pro-slavery influence injurious to the anti-slavery cause. In his interesting posthumous Journal of English Experience recently published, he mentions having seen me in a corridor of the House of Commons, but I did not see him. Carlyle told me that Thompson first called on him with an autograph letter from General Stonewall Jackson recommending the bearer, as I understood, to Carlyle personally, though Carlyle never knew Stonewall Jackson. I never heard him allude to any Confederate leader with admiration. Thompson was intimate with the Carlyles. Carlyle poured out statements of Thompson and Fairn, and I sometimes wondered at never meeting them. However, there was now a Virginian at each ear not only of Carlyle, but of some other literary men whose silence about America distressed me. The Confederate envoy in England, John M. Mason, I had met in Virginia. See Chapter 7. I took pains to avoid him in London. He was well acquainted with my public life and would naturally regard me as a traitor to Virginia. But Mason was skillful in his sphere, and I attributed to him the assiduous use of the fatal documents tending to prove that slavery was not the real issue, and that the abolitionists were a small group of fanatics following a delusion. What was a proclamation of emancipation, when 4 months after it, May 11th, Wendell Phillips, in view of a notorious pro-slavery man, Halleck, made commander-in-chief, anti-slavery generals all removed, and Congress refusing to abolish slavery where within their reach, declared that proclamation the idlest national work, childish work. While the administration was thus withholding with its right hand what it had given with its left, President Lincoln realized the importance of making some demonstration in England against slavery. Early in May, 1863, John Bright received from Senator Sumner the subjoined letter dated April 27th. 2 days ago the President sent for me to come to him at once. When I arrived he said that he had been thinking of a matter on which we had often spoken, the way in which English opinion should be directed, and that he had drawn up a resolution embodying the ideas which he should hope to see adopted by public meetings in England. I enclosed the resolution in his autograph as he gave it to me. He thought it might serve to suggest the point which he regarded as important. President Lincoln's manuscript. Whereas, while heretofore states and nations have tolerated slavery, recently, for the first time in the world, an attempt has been made to construct a new nation upon the basis of and with the primary and fundamental object to maintain, enlarge, and perpetuate human slavery. Therefore, resolved that no such embryo state should ever be recognized by or admitted into the family of Christian and civilized nations, and that all Christian and civilized men everywhere should, by all lawful means, resist to the utmost such recognition or admission. John Bright could not use such a document as that. It would have been ridiculed in any Unionist meeting in England, as implying that the object of the war was merely to keep slavery within its existing territorial bounds. One day I was conversing with Robert Browning in his library, and alluded to "shooting Niagara," the new utterance of Carlyle against the Union cause in America. Browning described Carlyle's brief fling as a grin through a horse collar, but said that the coercive measures of the North had never yet been justified in England by any assurance that its aim was to emancipate the slaves and reestablish the Union on a basis of universal freedom. Browning thought that the English writers were confused about the whole issue, and that some honest thinking men believed that emancipation would be fully and happily completed only by severance of the South. I asserted that the anti-slavery leaders in America were notoriously opposed to war, and would never have supported, would not now support, a war for any other purpose than to uproot the institution which had not only held 4 millions of blacks in bondage and blighted the Southern country, but kept the whole nation in discord from its foundation, and finally plunged it into an abyss of blood. I explained the powerful pressure on the administration to preserve some root of the evil that bred strife. Triumph of the South would preserve all the roots and probably make the United States an empire of slavery and perpetuate civil war. The English writers of reputation could do us no good by exalting a union which as yet maintained the oppression striking at its heart. but they could do us and humanity great service by assuming the conflict to be one between freedom and slavery, and by writings so emphasizing its connection with the worldwide struggle for liberty that it would amount to a demand on our government to uplift before mankind a stainless banner. We wanted no victory for a Union with slavery surviving in it. Browning thought that it would do good if the anti-slavery Americans should declare before the world that they had no desire to subjugate the South except for the liberation of the slave and the nation from the long oppression. After some further talk, I told him I would challenge the Confederate envoy in England on that point. I think I then and there wrote with pencil and showed him the substance of the letter, which was sent as follows: Aubrey House, Notting Hill, London, June 10th, 1863. Hon. J. M. Mason, Commissioner, etc. Sir, I have authority to make the following proposition on behalf of the leading anti-slavery men of America, who have sent me to this country. If the States calling themselves the Confederate States of America will consent to emancipate the negro slaves in those States, such emancipation to be guaranteed by a liberal European Commission, the emancipation to be inaugurated at once, and such time to be allowed for its completion as the Commission shall adjudge to be necessary and just, and such emancipation once made to be irrevocable, then the abolitionists and anti-slavery leaders of the Northern States shall immediately oppose the further prosecution of the war on the part of the United States government, and since they hold the balance of power, will certainly cause the war to cease by the immediate withdrawal of every kind of support from it. I know that the ultimate decision upon so grave a proposition may require some time, but meanwhile I beg to be informed at your early convenience whether you will personally lend your influence in favor of a restoration of peace and the independence of the South upon the simple basis of the emancipation of the slaves. Any guarantee of my responsibility and my right to make this offer shall be forthcoming. I am, sir, yours, etc., M. D. Conway. Mason's reply was as follows: 24 Upper Seymour Street, Portman Square, June 11, 1863. Sir, I have your note of yesterday. The proposition it contains is certainly worthy of the gravest consideration, provided it is made under a proper responsibility. Yet you must be aware that whilst you know fully the representative position I occupy, I have not the like assurance as regards yourself. If you think proper, therefore, to communicate to me who those are on whose behalf and authority you make the proposition referred to, with evidence of your right to make this offer, I will at once give you my reply, the character of which, however, must depend on what I may learn of your authority in the premises. I am, sir, your obedient servant, J. M. Mason. I remarked that Mason's writing on his envelope my first name, which I had not signed, indicating his knowledge of the renegade Virginian he was writing to. My reply was as follows: Aubrey House, Notting Hill, London, June 14, 1863. Sir, your note of the 11th has been received. I could easily give you the evidence that I represent the views of the leading abolitionists of America, but with regard to the special offer which I have made, I have concluded that it was best to write out to America and obtain the evidence of my right to make it in a form which will preclude any doubt as to its sufficiency. I shall then address you again on the subject. I am, etc., M. D. Conway. Then came the following: 24 Upper Seymour Street, Portman Square, June 17, 1863. Sir, I have received your note of yesterday. You need not write to America to obtain the evidence of your right to treat on the matter it imports. Our correspondence closes with this reply. It was your pleasure to commence it. It is mine to terminate it. I desired to know who they were who were responsible for your mission to England, as you present it, and who were to confirm the treaty you propose to make for arresting the war in America on the basis of a separation of the States, with or without the sanction of their government. But such information is of less value now, as I find from an advertisement in the journals of the day that you have brought to England letters of sufficient credit from those who sent you to invite a public meeting in London, under the sanction of a member of Parliament who was to preside, to hear an address from you on the subject of your mission, with the promise of a like address from him. This correspondence shall go to the public, and will find its way to the country, a class of the citizens of which you claim to represent. It will, perhaps, interest the government and the soi-disant loyal men there to know, under the sanction of your name, that the leading anti-slavery men in America are prepared to negotiate with the authorities of the Confederate States for a restoration of peace and the independence of the South, on a pledge that the abolitionists and anti-slavery leaders of the Northern States shall immediately oppose the further prosecution of the war on the part of the United States government, and since they hold the balance of power, will certainly cause the war to cease by the immediate withdrawal of every kind of support from it. As some reward, however, for this interesting disclosure, your inquiry whether the Confederate States will consent to emancipation on the terms stated shall not go wholly unanswered. You may be assured then, and perhaps it may be of value to your constituents to assure them, that the Northern States will never be in relations to put this question to the South, nor will the Southern States ever be in a position requiring them to give an answer. I am, sir, your obedient servant, J. M. Mason. The correspondence appeared in the London Times of June 19th, preceded by the following note, dated June 17th. Sir, as part of the political history of the times, the correspondence transmitted herewith may have sufficient significance to call for its publication. I submit it to you accordingly for a place in your columns. I am, sir, very respectfully, your obedient servant, J. M. Mason. Although Mason was criticized as having dealt a foul stroke in publishing my letters, I could not complain of this. He knew that I would in some way use against his cause whatever he could say in answer, and equally his silence if he returned no reply. I might not indeed have printed his letter, but I should have shown it to Browning and to any others I found heeding the declarations of Mr. Spence of Liverpool and others, that the Confederacy contemplated emancipation. The Emancipation Society was active, and convened a meeting for me on May 7th in the Finsbury Chapel, at which Hon. Rev. Baptist W. Noel presided. On the following evening, May 7th, a meeting was held in Islington to receive Rev. Sella Martin, described as a fugitive slave, and I was invited to speak. Martin made a statement concerning the prejudice against colored people prevailing in the Northern States, so sweeping that it involved the abolitionists. I felt bound to say that when I first saw Mr. Martin, he was at an anti-slavery meeting in Boston, seated between Garrison and Phillips, and I felt certain that the abolitionists had no prejudices against color. My speeches at the two meetings just mentioned caused the Emancipation Society to arrange a scheme for my addressing meetings in various parts of the country. P. A. Taylor, M.P., and his wife were much interested in this, and invited a company of eminent gentlemen to meet me at dinner at Aubrey House, among them John Bright, Richard Cobden, T. B. Potter, M.P., of Manchester, and other members of Parliament. It was arranged that I should have a public reception at the London Tavern, at which John Bright consented to take the chair. Although Bright had occasionally expressed his sympathy with the North, his abhorrence of war equaled his detestation of slavery, and he had not, I think, hitherto made any complete statement on the situation in America. He prepared with great pains the speech with which he introduced me at the London Tavern on the evening of June 16th. He especially made a breach in the stronghold of the Confederate sympathizers in England by pointing out the precarious situation of the cotton interest which had rested on slavery. His own personal interests and those of the people he represented could now be restored only by the complete abolition of the treacherous system in the Southern States, which indeed had led him some years before to suggest the cultivation of cotton in India. Slavery abolished, European immigration hitherto confined to the North would go to the South. Thus the business interests of England coincided with its highest sentiment and morality. I have mentioned only one point of Bright's speech, which occupied an hour, and was delivered with an eloquence that stirred the large and distinguished audience. Before I spoke at this meeting, An extract from a letter to George Thompson from Garrison was read by John Bright, and some sketch of my life given. The London Tavern meeting was reported and commented on in every paper, and the Confederate envoy Mason awoke on June 17th to a certainty that my proposition as yet unanswered was authorized, and also that in the moral combat I must have the advantage in an anti-slavery country. Mason, unable as I foreknew to impugn the tenure of slavery, the immediate jewel of the Southern soul, had no alternative but to strike at what might possibly be my vulnerable point. My second letter suggested a means of bringing me into disgrace with the official agents of the United States, and the American abolitionists into collusion with the administration. In this way he was not only to punish me as a Virginian renegade, but if my anti-slavery friends in America should ratify my proposal, the government would repudiate them and implicitly admit that it was not fighting for emancipation. My second letter to Mason was a virtual admission that I had made a mistake in writing the first. The anti-slavery society generally, in particular its great chieftain Garrison, had for so many years been advocates of non-resistant principles, and had so unanimously opposed suppressing secession by bloodshed, until war had actually broken out. They had so constantly directed all their efforts simply to control and influence the horrible cyclone to the one end of extirpating its fatal source forever, that it had never occurred to me that now, if that source were at once removed, any of them would countenance bloodshed for the sake of political and economic interests. Of course my letter to Mason was strategical, and had I not known that my proposal could not possibly be accepted, it would not have been made before correspondence with anti-slavery leaders in America. The unexpected publication of the correspondence by Mason, with my virtual admission that my general authority did not extend to any particular act of that kind, embarrassed my English friends a good deal. The Emancipation Society felt it necessary to publish a declaration that they were unaware of any such correspondence when they summoned the meeting at the London Tavern. The Manchester Committee, which had engaged me to give an address in the Free Trade Hall, and similar committees in other cities where appointments were scheduled, were troubled. Nevertheless, Mason's side of the situation speedily attracted more attention than mine. Mason's final letter was universally regarded as an admission that the Southern Confederacy was founded on slavery. Meetings were held throughout the country fastening this upon the Confederacy. I subjoin a typical declaration addressed to Mason. Foreign Affairs Committee, Sheffield, June 25, 1863. Sir, this committee have had under consideration your letter of the 17th instant, in reply to Mr. Conway, and published by you in the Times. Wholly disapproving of the improper conduct of Mr. Conway, the committee confined their remarks to the last paragraph of your letter. You are aware that nothing could be more hideous, hateful, and loathsome to honest and true Englishmen than your audacious avowal of your determination to maintain slavery and your defiant prediction that you will succeed. Yet you are unmolested, unscathed, untouched. The committee call upon you to contrast your treatment in England, where slavery cannot breathe, to the treatment which would be given to an Englishman amongst the slaveholding and slave-loving rebels, whose emissary you are, were he to make a public declaration amongst them in the opposite sense to yours. He would be treated as would be a rat which should make its appearance in the streets of London, or as a venomous reptile which had given notice of its presence by scattering its venom around. You are not so treated, although you are loathed and detested. Yet England endures even your presence in her midst. Your obedient servant, Isaac Ironside, Chairman. When the correspondence appeared, I was on my way to fill engagements in the provinces. In my absence consultations were held between Peter Taylor, John Bright, and Samuel Lucas, Mr. Bright's brother-in-law, editor of the Morning Star, with the result that on the 19th June this paper had a leader turning the tables upon Mason. Among the telling points I quote one or two. Mr. Mason is evidently unconscious of or unconcerned at the possibility that honest, simple-minded Mr. Conway may have been baiting a trap for him, and that the threatened penalty of exposure to obloquy at home may be very complacently suffered by one whose real objective was to draw from Mr. Mason a refusal, expressed or implied, to stop the horrors of war by an act in which the United States have no more interest than humanity at large. Whether or not that was Mr. Conway's object, it is the effect of Mr. Mason's letter, and as such it should be prized by the English friends of union and emancipation. It is the fashion here to deny that the war is being prosecuted by the North for the abolition of slavery, and to assert that the South would use its independence to confer freedom upon its bondsmen. To the English public, therefore, it may be useful to have a distinct proof that, to men of considerable influence in the North, emancipation would be a sure ground of peace, and that the Confederate representative spurns the idea of purchasing political independence by relinquishing property in human beings. This humanitarian aspect of the American conflict is that which commands the largest share of attention in Europe. Strong as are the sympathies of all true liberals in this country and on the continent with the Union, yet stronger because both wider and deeper are the feelings excited by a contest for the personal liberty of 4 millions of men and women. In the face of Mr. Conway's offer and Mr. Mason's reply, it is impossible to pretend that the South cares for independence except as a means of perpetuating slavery. Similar articles appeared throughout the country. The reaction in my favor among my friends and in the Emancipation Society was immediate. Their struggle against the Southern sympathizers was on the eve of its crisis in the House of Commons, where Roebuck was to introduce on June 29th his motion for the recognition of the Confederacy. There was fear that his motion might be carried, and my rash step was partly inspired by that danger. Its effect was at once visible not only in journals friendly to us throughout the country, but in the wrath of the Confederate organs generally, and especially in the altered tone of the Saturday Review. End of chapter 26, part 1.
Chapter 26, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.D. Hamilton. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 26, Part 2. Censure from my friends was swiftly silenced by the invective of Mason's friends. Their anger was displayed by the well-dressed mob which I encountered at Manchester. My address was to be delivered on Sunday afternoon, June 21st, in Free Trade Hall, the largest in England, which was crowded. Mr. Potter, their Member of Parliament, presided, and all the preachers were on the platform. Before proceeding to my lecture, I took care to exonerate the chairman and Mr. Bright and the Emancipation Society from any connection with my correspondence with Mason. I had not proceeded far in my address when about 200 men began a deliberate attack on the platform. This platform was 5 or 6 feet above the floor, and the assailants attempted to climb up. Some were pushed back by the preachers, but others succeeded and grappled with them. Meanwhile, a large number rushed forward for defense, and after a 20-minute scrimmage, the English Confederates were overpowered and removed from the hall. It was a large mob, which had got into all the front seats, but it was not dangerous. It meant business. But this was not to harm us physically. It was to take possession of the chair and platform and pass resolutions supporting Roebuck's motion for recognition of the Confederacy. They drew no arms and had trusted to their numbers, but newspaper comments on my Mason correspondence had drawn such an enormous audience that they were vastly outnumbered. During the entire melee, I stood quietly at the desk, not one hand laid on me, and when the last mobsman disappeared, continued without omitting a word of my carefully prepared lecture, which was next day in circulation as a pamphlet, printed without my knowledge. Thus, I hardly merited the honor accorded me of having been mobbed in Free Trade Hall. The row was an advertisement for me, and also illustrated the spirit of the Confederates, who in trying to seize the chair imitated in their small way the attempt on the executive chair at Washington. At Manchester, I enjoyed the hospitality of Mr. Potter. He was a large gentleman with a happy, optimistic countenance, such as I have rarely seen. His long service to every progressive cause, his generosity with his wealth in all such movements, and his excellent judgment, on which the old Corn Law orators, Cobden, Bright, W.J. Fox, had always depended, as now the emancipationists, made him a historical personage. The last time I saw this venerable member of Parliament was when he managed to attend, despite his great age, an annual dinner of the Cobden Club at Greenwich, on which occasion the special homage of the Assembly was paid to him, Mrs. Fisher Unwin, Cobden's daughter, and several other ladies descended from the old reformers being around him. After my Sunday afternoon lecture in Manchester, I left the same evening for London, and found my friends at Aubrey House cheerful at the turn the Mason incident had taken. Miss Sarah Remond, sister of the eloquent colored American Charles Lennox Remond, had for some years been adopted as Mrs. Taylor's companion, and could not fail to be pleased that I had set emancipation as the one vital aim in the war. I addressed, June 22nd, the following letter to the Times, which was at once published. To the editor of the Times: Sir, absence from London has prevented my giving such careful attention to the correspondence between Mr. Mason and myself as was necessary to make the explanation which the public on both sides of the ocean will naturally expect of me. In the correspondence, as it stands, there are three parties involved, namely, the abolitionists of America, myself, and Mr. Mason with his Confederates. As to the first, it was to pounce upon them and compromise them with their government that Mr. Mason rushed into print so eagerly that, though only a little way from London, I did not receive his last letter until half a day after I had seen it in the Times. But I wonder that Mr. Mason did not see what the Americans will certainly see, that my second note to him admits that my authority extended definitely only to the declaration that the abolitionists of America were giving moral support to this war simply and only in the interest of emancipation, and that when that issue ceased to be involved, they would no longer sustain it. But that with regard to the special offer, I must write out and get a special authority. This left it yet an open question whether the anti-slavery men were prepared to negotiate with the Confederate authorities. He springs his snare before they are in it. They are not compromised at all. They do indeed stand committed to an unwillingness to prosecute this terrible war for any less important aim than the complete wiping out of their country's crime and shame, but it has all along been their avowed position that they are, to quote Wendell Phillips, willing to accept anything, union or disunion, on the basis of emancipation. Then, of the abolitionists, I alone am implicated by this correspondence, and here I am ready to confess that my inexperience in diplomatic and political affairs has led me to make a proposition, the form of which is objectionable. Recognizing Mr. Mason only as an unofficial, though representative, Southerner, whose views would be a test of the disposition of the rebels on the subject of slavery, and anxious to afford that test to certain very eminent literary men in England, who acknowledged that the reply to such a proposition would decide their feelings with regard to the issue, I inferred hastily and improperly that the right to declare the object of the abolitionists in the war justified me in sending the proposition to Mr. Mason personally. As this, my first correspondence with the enemy, was undertaken only in the interest of my country, and was virtually a demand for the surrender of the enemy's capital, I shall hope that the apparent disloyalty of it, of which I was unconscious, will be condoned by the country I meant to serve. But Mr. Mason and his confederates are implicated in this matter in a way to which I desire to call the attention of those gentlemen to satisfy whose minds I wrote the proposition, and of all others who think that the South is fighting for any worthier independence than impunity in permanently robbing another race of its independence. In order to compromise the abolitionists, Mr. Mason concedes that I had authority to make the offer of independence for emancipation. He acknowledges, on the strength of Mr. Garrison's letter of credit, that I had that authorization to which, when shown him, he had promised a reply. So the English public know now, with a cleanness which my own blundering way of evoking such a confession did not merit, what the reply of the South is to a proposition offering her freedom, as she calls it, on the condition of her according the same to the millions whom she oppresses. Whether I had the right to make the offer or not, it is answered. The believer in the Golden Rule has only to ask himself what would be his interest in the success of the Northern arms if his own wife and children were today under the lash on a Southern plantation, now that we have Mr. Mason's assurance that every gateway except that of war is closed. I am, etc. Meanwhile, the effect of this Mason affair in America was not so favorable as in England. The leading anti-slavery people repudiated my action with a vehemence which I never understood until many years later I discovered that their explosion occurred before the correspondence arrived. The first announcement in New York was in a brief summary of News from Europe in the Tribune of June 30th. A correspondence between Mr. Mason and Mr. Conway is published, Mr. Conway claiming to be authorized to offer in the name of the abolitionists and leaders of the anti-slavery parties an active cooperation for an immediate cessation of hostilities, if the South would commence at once the work of emancipation. Mr. Mason asked for the credentials of Mr. Conway, and Mr. Conway informed him that he would send for them to America. Mr. Mason declared, however, that the South would never be able to enter seriously into such a negotiation. What the summary given in Boston was, I know only by a letter written by Mr. Garrison to the Tribune, dated June 30th, which shows that not only were all my cautious provisions for placing the emancipation under the guarantee of, quote, a liberal European Commission, etc., unquote, omitted, but the anti-slavery leaders were pledged to withdraw, quote-unquote, supplies from the war. This substitution of the military term supplies for support looks like ingenuity on the part of the summarist. In Mr. Garrison's letter to the Tribune, which I did not see at the time, his first reason for repudiating my proposal was, quote, that no reliance can be placed upon the word of those who stand before the world black with perfidy and treason, and in the most dreadful sense as hostis humani generisa, close quote. I should, of course, never have dreamed of suggesting, even in a proposal I knew would be refused, trusting emancipation to slaveholders. The actual correspondence came by another ship on July 1st and appeared in the Tribune of July 2nd. Whether it had been read by Wendell Phillips before his speech at Framingham on July 4th, I do not know. In that speech, referring to me, he said, "I think that his intentions were as honest as the midday sun is clear." Hear, hear, and applause. I think that his devotion to the great cause of human liberty is as single-hearted as when he took his father's 70 slaves, every one of their holders a rebel but himself, and led them with such devoted and self-sacrificing earnestness to freedom on the northern banks of the Ohio. Loud applause. I know at the same time that he does not represent in that offer one single man on this side of the Atlantic. I do not say I believe it, but I say, my own knowledge joined to his, I know it. Now I wish to say further that I entirely agree with the essence of that offer. The Union without liberty is today tenfold more accursed than it was at any time the last quarter of a century. Union without liberty I spit upon. But if the sun were forbidden ever again to rise, and I could have sunrise again by asking Mason, I would remain in the dark forever, rather than speak to the author of the Fugitive Slave Bill. This inconsequent declaration about Mason, who was no more guilty of the said bill than the congressman who passed it and the Northern president, Fillmore, who signed it, was not important in itself. Phillips would have embraced Mason could he thereby have ended oppression for others, but his rhetoric was significant. Although he agreed, as he said, with the essence of my letter, and although only one voice, the Anti-Slavery Standard, New York, said that the war should be continued even were slavery not involved, it became plain to me that the old peace principles of abolitionism had largely vanished. In England, the Mason incident was closed so far as concerned myself by the defeat of Roebuck's bill, to which Mason's arrogant reply to me was said to have contributed, and by the odium under which he soon after finally left England. But those events did not reach America, and it was some time before any sign of a reaction there favorable to me appeared. The London papers reported from their American correspondents only rage against me. I felt sure that a different feeling would prevail in those whose esteem I most valued. I was prepared to suffer obloquy for the sake of unmasking Mason, but my terrible anxiety was for my wife. Though her mother and brother George were with her at Concord, it was inevitable that all this anger should give her keen distress. I had, of course, written to her by every mail and suggested that if she and our intimate friends thought that my stay in England should be prolonged, she had better join me in London. My departure had long been fixed for early September, but I concluded that it must be postponed until I had time for full correspondence with my wife. And now my dear friends, Mr. and Mrs. W. D. Howells, came into my gloom as angels. Howells, then consul at Venice, had written to me on March 24th, enclosing some verses for the Commonwealth. We had not exchanged letters for a long time, and he had no knowledge of my intention to visit Europe. But he wrote in the letter, which was forwarded to me from Boston, these sweet words: "To tell you the truth, you and Mrs. Conway are two people whom we should very much like to see in Venice. The spring is coming in after the slow, sweet fashion of spring in southern lands. The Adriatic is warming up with the view of being bathed in. The sun is bringing out all that is brightest and loveliest in the city and embroidering the islands and the terra firma with flowers. 4 weeks ago, We gathered daisies on the Lido, and now the almond trees are heavy with bloom and bees. Besides all this, we live in the old Palazzo Faliero, where Marino Faliero, according to all the gondoliers, was born. And we have a piano and a balcony on the Grand Canal and the most delightful little breakfasts in Venice. You will come, won't you? The we is not used editorially here. Of course you know that I am married and to whom, though I've never heard directly from you. I used to hear a great deal about you in letters from Cincinnati. You have an additional merit in my eyes because you met Eleanor there. In a letter to my wife of May 8th, I copied Howells's note and wrote, "At this beautiful place, Aubrey House, with its quiet park, in which I cannot imagine that I am near a city of 3 millions, in which I can hear the cuckoos and nightingales singing, I find that sweet rest that I was so much in need of when I left home. And I only need you at my side, and Eustace and Emerson on the green grass, to make me perfectly happy." When a few weeks later, beautiful Aubrey House garden was darkened under my cloud, and I could no more hear the songsters because of the angry notes coming across the sea, a sweeter vision and melody than all of them came to me, as I read again those words from Venice. O my constant loyal friends, in whose friendship unbroken these 44 years I have found happiness. You can never know the heavenly message brought to me in that sad hour by the missive which had winged its way so far across land and sea. For it was to me a token soon to be fulfilled of the subsiding of my little deluge and the return of estranged hearts. An exchange of letters proved that these friends were prepared to receive me at any moment, and I soon started southward. I left London on June 26th. Among my wife's papers, I found a letter written from Bologna which states, "I had a long interview yesterday with Mr. Adams, the American minister in London. He says that the first letter was certainly a mistake, but that after that I did the very best thing I could, and that he regards my course as most honorable. He says no harm, and possibly some good, has been done in England by it, and he hopes no evil will result in America. He has no doubt that a note to Mr. Lincoln or Mr. Seward, declaring that the letter was written without proper reflection and was well meant, would cause me to stand as well as I could desire with them. Adams was very kind to me indeed. Just what next step in the matter should be, I do not know, so I will take none as yet. I begin to look forward to a brief rest at Venice, which I much need. If I could just now retire entirely from the world, I would like it much. How I envy the simple and happy peasants I watched for hours today, sunning themselves along the shore or playing in the water, so free from care, and I so full of it. The tailors have been so kind and cheering to me. This morning I left them. Just before I left, I received a letter from the Duke and Duchess of Argyll, he is in the present ministry, saying that they were desirous of making my acquaintance and asking me to breakfast with them Saturday. I declined, being determined not to postpone my visit to Venice. You had best stay with my sister at Easton until I return, unless you determine that I had best not return, in which case you must come over here. The ocean voyage on a Cunarder will not be bad. At any rate, we must meet soon. In Paris, I learned that the Conway-Mason correspondence had been translated there, and that the animadversions against the Confederacy excited by it, notably an article in the Journal des Débats, had been the severest blow yet dealt to the Confederate intrigues in France. I think I received some reassurance of this kind from Christopher Pierce Cranch, the American poet and artist residing in Paris, who knew my relations with the Cranch family in Washington and Cincinnati, and in whose house I had a cordial reception. In Turin, I called on our minister, George P. Marsh, who spoke of the affair in the same sense and spirit as Minister Adams. Such encouragements, however, did not lay the vision of that dear one so far away with her 2 little children passing alone through the first heavy trial of her married life, a trial inflicted by me. The cordial welcome received in the beautiful home of my friends in Venice and all their reassuring words about my trouble could not quite restore me. Acute erysipelas broke out. Fever set in, and the official Austrian physician could not do much for a case of mere worry. But after 5 or 6 days, a cure was effected by a letter from my wife announcing that they were all well, that she had sold our house at a fair price, also our furniture, and would sail from Boston for Liverpool on the ship Arabia, August 19th. In Venice, I found my Avalon. Those friends healed my wounds of heart and mind. In their charming old Casa Faliero, the houses described in Howells's Venetian Life, we used to sit on the balcony overlooking the Grand Canal, eating our lotus in that city where it seemed always afternoon. Yet how beautiful were the mornings! I do not remember one that brought rain. Often Howells and I rose at dawn, took coffee in the great piazza while watching the morning tints painting St. Mark's, and had our ramble through some byway of the dreamland before returning to breakfast. Then, while the consul was in his office, never serving his country more profitably to it than when his literary task was undisturbed by official business, Mrs. Howells was my guide to the pictures and churches they loved best. After dinner, we sat in some big cafe in the piazza, observing the promenaders and the costumes of many regions, returning early, however, for Howells was writing a novelette in poetic form and read us in the evening what he had written during the day. Howells was also engaged in writing his Venetian Life, the publication of which in London I had the happiness of furthering, and of greeting with its first review in the Fortnightly. In that book, certainly the finest ever written about Venice, I to this day move again amid scenes and incidents of that happy July. How well I remember our Sunday morning voyage to Chioggia, and Howells's charming talk of its poet Goldoni. I indulge myself with quoting here the following incident. As we passed up the shady side of their wide street, we came upon a plump little blond boy lying asleep on the stones with his head upon his arm, and as no one was near, the artist of our party stopped to sketch the sleeper. Atmospheric knowledge of the fact spread rapidly, and in a few minutes we were the center of a general assembly of the people of Chioggia, who discussed us and the artist's treatment of her subject in open congress. They handed round the airy chaff as usual, but were very orderly and respectful nevertheless. One father of the place quelling every tendency to tumult by kicking his next neighbor, who passed on the penalty till, by this simple and ingenious process, the guilty cause of the trouble was infallibly reached and kicked at last. I placed a number of soldi in the boy's hands, to the visible sensation of the crowd, and then we moved away and left him, heading, as we went, a procession of Chioscioti, who could not make up their minds to relinquish us till we took refuge in a church. When we came out, the procession had disappeared. But all around the church door, and picturesquely scattered upon the pavement in every direction, lay boys asleep, with their heads upon their arms. As we passed laughing through the midst of these slumberers, they rose and followed us with cries of "Mi titi tsu, mi titi tsu, take me down, take me down." They ran ahead and fell asleep again in our path, and round every corner we came upon a sleeping boy. And, indeed, we never got out of that atmosphere of slumber till we returned to the steamer for Venice, where Chioggia shook off her drowsy stupor and began to tempt us to throw soldi into the water to be dived for by her awakened children. The artist was Mrs. Howells herself. I stood holding an umbrella to shield her from the sun, while Howells did his best to keep some small space around her and prevent the eager boys from interrupting the work by their impatience to see it. I remember well the buxom and comely mother who had been informed that her child was on the pavement with a crowd around him, pushing her way frantically to the spot, and the transition of her face from fear to joy when she arrived just as Howells was filling the sleeping boy's hands with soldi. But Howells made in his book a little sketch of me too, while I was in my sweet dream in Venice. "Upon my word," he writes, "I have sat beside wandering editors in their gondolas and witnessed the expulsion of the newspaper from their nature while, lulled by the fascination of the place, they were powerless to take their own journals from their pockets, and instead of politics talked some bewildered nonsense about coming back with their families next summer." I was the model for that little picture, but my friend did not venture to tell how far the spell carried me. I actually took those two friends about house hunting and priced 3 or 4 charming homes to which I would bring my little family. I sat me down in balcony and gondola and said, "I will return no more," or only long enough to meet Arabia the Blessed at Liverpool, where I would say, "Come, my wife, I have prepared for you a sweet retreat from all this strife for which you and I were not made, and where we will forget our troubles and humiliations." In my life, many beautiful visions in the distance have proved hard and jagged realities when reached. In my 18th year in Warrenton, there rose over my law books dreams and visions of Venice, and I laid there the scene of my story, Confessions of a Composer. But my dreams were poor compared with the reality of Venice. No doubt this was largely due to my having at my side a poet. Howells and I used to visit certain of the beautiful things repeatedly. They were like personal friends. There was in particular a very ancient stone statue in the corner of a garden, which inspired us both to write about it. The old St. Christopher with the child on his shoulder, its little hand bearing up the world, as indeed the children do, has in his face no pain, but serene patience. A solitary vine had climbed over from behind the garden wall on which the statue stands, and twined and intertwined all about the saint and the child, binding them together with manifold ties. When I went on my last afternoon to bid farewell to St. Christopher, it appeared to me a sort of symbol of Venice under Austrian rule. The city seemed turned to stone by the presence of the Austrian, for I had just been conversing with an exceedingly intelligent young Venetian Republican, of whom I had asked wherein consisted the oppression of Austria. He said, quote, "Austria is not oppressive. Francis Joseph is one of the most liberal of European rulers. There is nothing he is more anxious to do than to make us in Venice happy and contented. Our theaters are closed, but we have closed them. The government would make any outlay to have us amused. It has 3 times a week the best band in the world to perform in the Piazza San Marco. But the Italians will not walk there, and have given up taking their evening promenade since 1848. Each of us has about as much personal freedom as he could use, but it is nationality in us. It is nature struggling by her own laws of affinity. We are in a deadly conflict, which will soon burst out, with Austria as animals are with those born to prey on them. We are gravitating to the government of Victor Emmanuel on the principle that moves a magnet to a lodestone. Close quote. Quote, "When," said Goethe, "I heard Grand Mass in Venice, I wished myself either a child or a devotee." Close quote. I was glad to find myself more a child than a devotee of this new time, whose devotions had passed away from the ancient and artistic symbols and the living vines climbing about them, to find a stony martyrdom in the mere fact of being under a flag not Italian. All of our countries are under the practical dominion of institutions come from other races. Our churches, Sabbaths, constitutions, marriage laws, etc., infinitely more important to our happiness than any flag, are derived from alien races. Practical Englishmen have too much appreciation of realities to desire revolution against the German family on their throne, but give piles of money to incite Italians against Austria and France. One day a beautiful Italian countess breakfasted with us at the Casa Faliero. She spoke very good English, and when we were on the balcony, talked eloquently about the wrongs of Venice. She lit a large cigar, but even that did not console her. Her tears flowed down on the cigar, but I repressed my smile. When I left Venice in August, I bore with me a letter from Mrs. Howells to my wife. It is before me now, as sweet a letter as woman ever wrote, picturing the enchantment of Venice and crying, "Do come, do come." End of chapter 26, part 2. Recording by L.D. Hamilton.
Chapter 27, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 27, Part 1. But London as well as Venice had affectionate hearts. Aubrey House and its exquisite garden was also a dreamland, especially when I found there letters from America assuring me that the momentary annoyance, so Phillips called it, at my Mason correspondence had passed away, and that my letters to the Commonwealth were valued. My wife had proudly offered to close my connection with that paper, but editor Sanborn and the rest insisted on its continuance. Mr. and Mrs. Frank Malleson, being absent from London, desired me to bring my family to occupy their house until their return. These friends were connected with South Place Chapel, from which I received an invitation to give there some discourses. The week preceding the arrival of my family was passed in the north of Ireland in response to an invitation from the Neils of Belfast. I had met Miss Dora Neil, now Mrs. Delaney of California, when we were both visiting Theodore Weld's school at Eagleswood, New Jersey. She and her sister, Mrs. Sherwood, took me on an excursion which included the Giant's Causeway, and I became well posted in Irish customs and in the peculiar demerits of the low-backed car. At last, from the tender I saw my wife and children smiling down on me from the deck of the Arabia, and every cloud of care floated into light. Soon after reaching London, I received a note from the United States minister requesting me to call on him. I found the following note: Wednesday, September 23. Went to call upon Minister Adams, 5 Upper Portland Place, in obedience to a note received yesterday from him. He told me that he had received a note from Secretary Seward concerning my Mason correspondence, in which he, Mr. S., said that he had shown my letter, and one from Mr. Adams concerning it, to the President, and that the President said that as I had acted so frankly and honorably in the matter after it was done, he should not feel disposed to pursue the matter further. My letter referred to had been written by the advice of Mr. Adams as I was starting for Venice, and enclosed to my wife. I kept no copy of it, but remember that while it confessed a mistake and said it was meant to unmask an enemy of our country, it was free from compliments. It was left to my wife to send it or not, as her judgment might direct. The Mallisons were active in every progressive movement. Mrs. Frank Mallison, née Whitehead, founded the London College for Working Women and also the Woman's Journal. I prepared for her periodical an extended account of Antioch College in Ohio, and lectured from time to time at her college. On September 17, we found rooms at 16 Lansdowne Terrace, Regent's Park. When my library came, I found that the customs at Liverpool had seized the American edition of Carlyle's German Romance, beloved volumes bought in youth. Carlyle wrote them a request, and the books were restored. But where now were my visions of Venice? The preacher had revived in me. My first discourse in South Place, September 13, had elicited from the small congregation a response which determined my future. William Johnstone Fox, M.P., who for 40 years had made the South Place pulpit famous, had for some years been in retirement. The society had vainly endeavoured to find a minister to carry on his work in the same rationalistic spirit, and had been brought on the verge of dissolution by their last preacher. In the June of that year, 1863, the society's committee reported, "Now we have a comparatively empty chapel, and it would be strange indeed, in this age of free inquiry, and in this free church of ours, if it were not so, seeing that for the last 5 years we have had scarcely any other source of religion opened to us but records of the past as contained in the Bible. The daily heroisms of our own time, the martyrdoms of old, the great spirits of all countries and of all climes, have ceased to be called in to our assistance, and from our pulpit the rocks and the heavens no longer sing their grand hymn of devotion and praise." On this report a meeting was summoned, and it would have closed the chapel but for the suggestion of P. A. Taylor, M.P., that I should be heard. My first sermon showed them that I was the reverse of a reactionist, and my second was attended by some old radicals who had barely appeared in the chapel since Fox's time. But I did not preach as a candidate for the pulpit. I was still receiving letters from America, where my best friends, Phillips, Sanborn, Stearns, Byrd, were consulting as to whether they should demand my return. I therefore gave no definite replies to suggestions of a permanent settlement at South Place. As the weeks went on, however, it became plain that I could not enter with zeal into the struggle in America. The presidential campaign had divided the anti-slavery people, one part following Phillips in his effort to elect Fremont, the other following Garrison in his adherence to Lincoln, and the situation was embroiled. As Phillips had written in my defense, and as I had expressed my distrust of Lincoln, my return to America would be a signal for a revival of denunciations of my Mason correspondence for the purpose of attacking Fremont. And it would have damaged him, because I could not again have apologized for my proposal to concede secession in exchange for emancipation by the South. Although the only hope for even a distant benefit to the slave had seemed to travel with the Northern arms, the war became increasingly abhorrent to me. It was monstrous that the Southern negro should be forced into a conflict wherein he was the only innocent party. To this both wings of the abolitionist group were consenting, and even held it an advance towards freedom instead of to a new slavery, that the Southern negroes should be organized separately from whites to fight their former masters, into whose hands they must fall whatever the result of the war. In America I should stand almost alone. Even Emerson had come to respect war, and accepted from the President appointment as a visitor to West Point, 1863. My friend Judge Conway had lost his seat in Congress on account of his pleadings for peace. He had met my wife, and sent word to me that the rage for war had become universal, and that I was well out of it. My wife had the same feeling, and had so sympathized with the spirit of my Mason letters that she hesitated for some time before sending my apologetic letter to Seward. I had been drafted for military service, but though I was exempt because my right eye was too dim to sight a gun, my wife knew that I would sooner be shot than shoot anybody, even by a purchased substitute, and little as we could afford it, she simply paid the $300 required. It was personally pleasant to greet Henry Ward Beecher in London on October, 1863. At the meeting in Exeter Hall the crowd was thrilled by his eloquence and convulsed by his humour. But so far as our cause was concerned, Beecher did less good than a Southerner, American, who replied. The foolish fellow demanded a hearing, but manifested such a spiteful spirit that the Rev. Newman Hall called attention to the example shown of the debasing influence of slavery, its contrast with the large and humane spirit of the defender of freedom. Beecher's tribute to the abolitionists was fine, but his casuistic apologies for the administration's tenderness toward slavery were feeble, and were received with silence. He compared the immunity of the American states to the ancient privileges of the City of London which Parliament and the Crown cannot encroach on. The notion that London City contained any privilege that could not be set aside instantly if it affected the nation injuriously was absurd. His use of too coquette retorts were beneath the serious character of the occasion. That England in her past history had done things similar to those charged against America was a commonplace of the people before him, and in any case was no justification. Beecher did not raise us from hopes to certainties that slavery would end. He appeared more anxious to make out a case for the President than for emancipation, the one thing that for his audience made the war defensible. At the breakfast given Beecher, he said that on Monday at Liverpool his voice was lost. Being due at Exeter Hall on Tuesday, he bandaged his throat and prayed God to return his voice. When he reached London his voice was in good condition. There was an unpleasant air about this anecdote. I had never known Beecher unctuous before, and one might wonder why a Providence so considerate about Beecher's throat might not rescue men perishing on battlefields. I always thought it a mistake in Beecher to permit the publication of his speeches and sermons. In the preface to a volume of his sermons he says, "I never saw a sermon of mine in print but I burned to improve it," on which the Saturday Review remarked that it might have been the best way to improve it. Beecher could write well, but his sermons lose in print much of the fire and poetic elevation which so moved his listeners that close criticism was impossible. I saw a good deal of Beecher in London, but felt that he was by no means the splendid thunderer that he was at the beginning of the war. He had adapted his mind to mere military force put forth for a mere Union, even if with slavery surviving. And if Beecher could be carried away by this feeling, where must be the case with others? Correspondence with old friends at Sandy Spring, Maryland, showed that even the Quakers, their patriarch Roger Brooke gone silent, were forgetting their peace principles. Recognizing the war as God's agency for ending slavery, they were for a time indignant with me for proposing to Mason that the war should be ended by Southern emancipation. How merely academic are the most radical peace principles when a flag demands blood. Among the anti-slavery veterans who met Beecher at breakfast was George Thompson, who had interested himself in my own mission. He was still vigorous and erect. What a splendid career the handsome orator with his sonorous voice would have had in America if he had come over there to spread the new evangel of slavery. I remember the wrath that filled us in Virginia at the coming of this incendiary foreigner, and how the mobs that terminated his mission were applauded. George Thompson was a grand man and a real orator. Christmas Day, 1863, was spring-like. The day could not be distinguished from an ordinary Sunday. All the churches were open and all places of amusement closed. I went to hear F. D. Maurice in his Vere Street Chapel, finding a seat in the pew of my friend Thomas Hughes. The pure face and earnest eyes of the man, his lofty brow and the halo of white hair, rose above the formulas of the service like a serene moon emerging from clouds. The service was more agreeable than that of the dissenters, but some feeling, if not faith, that it is a real service, accomplishing something, mingles with the literary appreciations one hears of it, apart of course from the music. Vere Street Chapel was plain, the high places of the established church being given to men more fully harnessed than Maurice. He was the son of a Unitarian minister, and intended for the Unitarian ministry. Although separated from that denomination doctrinally, its spirit adhered of taking care for the human brother, even if the gift be left before the altar. He had parted from Unitarianism because the doctrine of incarnation appeared to him the solution of all religious problems. As Christmas would naturally be devoted to his favorite theme, I hoped to hear for once a profound view of that subject. But a shadow had fallen on us all that morning. Thackeray had died suddenly the day before. Maurice managed to repress his emotion in alluding to his friend, and was soon wrapped in his vision. The sermon was charming, but I derived from it no clear idea of his theology. Perhaps this was because the man himself and the illumination of his countenance kept drawing away my attention from the point he was making. The only ornament in the chapel, a dove with outstretched wings carved on the ceiling, symbolized the spirit of the preacher. His thought at one time floated away in a blue mist, but now and again hovered near with words of wisdom. I always listened to Maurice with pleasure, and personally knew him well. I occasionally lectured in the Working Men's College which he founded. In conversation, Maurice was always interesting, but I longed to hear a laugh from him. The burden of the world's labor rested more heavily on him than on the working men themselves. Several eminent men told me that they had ceased to visit Carlyle because they found his views of the world so depressing. But there was some hopefulness in Carlyle's grand laugh, while the beatific visions of Maurice were too far in the heavens to be cheering. I saw at Newcastle on Tyne, in the house of Mr. Leithart, a wonderful painting by a wonderful artist, Ford Madox Brown. It was entitled Work. The picture represents builders busy on the street. Several fashionable ladies are picking their way past the bricks and mortar. Maurice looks on with some sadness in his face. Carlyle, never so happy as when he saw work going on, is laughing heartily. The contrasted attitudes represent the artist's design, which, as he told me, was to bring together the working man's friend and the prophet of work. The artist also gave me an amusing account of his endeavour to paint Carlyle. Maurice consented to sit, but Carlyle refused, and could barely be persuaded to accompany the artist to South Kensington and stand against a rail while the photographer took the full-length figure needed. Carlyle made a sort of grimace, and said plaintively, "Can I go now?" Something like that grimace appeared in the photograph, and Madox Brown found in it a valuable suggestion for a portrayal of the characteristic laughter. I mentioned to Carlyle the pleasure given me by Madox Brown's picture, and it led him into a talk about religion in England, of which I wrote down some notes. He ridiculed the 39 Articles, but said the English Church was "the apotheosis of decency," which was no characteristic of the conventicle. He had not for many years entered either church or chapel, but when visiting some friends in the country was persuaded to go to a dissenting chapel. "The preacher's prayer," he said, "filled me with consternation. O Lord, thou hast plenty of treacle up there, send a stream of it down to us. This was about the amount of it. He did not seem in the least to know that what such as he needed was rather a stream of brimstone." Speaking of Maurice, he described him as one of the pious-minded men in England. "Maurice once wrote a novel called Eustace Conway. He would like it suppressed. It is a key to him. A young man gets into mental doubts, a priest sprinkles moonshine over him, and then all is clear. Alas, that is what happened to poor Sterling a little time. He got bravely through it, but when he did it became painfully evident to us that he was too fine and thin to live among us here." Carlyle loaned me Maurice's novel, Eustace Conway, of whose title he could give me no explanation. My son, then in his 6th year, was named after my uncle, Judge Eustace Conway of Virginia. Carlyle said it had been a good many years since he read it, and I found that his memory of it was erroneous. The skeptical youth does not undergo the moonshine sprinkling and return to the bosom of the Church, but goes on through all the phases of heresy with tragical results. Anthony Froude told me that at one time Maurice conducted a Bible class of ladies and gentlemen. On one occasion the narrative of Jacob and Esau was considered, and Maurice interpreted the two as types, Jacob symbolizing the spiritual, Esau the natural man. After this impressive statement had ended, Maurice said, before dismissing the company, "As for the fraud practiced by Jacob on his brother, it only illustrates what has been observed in all ages, namely, the liability of the spiritual man to be a sneak." As Christmastide, 1863, came on, we saw some old-fashioned pantomimes. At Astley's the opening scene showed two Cheapside shops. Over the larger one was the sign A. B. Lincoln and Company, Hardware Men and General Dealers. On the next, J. Davis and Company, Cotton Brokers. On the door of the former were notices that paper was wanted, and that greenbacks might be had in any quantity. A placard announced, "This shop is one and the same as that next door." On the shop of J. Davis and Company a placard said, "No connection with the concern next door." In the window was a large Confederate flag, inscribed, "2 rams wanted immediately." Another was, "A few horses, sheep, women, children, and other cattle for sale." The two presidents dressed as prize fighters fought until they both got into a box, which box the Columbine danced about, and the Harlequin struck, when it flew open, revealing the heads and tails of 2 Kilkenny cats, their other portions having disappeared. A very queer feature of the theatrical season was a ballet at Her Majesty's Theatre called White and Black. It was Uncle Tom's Cabin. In the beginning of our Storm and Stress our love goes out to that man who extends a helping hand at one or other point where we falter. Such, as already related, was for me Francis William Newman's book, The Soul, Her Sorrows and Her Aspirations. Here, as I was fearing my intellectual recoil from dogmas, was a spiritual pasture fresher than that I dreaded leaving, and not hedged by dogmatic thorns. When I arrived in London I sought Newman at once. It was not difficult to form happy relations with him, for his heart was in the cause of the slave. He was 27 years my senior, but full of vigor. My personal troubles in connection with slavery gained me his cordial welcome. But when he also discovered the religious path I had travelled, and the help brought me by his book on the soul, there was something paternal in the way Newman took me to his heart. Happily I was able to be of some service to him. He was emeritus professor of Latin in the University of London without salary, but had laid up about £10,000, for the larger part of which I secured, through the aid of my friend Henry G. Denny of Boston, a profitable investment. Newman lived in a simple way. His wife, they had no children, was an invalid, and never went into society. I remember pleasant conversations with her. She remained a Plymouth sister, but was friendly with me because of her interest in the slave, and she had accommodated herself to the degree of heresy represented by her husband. It was beautiful to remark his tenderness and tact with her. "I always remember," he said to me, "that it was the man of her own religion that she married, and I who went off into a new faith." He was, however, lonely in his strong religious ideas, and spoke almost bitterly of his inability to hold any real conversation with his Catholic brother. "I have had to give up calling on him," he said. "Whenever I went, the conversation was limited to one or two words about the health of this or that relative, and altogether so constrained that it became painful." One thing that Newman told me was a surprise. His father was a free thinker. My correspondence with Newman would fill a volume. His letters are of historical value, and it is among my hopes to write a monograph concerning him. For the world does not know what a grand man he was. He was so unambitious, so conscientiously free from the rhetorical devices that catch the popular ear, that his reputation is less than that of many inferiors. Most of his letters were written to me as a public teacher and contributor to the press, and meant to be used by me, as they often were, though rarely quoted in print. I subjoin a few extracts. "I am sure you are right in deprecating hymns, prayers, as a regimen. At best it must be premature to children, and must teach hypocrisy. My grandmother used to make me read to her the Psalms of the day, as a thing of course. My mother or aunt ordinarily had them read by one of us children. That was the beginning and end of my family religion, besides saying a short prayer or hymn night and morning. I remember how I used to puzzle about what Christ's blood had to do with us. Sunday was a day of just so much external restraint as public opinion absolutely demanded. I learned at last, as I came to be about 17, that my father was an entire free thinker, as much as I am now. It shocked me much, because he never taught me anything, allowed me to pick up religion from any one around me, and then scolded me because I embraced beliefs which he knew must condemn him. I think this neglect to be honest with children is a terrible evil. I have lost years of thought, and wandered wide, and done such unwise, conceited things, and encountered risks for soul and body, all of which might have been obviated by his frank teaching. But I suspect he thought it would hurt my worldly prospects. In consequence, I certainly did not go the way to improve my worldly prospects, but counted myself dead to the world, and despised academic reputation, possible advancement, and in all the professions except medicine found something against my conscience." From other letters of Newman I quote two interesting references to the Cardinal. "My brother Dr. Newman set himself with his back to liberal thought in 1823 probably. In that year he adopted baptismal regeneration and apostolic succession. In 1823 he tried to induce me by the present of a picture of the Virgin to set it up in my room. I was an undergraduate just entering good rooms, but I promptly sent the picture back and felt much secret indignation. In 1825 I counted him a virtual Catholic, holding popery minus the Pope. I was an evangelical, but like plenty of evangelicals beside, both now and then, was resolved to follow truth whithersoever it led me, and was always indignant when told, 'You must believe this or that, or you will find it will lead you farther.' 'If that time comes, I shall go farther,' was my uniform reply, and is, I am persuaded, deep in the heart of many an evangelical whom you call bigoted, as you would have called me then. Of Coleridge and Carlyle we were then alike ignorant at Oxford, except of Coleridge's poetry. My brother's very acute mind was evidently that of a barrister, not of a philosopher or searcher of truth, but his dash and generosity gave him wonderful power with young men. His scorn of worldliness and meanness, his contempt of the race for promotion in the Church, his claim that each shall lay down his interest on the altar of the Church, especially for beautiful church edifices, were all new to dons of Oxford at that time. But not to see that a sacerdotal system was that paganism and Judaism, and the very reverse of what Jesus taught, was in those days to me an inexplicable blindness in a learned and acute young clergyman. I always thought it his calamity that by the premature death of Lloyd, Bishop of Oxford and Regius Professor of Divinity, my brother gained so very immature an influence in Oxford." End of chapter 27, part 1. Chapter 27, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Moncure Conway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway. Chapter 27, Part 2. It was an education in the religious conditions amid which I was working to enjoy the intimate friendship of Francis Newman. No American could follow the vicissitudes of our struggle with more poignant anxiety. He subscribed for the Commonwealth, the Liberator, and the Anti-Slavery Standard. He talked with me about the intimate discussions and differences among our abolitionists as if he were one of the Frank Bird Club. He often spoke in the Emancipation Leagues, and wrote in friendly papers. When the Confederate envoy Mason's publication of my correspondence with him brought on me reproaches from my colleagues in America, he exhorted me to leave my case in the hands of my friends. My admission of mistake in pledging anybody but myself ended the matter. With reference to the attack of one American censor abolitionist, Newton wrote, "He was unpatriotic enough for many years to be willing to allow all the slave states to secede and sustain slavery, which I do not learn he now scolds himself for, while he regards you as unpatriotic in having been willing to take the chance of their seceding if they would promise to abolish slavery. You too were equally unpatriotic, taking you at the worst, while he would have resigned the blacks to slavery, but you would have rescued them." Newman had lost confidence in Lincoln, regarding him as unable to see the principles of justice in the case of blacks. He said that the hardening of Pharaoh's heart had been present to his imagination all through the war. After the assassination of Lincoln, he wrote with horror of the tragedy, but said, "A Hebrew prophet would have described Jehovah as sending an evil spirit to entice Wilkes Booth to his deed." The rumors and apprehensions at that time reaching England were that President Johnson would extend the fury he was manifesting against the supposed conspirators against Lincoln and Seward to the leaders of the Confederacy. On this, Newman said that the burning indignation in America was finite force. It was all wanted to extirpate the Southern aristocracy, and none should be wasted on Jefferson Davis or other individuals. Francis Newman never went into any so-called reform without a thorough and original investigation. I was indebted to him for the correction of several errors prevalent in America. For instance, the fiction that England had paid the West Indies slaveholders 20 millions compensation for their liberated slaves. The money was a loan some time after the emancipation, and could not have passed as payment, but its return was never demanded. Newman remembered all the circumstances in that case, and in Canning's origination of the Monroe Doctrine, and referred me to all the documents. His work in connection with the University of London had brought him into intimacy with Lord Lyttelton, the minister who had charge of educational affairs. He told me of a dinner given by Lyttelton to the professors. Some were conversing about the best plan for educating the young princes, but Lyttelton said, "We don't want our princes to be educated. They should know European languages and general literature, but not the serious things you gentlemen mean by education." Lyttelton gave him an account of his going to Windsor with the Duke of Wellington and Peel to obtain the signature of George IV to the Catholic Emancipation Act. The King's resolution to hold out against it was known, and threatened a crisis. When the three ministers laid the act before him, the King was excited and cried, "But my oath, I have sworn to—" "I pray your Majesty to forgive me for interrupting you," said Wellington. "That some measure of this kind will become law in time is probable, and it would be distressing to have your Majesty take up an irrevocable position that might eventually prove embarrassing." The king was silent, and the three left. When they had driven a mile away, they were overtaken by a royal messenger with a request for their return. The king silently signed the Act of Parliament. As the brothers Newman are associated in my mind in a quasi-phenomenal way, I produce here my notes of a visit to the oratory of Dr. Newman, when he was becoming aged. Being on a visit in Birmingham, I went 2 miles before 7 on a morning of sleet and rain to attend Mass, through a desire to look upon the face of Father Newman. My wife and another lady went with me, though we expected that the aged father might, on such a bitter morning, leave the celebration to a subordinate. In the dim Gothic chapel of the oratory there was but one person, a young woman, kneeling alone. Presently other women, apparently 4 domestics, entered. The most eloquent learned Catholic in the Anglo-Saxon world had for his audience that morning 5 believers, 1 member of the English Church, and 2 freethinkers. The altar at which he officiated was in a corner, and he came slowly down a stairway behind it. There was only 1 candle, that being lit to enable him to read. On the upper wall above his head was a large crucifix, and beneath it, on a level with his face, a picture of Veronica about to place the handkerchief on the face of Jesus. Far away in his corner, his silvery head bent, his voice murmuring on in a monotonous feminine tone, Father Newman seemed an almost incredible figure in enterprising and especially Unitarian Birmingham. It was indeed a painful visit to the ladies. Our friend fell on her knees with her back turned to the altar, saying she was unable to endure the emotion caused by the sight. My wife said she felt shame that a man of intellect could go through such performances. For myself, I had studied the man. Father Newman was a man of strange visage. His forehead appeared very low, perhaps from the way his unparted hair fell over it. The top of his head seemed flattened. The mouth bore an expression of pain. The large chin jutted out. The nose was prominent, like that of Wellington. When the features were foreshortened in the front view and the luminous eyes bent downward or nearly closed as prayers were uttered, the face resembled that of an aged woman. Another turn, bringing a half-side face, an open eye, an upraised head, and the effect was one that needed a Raphael to portray. There was at another part of the wall a picture of St. Francis in ecstasy. Just after looking at that, my eyes turned to Father Newman, whose head was haloed by the candle beyond it, and he seemed to be the successor of all the saints who lived in days when saints could be real. But it required an effort of the historical imagination to place Father Newman in his proper environment. Birmingham echoed his invocations with early steam whistles. The sounds of an awakening city stole in with the morning light. At 8 o'clock the aged man gathered in his arms his paraphernalia, and with faltering tread on the stairway passed out to his mysterious labors. As we were returning from the oratory, I asked myself and the ladies with me how this could be explained. Here is the most brilliant man in the English Church. All Oxford is crowding to hear him. His path is straight to the throne of Canterbury. One morning he knocks at the door of an obscure little Catholic church in Oxford and asks admission as an humble member, alienates friends and relatives, and takes his place among the ignorant domestics and workmen. "That does not appear to me wonderful," said our devout friend. "One glimpse of the eternal world is enough to turn to nothingness all that this world can give." I regretted that I could find no opportunity of hearing Dr. Newman preach. Some Unitarians who went to hear him at the oratory on an Easter Sunday told me that the sermon was such as might be addressed to children. It amounted only to asking his hearers if they would not be much surprised if a person whose funeral they had attended were to meet them, alive and well. After saying in various ways that they would be much surprised, he related the story of the resurrection in the language of the Testament, and so ended. Cardinal Newman's name is cherished among unorthodox religionists because of his "Lead, Kindly Light," a favorite hymn in Unitarian churches. On January 18, 1879, Newman wrote to an inquirer that he did not remember his meaning in the closing lines, and that a writer was not bound "to be ready for examination on the transient state of mind which came upon me when homesick or seasick, or in any other way sensitive or excited." But that semi-agnostic hymn of about his 30th year is Newman's niche in the world's imagination. Martineau lamented that his friend F. W. Newman did not appreciate the interest of his Catholic brother's career or even the picturesqueness of his personality. He ascribed it to a deficiency of imagination. My own belief is that it was not that, but precisely the same cause that prevented Martineau from seeing anything picturesque or impressive in the collaboration of his sister Harriet with Atkinson in the experiments and speculations which he, Martineau, called mesmeric atheism. In both cases the personal feeling was too painful for a right perspective. It was a page held too close to the eyes to be read. My own long intimacy with Francis Newman, and our correspondence during a generation on all social and religious issues, led me to the perception that between the brothers there was a moral resemblance so close that one might be regarded as a sort of inversion of the other. In my long experience, which has been in various countries, I have never known a man more absorbed in moral and benevolent work than Professor Newman. The self-devotion that his brother gave to a church, Francis gave to humanity. Without belief in any reward after death, he espoused the unpopular reforms of his time with an almost ascetic zeal. He never entered a theatre, abhorred wine and tobacco, had no club, played no games, avoided fashionable dinners, though his presence and manners would have made him welcome in the finest society. These apparent sacrifices, made not for future reward, nor even to please God, were not real sacrifices at all. With a natural fondness for sport, he had so taken the suffering of the oppressed world into his heart that the so-called gaieties of life oppressed him. Like King David, who refused water from the well of Bethlehem because men had risked their lives in obtaining it, the artificial pleasures of life had appeared to him blood-stained, and his thirst for them died. He once told me of something he heard from his brother in defense of persecution. At that moment I was afraid to broach to himself two subjects of moral importance. He carried his prohibition doctrine and his opposition to the medical supervision of prostitution to the verge of intolerance. My phase of necessitarianism, to which his own theism temporarily led me, seemed to him to affect moral responsibility so grievously that he was cool to me until I got through with it. But I was then afraid to tell him that my escape was by giving up belief in a dynamic deity. I once reproached him, as our long friendship permitted, for undervaluing the flowers and the ornamental side of life. But he said, "I have within me such a fund of amusement that I cannot be dull on the dullest day or with the dullest surrounding. If shut up in a wretched inn or station room on a wet summer's day, and I have but a bit of paper and pencil, I am quite happy in some mathematical problem, if nothing more important is at hand to occupy me." And these two brothers, John Henry and Francis William Newman, were the sons of an old follower of Thomas Paine. Professor Newman was deeply interested in all questions related to women, and gave me a note of introduction to a young lady of education and means endeavoring to become a physician. This was Miss Garrett, afterwards widely known as Dr. Elizabeth Garrett Anderson. Having failed in every attempt to enter any of the medical colleges or the hospitals, but finding that the law could not prevent her from entering the profession if she had attended a certain number of lectures, she was fulfilling the hard conditions. Traveling for some miles into the thickest part of the city to Lock Hospital, I found her occupying a room in the old gate, anciently the porter's lodge. Miss Garrett came to the door herself, and was apparently the only occupant of the gate. She was about 21, pretty, with clear and kindly gray eyes, a person one would expect to see whirling in a dance in Belgravia. But here she was far away in poor and lowly Whitechapel, in her hand not a dainty fan but a dissecting knife, and on her table, horror, a severed human arm. As she told me the story of her effort to obtain medical knowledge, she was a more poetic figure than Mariana at her moated grange. Happily the instructors in the hospital thought so too, although it was as inconsistent with professional regulations as with Miss Garrett's self-respect to instruct gratuitously, they took pains with her teaching. Sitting there alone, she listened to medical lectures and paid her fees, in fact, had established a medical college of which she was the only student. This was all done without any air of martyrdom or of pride. She entered on her medical practice in London without encountering hostility from medical men, mingled in the best society, and proved to the skeptical that a lady could be at once a successful practitioner and a happy wife and mother. Several ladies of the Garrett family contributed to the enlargement of woman's sphere in London in practical ways. A sister of Elizabeth Garrett became the wife of Professor Fawcett, M.P., and was an able exponent of the legal and ethical aspects of such matters. Mrs. Fawcett generally headed delegations of women to the government. A younger sister, Agnes, with her cousin Rhoda Garrett, joined together to become house decorators. They were beautiful young ladies. They told me their adventures in trying to obtain training in their art. They went to the chief firm in London, whose manager was inclined to make fun of their proposal to become apprentices. Finding them skillful as designers, he said that if they were not women he would give them positions as subordinate directors in certain kinds of work. But, he said, young women couldn't get along with workmen. How could you swear at them? And think of nice ladies running up ladders. One of them said, as for the swearing at the workmen, they would not need that if it were ladies who made requests, and as for the ladders, bring one here and see whether we can climb it or not. The manager found some work for them, and in a year or two they opened their own establishment in Gower Street, and rose to success on the tide of enthusiasm for house decoration. In the beginning of the 20th century it is difficult to imagine the situation of women in 1864. At that time 2 American ladies, Miss Sewall of Boston and Miss Helen Morton of Plymouth, had found admission to the Salpêtrière Hospital in Paris, but Englishmen awakened slowly to the fact that their whole duty to woman was not fulfilled in having a queen. The late Lord Coleridge used to come to the gatherings of women, and I remember his demonstration of the intolerable medievalism surviving in English laws relating to women. Since then the advance in the position of woman appears to me almost the only progress made in civilization. And although during most of those years I clamored with women for their political enfranchisement, I believe that it was largely due to their helpless dependence on the absolutism of men that the outrageous laws were removed, through very shame. End of chapter 27, part 2. End of Autobiography, Memories and Experiences, Volume 1, by Moncure D. Conway.